Chapter 1823. In the entire third stage of the Chi Path Dream Realm, Feng Yuan was completely reduced to a spectator. However, when this third stage was completed, the entire Chi Path Dream Realm vanished without a trace. Feng Yuan's exploration was completed. This dream realm was difficult at the start and easy at the end. The first two stages required continuous failures to accumulate experience. Even with my Unravel Dream Killer move, it was not very useful. But in the final stage, I did not even need to make a move, I passed it. This was the most comfortable time for Feng Yuan as a spectator. If he could watch it like this every time, how wonderful would it be to explore the dream realm? This dream realm is either the remote antiquity era or the olden antiquity era. Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's gaze was somewhat complex. Even though he was the enemy of Celestial Court, he had to admit the greatness of Celestial Court. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold. No matter how great you are, if you block my path, I can only use all my strength to eliminate you. This dream realm was successfully explored. Feng Yuan advanced to Chi Path Grandmaster. The improvement was quite huge. After all, Feng Yuan's previous Chi Path attainment level was completely poor. It was ordinary. No wonder that Wei Yushu in the dream was able to obtain the favor of the Inkman Princess. His talent in Chi Path must be the main reason. In this dream realm exploration, Feng Yuan's greatest understanding was not the dream realm or the celestial court, but his own soul. Desolate Soul. After forming Desolate Soul, exploring dream realms became much easier. If it was at human soul level, the damage from this exploration would be much heavier. Although Gutsgu could recover, it would greatly affect the exploration efficiency. Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Maybe in the future, when I use the pure dream reality seeker physique body to explore dream realms, the damage to my soul will be even less than now. Like when Feng Yuan was cultivating in Luopa Valley, the Luopa wind was blowing. Once Feng Yuan's soul escaped into his body, the power of the Luopa wind would plummet. If Feng Yuan used the pure dream reality seeker physique to bring his soul into the dream world to explore, his soul would also be tightly protected by his physical body. An ordinary physical body would not be able to withstand the power of the dream realm. But the pure dream reality seeker physique was different. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan did not know the correct way to use the pure dream reality seeker physique to enter a dream. If the pure dream reality seeker physique was directly sent into the dream realm, it would be able to enter and exit freely without being disturbed by the dream realm. But at the same time, he couldn't immerse himself in the content of the dream, so he couldn't talk about exploring the dream. Next, let's explore this dream realm of the Tao of Ice and Snow. Feng Yuan shifted his gaze. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already stored many dream realms. The Chi Path Dream Realm just now was the largest. It had already dissipated. This dream realm related to the Path of Ice and Snow took its place, becoming the largest dream realm. Other than this dream realm, there were some other dream realms, including Chi Path, Sword Path, Wood Path, and so on. I have Desolate Soul. The efficiency of exploring dream realms has greatly increased. I felt that these dream realms were not bad before, but now they are somewhat lacking. Furthermore, the dream realms are divided into different categories. They are scattered and trivial. This is Chi Chuyu's little scheme. Feng Yuan was very clear. Even though Chi Chuyu and Feng Yuan continued to transact, he could secretly control the formation. And because he had obtained many dream path research results, he could roughly distinguish the types of dream realms. Thus, he deliberately controlled his transactions with Feng Yuan. He tried to give fragments of dream realms of different paths to Feng Yuan. There was not a single human path dream realm that Feng Yuan truly wanted. There were not many Chi Path and Ice and Snow Path either. But these dream realms were useful to Feng Yuan. Even if it was a Time Path dream realm or Refinement Path dream realm, as long as it was not a dream realm explored in his previous life. After all, Feng Yuan's highest attainment level was only Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There was still room for improvement. Feng Yuan did not reject any of them. These dream realms could raise his attainment level. And if he could raise all of his paths, he would no longer have any shortcomings. That was a good thing. He would not have to worry about this when annexing immortal apertures in the future. While Feng Yuan was exploring dream realms, the hairy man Gu immortals had some results. Lord Feng Yuan, we have refined this immortal Gu. Sixth hair handed over an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was like a water droplet, shining with a blue diamond-like radiance. It had a smooth and cold surface. This was Time Anchor Immortal Gu rank 6. Even though Feng Yuan was mainly refining Luck Path Immortal Gu during this period of time, Gu worms like Time Anchor Immortal Gu were still part of his Gu refinement plan. Even though Feng Yuan had over 100 Immortal Gu, he could afford to raise them. He had plenty of resources and was extremely wealthy. The more Immortal Gu he had, the better. He had come into contact with Time Anchor Immortal Gu long ago. It was the former Eastern Sea Immortal Zombie Su Baiman's Immortal Gu. It could mark time. Afterwards, Su Baiman died. Time Anchor Immortal Gu was obtained by Shadow Sect, but it was used in the Battle of Etian Mountain. This time, Feng Yuan ordered the hairy man Gu immortals to refine it again. Time Anchor Immortal Gu combined with Spring Autumn Cicada could form a killer move that could allow Feng Yuan to revive at a specific time. This killer move had a high value. For example, right now, Feng Yuan could mark this time and continue to explore dream realms without caring about anything else. At a certain stage, he could use this killer move to return to the past and return to this time to explore other dream realms. Attainment levels and paths could be accumulated. Feng Yuan could use this move to accumulate attainment levels. It is a pity that if I use this killer move, I cannot use Spring-Autumn Success anymore. Without 100% success rate, there is a chance of failure. Once I encounter it, it would be suicide. I would be laughed at by the world. Even though Feng Yuan had quasi-great grandmaster attainment level in time path, and had the light of wisdom, the obstacle here did not originate from him. As I expected, Fate Gu is injured but not destroyed. It is restricting the effect of combining Time Anchor Immortal Gu into Spring-Autumn Success. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive was a loophole in this world. Because this would disrupt reality and change the past, it would affect the balance. Providence would not allow such a thing to happen. For the current Feng Yuan, if he just used Time Anchor and Spring-Autumn Cicada together, the killer move would be able to make use of this loophole. Or Spring-Autumn Success could also make use of this loophole. But if the two were added together, the loophole would be too small. It seems that I have to wait until Fate Gu is completely destroyed and fuse Time Anchor into Spring-Autumn Success. Only then will it be effective. The various killer moves in Red Lotus True Inheritance were the same. Even if killer moves were fused together and had greater power, they would not have a good result when used in real life. The Dragon Man clone had already gone through one heavenly tribulation and more than 10 earthly calamities. His cultivation level was rising rapidly. In order to raise his cultivation level quickly, Feng Yuan used a time path killer move to accelerate the Dragon Man clone's immortal aperture's time to the limit. Before each calamity or tribulation, Feng Yuan would use methods to deduce the content of the calamities and tribulations. Thus, he was prepared. With Feng Yuan's great strength, these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities posed no threat. They turned into fireworks that provided Dao marks to Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Feng Yuan had time path methods and most importantly, he had the killer move exposed heavenly secret. Even when Providence sent down calamities and tribulations, it could not win by a surprise move. With the help of his immense strength, these calamities and tribulations were nothing. Feng Yuan could not only raise the cultivation level of Gu Masters now, he could even raise the cultivation level of Gu Immortals rapidly. However, this method was not worth promoting, because the cost was very high. The Time Path Killer move that accelerated the Immortal Aperture's time was at rank 8 level. It consumed a lot of rank 8 Immortal Essence. Exposed Heavenly Secret was also not something ordinary Wisdom Path Gu Immortals could use. Adding on the cost of each tribulation, all these factors added together would only produce a rank 6 or rank 7 Dragon Man clone. The cost was not proportional to the cost. If not for Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan would not have been willing to create the Dragon Man clone like this. Southern Border's beacon towers were set up like wildfire. Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals also started to make a ruckus. They asked Feng Yuan to release some hostages to show his sincerity. Thus, Feng Yuan released Yi Yang. Yi clan was dumbfounded after getting Yi Yang. Because Feng Yuan only released Yi Yang's body, His soul and immortal aperture were all gone. Just the body was just a corpse. What use was it? Southern Border's righteous path was furious, but they could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan persuaded them. The body is only the first step. It is time to show my sincerity. Now it is time for you to show your sincerity. Southern Border's righteous path felt that the future was bleak. If Fang Yuan separated the hostages and extorted them, how long would it take? Thus there was another clamor. Fang Yuan changed his attitude. He became unyielding and cold. He threatened each clan. If you really want me to release the hostages, I will release your enemy forces. Moreover, I will humiliate your clan's Gu immortals. They will not be able to raise their heads in the future. Fang Yuan had done this in his previous life, and this time, it was very easy and was very familiar with it. Southern Border's righteous path shamefully cowered. They had no choice, especially Ba clan and Xia clan, these two poor clans. Their first supreme elder was captured by Fang Yuan. The other clans also lost important battle strength. If they did not rescue them, they would lose the support of their clans. Fang Yuan requested Southern Border's righteous path to give the Dream Realm to Fang Yuan as a bargaining chip. Southern Border's righteous path was extremely unwilling at first. After all, Dream Realms represented the future. But Fang Yuan guaranteed. He did not ask for much. He would not empty this place. He would even leave most of it to Southern Border's righteous path. To express his sincerity, he was willing to release the bodies of Gu immortal captives in each batch of Dream Realms. Southern Border's righteous path had no choice but to accept this plan. Qi Chuyu felt a chill in his heart. He knew this was Fang Yuan's counterattack and warning. Thus, the extortion of Southern Border's righteous path reached the next level. Fang Yuan did not go back on his word. Every time he obtained a batch of Dream Realms, he would release the body of a hostage. These Dream Realms were much larger than the secret transaction between him and Qi Chuyu. Moreover, Fang Yuan had carefully selected the types. Fairy Myrtle was extremely anxious. She tried many times to ruin this transaction, but to no avail. It is time for another battle. Fang Yuan calculated the time. He controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and entered the River of Time again. Chapter 1824. River of Time. Fang Yuan had just entered Myriad Year Flying Warship when Gulu appeared to obstruct him. You are Fang Yuan? I am Celestial Court's Gulu. I am here to take your head. Gulu was sitting in a wheelchair. His face was pale but his eyes were cold as ice. Saying so, lumps of gray-white light shot towards Fang Yuan like meteors chasing after the moon. Boom boom boom. These gray-white light lumps crashed into Myriad Year Flying Warship, but were blocked by this rank 8 immortal Gu house. But Myriad Year Flying Warship also shook intensely from the explosions. This person is actually a Time Path rank 8 great expert. His Time Path killer moves have been amplified too much in the River of Time. Celestial Court's foundation is truly unfathomable. It has only been such a short time and an old geezer has already appeared. The immortals in Myriad Year Flying Warship were shocked. I am afraid you don't have the ability to take my life. Fang Yuan sneered. At first glance, he was surprised, but at second glance, he recognized the person in front of him. In the previous life's battle, Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court. To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Bing Sichuan directly informed the situation of Celestial Court to Fang Yuan. And Gulu had also awakened in the previous life's battle and participated in this battle. Thus, Fang Yuan quickly recognized Gulu's background and even knew his methods very clearly. Immediately, Fang Yuan activated Myriad Year Flying Warship and fought with Gulu. A fierce battle erupted, and it caused the surrounding rivers to surge and surge violently, causing raging waves to arise. Gulu's moves were exquisite and full of foreshadowing. He was clearly a Time Path great expert, but seemed to have the style of Wisdom Path. In fact, he cultivated Time Path primarily and Wisdom Path secondarily. When Fang Yuan fought with him, it was like he was playing chess against a powerful chess player. If he was not careful, he would be led into the opponent's rhythm and fall into one trap after another. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was familiar with Gulu's fighting style. The Myriad Year Flying Warship was rude and unreasonable, repeatedly ramming and destroying Gulu's layout. After a long battle, Gulu chose to retreat. Didn't you come to take my life? Fang Yuan shouted coldly. He stood at the bow of the ship and took advantage of the situation to pursue. Gu Lu sneered. This old man isn't anxious, so why are you anxious? Fang Yuan, you are indeed a world-famous devil. You do have some skills. When I get back, I'll study this boat of yours thoroughly, and then I'll take your life. Even though half his body was paralyzed, the wheelchair he was sitting on was a small and exquisite immortal Gu house. The two wheels spun rapidly, carrying Gu Lu on the river surface at a very fast speed. Lord Fang Yuan, let us use the killer move Torrential Charge. A variant human Gu immortal suggested. That torrential charge could change the flow of the water of the river of time around myriad-year flying warship, allowing it to move faster and erupt with terrifying speed. No need to be anxious. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light, but he rejected this suggestion. Just use Daybreak Sword. No one dared to refute his orders. Myriad-year flying warships aura rose by another 10%, shooting out a dazzling white light. The silver light created the water of the river of time, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. This is? Gu Lu, who was ahead, was naturally paying attention to Fang Yuan's movements and immediately sensed it. Thoughts surged in his mind as he rapidly deduced. This is the first time Fang Yuan has exposed this time path killer move. It is truly exquisite. He is actually using the water of the river of time to refine traces of the sharpest power of time path. Even though it looks like a flying sword, its essence is still time path. If I get slashed by it, I will definitely lose a layer of skin. Gu Lu's heart jumped. He was inwardly shocked by the power of this killer move. The killer move itself was at rank 8 level, and Fang Yuan had ingeniously used the river of time to purify it, causing its power to increase by several times, far surpassing ordinary rank 8 killer moves. This demon Fang Yuan, his talent is truly terrifying. Not only can he use reverse flow river, he has even started to research the river of time. Gu Lu's wariness towards Fang Yuan deepened, his killing intent surged. This demon cannot be left alive. I need to use all my strength to get rid of him, otherwise he will become a huge threat in the future. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Silver flying swords shot towards Gu Lu. Gu Lu was soon injured. His defensive killer move could not block the sharpness of the flying swords. Kill him. Some variant human Gu immortals shouted, their morale surging. Ever since they killed a rank 8 of Celestial Court, their confidence soared. They now viewed Gu Lu as their prey. With their rank 7 cultivation level and strength, chasing after a rank 8 great expert, and a member of Celestial Court at that, this sense of accomplishment and excitement made their bodies tremble. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, mocking Gu Lu. Didn't you want to take my life? Now it seems that you are about to die. Gu Lu snorted coldly. He did not speak, he continued to run. The wheelchair he was sitting on was already riddled with injuries. Fang Yuan laughed at him. You are panicking like a stray dog, you have thrown away the face of Celestial Court. The sharp swords were controlled skillfully. They cut off Gu Lu's robe, blood and flesh flew out. Gu Lu was silent. Fang Yuan sneered. Celestial Court only has people like you. It is truly the #1 force in the world. It seems that Celestial Court is only SOSO. Gu Lu heard Fang Yuan's insults towards Celestial Court. He became impatient and retorted. Shut up. How can a lowly demon like you understand the greatness of Celestial Court? Swoosh. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword brushed past his scalp and cut off more than half of his long hair. Bright red blood rained down from the sky. Gu Lu cried out in pain. He slammed his wheelchair and burst out with an unprecedented speed. Chase. He can't last long. That's right, his immortal Gu was destroyed by Daybreak Sword, causing his wheelchair to start breaking. Many Gu immortals under Fang Yuan shouted loudly. Their morale was at its peak. Indeed, the wheelchair that Gu Lu was using to escape was continuously breaking apart. Large numbers of Gu worm corpses were scattered along the way. But Fang Yuan restrained his expression and smiled coldly. Stop. What? Even though the immortals were surprised, they did not dare to be negligent. They worked together to stop myriad-year flying warship. Gu Lu Ru, who was fleeing for his life, shuddered at this scene. A stifled feeling welled up in his chest, but he could not vent it. Feng Yuan smiled as he looked at the empty sky above the river, commenting leisurely, "What a good time path Gu formation. I wonder which member of Celestial Court is waiting for me." "I am Li Huang." Li Huang's voice resounded. At the same time, a large formation revealed itself. Most of the Gu immortals on Feng Yuan's side were dumbfounded. Some variant human Gu immortals reacted and shouted, "So this was a trap. That damn old man acted really well. We almost fell into an ambush. If not for the wise and mighty Lord Feng Yuan, our current situation might not be so good." Gu Lu Ru slowly flew back with a gloomy expression. In order to put on a good show, he intentionally gave up on an immortal Gu and even purposely got injured, causing blood to flow out. It was truly a ruse to injure himself. But who could have thought that this ruse would turn into a show? Feng Yuan watched it for a long time. Li Huang pondered. It seems that Feng Yuan is very familiar with this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Feng Yuan did not hide it from him, he admitted. "Indeed, I suffered a lot in the previous life. So what if you saw through it? Leave your life behind." Gu Lu Ru sneered. He had just said that when two immortal Gu houses appeared on both sides of Feng Yuan. One immortal Gu house was elegant and elegant. The orange roof was like a crane spreading its wings. The immortal Gu house was covered in 3 layers of autumn light. It was extraordinary. It was 3 autumn yellow crane platform. The other immortal Gu house was a huge lever. It was snow white like jade. There were 7 huge sharks in front of the lever. They had sharp white teeth. They were dragging the huge lever as they flew. It was Shark Flow Lever. Feng Yuan destroyed present and past pavilion and eternal yacht, while Celestial Court's side was still rebuilding. Meanwhile, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and Shark Flow Lever had been constructed long ago. They were ready for this battle. 3 autumn yellow crane platform blocked Feng Yuan's path of retreat, while Gu Lu Ru forced his way forward and stalled Myriad Year flying warship. Shark Flow Lever drew a beautiful arc at the edge of the battlefield. It first caught Li Huang before joining the battle. A huge battle erupted. The river water surged and countless waves were created. This rank 8 immortal Gu house has such a tough shell. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru were shocked. Myriad Year flying warship displayed an extremely strong defense, causing the various attacks of the Heavenly Court to be rendered useless. It looked like it was unmoving, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, it would not budge. After fighting for a while, Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "Gu Lu Ru, I have seen through your moves." With that said, Myriad Year flying warship aimed at the flaw and rushed over. Oh no! Gu Lu Ru's expression changed. At the next moment, the Time Path Killer move he used to restrain Myriad Year flying warship shattered. The backlash caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Stop him!" Shark Flow Lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform activated their killer moves. "Charge through!" Feng Yuan instructed plainly. Myriad Year flying warship charged out of the battlefield in an unreasonable manner with a series of rumbling noises. "Don't chase." Gu Lu Ru quickly stopped Li Huang, who was about to give chase. His expression was gloomy as he said in a heavy tone, "This immortal Gu house is indeed worthy of being rank 8. We cannot stop it." "Damn it." Li Huang clenched his fists. He felt quite sullen. Because he was a Fire Path Gu immortal, he could only use Shark Flow Lever to fight in the River of Time. If Feng Yuan fell into an ambush, he would naturally have the chance to display his might. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan did not give him such a chance. However, what made Li Huang even more sullen was yet to come. Feng Yuan saw that Celestial Court did not chase after him. He stopped Myriad Year flying warship and smiled. "Friends, my Myriad Year flying warship has another move called Myriad Year Hunting. Please appraise it." Celestial Court's side quickly went on guard. They saw a strange fragrance coming from Myriad Year flying warship. Not long after, countless beast roars could be heard from all directions, getting closer and closer. These are year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts. There are too many year beasts. They seem to have formed a beast tide. Li Huang and Gu Lu Ru looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. Chapter 1825. Inside Myriad Year flying warship, He Lulan and the rest watched with rapt attention. The scene was extremely majestic. The Nian beast army was vast and mighty, surrounding them from all directions. Such a powerful killer move. No wonder this move was not used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Too many year beasts were attracted. If it was used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it would definitely cause a calamity. Countless lives would be lost. Celestial Court's side was also shocked. Myriad Year Flying Warship. Guluru muttered this name with a solemn expression. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said in a heavy tone. This has already formed a beast tide. It is actually so powerful. Even a legendary figure like him couldn't help but sigh when he saw such a majestic scene. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Myriad year hunting was a concept he had derived from the immemorial year beast fishing formation, and he had used it to its limits. With years flow like water immortal goo as the core, through the amplification of the river of time, it had an incredible effect. Myriad beasts roared as the beast tide surged forward. Bam bam bam. Celestial Court attacked. Killer moves came one after another, crashing into the year beast tide. Wave after wave of year beasts were destroyed. Celestial Court's 2-time path immortal goo houses were rank 7. They could resist rank 8 battle strength. They had no problem dealing with most year beasts. But the problem was, what was the use of killing these year beasts? As long as Myriad Year Flying Warship existed, there would be an endless supply of year beasts. This was an enslavement path tactic. It was to expend the battle strength of Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's killer moves all expended immortal essence. These year beasts have fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. We need to capture the leader first. Inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, a rank 7 goo immortal suggested. The moment he said that, a goo immortal beside him said, "But we already know the toughness of that Myriad Year Flying Warship. How can we execute the tactic of killing the leader?" The rank 7 goo immortal was stunned. But at the next moment he heard the surrounding people shouting, "Be careful! Fang Yuan is back!" Myriad Year Flying Warship sped up, and instead of retreating, it advanced towards the shark flow lever. "How dare you!" Li Huang, who was on the shark flow lever, was infuriated. Fang Yuan actually dared to come back. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. Immediately, the 2 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court and the time path great expert Guluru surrounded Myriad Year Flying Warship and started fighting. Myriad Year Flying Warship withstood the barrage of attacks. At the same time, it was surrounded by countless silver flying swords that whizzed out like a storm. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting an abyss of fire and water. "No. Fang Yuan wants to stall us so that the Nian beast army can surround us." Guluru saw through Fang Yuan's plan. Li Huang sneered. "As long as we are determined to break out of the encirclement, no matter how many Nian beasts there are, what's the use?" Guluru sighed. "Don't forget that we still have the river suppression lotus ceiling formation behind us." Li Huang was stunned. He did not think of this in such a hurry. Now that he was reminded, his heart jumped as he cursed in his mind. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is so sinister and vicious. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was painstakingly constructed by Celestial Court. It could slowly float on the surface of the river of time. There were a large number of goo immortals stationed inside, controlling their respective formation cores. If this formation was broken, Celestial Court would not only lose a large number of immortal goo, they would also lose these rank 7 goo immortals. Moreover, they might not be able to construct a second river suppression lotus ceiling formation in this short period of time. Celestial Court's situation was very awkward. They had originally wanted to use the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to ambush Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan saw through it. Instead, this formation became the weakness of Celestial Court's side, which Fang Yuan did not let go. Even though the river suppression lotus ceiling formation could float, it was very slow. There was no way it could escape this situation. "Let's evacuate the goo immortals in the formation first." Guluru thought about it and said. Li Huang, however, spoke at the same time. "Kill Fang Yuan and get rid of the culprit. We can settle this." The 2 goo immortals looked at each other. At this crucial moment, they had different opinions. Roar roar roar. Because of Fang Yuan's obstruction, the vanguard of the year beasts had reached here. The first to bear the brunt were 3 immemorial year beasts. These immemorial year beasts had thick skin and flesh. They withstood the attacks of Celestial Court and charged into the battlefield of the immortal Gu House. Courting death. Li Huang was furious. He manipulated the giant shark in front of Shark Flow Lever to bite the beasts. At the same time, he activated Shark Flow Lever's killer move and killed 2 immemorial year beasts in a dozen or so breaths of time. Clowns. Li Huang's killing intent dissipated slightly, but he heard Gu Luru's pleading voice. Help me. It turned out that Li Huang had gone to deal with the immemorial year beasts while Gu Luru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship. They were evenly matched. Next, Fang Yuan activated Daybreak Sword Killer move to attack the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. This formation was strong on the inside and weak on the outside. It was originally used to deal with the Stone Lotus Island, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, it could not hold on any longer and started to break apart. Many Gu immortals in the formation cores died on the spot. Myriad Year Flying Warship was extremely sturdy. Gu Luru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform could not attack it. They could only block Fang Yuan's attacks and cover the retreat of the Gu immortals inside the formation. This way, Fang Yuan had the initiative. He attacked wherever he wanted. Gu Luru and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were in a sorry state. They could not do anything. Li Huang saw that the situation was bad. He quickly went around and attacked Myriad Year Flying Warship from behind. Fang Yuan was not afraid. If he was alone, he might not be able to take care of everything. But there were many Gu immortals inside the warship. They were experienced and could provide great support. In order to kill another rank 8, their eyes were bloodshot. They were extremely excited. Fang Yuan stood at the bow of the warship, ignoring the dangerous winds and waves outside. He suddenly found a flaw in Gu Luru's defense and used a killer move. It was Spring Scissors. Spring Scissors flew out. It was not aimed at Gu Luru, but avoided his obstruction. With a snap, a Central Continent female immortal's neck was cut short. Gu Luru was shocked. Isn't this Xia Cha's signature method? Fang Yuan has already grasped it. He even modified it to rank 7. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating Summer Fan killer move. It was also at rank 7 level. Li Huang could not take care of everything. He could only watch as the intense winds blew and created more holes in the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation. Several immortal Gu were destroyed instantly. Ha ha ha, if I want to kill someone, can you stop me? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, mocking them without restraint. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot. He scolded. Scoundrel, I will definitely grind you to ashes. Boom. An immemorial year beast pounced on Myriad Year Flying Warship, causing this rank 8 immortal Gu house to tilt. Celestial Court's side was stunned. Almost instantly, the 2 rank 8 great experts reacted. It turns out that even though Fang Yuan can cause the year beast tide, he cannot control them. In fact, these year beasts' target is Myriad Year Flying Warship. After discovering this secret, Li Huang and Gu Luru almost vomited blood from anger. After fighting for so long, they had dealt with these year beasts earlier because they wanted to block Fang Yuan's blade. No wonder Fang Yuan did not watch from the sidelines, but directly attacked and pestered them. Fang Yuan had no choice. He had already reached his limit. Using years flow like water to lure year beasts and cause a year beast tide. This was the power of Time Path. If he could control this year beast army, that would be the effect of Enslavement Path. As more and more year beasts appeared, the battlefield became very crowded. Earlier, Celestial Court's side had attacked these year beasts tide indiscriminately, slightly stopping them. But because of Fang Yuan's pestering, attacking the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation, and killing those rank 7 Gu immortals, Celestial Court's side had no time to deal with him. Fang Yuan, go and die. Get lost. Li Huang shouted. But Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship and stuck close to his Shark Flow Lever, or 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. The year beast's target was Myriad Year Flying Warship, but Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform were both destroyed. Didn't you want to get rid of me? I am right in front of you, go ahead and do it. Fang Yuan smiled. Li Huang's eyes were bloodshot from anger. Even Gu Luru's breathing was rough. He stared at Fang Yuan with a gaze that was like ice from an abyss, filled with killing intent. The 3 immortal Gu houses gradually had no space to move around. If one looked from afar, they would see year beasts charging towards them. At the center of the battlefield, these year beasts, ancient year beasts, and immemorial year beasts were densely packed, forming a ball of ants. The ball was getting bigger and bigger. The three immortal goo houses at the center of the ball were like meat grinders. Even immemorial year beasts could not last more than 10 breaths of time before dying. Li Huang and Gu Lu were truly enraged. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was completely finished. Celestial Court's efforts during this period of time were all for naught. Li Huang and Gu Lu had already tried their best to save the central continent Gu immortals, but most of them still died at Fang Yuan's hands. "Let's go, there are no more survivors," Gu Lu shouted. Without the formation restraining Fang Yuan controlled myriad year flying warship to move freely in the battlefield. He could not be captured or killed. At this point, Celestial Court's battle tactic had completely failed. "Fang Yuan, just you wait, you won't be arrogant for long. One day, you will die at my hands." Li Huang gritted his teeth. This was the first time he fought with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan's actions made him feel extreme anger, hatred and disgust. This demon was truly sinister and crafty. "Humph. Li Huang, in my opinion, you are the arrogant one." Myriad year flying warship suddenly attacked, using the killer move Torrential Charge. Daybreak swords surrounded it. The silver flying swords plunged into the Torrential Charge, bringing with them an explosive speed that exceeded expectations. These two moves can actually work together? Li Huang was shocked he could not defend in time. Myriad year flying warship directly collided with the heavily damaged shark flow lever. Rumble. With a loud sound, the shark flow lever was directly destroyed. The few remaining giant sharks died on the spot. At the crucial moment, Li Huang activated his proudest killer move, Verdant Sunflame Cloak. After Myriad year flying warship destroyed the shark flow lever, its momentum did not decrease as it slammed into Li Huang's body. Li Huang's verdant sun flame cloak shook intensely. A moment ago, it was a blazing flame, but after the collision, it instantly weakened into a small flame. "Li Huang, your death date is here." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he used Summer Fan and Spring Scissors to attack Li Huang. Rank 8 level? Li Huang stared with wide eyes. He felt a fatal threat from Summer Fan and Spring Scissors. He did not even have time to catch his breath as he defended with all his might. But in the end, Spring Scissors and Summer Fan immediately revealed their true appearance. They were only rank 7 level. "Fang Yuan, you lied to me," Li Huang shouted. His attention was successfully diverted by Fang Yuan. Next, Myriad year flying warship followed closely behind. Li Huang's wide-opened eyes were instantly filled with Myriad year flying warship's silhouette. Boom. The flame cloak on Li Huang's body was completely destroyed. Li Huang's chest caved in as large amounts of blood gushed out like a fountain, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless silver flying swords attacked him like a swarm of bees. They pierced deeply into Li Huang's body and continued to penetrate his front, back, left, and right. Li Huang's body trembled unceasingly due to the impact of daybreak swords. The light in his eyes quickly faded. Before his death, the last thought in his mind was still disbelief. "I am actually going to die here? Let's retreat." Gu Lu growled with tears in his eyes. Veins bulged on his forehead as he showed a malevolent expression. Although Li Huang was stronger than him, in this river of time, without the protection of an immortal Gu house, he would definitely perish. It was not that Gu Lu did not think of saving him, but Fang Yuan had planned this for a long time. How could he give him the chance to save him? The densely packed Nian beasts were also a huge obstacle. Gu Lu controlled 3 autumn yellow crane platform, and quickly left the battlefield. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly with surging killing intent. Celestial Court's Gu immortals, leave your lives behind. Gu Lu did not make a sound, he only cared about escaping. Chapter 1826. The river of time surged with strong winds and fierce waves. The myriad year flying warship kept shooting out daybreak flying swords like a torrential downpour, enveloping the 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Inside 3 autumn yellow crane platform, many central continent Gu immortals were determined to die. They said to Gu Lu, "Lord, please retreat first." Gu Lu hesitated. These people added, "Zhongzhou state doesn't have us, but it can't have you. The current battle situation was too dangerous. Even if they retreated together, they would still be trapped by that demon. Furthermore, the Celestial Court has also passed down a definite order. Fairy Myrtle had already ordered the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to block Myriad flying warship with all their might, allowing Guluru to retreat first. Guluru let out a long sigh. I didn't expect things to end up like this. Everyone, your sacrifice will not be in vain. He leaped out of the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane terrace and dove straight into the River of Time. On the Myriad Year flying warship, Fang Yuan quickly sensed it and immediately turned around. However, the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform risked its life to intercept it. Fang Yuan was held back by the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and could not escape quickly. He could only watch as Guluru followed the tributary of the River of Time and returned to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If that's the case, then all of you can die. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and concentrated his firepower on the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. At this point in the battle, the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under Myriad Year flying warship's ferocious attacks, it completely shattered into pieces with a loud bang. More than 10 Gu immortals fell into the river. It was chaotic. The surrounding year beasts surrounded these Gu immortals and attacked them. Scram beasts! Fang Yuan bellowed as he steered Myriad Year flying warship in an attempt to snatch back the spoils of war. But there were too many Nian beasts. Wave after wave of Nian beasts violently attacked the Myriad Year flying warship. In this short delay, many Central Continent Gu immortals were already devoured by the frenzied year beasts. Not even a trace of them was left. Boom! A huge immemorial bull crashed into the side of Myriad Year flying warship like a meteor. Myriad Year flying warship almost flipped over. After struggling to break free, a part of the ship's hull had been completely deformed, and there were even 2 large holes. It was a direct collision with the bull's horn. Fang Yuan's subordinates panicked. Quickly repair it. Many Gu worms have been destroyed. This immemorial year beast is not ordinary, its strength is exceptional. Fang Yuan glanced sideways and sized him up carefully. The surroundings were filled with Nian beasts, those that flew, those that ran on the river, and those that swam in the water. All of them treated the Myriad Year flying warship as their target. At this moment, 8 immemorial year beasts surrounded Fang Yuan from afar or near. The primordial bull from before had smooth fur and a golden color. Its 4 hooves stepped on the river surface steadily like a mountain. Even the chaotic year beast army couldn't shake it. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. The 12 zodiac battle formation was still missing a primordial bull. Moreover, even if he had an immemorial year bull, Fang Yuan would want to exchange it. The power of the ancient battle formation was directly related to the strength of the immemorial year beasts. This immemorial year bull was undoubtedly one of the best immemorial year beasts. But now is not the time to subdue it. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, immediately ordering, retreat. Myriad Year flying warship also started to escape. But no matter where it went, there were year beasts blocking its way. Woof woof woof. An immemorial year dog came to pester it. Its body was strong, its muscles were bulging, its dog eyes were emitting electricity, and its fur was also golden in color. Myriad Year flying warship continued to activate Daybreak swords, but when they landed on its body, they immediately broke apart and only cut its fur. Woof! The immemorial year dog suddenly jumped. Its speed surged as it approached the bow of the ship. It opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp silver teeth. With a crack, Myriad Year flying warship's bow was bitten to pieces. Quickly leave. This dog has a wild time path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. The immemorial year dog was also an immemorial year beast that he lacked, but in this chaotic situation he did not want to fight an unknown enemy. Fortunately, year beasts competed and suppressed each other. There was only one immemorial year dog, while immemorial year monkeys were the most numerous. Fang Yuan made a sharp turn, charging towards these immemorial year monkeys. Myriad Year flying warship was like a silver bolt of lightning, moving between the gaps of the year beasts. The immemorial year dog was intercepted by these immemorial year monkeys. Flying like this, they finally arrived at the entrance of a tributary of the River of Time. Myriad-year flying warship struggled as it charged out of the tributary, returning to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A large number of year beasts chased after it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A small immemorial year rat suddenly appeared like a golden bolt of lightning, crashing into Myriad-year flying warship. Oh no! Feng Yuan, quickly attack. We can only rely on you. The immortal's expressions changed. Myriad-year flying warship was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. If the immemorial year rat destroyed it, the entire immortal goo house might be destroyed. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan did not bother concealing himself. He erupted with rank 8 cultivation level and blocked in front of the immemorial year rat. The true rank 8 level spring scissors killer move burst out, moving agilely in the narrow space, cutting the immemorial year rat's body. This immemorial year beast was extremely small, only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a golden lump that was extremely hard. Spring scissors killer move cut its body, producing a clanging sound, like it was cutting a rock. Golden sparks burst out. Feng Yuan had already used his full strength, but this immemorial year rat was not afraid. Its eyes shined brightly as it looked at a time path immortal goo. It opened its mouth and grabbed it with its mouth before turning around and running. It was extremely fast, like a golden bolt of lightning, vanishing from Feng Yuan's vision in the blink of an eye. Lord Feng Yuan, this is bad. Rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo was taken away by this immemorial year rat. Feng Yuan did not know whether to laugh or to be angry, but he also felt a trace of joy, replying calmly. This is my disguise, although it is a time path immortal goo. It is not the true years flow like water. Feng Yuan had personally deduced Myriad-year hunting killer move. How could he not know the huge flaw of this move? Therefore, he had already prepared for a rainy day, and set up bait in the Myriad-year flying warship. When Myriad-year flying warship was damaged to a certain extent, he would throw this bait out and cause the immemorial year beasts to fight over it, creating a chance to escape. This method might not be able to deceive the celestial court's goo immortals, but the immemorial year beasts had limited intelligence. They could not compare to the rank 8 great experts of celestial court. As expected, after the immemorial year rat took away the bait, the year beast army immediately felt a strong temptation. They moved from Myriad-year flying warship to this small golden year rat, and immediately attacked it. Only then did Myriad-year flying warship truly break away from this terrifying year beast tide. After it was safe, Feng Yuan immediately placed this rank 8 immortal goo house into his immortal aperture to repair it. The entire surface of Myriad-year flying warship was full of holes. The tip of the ship's bow was bitten off. There were several large holes on the sides of the ship. It was a shocking sight. There were also several claw marks. It was like a huge machete chopping wood. After inspecting, a vast number of mortal goo died in Myriad-year flying warship. There were also many immortal goo that were damaged. Especially precaution immortal goo. It was the core of Myriad-year flying warship's defense after all. Even years flow like water immortal goo was slightly damaged. On the surface, Myriad-year flying warship still had its skeleton intact, but if they fought for a while longer, it would have been destroyed beyond recognition. There would have been heavy casualties. The River of Time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was home to a terrifying number of life forms that could not be estimated. Among these time path life forms, there were no lack of powerful ones. Even Feng Yuan could not do anything to them in a short period of time. What left the deepest impression on Feng Yuan were those 3 immemorial year beasts with golden fur. However, this is also within my calculations. As long as it is an immemorial year beast that attacked Myriad-year flying warship, it will be marked. In a short period of time, I can find them and suppress them one by one. To gather the 12 zodiac battle formation, I still need to take a risk. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. The 12 zodiac battle formation needed to gather 12 different kinds of immemorial year beasts. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. In the River of Time, every once in a while, there would be a type of immemorial year beast that would prosper. The size of the group would rise to the top, becoming the strongest group and suppressing the other groups. Then, in the following 10 or so years, the size of this type of year beast would fall from the strongest to the weakest, and in the process of survival, they would be pushed aside and attacked by other year beasts. But because of this, the surviving year beasts were usually the strongest of the same level. If they were not strong, they would not be able to survive. Like the immemorial year bull, immemorial year dog, and immemorial year rat that Feng Yuan encountered earlier, they were the best examples. Most of the immemorial year beasts were easy to collect because of their large numbers. But there were a few types of them because their entire group was at the lowest point. Not only were they rare, they were also very strong. Repairing myriad year flying warship was not a problem. Even though many mortal goo were lost, Feng Yuan had more than enough. The damage to immortal goo was the most troublesome. But Feng Yuan also had the goo as before formation. Feng Yuan's refinement path foundation was too deep. He could easily repair these immortal goo. It is just that the immortal apertures of these central continent goo immortals are completely empty. It seems that Fairy Myrtle has learned her lesson. Feng Yuan smiled. The immortal apertures of these central continent rank 7 corpses were barren. Countless resources had been purposely moved out before the battle. Ever since the first battle in the River of Time, Fairy Myrtle was afraid that these resources would nourish her enemy, Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not mind. To him, these resources were just icing on the cake. They were dispensable. Next, I will first repair myriad year flying warship. Then I will go to the River of Time and capture the immemorial year beasts I lack. After that, I will explore dream realms. I have already extorted a large number of dream realms from Southern Border's righteous path. Feng Yuan calculated the time. There might not be enough. Not long after, the 5 Xiang's public grotto heaven would open. The 1,000 years bet would be completed. I will do my best. Feng Yuan sighed. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle, who was inside Celestial Court, was also sighing bitterly. She was deeply worried. Celestial Court had suffered a crushing defeat in the River of Time again. What should they do? Myriad year flying warship's methods and combat strength made her feel very embarrassed. She knew that Feng Yuan's strategy was to use the River of Time as bait. But this matter concerned Red Lotus' true inheritance. Celestial Court had no choice but to take the bait. Even if it is a pit of blood, we have to grit our teeth and jump in. Celestial Court is never afraid of sacrifice. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with a sharp light, but she soon frowned. But now we need to modify the time path Immortal Goo House and focus on speed. When we fight in the future, we will focus on disturbing Feng Yuan. As long as we stop him from obtaining Red Lotus' true inheritance, we will have made a huge contribution. Chapter 1827. Immemorial White Heaven. A white cloud looked ordinary, but it was secretly carrying 6 Qi Clan Goo immortals, moving forward at a fast speed. Be careful, this is immemorial White Heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts often appear here. Currently, this route is safe, but we need to be vigilant. After entering that grotto heaven, we will be able to obtain heaven form. Qi Clan's revival and prosperity is just around the corner. Qi Clan's Goo immortals converse secretly. They were excited and agitated. Even though they did not know the power of heaven form, they did not underestimate its power. After all, this was half an inheritance left by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Suddenly, the scene abruptly changed. The originally peaceful and tranquil day seemed to have been turned upside down, and it abruptly transformed into a pitch-black curtain. This pitch-black space was like a huge sphere that surrounded the 6 Qi Clan immortals. Threads of silver light, like silk threads, weaved into a net, embedded in all directions, above and below his feet, in the black curtain. This is an immortal battlefield killer move. Who in the world is ambushing us? Quickly come out. Qi Clan's Goo immortals were shocked. After a moment of panic, they shouted angrily. Thereupon, a rank 8 immortal Goo house carrying a Goo immortal appeared. This immortal Goo house was like a small boat. It had a long and narrow bow. It was shining with silver light. At the bow of this boat, a Goo immortal wore a white robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood quietly, smiling as he looked at the Qi Clan Goo immortals. This Goo immortal had a handsome face. He was almost beautiful. His black hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist. He looked like a weak young man with peerless beauty. But when the 6 Qi Clan Goo immortals saw this person and this house, they were completely shocked. Qi Kai was the second supreme elder of Qi Clan. He was the bravest among them, but right now, he had a shocked expression on his face. Qi Jin was the third supreme elder of Qi clan. He was like the other Qi clan Gu immortals. He had a pale expression. He felt his heart pounding. A cold chill was spreading through his limbs. Qi clan's first supreme elder was usually calm and composed, but now he panicked, his voice trembled. Feng Yuan, why is it you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Feng Yuan's appearance alone gave the 6 Qi clan Gu immortals a huge fright. Their high morale fell to rock bottom like a bucket of cold water was poured on them. The shadow of a man and the bark of a tree. Feng Yuan's current demonic might was vast and mighty, far exceeding that of his previous life at the same time. Previously, during the second battle in the River of Time, Feng Yuan had announced the details to the world. The Celestial Court suffered a crushing defeat. Defeat after defeat, Li Huang died a horrible death. Feng Yuan stepped on the body of the Celestial Court. The reputation of the demonic path had already shaken the heavens. Most of the Qi clan Gu immortals were scared stiff. Feng Yuan was a peerless demon. Why had he suddenly come to deal with the Qi family? Moreover, he even set up an ambush? Feng Yuan. My lord, my Qi family is a hidden family. We've never done anything to you, and we have no enmity with you. If there is any misunderstanding between us, we are willing to compensate you. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Fa said. Feng Yuan smiled. Don't be nervous, as long as you join me, I will let you live. As for compensation, why don't you hand over heaven form to me? Hearing this, the Qi clan Gu immortals felt like they had fallen into an icy abyss. We are finished. The biggest secret has already been seen through by Feng Yuan. How can he know? He is an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. The 1,000-year bet is here. Our Qi clan's goal for 1,000 years is about to succeed. Are we going to give it up? I cannot accept this. Qi clan's Gu immortals had complex expressions. They were afraid. They were angry. They were furious. They were flustered. They were filled with hatred. And they were helpless. Qi clan's strongest Gu immortal was only rank 7. They had spent a lot of effort to enter immemorial white heaven. But now they had to fight against Feng Yuan? I am meat on someone else's chopping block. It's too difficult. Let's go all out. Qi Kai gritted his teeth, he clenched his fists, his arms were shaking. What are we going to do? Can we win? You know Feng Yuan's battle achievements. We will only be dying if we go. Qi Jin said hatefully. A peculiar light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, he threatened. Now, I will give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After 3 breaths of time, if you do not submit to me, you will all die. What should we do? Qi clan's Gu immortals were flustered. They were at a loss. They looked at Qi Fa. As the first supreme elder of the Qi family, Qi Fa was usually very prestigious. He was a skinny old man with a hale and hearty spirit. His back was ramrod straight like a spear. But after 3 breaths of time he relaxed, he lowered his head and bowed as he cupped his fists towards Feng Yuan. Lord Feng Yuan, our Qi clan surrenders. Ha. A wise man submits to circumstances. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Qi clan's Gu immortals did not dare to look at him. You have made the best choice. Bai Ningbing and the rest were inside myriad-year flying warship. They witnessed this scene and sighed deeply. In the battle to defend Langya blessed land. In the first and second battles in the River of Time, Feng Yuan stepped on Celestial Court's body and became famous in the world. His demonic might and ferocious might could make even rank 7 Gu immortals surrender without a fight. Qi Fa continued. Heaven form is yours, but I would like to be bold enough to report the situation inside to you. Feng Yuan looked at this Qi clan first supreme elder deeply. He said with a faint smile. No need. I am not afraid to tell you, in the previous life, I obtained heaven form and killed all of you. Occupying Qi manifestation grotto heaven. Of course, some of you submitted to me. After pausing for a moment, Feng Yuan continued. I am far more familiar with the secret of heaven form than all of you. Feng Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, smashing on the hearts of Qi clan's Gu immortals. They were shocked and did not dare to believe it. Feng Yuan did not care whether they believed it or not. He directly planted a method on each of them, and took away their Gu worms. He was very familiar with the immortal Gu that Qi clan's Gu immortals had. After taking them away, Qi Clan's Gu immortals were arranged to sit at the bow of myriad-year flying warship. They stood there in a daze, their expressions were pale as paper. After controlling these Qi Clan Gu immortals, Feng Yuan put away the immortal battlefield, Yamanet. Yamanet battlefield was modified from Yama battlefield. It completed Feng Yuan's goal. By gathering the power of Time Path, it became stronger and more stable. Myriad-year flying warship had been repaired long ago. It flew all the way to the crucial location. After a while, the immortals saw that in the empty sky, a huge gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse had tall eaves. There were 2 brick carvings on the lintel. There was a huge plaque on the door with the words, 5 Xiong's Gambling Battle Door. The entire gatehouse seemed to be made of brass. It gave off a grand and mighty aura. Initially, it was only a phantom image, but as time passed, it became more solid and clear. After the gatehouse became solid, a large area of clouds gathered and supported the gatehouse. Feng Yuan's subordinates were shocked. This was the first time they were seeing this. Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals had complex expressions, but there was still a trace of hope in the eyes of Qi Fa and the rest. At this time, the door frame started to shine in 5 colors, each representing the power of the 5 Xiong. First, red light shined down, causing the clouds to turn red. Feng Yuan smiled looking at He Lulan. Go! He Lulan was expressionless. She got out of myriad-year flying warship and flew towards the gatehouse. On the way, Feng Yuan waved his hand and sent an immortal killer move into her body. He Lulan's body shook slightly. She landed in front of the gatehouse. The red light enveloped her before vanishing. He Lulan's qualifications were recognized. Impossible. Oh heavens, how can this be? Shuexiang recognized her. Is she really a descendant of Shuexiang's Shui clan? Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals were shocked. They could not believe it. Feng Yuan turned around to look at them. He smiled and instructed the Rockman Gu immortals. You guys go. The Rockman Gu immortals were hit by Feng Yuan's killer move. Their auras underwent a mystical change. Under the yellow light's inspection, they passed and obtained the qualifications to enter the 5 Xiong Grotto Heaven. Seeing this, Qi Clan's 6 Gu immortals' bodies shook intensely. Some even shook. They were on the verge of collapsing. Earlier, He Lulan was a human. She might have the bloodline of Shuexiang's Shui clan. But what about these Rockman variant humans? Rockmen were only male. They could not marry or have children with other races. However, the gatehouse recognized them. The cold truth was like an iron sword, stabbing into the hearts of Qi Clan's Gu immortals. They finally gave up on the last trace of hope in their hearts. They had to admit that this was caused by Feng Yuan's method. Qi Clan's first supreme elder Qi Fa had a bitter expression. He had surrendered to Feng Yuan earlier because he would die if he did not, and also because he wanted to use the 5 Xiong's Gambling Gate and Heaven Form Killer move to deceive Feng Yuan, and try to find a chance to escape. But now it seemed that there was no such possibility. Feng Yuan's preparations were too ample. He had come prepared. All his actions proved that he was not lying. In the previous life, Feng Yuan might have really obtained Heaven Form. He has Spring-Autumn Cicada. He has unlimited chances of restarting. This is too shameless. Who can stop him? The 1,000 years bet. To think that an outsider would benefit from it. He. Some of Qi Clan's Gu immortals were furious. Some were furious. They blamed the Celestial Court for not helping them. While some had already suffered a huge blow, they were disheartened. Their emotions were fluctuating intensely. But they could not be blamed. When they came, they were filled with anticipation and excitement. But halfway through, they were ambushed by Feng Yuan and became prisoners. The treasure that Qi Clan had fought for 1,000 years, Heaven Form, was about to fall into someone else's hands. The difference was too huge. It was too sudden and cruel. These people are so pitiful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Qi Clan's Gu immortals, feeling pity. What hope do you have for something that Feng Yuan wants? Bai Ningbing had a cold expression. She understood Feng Yuan's methods the most. Next, several Gu immortals landed in front of the gatehouse, passing the test. Feng Yuan did not let Qi Clan's Gu immortals enter. He kept them at the front of the ship, watching as Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin took their places and obtained the recognition of the light of Qi Xiong. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing participated. They also obtained the right to explore. Chapter 1828. The scene in front of her changed. Bai Ningbing focused and looked around thinking, "This is Five Xiang's grotto heaven?" Just as she thought about it, an indescribable information was transmitted to her mind. She understood the Five Xiang's arrangement. So this public grotto heaven was created by the heaven-surveying Five Xiangs donating a portion of their immortal apertures. The entire grotto heaven is divided into 5 parts. The regions cannot move between them, only the mountain range at the center is unique. Heaven form is at the center of the grotto heaven. As long as Gu immortals are acknowledged by the gatehouse and teleported here, they will have the qualifications to try and obtain the treasure. Furthermore, along the way, there are some resources that the heaven-surveying Five Xiangs arranged here in the past. If you have enough strength, you can take them for your own use, but I suggest that you do not dig up the roots and kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Bai Ningbing looked at Feng Yuan. She hesitated for a moment before informing Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan looked ahead and waved his hand nonchalantly. "I already got this information, no need to tell me." Bai Ningbing nodded and did not say anything else. In the previous life, Feng Yuan went through many obstacles in front of the gatehouse. Not only was familiar face exposed and he was pushed out, he even had to use the light of wisdom to deduce a killer move, successfully disguising himself and entering Five Xiang's grotto heaven. After entering Five Xiang's grotto heaven, the information about the Five Xiang's arrangement did not enter his mind. It was only after Bai Ningbing informed him that he understood the existence of this layer. But in this life, after Feng Yuan's modifications and deductions, the immortal killer move that he created could not only be used on himself, it could also be used to deceive others. Now that he stepped into this Five Xiang's grotto heaven, information was transmitted to his mind, explaining the arrangements of the Five Xiangs. "Let's go to the peak at the center." Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing moved together. In the previous life, he was in a hurry because Qi Clan's Gu immortals had also entered Five Xiang's grotto heaven. Feng Yuan had to compete with them for heaven form. In this life, Feng Yuan directly made a move and kicked out his biggest competitor. The whole of Five Xiang's grotto heaven was on his side. Although the situation was not tense at all, it was very leisurely. They could collect resources along the way and slowly conquer the dungeon. But Feng Yuan knew that at the center of the mountain range, there was an immortal Gu house that contained heaven form killer move. Even though it was crude, it contained the Five Xiang's grotto heaven. If he controlled this immortal Gu house first, it would be very useful for moving resources in the future. On the way, Bai Ningbing was surprised to find that there were a lot of resource points in the Five Elements grotto heaven. Ice Mirror Snow Lotus, 100-year Profound Ice, 1000-year Profound Ice Moon Water, Heaven-made Divine Jade, Jade Frost Antelope. Although there aren't any large or super resource points, they are all small or medium-sized ones. However, these resources are very dense, and the reserves are very rich. That's right, this place only opens once every 100 years. Naturally, a lot of resources have been accumulated here. Bai Ningbing was envious. Undeniably, these resources would enter Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If she obtained it herself, she would be able to greatly supplement her foundation, and her assets would multiply several times. She would instantly become rich. But for Feng Yuan to obtain it, it was just the icing on the cake. The journey was very smooth. Feng and Bai arrived at the central mountain range without any problems. In the previous life, Qi Clan's Gu immortals created a beast tide and lured immemorial desolate beasts to obstruct Feng and Bai, obstructing them and causing trouble for them. But now these Qi Clan Gu immortals were all captives. They were trapped in myriad-year flying warship, and could not even look after themselves. The immortal Gu House Palace at the peak of the mountain range was nothing special. Feng Yuan had already lost interest in it. There were already many Gu immortals standing in front of the palace. They were all Feng Yuan's subordinates. They had entered before Feng Yuan. After greeting Feng Yuan, the Gu immortals reported what they saw along the way. Feng Yuan looked around. He did not find anything unexpected. He nodded slightly and led the immortals into the palace. Heaven form was at the center of the palace. It was shaped like a single-legged crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. Its long beak was red in color. Right now, the crane's neck was lowered, its wings were folded and its eyes were shut. It seemed to be sleeping. Rank 9 Aura. Bing Yuan and the rest breathed in deeply. Their gazes were filled with surprise and joy. Feng Yuan led the immortals and sat around the heaven-form flying crane, injecting their wills into it. The gatehouse was the test of the 5 xiangs. They could not add any methods to this heaven-form killer move. Thus, anyone could inject their wills into it. All sorts of wills went in. The moment they entered, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information was transmitted to them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable explained. He had once found a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven. After spending a lot of effort, he managed to capture it, but he found that heaven form was very profound. Even someone as strong as him could not refine it. Thus, he designed heaven form and set up this half-inheritance, leaving it to a fated person. After the 5 xiangs found this inheritance, none of them were willing to give in. Thus, there was the bet of the 5 xiangs that lasted for 1,000 years. The immortals understood the ins and outs. They were shocked and sighed. Feng Yuan had already experienced it in his previous life. He did not feel any emotional fluctuations, but he had a new connection to the existence of heaven form. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's killer moves, like Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment, Heaven Form, and others once activated, they can last forever and will not break apart. In my previous life, I thought this was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's style, but after the Battle of Fate Gu's restoration, I found that all Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables have such methods. Giant Sun Immortal was like this, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was like this, and even Limitless Demon Venerable was like this. These killer moves and methods all have vast power. They can last forever. Normally, they are calm and unaffected, but once they erupt, their power will be earth-shattering. If 1 or 2 Venerables have such methods, it can only mean that it is their specialty. But if almost all Venerables are like this, then it is not a matter of path or person, it is attainment level. Every Venerable had the attainment level of Supreme Grandmaster. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. That means, Master attainment level produces intuition. Grandmaster attainment level produces comprehension by analogy. Great Grandmaster attainment level uses the Tao marks of nature. Supreme Grandmaster attainment level allows killer moves to last forever and operate on their own. Feng Yuan's thoughts wandered. Even though he was guessing, he felt that his guess was not far off. Even though the true inheritances he obtained did not have any description of this, Feng Yuan himself had 2 paths that were at quasi-supreme level. He had the ability to peer into the scenery of Supreme Grandmasters. Several hours later, Feng Yuan successfully took down the final providence of heaven form. In the previous life, this providence lump had used the tactic of feigning weakness to numb Qi Clan's Gu immortals, causing them to suffer a lot of losses. Feng Yuan reaped the benefits. In this life, Feng Yuan commanded even more wills to completely destroy this stubborn providence lump. There were no mishaps during the entire process. In the previous life, Feng Yuan was worried that Bai Ningbing would betray him. But now, he had even more subordinates, and these variant human Gu immortals were extremely loyal to Feng Yuan. This was Feng Yuan's leadership talent, his political skills, as well as his charisma and grand might that he had created by defeating the Celestial Court time and time again. He did not use any enslavement path killer moves. The variant human Gu immortals were obedient. Shadow sex immortals also did not dare to go against Feng Yuan. But even though he refined heaven form and destroyed all of the remnants of providence, heaven form still had a large number of Gu immortal wills that were stiff like rocks. These wills were the accumulation of over 1,000 years, the wills of the 5 xiangs and their descendants. If he did not get rid of these wills, Feng Yuan would not be able to truly activate heaven form. Thankfully, Feng Yuan was prepared. He modified several killer moves, especially the move that used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core. It would become Feng Yuan's main method. In the previous life, when I used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu alone, it had great effects. This time, with this killer move, I will be able to control heaven form very quickly. Feng Yuan took away heaven form, but did not take away the Immortal Gu house. He assigned several Gu immortals to control the Immortal Gu house and move the resources inside. 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven had once annexed an immemorial 9 Heavens fragment, so it did not have any calamities or tribulations, but it was not something Feng Yuan could annex. After Feng Yuan made the arrangements, he led a group of people out of the Grotto Heaven, heading towards Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven. Inside Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, there was still a rank 6 Qi Clan Gu immortal guarding it. But even First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder surrendered. This Qi Clan Gu immortal was dumbfounded. He obediently let Feng Yuan in. After Qi Clan's Gu immortals saw Feng Yuan's heaven form killer move, they no longer had any hope. They had pale expressions. In the previous life, when Feng Yuan sent by Ningbing to attack Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven, they were even attacked by unlimited Qi Si. But in this life, the heavenly spirit in Qi Manifestation Grotto Heaven had not woken up. It was still in slumber. Lord Feng Yuan, how do you want us to move the resources here? The variant human Gu immortal asked. Qi Clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Someone said anxiously, "We are willing to defend this place for Lord Feng Yuan." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. "No need, watch me devour it." His Qi Path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. After the second battle in the River of Time, he repaired Myriad Year Flying Warship and entered the River of Time to hunt immemorial year beasts. During the long process of searching, he explored dream realms inside the warship, leaving the task to his subordinates. Only when it was time to fight would he wait for an opportunity to strike. Thus, he saved a lot of time and successfully explored dream realms again and again. Feng Yuan's attainment level of all paths rose, especially Qi Path. It reached Great Grandmaster level. With this attainment level, he had the qualifications to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. During the annexation process, Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was awakened, but Feng Yuan was already prepared. He suppressed it. The heavenly spirit scolded Qi Clan's descendants for being unfilial. Qi Clan's Gu immortals had ashen expressions. They were filled with despair. Eventually, they watched as their homeland was devoured by Feng Yuan, fusing into the sovereign immortal aperture. A vast amount of Qi Path resources could not be calculated yet. The biggest gain was unlimited Qi Si. This killer move was Qi Si Grotto Heaven's greatest trump card. It was used to resist the calamities and tribulations. Unlimited Qi Si contained rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi, rank 7 Immortal Gu Big Family Qi, and others, as well as countless immortal material Qi currents like Metal Qi, Water Qi, Fire Qi, and others. There were also special Qi currents like Divine Qi and Luck Qi. There were all kinds of them. In the previous life, Feng Yuan dismantled this move, but now that he had Qi Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he had a deep foundation. He did not want to dismantle it. What was worth mentioning was that Qi Si Grotto Heaven gave Feng Yuan 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. Chapter 1829. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven. The Dragon Man clone smiled as he stretched out his hand. In front of him, there was a young deer floating in the air. The young deer obediently lowered its head in front of Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone, stretching out its pink tongue as it licked the Dragon Man clone's palm. "Master." The young deer spoke in human language. It was not an ordinary deer. It was Qi Si heavenly spirit formed from Qi Xiang's obsession from back then combined with Qi Si Grotto Heaven's heavenly power. Qi Si heavenly spirit was like a young deer. It was snow white and had large eyes that shone with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. However, on the right side of the deer's body, there was a terrifying wound that was so deep that bones could be seen. The wound extended all the way to its abdomen. There were dense Dao marks left behind. The Dragon Man clone sighed. "Your injury is very severe. My methods are probably not enough." This was an injury that the young deer suffered when it used unlimited Qi Si killer move during Qi Si Grotto Heaven's myriad tribulation. In the previous life, when Bai Ningbing attacked Qi Si Grotto Heaven, the heavenly spirit fell into a deep slumber because of this injury. It woke up later. The young deer was a heavenly spirit. It was a very special existence. It was a combination of obsession and the power of heaven and earth. To heal the young deer, Wisdom Path was clearly one of the best methods. However, even after Feng Yuan tried, there were no results. Feng Yuan's refinement path methods were even more powerful, but he did not dare to use them casually. It was not that he could not do anything to a wound, but even though these methods were powerful, they were not meticulous. They were very harmful to the heavenly spirit deer. If he continued to heal it, Qi Heavenly Spirit might even be destroyed. If healing ended up killing Qi Heavenly Spirit, why would Feng Yuan spend so much effort to heal it? For now, Feng Yuan could not do anything about the young deer's injury. But this heavenly spirit was very optimistic. It was very happy. Because even after Qi Grotto Heaven was annexed, it still existed and was not destroyed. All life forms had survival instincts. Land spirits were the same. They tended to recognize masters and protect the blessed land as well as themselves. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to fulfill the conditions of recognizing a master before they would obey. Or he could use methods like bloodlight spirit suppression. Feng Yuan pondered about the mysteries behind the existence of the earth spirit and heavenly spirit. There were so many mysteries in the Gu world. The more Feng Yuan interacted with them, the less he knew. When ordinary Gu immortals devour apertures, even if they have a land spirit, the land spirit would vanish after the absorption. But the sovereign immortal aperture broke this rule. There had to be a reason behind it. Unfortunately, the Shadow Sect did not have any records of it. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had some reservations. The contents of Shadow Sect's true inheritances were not everything that he knew. Or perhaps, the sovereign immortal aperture's transformation was unexpected even to Spectral Soul. Even Feng Yuan, who had such high refinement path attainment, could only refer to Gu recipes to understand the foreign immortal Gu that he refined. He did not have a complete understanding of it. Especially when refining an unprecedented new immortal Gu. When trying to use this immortal Gu, the Gu immortal would often have new discoveries. Right now, there were many land spirits and heavenly spirits in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Land spirits were the most numerous. The first to enter was the land spirit of Langia. It was very special. It was formed from two obsessions. There were also spirit snakes, star cores, black dogs. There were all sorts of them, along with the annexed immortal apertures. They were scattered around the sovereign immortal aperture. They were good helpers for Feng Yuan to manage the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own areas. Feng Yuan did not exterminate these heavenly spirits and land spirits, he preserved them. Now was not the time. He planned to find out the mysteries behind the existence of these heavenly spirits and land spirits in the future. This was also the reason why he wanted to save Qi Heavenly Spirit. After annexing Qi Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan placed it in Mini White Heaven. This brought some obvious changes to the sovereign immortal aperture. All sorts of auras grew and spread. The most obvious change was in Mini White Heaven. Countless white clouds were forming and spreading rapidly. The other 8 mini heavens were the same. They had their own clouds. These clouds were still just thin mist, and had yet to grow into any kind of cloud soil of various colors. But this was just the beginning. According to Feng Yuan's deductions, in the following period of time, Qi currents would appear in every corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. These auras were of all sorts. They were categorized and mostly mortal Gu materials. However, after a few days, there would be too many mortal-grade Qi flows that would produce immortal material Qi flows. After a long period of time, some of these immortal material Qi currents would stabilize and form close connections with their surroundings. These were the initial miniature resource points. If they developed well, these miniature resource points would rise to become small, medium, or even large. Of course, if no one interfered, the sovereign immortal aperture would have a small chance of producing a large resource point naturally. It was almost negligible. All of this was the influence of over 1 million Qi Path Dao marks. These Qi Path Dao marks were the accumulation of Qi Grotto Heaven. Now that Qi Grotto Heaven was annexed by Feng Yuan, these Qi Path Dao marks spread out and were evenly distributed in the Mini 5 regions and the Mini 9 heavens. Every time an immortal aperture was annexed, Dao marks would be added, and the environment of the immortal aperture would change. For example, in Feng Yuan's previous life, he annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The increase in transformation path Dao marks would make the entire sovereign immortal aperture's species more abundant. For example, some ordinary foxes in Feng Yuan's Kokidahara would have a higher chance of mutating into red foxes, gray foxes, wind foxes, cloud foxes, or even mutated beasts like autumn water foxes and flowing light foxes. And after annexing Xiacha Grotto Heaven, the increase in time path Dao marks would make the tributary of the river of time wider. The upper and lower limits of time that Fang Yuan could adjust would be many times wider. Thus, it was not good for Gu immortals to annex immortal apertures, because the increase in Dao marks would cause a huge change in the environment of the immortal aperture. Without wisdom path methods, Gu immortals would not be able to adjust the environment. The immortal aperture that they had meticulously developed would suffer huge losses. They might even become penniless. The ecology of the immortal aperture would be affected by a slight change. In the food chain, the extinction of a small blade of grass could very well spread to countless lives. Not to mention the huge change in the environment after annexing the immortal aperture. The reason why Fang Yuan had been benefiting was because the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. It weakened the influence. Most Gu immortals' immortal apertures were very small compared to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was like the same volume of water being poured into a bottle and a wine jar. The bottle would be filled up while the wine jar would only have a thin layer of water at the bottom. Other than that, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment level and the corresponding path attainment level allowed him to deal with all changes easily. Forget about annexing Xiacha's immortal aperture. But after annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven, I gained 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. The changes in the sovereign immortal aperture are much more obvious. Xiacha had not gone through 1 myriad tribulation, so she only had about 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the previous life, Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and gained more than 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was because Beast Calamity Immortal died after the first myriad tribulation. The remaining Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had not faced the second myriad tribulation yet. Qi Xiang was quite strong back then. Back then, the 5 Xiangs dominated the 2 heavens. They were famous in the 5 regions and were unparalleled. After Qi Xiang passed away, Qi Si Grotto Heaven remained. It did not devour the immemorial 9 heavens fragment. It suffered from calamities and tribulations. Suffering created wealth. After 1,000 years, Qi Si Grotto Heaven had gone through more than 10 myriad tribulations. Each myriad tribulation would gain at least 100,000 Dao marks. Together with Qi Xiang's accumulation, it had over 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. This was an astonishing achievement. It was not easy. Myriad tribulations were terrifying. Even rank 8 Gu immortals would feel uneasy. They could not survive them. But Qi Si Grotto Heaven reached its current state step by step. It mainly relied on the killer move Unlimited Qi Si. The land spirit controlled this move and had enough rank 8 immortal essence. It helped Qi Si Grotto Heaven overcome danger time and time again. Of course, this move is exquisite. Not only does it expend immortal essence, it also expends all sorts of Qi currents. The expenditure of Qi currents can reduce the expenditure of immortal essence on one hand, and also increase the power of this move. In these 1,000 years, Qi Clan's Gu immortals have been helping to collect these Qi currents. In comparison, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was just a youngster. Even though Langya Blessed Land had a longer history, it was a grotto heaven that purposely fell into a blessed land. It did not face myriad tribulations. The highest tribulation it faced was only a grand tribulation. Thus, it obtained very few Dao marks. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land also used a killer move to influence the contents of the tribulations. It intentionally added a lot of water path Dao marks. These water path Dao marks fused with refinement path Dao marks to create refinement water. Langya Blessed Land lost countless refinement path and water path Dao marks to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If I did not annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, with young dear heavenly spirits' injuries, it would not be able to hold on. The next few myriad tribulations are likely to destroy this grotto heaven. Thus, the land spirit Langya's choice was not wrong. If Langya Blessed Land remained at grotto heaven level, even if it obtained dozens of times more refinement path Dao marks, it would not be able to hold on until now. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. On one hand, he adjusted himself and tried to fully digest Qi Si Grotto Heaven. On the other hand, he started to practice Qi Path killer moves. Originally, Fang Yuan had only tried Ba Shi Ba's consecutive attacks. He had already given up. Now his focus was on all sorts of Qi Path killer moves, especially Unlimited Qi Si. Unlimited Qi Si's power was extremely powerful. It could help Chi-Si Grotto Heaven resist the grand tribulations time and time again. In the previous life, Feng Yuan's Chi Path Foundation was insufficient. He did not have enough time and resources, thus he split up unlimited Chi-Si. But in this life, Feng Yuan was a Chi Path Great Grandmaster. He annexed Chi-Si Grotto Heaven and carried unlimited Chi-Si with him. The time flow in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was much faster than in the previous life. This gave Feng Yuan more opportunities to practice killer moves. Feng Yuan's Chi Path Foundation soared to the sky. When it turned into battle strength, he would advance at a tremendous speed. If my Chi Path battle strength succeeds, it will surpass Time Path and become my main offensive method. 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, hehe, this is no joke. By then, I can try to subdue Dragon Palace. I will be able to forcefully take this immortal Gu house under the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals. Chapter 1830. 1. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Feng Yuan was practicing a Chi Path killer move. Several immortal Gu flew in the air, followed by a large number of mortal Gu that revolved around them like a tornado. Large amounts of astral Chi were involved. Rank 8 immortal essence was injected, immediately connecting the auras of these Gu worms together. But the killer move could not be used for a long time. Cold sweat appeared on Feng Yuan's forehead. Finally, after more than 10 breaths of time, Feng Yuan managed to salvage the situation. The killer move was finally prepared and activated. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move. Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. A set of gray-white linen clothes appeared on the Dragon Man clone's body. The clothes looked ordinary, but if one looked closely, they would find that every single thread of the grayish-white clothes was made up of stellar energy. This was only a rank 7 killer move, but with the amplification of 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks from Feng Yuan, its power increased by 1,000 times. Feng Yuan then tested it. This shirt looked thin, but its strong defense made him have a whole new level of respect. This is rank 8 level power, much stronger than Winter Coat killer move. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Of course, it could not compare to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Over 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, it was not a joke. With a simple amplification, a rank 7 killer move could be used as a rank 8. And most importantly, the immortal essence consumed was rank 7. After a myriad tribulation, a Gu immortal can obtain over 80,000 Dao marks on average. The stronger the tribulation, the greater the number of Dao marks obtained. In theory, after a Gu immortal passes 3 myriad tribulations, they can become venerable. The average number of Dao marks is about 300,000. Over 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks, only rank 9 can have it. The core immortal Gu of Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe is rank 7, but with the amplification of Chi Path Dao marks, it is at the peak of rank 8. If the core immortal Gu is rank 8, with the amplification of Chi Path Dao marks, would it have rank 9 level power? Feng Yuan's heart moved, bright light flickered in his eyes. He thought about the battle in the previous life, the methods that the venerables used. At the same time, his main body was helping with the calculations. Soon Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone shook his head. The possibility of this was not high. A rank 9 killer move probably needs a rank 9 immortal Gu. It's not something that can be achieved with just the amplification of Dao marks. More accurately speaking, I can't just rely on my 1,000,000 Chi Path Dao marks to break through. Maybe, with tens of times more Dao marks, the energy will undergo a qualitative change and reach the 9th rank? Feng Yuan wasn't too sure either. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, when he looked at the rank 9 scenery above him, it was still shrouded in a mysterious fog. According to a simple theoretical calculation, the starting point of a venerable's Dao marks was 300,000. However, Feng Yuan also learned from the land spirit of Langya and his own experience that every venerable in history was a monster that could not be measured with common sense. Ignoring everything else, just Limitless Demon Venerable alone had Gu immortal level Dao marks when he was still a Gu master. If this continued, how many Dao marks would he have when he became a venerable? Feng Yuan couldn't imagine it. Then what about the other venerables? When they first became venerables, did they only have about 300,000 Dao marks? Feng Yuan smiled. The possibility of this was close to 0. There were no invincible Gu worms in this world, only invincible Gu immortals. If these people only had 300,000 Dao marks when they became venerables, how could they have the battle results of dominating the world? How could they have the reputation of being invincible? The current Feng Yuan was already one of the top experts in the world. He stood at the peak and looked down on the world. There were only a handful of people who could fight him alone. However, every time he raised his head, he could still see the 10 towering mountains in the clouds above him. These were the 10 strongest people in history. Each of them was a legend among legends. In the long history of humanity, they were the 10 most dazzling suns. Other than them, no matter who it was, anyone, no matter how talented they were, they would be shrouded in their shadows. They would lose their luster under their radiance. Even Feng Yuan was no exception. He was able to reach this stage because of the legacy of many predecessors, especially these venerables. Forget about others, just the sovereign immortal aperture. This was something that belonged to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Ever since Feng Yuan started cultivating, he had often sighed at the heaven-defying advantages of the sovereign immortal aperture. Take annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven for example. Under normal circumstances, who could directly annex it? Almost no one. Unless Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was alive. Because immortal apertures could only annex small ones with large ones, the large and small, here referred to the foundation. Perhaps only Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had such a Qi Path foundation to annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven, which had over 1 million Qi Path Dao marks. If they cut the Grotto Heaven and annexed it bit by bit, the loss of Dao marks would be too great. Every time the Grotto Heaven was cut, it would cause damage to the Grotto Heaven. The net-like Qi Path Dao marks would be continuously cut. The losses would be huge. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, Gu Immortals could only obtain a few. When Qi Si Grotto Heaven was cut to a certain extent, because it was too damaged, the winds of assimilation would be triggered. Thus, the remaining parts of the Grotto Heaven could only be destroyed. But the sovereign immortal aperture could annex large ones with small ones. Feng Yuan's previous Qi Path foundation was simply nothing. But he could annex Qi Si Grotto Heaven. This was no longer a snake swallowing an elephant. It was an ant swallowing an elephant. What was even more terrifying was that the Dao marks did not conflict. Feng Yuan could perfectly digest the results and absorb all the Dao marks without any waste. It was too heaven-defying. No wonder even the heavenly Dao could not tolerate it. In order to stop Spectral Soul, it did not hesitate to nurture this otherworldly demon, Feng Yuan, using all sorts of methods to send Feng Yuan back to 500 years ago, ruining the Shadow Sect's plan. The more heaven-defying the sovereign immortal aperture was, the more it proved how terrifying Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was. Every time Feng Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive, he would understand the greatness of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Using the glory of these venerables, Feng Yuan became the greatest demon of the current generation. But with every step he took, he could feel the immeasurable gap between him and the venerables. He did not feel dejected. Every time Feng Yuan looked up, he would feel deep admiration. He was never arrogant. He was not arrogant. He respected each and every one of them. The accomplished were the teachers. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of indescribable excitement. Even the 10 venerables did not have eternal life. They passed away one by one. Then can I succeed? The possibility was minuscule, almost non-existent. Ignoring everything else, as long as Fate Gu existed, it would not allow any life form to obtain eternal life. This was a truth that had been proven in the legends of Renzu. That's why this kind of chase is interesting. Feng Yuan smiled. After collecting his thoughts, his main body continued to practice Qi Path killer moves. As for the Dragon Man clone, he had already tested Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe. He flew away and communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He wanted to purchase a lot of immortal material Qi currents from Jewel Yellow Skies. Many Qi Path killer moves needed to use these immortal material Qi currents. For example, Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe earlier used a large amount of astral Qi. It was not strange to use Dao marks and immortal materials to activate killer moves. Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals could use immortal materials to set up formations. Early on, water path killer moves also used different types of immortal material water currents. But later, because the cost was too high, goo immortals gradually chose to use goo worms. They abandoned this method. This characteristic was most evident in chi path. No matter how low their chi path attainment level was, goo masters, goo immortals, could use goo materials to replace goo worms and use killer moves. The reason was that chi path goo materials had the best mobility. They were the most suitable. Water path goo materials were slightly inferior, and those earth and rock path Dao marks were even more difficult to use. Feng Yuan did not care about this. He had abundant resources now. He had ample funds. He continued to collect chi path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. He did not extort immortal material chi currents from the southern border goo immortals. He needed to keep his chi path battle strength a secret for now. Profound Yin Qi, Minor Yang Qi, Astral Qi, Tyranny Qi. I will buy them all. Blood Qi? The Dragon Man clone saw this and thought about it. Even though Blood Path was hated by everyone, which Righteous Path Force was not secretly researching it. Thus in Jewel Yellow Skies, Blood Path goo materials were quite popular. These Blood Qi were only mortal materials, but there was a lot of them. If it were other Qi currents, Feng Yuan would not want them. His sovereign immortal aperture could produce them himself. But Blood Qi was different. This Qi current not only contained Qi Path Dao marks, it also contained Blood Path Dao marks. Thus, it was considered a Blood Path mortal material. And Blood Path had a terrifying advantage. When mortal materials were stacked together, they could barely be used as immortal materials. Such a huge amount, it can be treated as an immortal material. The Dragon Man clone thought of this and bought it without hesitation. Central Continent. What, there is no Blood Qi? Guyue Fengzhen communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. He had an incredulous expression. You clearly had so much in stock last time. The goo immortals that was selling Blood Qi in Jewel Yellow Skies shook his head. A few hours ago, a goo immortal with incredible wealth swept through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market. He bought all the Qi Path immortal materials. You should know that these Blood Qi can be stacked together. That is why it is like this now. Guyue Fengzhen was dumbfounded, sweeping through the entire Jewel Yellow Skies market, and buying all the Qi Path immortal materials in the market. How deep and terrifying was this person's wealth? Guyue Fengzhen had already become an immortal for some time. He understood deeply that sometimes, wealth represented strength. If a goo immortal had deep wealth, it meant that they had a huge amount of resources. With such resources, they would definitely be able to cultivate smoothly. Maybe it is not one person, but an entire superforce. Guyue Fengzhen muttered to himself. His divine sense visited many more stalls. He did not find anything good. There was no longer any Blood Qi in the market. But Guyue Fengzhen cultivated Blood Path. He needed Blood Qi. After his divine sense left Jewel Yellow Skies, Guyue Fengzhen thought. Do I need to ask the sect for Blood Qi resources? He soon dispelled this thought. Chapter 1831. One Blood Qi was very easy to obtain. By killing a group of mortal beasts and using blood path methods to extract them, one could obtain a huge amount. By raising desolate beasts in the immortal aperture, one could obtain an endless supply of immortal materials and Blood Qi. Precisely because Blood Path was so easy to obtain, Blood Path was so terrifying that it was eventually banned by the Righteous Path of the 5 regions. If it were any other immortal material, Fengzhen might ask the sect for help. But this was just Blood Qi. Fengzhen did not need much of it. To Fengzhen, obtaining the Blood Qi he needed was just a slightly troublesome process and a waste of time. Thinking of this, Fengzhen told Fan Shilu his plan. His identity was special. He could not leave Feihe Mountain casually. After Fan Shilu learned of this, he gave Fengzhen a mission. Perfect. There is a golden mountain bull causing trouble in the northwest. Go and resolve this matter. Kill it or capture it. If you can capture it alive, the sect contribution points will be doubled. Fengzhen's heart shook. The golden mountain bull was a desolate beast. He had never fought against a desolate beast before. After coming back to his senses, he was a little excited and immediately agreed. Fengzhen was no longer a young lad. He had gone through many hardships in Langya Blessed Land. After thinking about it, he had an idea. He was not in a hurry to find trouble with the Golden Mountain Bull. He first went to Crane Gate's letter building. White Crane Letter Building was an immortal goo house with 9 floors. It was located at a remote part of Feihe Mountain. There were thick clouds and fog. There was lush greenery. Fangjing rode a crane and left. Even though he cultivated Bloodpath, he had learned in Crane Gate in the past, becoming a disciple of Master Tenshiro. He was very familiar with flying cranes. When he was in Langya Blessed Land, he participated in the 3 Continents War and did not have the chance to subdue flying cranes, but he still had some feelings for them. Fate changed. He was saved by Feng Jioga and returned to Crane Gate. He was favored by the Celestial Court and even became an immortal. With Gu immortal cultivation level and the position of Crane Gate's Supreme Elder, Fangzheng could easily send a flying crane as a means of transportation. There were no guards in front of the White Crane Information Tower, but there were 2 desolate beasts, flying cranes, living nearby. If anything unexpected happened, these 2 wild beast flying cranes would appear in time to act as qualified guardians. Fangjing rode the flying crane. Just as he neared the White Crane Information Tower, the crane beneath his feet started to tremble, and its soft cries turned into wails. Fangjing could not help but sigh internally. This flying crane of mine is a rank 5 mutated beast. Back at the Crane Gate, I felt that it was very powerful, but now it is only SOSO. The difference between immortals and mortals is indeed like the difference between clouds and mud. Fangjing landed on the ground in front of the White Crane Information Tower. The flying crane under his feet almost fell. Fangjing sighed, keeping it in his immortal aperture. He had the status of a Supreme Elder. White Crane Information Tower's door opened by itself, and Fangjing entered. Every floor of the Information Tower had large numbers of Information Path Mortal Goo. If Fangjing wanted to obtain information from them, he would need to use his sect contribution points to exchange for it. The Information Tower itself could store information, but Crane Gate could not do that. Because if the Information Tower was destroyed, the information would also be destroyed. The Information Tower was a one-sided Immortal Goo house, like the Immortal Goo houses in Celestial Court. It only had the power of Information Path. If it were a complete Immortal Goo house with defense, it would not need the protection of 2 desolate beast white cranes. Fangjing's Information Path foundation was lacking. He could not see the profundity of the Information Tower, but he could guess that the Information Tower had arrangements to preserve, transport, or even destroy these goo worms. White Crane Information Tower had the ability to gather information and correct information. Most information could be obtained. Of course, the true secrets were only exposed to the higher-ups. Even though Fangjing was a Supreme Elder, it was impossible for him to become a true higher-up of Crane Gate. His identity was special. He was ostracized. In the past, Fangjing was inexperienced and ignorant, but now that he had experienced a lot, he could see things clearly. This thoroughness did not make him feel complacent. Instead, it made him smile even more bitterly. He thus understood Fang Yuan's situation back on Qingmao Mountain. With Fang Yuan's situation back then, he was not favored by the higher-ups. If he wanted to improve, he could only swindle and rob. The truth is, isn't Crane Gate's current actions like this? They occupy resources forcefully. Many of the resource points were once controlled by lone immortals and demonic path goo immortals. And Celestial Court is known as righteous, but it is nothing more than this. Looking back in history, their territory was taken from the mutants. Celestial Court is only the righteousness of humans. Fangjing thought. If it were any other central continent righteous path goo immortals, they would not think this way. It would be disgraceful. But Fangjing had lived among hairy men before. Even though he was ostracized, he had experienced the customs of hairy men. He understood them better. If it were other goo immortals, how could they survive and grow in an environment surrounded by variant humans? This unique experience gave Fangjing a unique perspective, and the hardships he faced in the past had now turned into his wealth. Even though his vision was not broad, it was unique. But my position determines my brain. I like the righteousness of Celestial Court. Fangjing smiled bitterly. He started to search for information. Desolate Beast Golden Mountain Bull. This is it. After climbing a few levels, he found the corresponding information path Mortal Goo. His divine sense entered. Immediately, waves of information flowed into his mind. The Golden Mountain Bull was as large as a mountain. Only females like to eat gold essence. After eating hundreds of kilograms of gold essence, they would enter a cave and fall asleep. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat? This is a good life. Fangjing smiled. He continued to see. Among the entire body of the golden mountain bull, its horns were the most valuable. The horns grew by 10 feet every 100 years. They were tough and curved. They continued to extend until they coiled around the head and neck, all the way to the abdomen. When the golden mountain bull's horns reached the abdomen, the sharp horns would touch the belly of the bull. The golden mountain bull only needed to raise its head slightly, and it would be able to move its horns from the back to the front, cutting open its entire belly. And the golden mountain bull's descendants, golden calves, would jump out of this huge wound. Fangjing's eyes moved. He muttered. This reproduction method is similar to the rockmen. Fangjing continued to browse. After the golden mountain bull gave birth, because of the huge wound, it would cry out in pain while bleeding nonstop. If the newborn golden calves chose to lick the wounds of the female calves, the unique Dao marks on their tongues would allow the golden mountain bull's wounds to heal rapidly until they were completely healed. If the golden calves did not use their tongues to lick the wounds, the female calves would die. If the calves ate the blood of the female calves, they could rapidly strengthen themselves, skipping the period of weakness. Interesting. Fangjing sighed. The golden mountain bull's lifestyle was to eat and sleep, sleep and eat. This meant that when the female calves gave birth and the golden calves saved the female calves would not take care of them. They would eat a lot and fall asleep. For the calves, it was better to not save the female calves. It was more beneficial to their survival. Thus, most of the calves would watch the female calves die. Only a few would lick their wounds and save the female calves. When a cow gives birth, it usually means a tragedy. Although it is for survival, I prefer the calves who save the lives of the female calves. After reading the information, Fangjing had a countermeasure. He immediately left the letter tower. His grasp of this sect mission was completely different from before he entered the tower. He decided to act on the golden mountain bulls according to their habits. Didn't golden mountain bulls like to eat gold essence? Then he would make a portion of gold essence. Others use fishing bait, but this portion of gold essence would be the bull bait. Fangjing was strong. After staying in his immortal aperture for a while, he had familiarized himself with many bloodpath killer moves. He could already fight against the golden mountain bull. But if he could use 50% of his strength, why would he use all of it? The safest choice was to use intelligence to fight, using all of his advantages, and leaving some strength to deal with any unexpected situations. This was a habit that Fangjing had developed in the years of war. A few days later, Fangjing arrived at his destination. He quietly entered the valley and placed a huge portion of gold essence at the edge of the golden mountain bull's range of activity. When the golden mountain bull came here, its nose twitched, golden light flashed in its eyes. It quickly found the gold essence buried deep underground. The golden mountain ox used its hooves and its huge horns to dig. Rocks and dust flew as it dug. The gold essence was soon exposed. It was devoured by the joyful golden mountain bull in a few bites. I fell for it. Fangjing saw this and was secretly happy. He waited patiently as the golden mountain bull went back into the cave it came from and fell asleep again. After 3 days and 3 nights, the cries of the golden mountain bull could be heard from deep inside the cave. Fangjing, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the cries. After reacting, he was overjoyed. The poison has finally spread to the whole body. It is working. But he did not enter the cave. He waited patiently at the entrance. The intense pain from the poison made the golden mountain bull go crazy. It charged around in the cave. The entire mountain was shaking. The surrounding forest was in chaos. A large number of living beings escaped in all directions. After a long while, the frightening noises in the cave gradually died down. Only then did Fangjing enter the cave and engage in an intense battle with the crippled golden mountain ox. After fighting for a while, Fangjing saw that the golden mountain bull was completely enraged. He left the cave. It was too dangerous to fight the golden mountain bull in this cave. Once it collapses, even though Fangjing was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he would be in trouble. Moreover, Fangjing came here to capture the golden mountain bull. He was not here to destroy the forest and kill the living beings. Fangjing left the cave. The Golden Mountain Bull followed closely behind. The two fought in the valley again. Eventually, Fangjing used blood turning cold to freeze the Golden Mountain Bull, capturing it alive. However, when he was about to keep this Golden Mountain Bull in his immortal aperture, a strong aura burst out of the Golden Mountain Bull's body. At the same time, a bronze cauldron flew out of the Golden Mountain Bull's body. This is... Fangjing was shocked. At the next moment, a rank 8 Gu immortal jumped out of the bronze cauldron. A bit of spirituality hidden within gold, 300,000 years of divine light. Today, I have seen heaven once again, righteous martyrdom in blood. This rank 8 female immortal sang as she landed in front of Fangjing, smiling at Fangjing. Little friend, it seems that you helped me awaken. Chapter 1832. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Thread Sword. Fang Yuan roared, activating his killer move. In an instant, countless golden threads shot out from his body. Like a hedgehog, they covered the surroundings and shot out indiscriminately. Chi 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 chi. The three Gu immortals beside him turned pale with fright. They could not dodge in time. Their bodies and souls were pierced by countless golden threads. Plop plop plop. The three Gu immortals fell to the ground. They had no signs of life. Fang Yuan was panting heavily. After this bitter battle, he had finally killed a powerful enemy, and was extremely exhausted. The world he was in slowly dissipated, until it was completely gone. Only Fang Yuan's desolate soul was left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's mini-green heaven with injuries. I finally passed the final scene. How difficult! If I had not used Unravel Dream at the most crucial moment, and found the tiniest flaw, I would not have been able to kill him. I will still fail. After Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, he sighed in his heart. This was a dream of the Sword Dao. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan's strength was low, especially in the final scene. Every Gu immortal enemy was stronger than him. Only by constantly trying and making use of the mutual interference and interference between his enemies to create and seize their flaws could he gain a foothold. Eventually, he killed 3 Gu immortal enemies he had tried over 100 times, and there was still a lot of luck involved. Fortunately, I passed. Not bad. Your sword principle has also reached the Grandmaster level. Fang Yuan examined it, and was very pleased. He had many sword path immortal Gu, but his sword path attainment level was not high enough. This time, it could be said that he had made up for his shortcomings. He believed that in the future, his strength in the way of the sword would also improve in all aspects. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan recovered and continued to explore the dream. This might very well be a human Dao dreamland. Fang Yuan's famine arrived in front of the next dreamland, its eyes filled with anticipation. Extorting and blackmailing the southern border righteous faction was the correct choice. This allowed Fang Yuan to obtain and explore a large number of dreams. The value of these dreams was especially important to him. Because Fang Yuan did not lack resources, he did not lack immortal Gu, killer moves, or immortal Gu recipes. What he lacked was attainment level and practical experience. Famine entered a dreamland. The world in his eyes changed again. This was a battlefield. Smoke filled the air and battle cries shook the heavens. Patriarch, be careful. Fang Yuan had just taken a glance when he heard someone shouting in his ear. Fang Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong, and immediately dodged. However, his body could not keep up with his mind, and a sharp pain suddenly struck him. Fang Yuan fell to the ground and saw a basin-sized hole in his chest. Only half of his heart was left. This. Fang Yuan was speechless. He shouted with all his might. Where is the healing Gu master? No one answered. Heaven and earth changed drastically, and the sky quickly darkened. In the next moment, Fang Yuan's soul suffered heavy damage, and he was expelled from the dreamland. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. I'll dodge. Using Guts Gu, Fang Yuan's desolate soul quickly recovered. After resting for a while, he entered the dream realm again. Clan leader, be careful. The Gu master beside him shouted. Fang Yuan's movements slowed down as he suffered a fatal blow again. The moment he fell to the ground, he realized. The Gu master who warned me earlier was clearly a traitor. He used an information path method to warn me on the surface, But the truth was that he used a mortal killer move to restrain my movement. There is no healing goo master with me. And there is a traitor. It seems that I can only rely on my own strength to pass this round. In the dream realm, Feng Yuan's strength was greatly restricted. He could only use the methods of the characters in the dream realm. Originally, Feng Yuan did not want to do this, because he had too little time to react. He could not inspect his goo worms. Before he could inspect them, he would definitely be killed. Feng Yuan could only accept failure and try a third time. Plop. He died again. Returning to reality, Feng Yuan was vexed. How can this be? I cannot inspect my aperture? I don't even know what goo worms I have. How can I fight? The dream realm restricted him, making him unable to check what goo worms he had. Guess. That was not realistic. Feng Yuan tried a fourth time. Different from the previous two explorations, this time Feng Yuan used Unravel Dream. Clan leader, be careful. The goo master beside him shouted. Plop. Feng Yuan suffered a fatal blow. He fell to the ground. Clan leader. Impossible. Lord Clan leader clearly has Justice Goo. How can he be defeated so easily? The traitor beside him shouted. The exploration failed. Feng Yuan's desolate soul was expelled from the dream realm again. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream. It only gave me one hint. The traitor beside me added one more sentence. It pointed out that I have Justice Goo. Then I will use it. Feng Yuan explored for the fifth time. At the crucial moment he activated Justice Goo. Clan leader, be careful. The traitor shouted. Feng Yuan's dodging movement froze. Justice Goo. Piercing white light shot out of Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan's speed recovered to normal. He successfully dodged the fatal blow. Huff. Success. Feng Yuan rolled on the battlefield. He raised his head and looked around. This was a village. But there were broken walls and corpses everywhere. The war between two clans? They are already at the point of clan extermination? But Feng Yuan found that he was not the victim, he was the invader. His force had the absolute advantage. This is a mortal level battle. And I am the clan leader. I can win just by commanding the goo masters around me. Feng Yuan had a calm mind. But is winning this battle the condition for me to pass this dream? Let's give it a try. Next, Feng Yuan was surprised to find that his aperture could be inspected. The Dream Realm character had rank 5 cultivation level. He had many mortal goo. There were 5 to 6 rank 4 goo. And only 1 rank 5 goo Justice Goo. Feng Yuan understood immediately. He smiled. With these goo worms, I can settle everything myself. Be it commanding or acting rashly, obtaining victory was a piece of cake for Feng Yuan. Lord Clan Leader. At this time, the traitor ran over with a concerned expression. Feng Yuan sneered. Good traitor, I will kill you first. He immediately attacked, using a killer move to kill the traitor. Clan Leader. What are you doing? The vice clan leader is dead. He was killed by the clan leader. I knew it. Chen clan wants to attack our Shan clan. Rebellion. Rebellion. Take revenge for Lord Shan. Feng Yuan was shocked. After he killed the traitor, almost half of the goo masters rebelled and started a rebellion. The scene turned into chaos. A three-way battle ensued. Feng Yuan sensed something amiss. I have rank 5 Justice Goo. I can amplify myself greatly. With my own strength, I can still win and kill anyone who refuses to submit. But this traitor should not be dealt with so easily. As expected, when Feng Yuan obtained a Pyrrhic victory, there were only a few goo masters left standing on the battlefield. Broken corpses and limbs were everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. Heaven and earth dissipated. Feng Yuan's desolate soul was expelled again. But this time he did not suffer any injuries. This result made Feng Yuan have another guess. It seems that winning is the standard for passing the first stage of the Dream Realm. However, there is a more detailed standard for winning. It seems that if the losses are too great, I will not be able to pass the first stage. Feng Yuan had this thought as he entered the Dream Realm again. This time, he tolerated the existence of the traitor. He took the lead. Using Justice Goo and other killer moves, he slaughtered the enemies and obtained a beautiful victory. Lord Clan Leader is brave. We won, we won. Nya Clan was finally eradicated by us. Ah! Amidst the laughter, the Dream Realm reached the second stage. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters were gathered in the hall, drinking and drinking. It was a lively scene. Fang Yuan found that he was sitting at the secondary seat. Chen Clan's leader was sitting at the main seat to his left. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. In the previous stage, I was acting as Chen Clan's leader. This time, I am the vice clan leader, the traitor. This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen this. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Next he realized. No wonder this traitor could not be killed in the first stage. So I have to act as him in the next stage. But how can I pass this stage? Fang Yuan observed coldly from the side. Chen Clan leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nya clan had a scheme to destroy the mountain route, I could not sleep. They could not win against the alliance of our two clans. They had to carry out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this. They asked for it. Fang Yuan was speechless. This Chen clan leader had a straightforward appearance. He actually did not notice the vice clan leader's disloyalty. But it made sense. Fang Yuan recalled, in the first stage, even though the vice clan leader used an information path killer move, it was disguised as a concerned warning. There were no traces left behind. It was hard to detect. Because Fang Yuan was a Gu immortal, he had sharp insight. He was able to notice the vice clan leader's sinister scheme. Earlier, when he tried to kill the traitor in the first stage, it caused a rebellion. Wait, even if the vice clan leader's subordinates saw the vice clan leader being killed, they would not be so united, right? There have to be some hesitant and chaotic people. But these people rebelled in unison. Seeing that the vice clan leader was killed, they all attacked Chen clan's Gu masters in a frenzy. They showed no mercy. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He understood. This means the vice clan leader's disloyalty. He wants to harm Chen clan's people. It is not a single case. It is the collective intention of the entire Shan clan. Chapter 1833. The wine is poisoned. Chen tribe leader's body shook as he looked at Fang Yuan angrily. Vice tribe leader Shan, you are the one who offered the wine. What are you doing? This change was too sudden. Fang Yuan was stunned. Before he said anything, the Gu master sitting next to him stood up and snickered. What am I doing? I am going to kill you and get rid of Chen tribe. Since ancient times, this mountain has belonged to Shan tribe, be it Chen tribe or Nye tribe. You are all servants of Shan tribe from the start. Bullshit. This is clearly Chen tribe's mountain. Back then, our ancestors were kind and took in two tribes whose homes were destroyed and forced to wander. Chen tribe's Gu master rebuked loudly. That Shan tribe Gu master continued to snicker. Shameless servants, there is no point in talking to you. It is too late now. Your tribe leader has drunk the poison wine. This wine was made from woman's heart Gu. It counters your tribe leader's justice Gu. Without your clan leader, how can you Chen clan Gu masters fight our Shan clan? Chen tribe's Gu masters turned pale. Their weakness was exposed. Fang Yuan was dazed again. He said to the Shan tribe Gu master beside him. Who told you that the wine made by woman's heart Gu can counter justice Gu? That Shan tribe Gu master was the vice tribe leader's trusted aide. He was dazed as he asked in a daze. Ah? Lord, didn't you say so? Oh. Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Boom. Chen tribe leader's body burst out with a dazzling white light. His pale expression and anger faded. It turned into a solemn expression. He stared at Fang Yuan angrily as he shouted with a righteous tone. Shan Xing, you shameless and despicable scoundrel. You actually dared to use such a sinister scheme. I really misjudged you. You had eyes but failed to see. I thought you were really willing to sacrifice yourself and hand over the position of patriarch to me for the sake of the big picture. So you were wary of my justice Gu and my strength. That's why you did not use it. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought rapidly. Chen tribe leader has rank 5 cultivation while I am only rank 4, and my Gu worms are also weaker by a grade. If we really fight, I am not Chen tribe leader's match. The confidant next to him cried out in fear. What's going on? He had clearly drunk the poison wine, but Justice Gu was still effective. Lord Shanxing, didn't you say? Feng Yuan's eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. Indeed, as long as Justice Gu failed, Chen tribe leader would be poisoned, the poison would take effect and his strength would fall, he would be able to defeat him. So that's how it is. Feng Yuan died to the Chen clan patriarch's attack, but he still had a slight smile on his face. The second scene was another dream. The hall was brightly lit. Fragrant wine and delicacies filled the table. Dozens of Gu masters gathered in the hall, toasting and exchanging cups. It was a lively scene. Chen tribe leader drank a mouthful of wine, putting down the empty cup as he sighed. We finally won. Dear younger brother, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Only now have I calmed down. Ever since I heard that Nia tribe had a plot to destroy the mountain root, I could not sleep. They could not win against our two tribes, so they carried out such a crazy plan. They did not care about the lives of others. Thankfully, heaven has eyes. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. These people ended up like this. They asked for it. Feng Yuan smiled coldly, saying softly, there is a hidden story behind this. Nia tribe did not have such a sinister plot. I was the one who arranged it. I purposely deceived you. The people you killed were all innocent. What? Chen tribe leader was shocked. He looked at Feng Yuan in disbelief. Brother Shan, did you drink too much? What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Yuan looked at Chen tribe leader eerily. You are too naive. I kept you in the dark. You are an executioner. How many innocent people have you slaughtered? Your hands are stained with blood. Your righteousness is fake. You are just a brute, an idiot. Also, you are the one who drank too much. What? You poisoned the wine? Chen tribe leader was poisoned. He clutched his stomach in shock as he fell to the ground. Chen tribe's Gu masters were shocked and shocked. While Shan tribe's Gu masters were prepared, they attacked. Chen tribe leader wanted to resist, but his body was too weak. He could only watch. Feng Yuan's aide shouted excitedly. The poisoned wine worked after all. Chen tribe leader's Justice Gu was countered. Feng Yuan could not help but roll his eyes. To activate Justice Gu, other than primeval essence, the Gu master also needed to believe that they were on the side of justice. Feng Yuan's words earlier made Chen tribe leader's mind go into chaos. He doubted himself and felt ashamed. Justice Gu could not be activated. The battle erupted and ended quickly. Shan tribe came prepared. Chen tribe's tribe leader and Gu masters were all ambushed. By the time the hall calmed down, Chen tribe's Gu masters were either dead or injured. Those who were still alive were captured. The second scene passed. The third scene arrived. Feng Yuan was in a cage. The only prisoner in front of him was Chen tribe's leader. He was covered in injuries. His aura was extremely weak. His face was pale as paper. His eyes were purple-black. He was heavily poisoned. Feng Yuan looked at his injuries. He was clearly tortured. He was on the brink of death. Even so, Chen tribe's leader's limbs and neck were chained. He was lying on the ground, breathing in but not out. What is going on? Feng Yuan looked at himself and was speechless. He was also chained up. His body was old and weak. He was skinny like Chen tribe's leader. Even though he had a rank 4 aperture, it was destroyed and he did not have any Gu worms. What am I supposed to do? I am no longer the traitor vice tribe leader. I have another identity now. Right now, other than me, he is the only one in the prison. I need to talk to him and ask about the situation. Feng Yuan laughed dryly. He was about to speak when Chen tribe's leader spoke. Don't mock me, father. Father. Feng Yuan was surprised. He was acting as Chen tribe's leader's father? Then why was he locked up here? And looking at the situation, he had been locked up for a long time. He was not a new prisoner like Chen tribe's leader. Chen tribe's leader continued. Father, I defeated you and locked you up. But I have never regretted it. Because you are corrupt, the evidence is clear. You have no justice. You are not fit to be Chen tribe's leader. According to the tribe rules, this is the punishment you deserve. So it was you who cheated me. Feng Yuan grinned. Chen tribe's leader continued. Similarly, I have never regretted this outcome. I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I killed so many innocent people. My hands are stained with the blood of Nia tribe. I deserve death. Chen tribe's leader laughed bitterly. Dan tribe tried all ways to force me to hand over Justice Gu, but so what? Their roars, the sound of their whips, and the sound of the branding iron on my skin, in my ears, were the wails and complaints of the entire Nia clan. I would rather they beat me a little more, and let me suffer a little more. But none of this can make up for my sins. It cannot make up for my mistakes. I deserve death. Just let me die. This is what I deserve. Ugh. Chen tribe's leader grunted, his head tilted as he died. His death alerted the guards. Soon, Dan Xing, who had succeeded in taking over the position, arrived. He is really dead. Damn it, I can't get Justice Gu anymore. Dan Xing was furious. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. Old fool, didn't we agree to persuade your son? What did you do? You're of no use at all. Go down with your son. Crack. Dan Xing acted immediately. He cut off Fang Yuan's head. The exploration failed. Fang Yuan's desolate soul was chased out of the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan rested for a long time. The third scene of the dream realm was clearly the final scene. Fang Yuan's exploration failed. His desolate soul was heavily damaged. While recovering, Fang Yuan thought in his mind. In the third scene, I am the father of Qin tribe's leader, but I am a cripple. I cannot escape on my own. The true key is Qin tribe's leader himself. Then what are the conditions to pass the third scene? Fang Yuan had a lot of experience in exploring dream realms now. He was the #1 person in the world. This question did not trouble him for long. He soon understood. I had 2 different identities in the previous 2 scenes, but the conditions to pass the dream realm are the same. That is to satisfy the needs of the person in question. In the first scene, I am Qin tribe's leader. I need to lead my tribe to victory. This victory has to be beautiful. My own force cannot suffer too much losses. In the second scene, I am vice tribe leader Dan Xing. I need to succeed in usurping the throne. I need to suppress the other party's Justice Gu. In the third scene, I am the father of Qin tribe's leader. He was defeated by his son and imprisoned for many years. Of course, he wants to regain his freedom. Thus, he agreed to cooperate with Dan Xing and persuaded his son to hand over Justice Gu in exchange for freedom. Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Fang Yuan snickered coldly. Qin tribe's leader spoke first. Don't mock me, father. You are my son. If I mock you, wouldn't I be mocking myself for not teaching my son well? I only regret that I sacrificed myself to help you. I wanted you to use justice to lead Qin tribe to glory and prosperity, but you became a prisoner. You did not even believe in yourself. I misjudged you. If I knew this, I would not have faked evidence of my corruption. Fang Yuan said. Qin tribe's leader was dazed. His curiosity was piqued. Father, what do you mean? Fang Yuan snickered coldly, but did not speak. Qin tribe's leader shook his head. No, father, you are corrupt. The evidence is clear. How can it be fake? Fang Yuan snickered again. Just because you think it is true, it is true? Then let me ask you, what is going on with Nia tribe? Qin tribe's leader was speechless. Fang Yuan continued. On the surface, I am not close to you, but I have been nurturing you in secret. To activate Justice Gu, the Gu master has to believe in their own justice. Back then, you were too young, your understanding of justice was too shallow. So I had to do this. I sacrificed myself to let you carry out your justice. Father, tell me, what was the truth back then? Fang Yuan chuckled. Is the truth important? Qin tribe's leader did not hesitate, he replied. Of course it is important. Without the truth, how can justice be carried out? That is why, your understanding of justice is too shallow. Is justice really related to the truth? Fang Yuan said slowly. Let me ask you, when you exterminated Nia tribe, was there justice? Even if they really had a plot to destroy the mountain root, in their eyes, you are a butcher, an executioner who slaughtered their entire tribe, resisting you, defending their homeland, taking back their wives and children. Was that not righteous? This, Qin tribe's leader pondered. To them, the so-called destroying the mountain root was just a form of threat. They were afraid of our Qin and Dan tribes working together. In the end, you exterminated their entire tribe, but they did not destroy the mountain root. Isn't that so? Am I not? Fang Yuan said. Qin tribe's leader was silent. Fang Yuan smiled. It seems that you also recognized that they were righteous. You started a war and slaughtered others. Even your own tribe suffered casualties. You felt that you were righteous, was that wrong? You were afraid that they would destroy the mountain root. That way the mountain would collapse, the spirit spring would dissipate, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, losing their homes. For the sake of the tribe, you eliminated the threat in advance. It was not wrong. Naturally, it was also righteous. Look, both sides have their own righteousness, don't they? Chun tribe's leader fell into deep thought. He had never considered such a question in depth. Feng Yuan observed his expression and changed the topic. Let me ask you, is it righteous for a sheep to eat grass? How is it righteous? Chun tribe's leader was confused. In the sheep's eyes, without grass, there will be no food, and it will starve to death. It must eat grass. In the eyes of the grass, it finally gained life, burrowed out of the soil, and grew with all its might, all for a bit of rain and sunlight. It worked so hard, but was eaten by the sheep. Not only were the leaves and leaves eaten, even the roots were not spared. They were swallowed into the sheep's stomach and digested, with no hope of survival. Is the grass the victim? Isn't it too pitiful? Chun tribe's leader shook his head. Isn't it natural for a sheep to eat grass? I have never felt that grass is pitiful, because this is the way of nature. Exactly. Feng Yuan nodded. The truth of heaven and earth is that big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. It is born this way, it is natural. How is it sinful? There is no pretense of righteousness. Sheep eat grass, humans eat sheep. It has nothing to do with righteousness. It is only for survival. There has never been justice in heaven and earth, only in the human world. Since ancient times, humans have to be united to have more power, to be more conducive to survival, to fight for their lives in the cruel environment. Then, how can we make people more united? Organizations, laws, and morals. We form families or sects, and according to our individual abilities, we carry out different tasks. We mainly use laws to restrict people, telling them what they cannot do. Then, we use morals to provide direction, to encourage people to do what they can. Mothers are kind, children are filial, neighbors are harmonious and following justice. These are all morals. Whether it is intentional or not, since ancient times, all organizations have been promoting this, because organizations also follow the instinct of survival. In other words, organizations with sound laws, practical morals, and superior systems are more likely to survive. These kinds of things have been passed down and become very popular. Chun clan's leader was tongue-tied. Feng Yuan's words had truly shocked him. He had never thought of this. He knew that justice was right, but he did not know why it was right. He knew that virtue was good, but he did not know why it was good. Now Feng Yuan told him the answer. Justice, virtue, are all created by humans. This creation can be conscious, it can also be unconscious. People followed these standards in order to have a better living environment for themselves as individuals, as well as for the long-term survival of the collective. Feng Yuan concluded. When you understand the essence of justice, you should be clear. The so-called justice is like armor, a tool of humans. You wear it on your body, to use it as a tool. But look at you now, the armor on your body has become your shackles, imprisoning you. Chun clan leader looked at Feng Yuan in a daze, not saying a word. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Truth and justice, are they important? What is the truth of Nya clan? What is the truth of my corruption? What has this got to do with upholding justice? You need to understand, my son. Your justice is only a tool. You need to use it, not be restrained by it. Chun clan leader was silent for a long time. After a while he said in a hoarse voice, Father, I understand. After saying this, a white light slowly blossomed from his body, filling the sky and earth. The dream realm also vanished in this white light. Feng Yuan's desolate soul returned to reality. The dream realm exploration was a success. It seems that I was not wrong. Chun clan's father and son are both clan leaders. They hate Dan clan's usurpation. If I help Dan Xing and persuade Chun clan leader, even if I regain my freedom, I will not be able to pass the final scene. At most, my soul will be unharmed. I will be expelled. Only by teaching Chun clan leader and helping him resolve this knot in his heart, allowing him to regain justice goo and escape. This is the condition to pass the final scene. This dream realm is quite interesting. Chapter 1834. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling stood on heaven overseeing tower, looking at the distant celestial court with a reminiscing expression. After a long while she sighed. Even though the changes are huge, it still has the outline of my memories. It has been over 300,000 years. Beside her was Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle had a respectful expression. This female immortal senior in front of her. Even though her seniority was lower than Duke Long, she was still shockingly old. She was originally a certain generation's first supreme elder of Heaven's Envy Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. She was supposed to become a member of Celestial Court on the second day, but because of Giant Sun Immortal's words, she was forced to become his concubine. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem. He created palaces in Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent. Qin Dingling was the immortal empress of the Central Continent Palace at that time. After Giant Sun Immortal died, Qin Dingling mysteriously disappeared, but to think that she would suddenly appear a few days ago. Senior Qin Dingling's identity should be correct, but according to historical records, she should have cultivated Metal Path. How did she become a Luck Path Gu Immortal? Fairy Myrtle had some doubts in her mind. At this time, Qin Dingling slowly turned around. Her long and thin eyes shined with a light that could see through the world. She was not a beauty in the traditional sense. Even though her nose bridge was high, the tip of her nose was slightly sharp, her lips were thin, and her eyes were long and thin. However, all these things mixed together to form a unique sense of beauty that would leave a deep impression on anyone who saw her. Her body was taller than normal people, her shoulders were broad. She stood straight and had a heroic aura. A large cloak draped from his shoulders to the ground. The cape was made of a special material. It seemed to be made of pieces of golden armor that were embedded together. From time to time, traces of golden light would flow on the surface of the cape. The wide cloak accentuated her figure, making her look even taller and more fit. Especially her long legs. They were also tightly wrapped in black and gold-colored armor. She had an outstanding aura, as if she was born to be a noble that ruled over all living beings. When she looked at others because of her height, she often had to look down on them. She naturally exuded an awe-inspiring aura that made people unconsciously lower their heads, not daring to look at her. It was as if they could only stare at their feet in order to not offend her. Qin Dingling said softly, "Fairy Myrtle, I know what you're thinking. In fact, my disappearance was intentional. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal was unrivaled under the heavens, controlling the entire era. No one could resist him. Fortunately, he was not the Demon Lord. Although I was forced to become one of his immortal queens, I also had my own intentions. I wanted to learn the mysteries of Luck Dao from him. After Giant Sun Immortal died, I gained many insights and decided to abandon Metal Path and cultivate Luck Path. However, I had rank 8 cultivation level at that time, and I wanted to cultivate Luck Path. It was very risky. With the help of the Celestial Court, I was given the opportunity to sleep and prolong my life. I abandoned all my Metal Path Dao marks and turned them into a golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein, and went into closed cultivation to comprehend Luck Path. To think that I slept for over 300,000 years, when I woke up and roamed the world, everything had changed. Qin Dingling sighed deeply. Over 300,000 years, the world had changed. The huge shadow that shrouded her in the past, Giant Sun Immortal, had already passed away. Furthermore, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared after him. Right now, the entire world was facing the waves of the Great Era. According to all sorts of signs and prophecies, an unprecedented Supreme Venerable was about to appear. So that's it. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air as she showed a joyful smile. Senior, you appeared at the right time. I am ashamed of my lack of talent. I caused the Celestial Court to suffer many defeats. One of the main reasons was my lack of Luck Path. I was restricted, and that demon kept showing off his might. Qin Dingling nodded slightly. I have read the information. To think that a demon like Fang Yuan would appear. In the history of humanity, he is an extremely rare individual. However, Fairy Myrtle, there is no need to belittle yourself, your decision was correct, but the other party is crafty and sinister. He also obtained a venerable inheritance. Especially the latter. Feng Yuan is very hard to deal with. I woke up this time and returned to the human world. It is likely to deal with Feng Yuan. Fairy Myrtle was curious. Senior, what do you mean? Qin Dingling smiled with deep meaning. Fairy Myrtle, there is a reason behind my awakening. Let me ask you, who awakened me? It was Guyue Fengzheng. That's right. Qin Dingling said slowly. Otherworldly demons are not part of fate, they are natural variables. Providence used such a pawn to deal with spectral souls' heaven-defying actions. It naturally had methods to suppress otherworldly demons. Just like where venomous snakes reside, herbs that can neutralize snake venom grow. Guyue Fengzheng is the heaven path's guarantee to suppress Guyue Feng Yuan. Saying so, Qin Dingling looked at Fairy Myrtle with an admiring gaze. You know very little about luck path, but you were able to deduce this and nurture Fengzheng to become an immortal. It is not easy. Senior is too kind. I only know how to do my best to protect the celestial court and protect the justice of the human world. Ha ha ha, well said, this is the spirit of our celestial court. Even after 300,000 years, it has never changed. Qin Dingling laughed with a joyful expression. She paused for a moment before continuing. The otherworldly demon Feng Yuan is a variable. Guyue Fengzheng is the existence that suppresses him. It will change according to Feng Yuan's changes. Spectral Soul failed to defy heaven, but Feng Yuan escaped from Providence's control. He is getting stronger and stronger. He has no flaws, his growth is shocking. Even the celestial court is helpless against him. Thus, to prevent this change, Fengzheng woke me up and made me come out. Fate is fixed, luck is a variable. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the Gu immortal, the greater their luck. This is because with one thought or one action, they can cause huge changes in their surroundings. Feng Yuan is very strong in terms of luck path, but you nurtured Fengzheng and made him become an immortal. Thus, the variable was large enough to allow me to awaken and restrain him. Next, I estimate that similar situations will occur. This demon Feng Yuan will not be able to survive for long. Saying so, Qin Dingling instructed Fairy Myrtle. You need to focus on nurturing Fengzheng and ensure his safety. As long as we focus on this and follow Providence's arrangements, we will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. I understand. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. All along, she had not been able to deal with Feng Yuan. The main reason was that Feng Yuan was crafty, his defenses were impenetrable. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce his location. Even though Fairy Myrtle understood Guyue Fengzheng's significance, she did not place much importance on it. She believed in her and the celestial court's strength. Her arrangements on Fengzheng were only supplementary. But now, after Qin Dingling's reminder, Fairy Myrtle understood. Guyue Fengzheng was the best way to restrain Feng Yuan. Her nurturing of Fengzheng's immortal ascension had already produced a good result. It led to Qin Dingling's appearance. As long as she continued to nurture him, more people like Qin Dingling would appear. The stronger Fengzheng is, the greater his luck will be. Only then will he be able to trigger more changes. And these changes are part of Providence's arrangements to restrain Feng Yuan. In that case, we will use Fengzheng as the main force, and the celestial court as the support. Fairy Myrtle assessed the situation. She was wise, immediately making the most appropriate adjustments to her strategy. Oh, there is one more thing. I have many Immortal Gu remnant recipes here. I secretly obtained them when I was with Giant Sun Immortal back then. These Gu recipes are related to Giant Sun Immortal's luck path Immortal Gu. I need you to deduce them and refine them. Qin Dingling took out an information path Mortal Gu. Fairy Myrtle quickly received it with both hands. I will do my best to deduce them, Senior, don't worry. Immemorial White Heaven, 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan had been cultivating here recently. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a grand waterfall descended from inside by Xiang Killer Move. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura. It crashed into the rigid will at the bottom of Heaven Form Killer Move. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a will. They had the appearance of a sword. The waterfall crashed and created a huge pit, destroying a vast number of wills. After a few breaths of time, the waterfall vanished. A huge lake appeared on the rigid will continent. The water in the lake was flowing with small sword thoughts. Immortal killer move, swordsman. Fang Yuan willed as he used another move. After this move was used, the lake water rippled like it was boiling. Next, warriors jumped out of the lake one after another. They all looked like Fang Yuan. They held swords and slashed at the rigid will. Each attack created a huge ravine. These two moves had a huge origin. They were compound killer moves created by Fang Yuan. Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall used Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu as the core. It contained the profundity of Sword Path. It was far better than using Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu to deal with the rigid will. Meanwhile, the killer move Swordsman contained the profundity of Sword Path and Human Path. This was created by Fang Yuan after he became a Human Path Grandmaster. 2 hours later, suddenly, a crane cry resounded in the whole of Five Xiang's grotto heaven. The sleeping white crane seemed to have woken up from its dream. It stretched its body and spread its wings. It was elegant and calm. I finally grasped heaven form again. Haha, I saved more than half the time compared to the previous life. It seems that it is time to go and find Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Good things come in pairs. At this time, he heard Land Spirit of Langya's report. Another luck path rank 6 Immortal Gu was refined. Fang Yuan had not obtained Regret Gu yet. He did not want to advance his Immortal Gu on a large scale. But he had extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path and obtained many Luck Path Immortal materials. He had been refining Luck Path Immortal Gu recently. Immortal Gu were unique. If he succeeded, others would not have a chance. Chapter 1835. According to my memories, it should be here. Fang Yuan stopped at a certain location in immemorial white heaven. There was nothing here, but according to Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, he knew that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. The Grotto Heaven's entrance was closed. It was hidden in the void. No matter how he looked, he could not find any clues. In the previous life, Fang Yuan relied on heaven form to discover the existence of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, he did not need to go through so much trouble. He could directly go to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's entrance. Go heaven form. Fang Yuan willed. Heaven form was a one-legged white crane. Its feathers were pure white like snow. It was untainted by dust. Its long beak was red in color. After it flew out, it immediately flew around the empty space in front of it. Information was transmitted from heaven form to Fang Yuan's mind. This information was related to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan soon learned a lot about it. Even though I successfully annexed this Grotto Heaven in the previous life. But in this life, I came rather late. There might be no accidents. If the Celestial Court is making arrangements inside, I will be in deep trouble if I go in. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. After investigating for a long time, he confirmed that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was still a paradise outside. It did not have any relations with the outside world. Only then did he relax. He started to prepare a killer move that he had prepared. After spending some time, the killer move was ready. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat. A gray soul ball shot into the Grotto Heaven with lightning speed. It was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was just an illusion. The gray soul ball entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and charged downwards. Anything that entered Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven would be affected by the Grotto Heaven's myriad beings assimilation transformation killer move. It would turn into a Beast Calamity. The last time Fang Yuan personally attacked this place, he'd suffered such treatment. He'd transformed into an ox-headed devil god and slaughtered innumerable people, causing corpses to cover the surroundings and blood to flow into rivers. Even though he was invincible at that time, forcefully seizing the Beast Calamity inheritance, he was not acknowledged by the Qilin Heavenly Spirit. He barely obtained myriad beings assimilation transformation and other killer moves, but he did not obtain the Immortal Gu. He only obtained half of the inheritance. Later, when Fang Yuan saw that the battle for the Dragon Palace had broken out in the East Sea, he stopped attacking here and rushed to the East Sea, but he gained nothing. In the end, he still came here and changed his strategy, taking down the Beast Calamity Paradise and devouring it. This was not only inefficient, it wasted a lot of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Fang Yuan even destroyed a lot of the beast calamity grotto heaven that he obtained. Almost all of the Gu immortals inside were killed by him. This won't do. In this life, Fang Yuan used another method to attack the beast calamity grotto heaven. He wanted to obtain the complete beast calamity grotto heaven and recruit the Gu immortals here, filling up his sovereign immortal aperture and expanding the scale of his subordinates. The gray soul ball descended rapidly from the sky. The influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation was exerted on it, but on the surface of the soul ball, all sorts of transformation path Dao marks appeared. The transformation path Dao marks continued to decrease, resisting the power of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, maintaining the soul ball's original state. Fang Yuan was outside, using heaven form to observe this scene. The gray soul ball had a limited time because it was separated from Fang Yuan. It was like water without a source. Even though it had a lot of transformation path Dao marks, resisting myriad beings' assimilation transformation expended a lot of energy. Not long later, it would be completely destroyed. Without the protection of transformation path Dao marks, the exposed gray soul ball would be turned into a beast calamity by myriad beings' assimilation transformation. It would likely become an ancient soul beast. By then, not only would he expose himself, he would even be hunted down by the Gu immortals who came after hearing the news. In that case, Fang Yuan's plan would fail. But thankfully, all of this went through Fang Yuan's meticulous planning. Soon the soul ball landed on the ground and quietly entered a bustling city. It moved through the alleys, sometimes hiding in dark corners. It was fast like a fish in water. Beat him up. Bam bam bam. Deep in a small alley, several rich youngsters were beating up a poor person of the same age. The poor youngster had a thin body, his clothes were tattered, and he was covered in injuries. His face was swollen from the beating. He could not resist. He could only hug his head and curl up into a ball. Finally, he fainted from the beating. Seeing this, the rich youngsters stopped. Don't tell me someone died. No, I was scared to death. This lad is too weak. Such a lad dares to get close to Miss Lin. He did not take our young master Lin's warning to heart. Even if he dies, he deserves it. The youngsters were indignant, but they left happily. Good chance my luck is not bad. The gray soul ball arrived at this place, its surface rippled. This luck was not an accident. It was Fang Yuan's own luck that affected this place. Seeing that there was no one around, the gray soul ball did not hesitate. It directly shot into the poor youngster's chest, wrapping around his soul. The young man's soul was very weak. He relied on his instincts to resist. But Fang Yuan's gray soul ball was a clone of his desolate soul. It was very powerful. How could a mere mortal soul resist it? Almost instantly, the young man's soul was completely destroyed by the gray soul ball. The gray soul ball quickly expanded, turning into the young man's appearance. It occupied the young man's body, controlled his mind, and had the identity of a native. From today onwards, I am young Jean Budu. That's right, this gray soul ball was none other than the soul path killer move, soul penetration. In the past, Shadow Sect used this move to successfully plant several spies in Langya Blessed Land. Until now, the spy sixth hair was still alive. The gray soul ball originated from Fang Yuan's desolate soul. It could not be sensed by the land spirit or heavenly spirit. This was the profundity of soul transmission. If not for this, back then, land spirit of Langya would have discovered the secret of Shadow Sect's spies long ago. And Fang Yuan modified the foundation of soul penetration, adding many transformation path immortal Gu to it. Thus, the gray soul ball had all sorts of transformation path Dao marks. It could resist the influence of myriad beings' assimilation transformation. However, from now onwards, I have already succeeded in soul penetration. My every action will be sensed by the heavenly spirit. I will have to be careful in the future. Thankfully, after the soul transmigration, I destroyed the young man's soul and seized his memories, allowing me to understand his personal history. Even though the heavenly spirit was unlikely to pay attention to this tiny corner of the mortal world. What if it did? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's clone started his performance. The young man groaned as he slowly opened his eyes. His face showed hatred and helplessness. Damn it! He crawled up with difficulty. He seemed to be gasping from the intense pain from his injuries. Eventually, he held on to the wall of the alleyway as he slowly walked out. Fang Yuan's main body observed for a while. Seeing that this clone was adapting quickly and was in good condition, he stored heaven form and left. He quickly went to profound literature grotto heaven. This information path grotto heaven was quite troublesome to attack. Fang Yuan's information path attainment was insufficient. There was also a rank 8 information path Gu Immortal guarding the grotto heaven. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's attack failed because this rank 8 Gu Immortal blocked his path. He was stuck outside and could not even enter the grotto heaven. Like before, Fang Yuan first investigated the situation. There was nothing strange about profound literature grotto heaven. It was not affected by the ink effect. There were no changes that were disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan instilled his immortal essence and activated heaven form, forming a path of white light. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared on the other side of the white light path with rank 8 aura. They came after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He opened the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance slightly, and let out large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Heaven form could not transport killer moves by itself. Once Fang Yuan used a killer move, it would destroy the white light path. But the white light path could transport living beings, just like how Fang Yuan used it to invade Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Don't even think about it. The white-robed old man shouted angrily, activating information path offensive methods. All sorts of characters rained down like a storm, killing countless beasts. A few breaths of time later, the white light path collapsed. An immemorial desolate beast was in a miserable state. It had just poked its head in when the path was destroyed. Thus, its head was left in profound literature grotto heaven, while its body was sent to the outside world. No matter who you are, if you want to invade this place, you will have to pay an unimaginable price. The white-robed old man shouted. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it. He moved to another location and continued to use the same method. But like in the previous life, the white-robed old man arrived quickly and killed all the invading beasts. Fang Yuan changed several locations, but his efforts were all in vain. No matter who you are, with me here, don't even think about it. The white-robed old man's morale was high. Is that so? Fang Yuan sneered, retracting his hand. Chapter 1836. Immemorial White Heaven. Fang Yuan rode random auspicious cloud, flying in the sky. Heaven form white crane followed him, flying in the sky. Random auspicious cloud was Fang Yuan's loot from Heifan Grotto Heaven. After some modifications, it was used for movement. But the auspicious cloud's direction did not follow Fang Yuan's will. It followed the profundities of luck path. The auspicious cloud's path was definitely a path with good luck. Random auspicious cloud and heaven form complemented each other. Fang Yuan had benefited from it in his previous life. He found profound literature grotto heaven and beast calamity grotto heaven. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had already transmigrated to 2 heavens. He had placed his pieces in profound literature grotto heaven and beast calamity grotto heaven. After that, Fang Yuan waited for his pieces to develop while continuing to cultivate and accumulate strength. His chi path killer moves were still being familiarized with. He already had the ability to fight against rank 8 Gu Immortals. However, the trump card unlimited chi C killer move was still unfamiliar to Fang Yuan. Other than practicing killer moves, Fang Yuan's main body was still roaming around immemorial white heaven. He used random auspicious cloud and heaven form to search for more grotto heavens. Up until now, Fang Yuan had no gains. Even though heaven form has a wide range, compared to immemorial white heaven, heaven form's range is still tiny. But along the way, I have made great gains. I have obtained many rank 8 immortal materials. This is indeed the best path. I have been lucky all along the way. There are many surprises. The time path clone has made some progress in his deductions. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. His main body cultivated bitterly but had no results, while the time path clone had made some progress after this period of accumulation. Another immortal Gu house has been deduced. Great! Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He immediately diverted most of his attention into his immortal aperture, starting to assemble it. Immemorial white heaven was very dangerous. Immemorial desolate beasts roamed freely. one would often encounter immemorial desolate beast groups. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful when exploring this place. Some rare rank 7 experts would come to immemorial White Heaven to explore and plunder resources. They were all fearful. However, Feng Yuan had the random auspicious cloud, so he had good luck along the way. More importantly, with the protection of the heavens, any danger could be discovered in advance, allowing Feng Yuan to deal with it calmly and easily avoid it. Iron Wall Gu. This was a rank 6 metal path Gu worm. It was the size of an adult's fist and was very heavy. It looked like a rhinoceros beetle, but whether it was its head or back, they were all Fangjing square with almost no curves. Evidently, Iron Wall Gu was a defensive Gu. It came from Langyasek's treasury, and was being used by Feng Yuan to construct his second immortal Gu house. Iron Wall Gu was the first to be activated, followed by large numbers of Mortal Gu. There were many types of Mortal Gu, over 3,000 of them. Metal Path and Fire Path Mortal Gu were the most common. Almost all of them were rank 5 Gu. Iron Wall Gu guarded the center point, while the other Mortal Gu revolved around it and flew around it. A black light that resembled ink rippled out of the Mortal Gu, spreading rapidly and enveloping all of the Gu worms, forming a huge black ball of light. The black ball of light floated in the air. Its surface was uneven. The Gu worms inside were flying faster and faster. After reaching a certain speed, the black ball of light's surface became extremely smooth. There were no more bumps. It became very round. At this time, Feng Yuan activated Fire Path Immortal Gu. He activated 3 Fire Path Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu, forming a fire. The fire was like red weeds. It coiled around the surface of the black ball of light, burning it continuously. An alluring fragrance spread out. Any mortal who smelled it would be immersed in it. They would have endless desires and fantasies, unable to extricate themselves. After burning for several hours, the black ball of light was burned to a dazzling golden color. The previous black color was like the ashes at the bottom of a pot, and it was wiped clean. Feng Yuan maintained the golden ball of light as he stopped activating the fire. He used Water Path Immortal Gu and Wisdom Path Immortal Gu to condense a clear spring. The clear spring water poured on the golden ball of light, giving off a sizzling sound. It was like a layer of cold water was poured on the burning metal ball. But there was no steam. The clear spring water completely fused into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light's rotation slowed down. The Gu worms inside were like golden meteors, flying around. Their trajectories were profound and complex. It was dazzling to look at, but none of them collided with each other. At this time, Feng Yuan took out a second supplementary Immortal Gu. Food Path Immortal Gu Cook. It looked like a field turtle. It was quite large, about the size of a basin. It had a triangular head and short antennae. Below the antennae were 2 protruding compound eyes that flickered with golden light. Its body was flat and wide. It was oval in shape. It was dark red in color. It felt like sand when touched. It was very warm. It had 3 pairs of legs. The pair at the front was the strongest. When opened, it was like a pair of thick pincers. Immortal Gu Cook was obtained by Feng Yuan from extorting Southern Border's righteous path. By now, Feng Yuan had basically returned the bodies and souls of the Southern Border immortals. He was exchanging Immortal Gu with the Southern Border clans. Feng Yuan spent an hour before he placed Immortal Gu Cook into the golden ball of light. The golden ball of light expanded to more than double its original size. Feng Yuan's main body was covered in sweat. This was the first difficulty. He had finally passed it. Constructing an Immortal Gu house was not easy. It was many times more difficult than activating killer moves. If the construction failed, not only would the Gu immortal suffer backlash, the Gu worms involved would also be damaged or even destroyed. Thus, Feng Yuan was very careful and vigilant. Like this, Feng Yuan fused Dogshit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck, and many other Luck Path Immortal Gu into it. His Luck Path attainment level was Master, and his Formation Path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had already developed an intuition. Thus, during the construction process, if he felt anything amiss, Feng Yuan would immediately be vigilant and defend against it. Most importantly, his method of constructing the Immortal Gu house was deduced by the Time Path clone using the Light of Wisdom. It was excellent. More than half a month passed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Feng Yuan succeeded. The golden ball of light exploded. a brand new immortal goo house appeared. Different from myriad-year flying warship, this immortal goo house was small, about the size of an ordinary basin. It was golden in color, covered in a pure white light. It was indescribably noble. It was a pot. The sides of the pot were as thick as a thumb. The pot's mouth was wide open, but there was nothing inside. Outside the pot, there were 8 dragons. 6 of them were vivid and lifelike, while the remaining 2 were blurry and rough. These 8 dragons had their tails gathered at the bottom of the pot. They coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, southwest, north, northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. Each dragon's claws were attached to the outside of the pot. Their bodies were moving upwards. Their heads were at the edge of the pot, looking into the pot. The dragon eyes were shut, as if they were sleeping. Rank 6 Immortal Goo House Cooking Luck Pot. Even though it used Rank 7 Immortal Goo, like Food Path Immortal Goo Cook. But the core Luck Path Immortal Goo were all Rank 6, so this Immortal Goo House's rank was quite low. This Immortal Goo House was recorded in Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, and had been modified by Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. Evidently, this was a Luck Path Immortal Goo House. It could not carry Goo Immortals in battle. It was small, but had other uses. In comparison, it was similar to Star Constellation chessboard. Feng Yuan immediately injected Immortal Essence. Cooking Luck Pot buzzed and turned into a golden light, flying above Feng Yuan's head before vanishing. Even Feng Yuan could not see this Immortal Goo House with his naked eyes. He could only sense its existence in the dark. Of course, it was easy to see it. Feng Yuan willed as he continued to inject Immortal Essence, activating one of Cooking Luck Pot's killer moves. Luck Inspection. There was a change in Feng Yuan's vision. He saw his own luck flowing into Cooking Luck Pot. In a short while, Cooking Luck Pot's luck was filled to the brim. Luck Inspection Immortal Goo is only rank 6, and I have rank 8 cultivation level. This Immortal Goo alone cannot check my luck. Cooking Luck Pot is also only rank 6, so I can only see the luck inside the pot. I cannot see the entirety of my luck. Even so, there was still some luck outside the pot. Feng Yuan could see it. A river-like luck shined brightly on the water surface. It was like a miniature river of time. It was closely connected to Feng Yuan. One end of the river was connected to the luck inside the pot, while the other end extended outwards into the void. This was the luck of Feng Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone's luck was quite stable, but there was a trace of black chi that was being produced continuously. This was the weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada. It easily caused bad luck. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan would have to use luck path methods to deal with this. There was also a lump of luck that was like a layer of pink mist. It floated around the pot and revolved around it. This was the luck of Feng Yuan's Dream Path clone. The pink mist was faint and weak. It constantly changed. It was like a layer of faint light. Only after the Dream Path clone advanced to rank 6 could it compare to the Time Path clone's luck. Other than that, there was also the Dragon Man clone's luck. It was like a purple dragon that swam around the pot. Feng Yuan's clone in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was like a bird. It was gray and dull. There was also Feng Yuan's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. His luck was like a flower bud. It was dispirited. The luck of these 2 little clones is a little weak. It seems that the gray soul ball used up a lot of luck. My main body and my clone are separated by a world. There are obstacles. In that case, Feng Yuan willed as he activated Cooking Luck Pot. The temperature inside Cooking Luck Pot rose rapidly. The luck started to boil. The 2 dragons around the pot slowly opened their eyes. They opened their mouths at the same time and breathed into the pot. Immediately, the 2 luck were sucked into the dragons' stomachs. The dragons moved. They turned their heads and breathed out towards the gray sparrow luck and flower bud luck outside the pot. The 2 luck shot out and entered the gray sparrow and flower bud luck. Chapter 1837. Giant Sun Immortal's Self-Luck True Inheritance had already described the profundities of luck in a comprehensive manner. Generally speaking, luck was divided into 7 colors: black, gray, white, red, yellow, green, and purple. There were other colors as well, but they were basically a mixture of these 7 colors. Luck had all sorts of shapes and forms. They were related to the specific person, the specific environment they were in, and their condition. For example, Feng Yuan and his clones' luck shapes and colors were completely different. Feng Yuan had the complete Giant Sun Self-Luck True Inheritance, and a portion of Giant Sun All-Life Luck True Inheritance. As long as he looked at the color and shape of these luck, he could know the target's condition, and deduce a lot of information. Cooking Luck Pot had Luck Inspection Immortal Goo, Time Luck Immortal Goo, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Goo, Chi Luck Immortal Goo, Connect Luck Immortal Goo, and so on. These Luck Path Goo worms were only the basic abilities of Cooking Luck Pot. This Immortal Goo house's main ability was Cooking Luck. The shape, color, and scale of one's luck represented the current trend of change. For example, if Feng Yuan had a thick black coffin luck now, it would indicate that he was about to die. Feng Yuan could use Cooking Luck Pot to boil this black coffin luck, and create a brand new luck from the pot. For example, wealth luck, love luck, and so on. Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance researched one's own luck, and how to change one's luck. And Cooking Luck Pot was the pinnacle creation of this true inheritance. With it, one could boil any kind of luck and turn it into what they wanted. However, I have rank 8 cultivation level now. Cooking Luck Pot is only rank 6, it cannot affect my main body's luck. But my other clones only have rank 7 cultivation level at most. Most of them are mortals. For example, Cooking Luck Pot earlier, the effect should be immediate. After analyzing it for a while, Feng Yuan continued to cultivate and practice his Chi Path killer moves. Cooking Luck Pot naturally had to raise its rank, but Regret Goo was still in the Blue Dragon Whale's Paradise Earth Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan could order the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to refine rank 6 Luck Path Immortal Goo, but he still lacked the conditions to refine them to rank 7. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan's clone Zhan Budu walked slowly. The surroundings were noisy, and the stream of people shuttled back and forth. This is the largest Goo Master market in the city. Zhan Budu observed carefully. Right now, his cultivation was only at the first transformation, and he was still too young. Furthermore, he was short of money. He had only come here to gather information and deepen his understanding of the surroundings. Goo Masters need resources to cultivate, but I am poor. The most important thing now is to make money. Zhan Budu looked young, but his heart was full of confidence. He was Feng Yuan's split soul. He had the vision of a Goo immortal. It was easy for him to find some mortal Goo Masters' methods of making money. However, after carefully observing for a while, a faint layer of bitterness shrouded Zhan Budu's brows. The Goo Masters here are called Combat Beast Envoys. Although they also use Goo worms, these Goo worms were used to cultivate beasts, fusing with wild beasts and plants. There are no examples of Goo Masters fighting alone. Feng Yuan walked around the market and found that there were very few Goo worms. Most of the shops were selling beast plants. That's true. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven is protected by the killer move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It is very easy for Goo Masters to fuse with beasts and plants. If this was the outside world, to achieve the same result, they would have to pay more than 10 times the price. Because fusing with beasts and plants is too easy and has too much of an advantage, orthodox Goo cultivators have already been buried. Of course, this is also related to Beast Calamity Immortal's intention. Beast Calamity Immortal died from his first Myriad Tribulation. This Grotto Heaven was managed meticulously by him in the past. He purposely created this situation to facilitate management. After all, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's human population was huge. If Zhan Budu wanted to conquer this place, he naturally could not use orthodox Goo cultivators. He had to do as the Romans do and become a combat beast envoy. Becoming a combat beast envoy was both easy and difficult. The Goo Master needed to have a wild beast or plant to fuse with. This was the most basic requirement. Next, he had to go to the Combat Beast Guild and spend money to register as a member. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild was the largest and only super force. If Zhan Budu joined, he would become the lowest level Combat Beast Disciple. Above the Combat Beast Disciple was the core strength of the Combat Beast Guild, Combat Beast Envoys. Above Combat Beast Envoys were Combat Beast Warriors. They had to have Goo Immortal cultivation level, and often held the position of City Lord. Above Combat Beast Warriors was the only Combat Beast King. The organizational structure was simple and crude. Zhan Budu not only lacked the corresponding Goo worms, He also lacked combat beasts and combat plants. Especially the latter. They were expensive. Jean Boudou had gathered enough information and had a plan in mind. According to my plan, I will have enough wealth to buy goo worms in about a month. In another month, I will be able to purchase the lowest level combat beasts. I will buy the incisor rat first and use it for a period of time. This kind of wild beast is greatly underestimated by the world. It is truly a bargain. With strength, I will be able to join the Combat Beast Guild and use it as a platform to accept missions and rapidly expand my strength. Right at this time, Jean Boudou heard a shout. "Watch out above you!" He quickly looked up and saw a pitch-black object rapidly falling down from the sky. And higher up in the sky, an old man was controlling a giant bird to descend quickly, wanting to grab that pitch-black object. But it seemed that it was too late. "What is it? Run!" The surrounding people immediately scattered. Jean Boudou also quickly moved, hiding under the roof of a shop. Boom! Almost at the next moment, the pitch-black object smashed on the stairs of this shop and shattered. The shattered fragments flew everywhere, causing the surrounding people to wail in pain. Jean Boudou was the closest, but surprisingly he was not injured at all. "This is an egg?" Jean Boudou looked at the egg that was as tall as a person and understood. "This aura, it is clearly a desolate beast egg." Just as he was thinking, the eggshell cracked and a cute little eagle came out. The little eagle looked at Jean Boudou and chirped, pouncing on Jean Boudou and using its tender beak to touch Jean Boudou's cheek. How can this be? The old man riding on the giant bird landed on the ground, looking at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. "Hello, old grandpa, I am Jean Boudou." Jean Boudou was knowledgeable and knew that the old man in front of him was a goo immortal. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately stood up to greet him. Before the old man spoke, the little eagle that was pushed aside by Jean Boudou pounced on Jean Boudou and lightly patted Jean Boudou's back with its wings. The old man's gaze was extremely complex. He looked at this little eagle and sized up Jean Boudou. "Sigh, my partner has been pregnant for over 30 years. She suddenly laid an egg today. This egg landed here coincidentally and hatched into a little arrowtail eagle. The first person that the little eagle saw was you. It treated you as its closest kin." Jean Boudou was stunned. He quickly waved his hand. "Old grandpa, I am sorry, I did not do it on purpose." The old goo immortal chuckled. "You are Jean Boudou? Then I will call you Little Duo Little Do. Don't be nervous. I am not blaming you. In fact, I even need to apologize to you. After all, I almost hit you earlier. It seems that this is all fate's arrangement. If my grandson is still alive, he would be as old as you. Oh Little Do, are you willing to cultivate with me? You obtain the little arrowtail eagle's recognition. You might become a combat beast warrior in the future." Combat beast warrior. Jean Boudou's eyes opened wide. They shined brightly. He had an innocent and excited expression. He clenched his fists. "My greatest dream is to become a combat beast warrior. Old grandpa, can I really do it? Can I really cultivate with you?" The old man laughed loudly. "Oh Little Do, whether you can become a combat beast warrior or not will depend on your future efforts. But for now, let's go." "Okay, old grandpa." Jean Boudou followed the old man and rode on the arrowtail eagle, flying away under everyone's gazes. Heavens! What did I just see? Isn't this young man's luck too good? That old man just now seems to be Mountain Cliff City's city lord. He is Mountain Cliff City's city lord? Oh, I heard that recently Mountain Cliff City's city lord came to our city to discuss something important with our city lord. The surrounding crowd went into an uproar. Their discussions became louder and louder. Who is that young man? I think he's called Jean Boudou. How can he be so lucky? Sigh, why wasn't it me just now? If I knew it would be like this, I would have squeezed him out. What the heck? Jean Boudou's clothes are shabby. He is obviously a poor kid. I didn't expect him to be fancied by a combat beast warrior. This is like a salted fish rising to the sky in one go. He even got the little arrowtail eagle's approval. That is an immortal beast, an immortal beast. Yes, compared to an immortal beast, all the beasts and plants in the market are trash. They can't even compare to its bird poop. Some people were so angry that they stomped their feet. They were filled with regret. Why didn't they grab this rare opportunity just now? Some people's eyes were wide open, their eyeballs were red, some people were shouting, spittle flying everywhere. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A poetry meeting was being held. The famous great scholar looked at the students sitting in the hall and smiled. Lu Town is indeed full of literature. I see that all the students in the hall are brimming with a scholarly aura. Looks like Brother Zhang's teaching is quite fruitful. Brother Shen is too kind. These students of mine are shallow. They are not worth mentioning. It's already their good fortune that they were able to watch our literary battle. Teacher Jiang of the private school said modestly. Great Scholar Shen pressed his hands together and said, Brother Jiang, we are evenly matched. We might as well stop here. Next, why don't you choose 3 students to present poems? Let me appreciate the literary talent of the younger generation. How about it? All right. Teacher Jiang thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Instantly, the eyes of the students below the stage lit up. This was a rare opportunity, with 2 great scholars on the stage. No matter how good the poem was, as long as they appeared on the stage, their name would spread far and wide. The drums began to beat. Choose me, pass it over to me. Sigh. The drums have stopped. Who took the red flower? Please come up and present a poem. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes and smiled. Chapter 1838. Student Li Xiaobai greets teachers. Li Xiaobai walked up the stage politely. Great Scholar Shen looked at him with a smile as he nodded. Meanwhile, Teacher Jiang asked, Xiaobai, do you have a poem? There was a trace of worry in Teacher Jiang's brows. This Li Xiaobai's intelligence was mediocre. I hope he had accumulated some knowledge, otherwise, with his usual standard, he would be disappointing. It was fine if he was disappointing normally. But now it was in front of Great Scholar Shen, especially the first half of the literary battle. It was already brilliant. It would definitely be famous. If it lost its luster later on, even if the world knew of Teacher Jiang's talent, they would laugh at him for not being a wise teacher. Teacher, I do have a poem. Li Xiaobai answered with a confident expression. Then recite it for me. Mr. Jiang was slightly relieved. In this profound literature grotto heaven, it was not an ordinary place. The literary atmosphere was extremely flourishing. Because as long as one made a good poem, even if no one praised them, heaven and earth would reward them. Thus, the knowledge of writing poems was very important. It was related to people's livelihood, status, reputation, and future. Normally speaking, most scholars would accumulate some good words. Even if they could not form a poem, they would hide them at the bottom of their chests, waiting to be supplemented in the future. There were also many scholars who made good poems but did not publicize them. It was to hide their strength and deal with the frequent literary battles. In such an environment, it was not surprising that Li Xiaobai hid poems. Li Xiaobai had already considered it. I have a lot of poems in my memory. There are many peerless poems that have spread far and wide on earth. After being polished by time, they have become even more dazzling. But it is not appropriate to use these peerless poems. This grotto heaven is an information path environment. It is best at gathering information, especially to observe literary aura and talent. Almost everyone knows such methods. It is just that there are differences in their abilities. I am lacking in literary aura and talent. Before my soul transmigrated, I was an ordinary student. If I rashly make a peerless poem, not only will it not convince people, it will also attract suspicion and investigation. Even if I explain that I did not write it, it would be too late. You will be labeled as dishonest, and in this world, you will be despised and even spurned. In order to attack profound literature's paradise, Fang Yuan had already deduced many plans to deal with various situations. Li Xiaobai's clone did not have enough scholarly aura and talent. It was not Fang Yuan's main body's talent, he only brought a little. However, in Li Xiaobai's memories, there were a large number of famous poems. Other than those from Earth, there were also Fang Yuan's works. Immediately, Li Xiaobai chose one of them and recited it. Teacher Jiang secretly let out a breath of turbid air. This poem was written neatly and had substance. It was barely enough for today's literary duel. What? He's not that great. I have been classmates with Li Xiaobai for 3 years. Today, he has outperformed himself. Huh? Isn't that perfect? With his poem as a foil, The next 2 lucky people will be blessed. The students below the stage became more and more lively. Li Xiaobai's poem was suitable for his identity, but among his classmates, there were many people who were more outstanding than him, especially some of the students who had stored many poems in their hearts. They had racked their brains and carved out these poems. It would be overkill to use them in other situations, but now, it was suitable. When the drum sounded again, the red flower started to move. These elite students became restless, their eyes shining brightly. The drum stopped. Most of the students were disappointed. Why is it not me? Then their eyes turned red. Why is it him again? The red flower was on Li Xiaobai's table. Li Xiaobai was also very surprised. Rules cannot be broken, please come up again. Great Scholar Shen shook his head and laughed. Teacher Jiang became worried again. With Li Xiaobai's attainments and foundation, he had already outperformed himself earlier, this time. But Li Xiaobai recited another poem. This poem was of the same level as the previous one. Teacher Jiang relaxed. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a gentler gaze. It seems that this student of mine, even though he is not talented, he is hardworking. That's why he accumulated 2 poems. These 2 poems should be his own creation. With his standard, it is not easy to create them. Li Xiaobai did not embarrass him. This made Teacher Jiang very happy. The last candidate. The first 2 chances were given to Li Xiaobai. Sigh, what a waste. If I go up, I will definitely impress the 2 of you. But I am not the one. The third chance, I wonder who will get it? If it is not me, then I hope it won't be those few. The students could not sit still anymore. They had different thoughts in their minds. They were no longer calm. The drum started. The students looked at the red flower. Many of them had red eyes. Pass it to me. Pass it to me. Sigh, it's gone again. I hope that the drum can last longer, and it will be my turn. Dong. The drum stopped abruptly. Great Scholar Shen opened his eyes and smiled. Who will it be this time, eh? He was stunned. A strange expression appeared on his face as he pointed at the last lucky person. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why is it you again? Li Xiaobai took the flower and went up the stage with a bitter expression. He first bowed to the 2 gentlemen on the stage, then cupped his fists and apologized to the students below the stage. Fellow students, I am not trying to snatch it away. I have gone up the stage 3 times today. This is more of a shock than a pleasant surprise to me. I know that all of you are more talented than me, but I have recited poems 3 times. I am truly ashamed. Originally, his fellow students were shocked and angry, but after hearing Li Xiaobai's words and looking at his expression, the anger in their hearts dissipated. Not just that, a portion of them felt pity for this Li Xiaobai. After all, Li Xiaobai's talent and literary aura were inferior to theirs. Wouldn't he be suffering if he went up the stage? Your luck is really amazing. Forget it, recite a poem. Teacher Jiang scolded with a smile. Li Xiaobai recited another poem. It was still mediocre, but the last line of the poem had a highlight. Even though this highlight was small, it raised the level of the entire poem. Not only did the great scholar Shen laugh and praise this line, even Teacher Jiang was a little surprised. The last line of your poem seems to have some new ideas. How did you conceive it? Li Xiaobai smiled bitterly. Teacher, I dare not hide anything from you. There were only 3 lines in this poem. The last line was just now. I thought of it in a moment of desperation. To think that it caught the eyes of the 2 sirs, I am truly surprised. Teacher Jiang was stunned before laughing loudly. Great Scholar Shen shook his head. Li Xiaobai, you are quite honest. It turned out that he had secretly used a method to inspect Li Xiaobai's literary aura, talent aura, and many other information. He found that they were all mediocre. It is just a flash of inspiration. It is not rare to have some performance that exceeds one's standard. Great Scholar Shen did not have any doubts. Teacher Jiang looked at Li Xiaobai in a new light. He looked at Li Xiaobai with a completely new gaze, thinking, even though Li Xiaobai's poems are average, I can see that he has been working hard. That is why he has 3 poems. He can still perform on the spot and have a flash of inspiration. It shows that he has potential. But what I admire the most is what he said on the 3rd stage. He apologized to his classmates. This shows that he is proficient in human relations. Proficient in human relations is an essay. This is not bad. Wait a minute. Teacher Jiang suddenly thought. This literary duel will definitely become famous in the world. I am already famous in the world, so it is fine. But Li Xiaobai will also become famous because of this. It would be fine if there were 3 students, but all 3 opportunities helped him. This way he will become everyone's target. This time, Brother Shen and I fought to a draw. No one will find me in a literary duel for the time being. But this does not stop some despicable people from finding my students to suppress me. But Li Xiaobai was just an ordinary student. Teacher Jiang frowned. He made up his mind on the spot. After I return, I must nurture Li Xiaobai, secretly give him special treatment. In this literary duel, everyone in the world will know that Li Xiaobai is my student. Even though I have many students, he is the only famous one. In the future, as long as Li Xiaobai is mentioned, he will definitely mention me. I'm bound to him now, so I have to nurture him well. Otherwise, Teacher Jiang felt immense pressure. He decided that no matter how much effort and price he had to spend, he had to carve Li Xiaobai up. Even if he was a piece of rotten wood, he had to carve him up to look like a piece of jade. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. Gu Lu stopped his killer move. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a breath of air. It's done. I have already adjusted his immortal aperture's time to the limit. Calamities and tribulations will be very frequent. Thank you for your trouble. Qin Dingling smiled at the side. She looked at the unconscious Gu Yufangzheng and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Gu Lu asked in confusion. Qin Dingling said. I am using a killer move to inspect luck. I found that after your killer move took effect, Fangzheng's luck suddenly changed again. His luck was originally like a mountain, lush and green. Fangzheng was upright. But now, it has become, a strange shape that looks like a pot lid. Gu Lu was even more confused. What kind of omen is this? Qin Dingling shook her head. She was also troubled. I can't figure it out in the short term. 2 months later, a piece of news made Feng Yuan's main body stop his secluded cultivation, which was rare. You finally found out the exact location of Dragon Palace? Chapter 1839. In the blue sea, waves surged. As the tides rose and fell, seagulls flew around. Plop! With a splash, a Gu immortal dived into the water, diving down. 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet. The sea here was extremely deep. There were many ferocious sea beasts here. After 100,000 feet, immemorial level sea beasts started to appear. Of course, there were many precious treasures too. Eastern Sea's resources are truly the best in the 5 regions. The Gu immortal sighed as he dived deeper. After traveling more than 1,000,000 zhang, a gorgeous dreamscape appeared in the boundless dark sea. As the Gu immortal got closer, the dream realm expanded in his vision. By the time he arrived at the dream realm, it was already as big as a hill. Dragon Palace should be here. The Gu immortal had a heated gaze. He had a muscular body and a handsome face. He had a high nose bridge and firm lips. He had golden dragon scales on his body. He had a pair of amber dragon eyes and a pair of golden coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. It was Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone. Feng Yuan knew that Dragon Palace was in Eastern Sea, but he did not know its exact location in the previous life. In the previous life, when Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to try to subdue Dragon Palace, they were obstructed by the 4 dragon generals. Thus, a battle erupted. Dragon Palace flew into the sky and tore through the sky. Duke Long chased after it, causing a huge commotion. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals all came over. At this time, news spread throughout the 5 regions. Feng Yuan had just finished taking down Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He was moved and went to Eastern Sea to join in the fun. In the end, he was discovered. He did not gain anything. But in the River of Time, a second Stone Lotus Island appeared. Feng Yuan made a crucial decision. He gave up on Dragon Palace and chased after the second Red Lotus True Inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. However, even though he ruined the Celestial Court's plans, Feng Jioge used the winds of assimilation and destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. This led to the Celestial Court obtaining the Dragon Palace and suppressing it in the Hidden Dragon Cave. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were unwilling to lose. This led to another crucial battle in the Central Continent Battle, Hidden Dragon Cave. Ever since Feng Yuan was reborn, The Dragon Palace had long been part of his plans. He had started making arrangements a long time ago, continuously gathering information and making deductions in this area. He had circled out a rough area. Next, he sent his subordinates to Eastern Sea to investigate secretly. Feng Yuan didn't know where the Dragon Palace was originally located, but his hard work paid off. He found the Dragon Palace in this period of time. The Dragon Man avatar checked the surroundings and discovered that there were no immemorial desolate beasts lingering around. Everything was safe. Immortal killer move. Pure dream reality seeker transformation. He was very straightforward, immediately using a killer move to target this dream realm. His choice was the same as the previous life's Duke Long. He wanted to separate the dream realm and directly attack the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. And in the sky above the sea, Feng Yuan's main body was hidden in the clouds, protecting the Dragon Man avatar. On the other hand, he was letting the Dragon Man avatar probe first. If there were any accidents, Feng Yuan's main body would be able to quickly leave and retreat safely. After all, Feng Yuan was not too clear about the details of the Dragon Palace incident. This was different from when he planned the battle in the River of Time, or when he obtained Tao Zhu's true inheritance. What if the Celestial Court ambushed him? Even if there was no ambush, Dragon Palace itself was very dangerous. Because it had Dream Path offensive killer moves, Feng Yuan was very wary of this. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies appeared from the dream realm one after another. The Dragon Man avatar's progress was quite smooth, but this dream realm was too huge. At this speed, it would take several days and nights to form. Not to mention anything else, just this dreamland alone is a huge fortune. In the previous life, when it fell into the hands of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court could not make use of it. Now that it is in my hands, it is different. Feng Yuan's main body could clearly see the situation in the deep sea. A moment later, Feng Yuan raised his head to look above him. After activating his luck path method, he saw that cooking luck pot above his head. This pot was floating in the air above his head. It was slightly moving up and down, like it was floating in water. Feng Yuan could not observe his own luck, but he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's situation. He saw that beside cooking luck pot, the purple luck dragon that corresponded to the Dragon Man avatar was coiled in the air, not moving at all. It tried to open its mouth. It had an uneasy expression as it looked around vigilantly. Around it, wisps of black chi were rapidly condensing into balls of black clouds. This black cloud luck indicates the possibility of death. Looks like the Dragon Man avatar is in danger of dying. Feng Yuan frowned. He immediately started to calculate. In this life, according to the time, I should have discovered the Dragon Palace much earlier than the Celestial Court in the previous life, so I should have acted earlier. Now it seems that I was indeed the first to act. But this process is progressing slowly, but in the next few days, there will be a bad change. In just a short while, the black clouds became denser. They surrounded the purple dragon from all directions, as if they wanted to bury it and drown it. Feng Yuan immediately activated Cooking Luck Pot. The dragon carvings around Cooking Luck Pot started to move. It swallowed the black cloud luck into its stomach, then spat it back into the pot. The wok began to boil the black cloud fate energy, and then it boiled, turning it into beneficial fate energy. This luck was then swallowed by the dragon carvings, then spat out towards the purple dragon. With such help, the purple dragon became more spirited and full of fighting spirit. Even though the black clouds were still dense and did not change much, the purple dragon was eager to try it out. Feng Yuan saw this and gasped lightly, thinking, even though this cooking luck pot is only rank 6, it is the peak crystallization of Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance. It can control the luck of rank 6 Gu immortals. It can even affect rank 7 Gu immortals. Right now, my Dragon Man avatar has rank 7 cultivation level after being nurtured by me. Thus it is normal for it to affect the purple dragon. But this black cloud luck. Feng Yuan frowned slightly, saying, this black cloud luck is barely affected by me. It is at least a rank 8 level danger. But looking at the purple dragon's expression, this black cloud luck seems to have some sort of attraction to it. Dragons rise with wind and rain, and this black luck is in the form of clouds. It seems that this problem is not only dangerous for the Dragon Man avatar, It also contains a huge fortuitous encounter. Of course, this was under the premise that Fang Yuan's main body did not move. Once Fang Yuan's main body moved, the luck would change drastically. Because Fang Yuan was not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal. Once he made a move, there would be a huge change in the situation. Sigh, it is a pity that I cannot observe my main body's luck. The self-luck true inheritance has the killer move luck inspection, from rank 1 to rank 9. But my luck inspection immortal Gu is only rank 6. Even if I use it to form a killer move, I can only use the profundity of the killer move itself to barely observe the luck of a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan already had cooking luck pot. He used luck inspection immortal Gu as the core and placed it inside. Thus, he did not need to use any luck inspection killer move. As long as he used cooking luck pot, he could observe the Dragon Man avatar's luck. Cooking luck pot's rank is still too low. In the future, not only will I need to raise the rank of the immortal Gu, I will also need to infuse the profundity of the all-living being's luck true inheritance into it, so that it can influence other people and objects. Fang Yuan planned to himself. Right now, even though Fang Yuan could use cooking luck pot to help his avatar, both the avatar and the main body were one person. Thus, he could only help himself. That was the range of the self-luck true inheritance. It did not extend to all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan sensed the danger that the Dragon Man avatar was in. He did not move for now. On one hand, he monitored it. On the other hand, he continued to activate cooking luck pot. Even though it did not have much help to the purple dragon luck, and had little effect on the black cloud luck, even if it was a drop in the bucket, it would accumulate and be worth looking forward to. There was a saying, having something was better than nothing. The Dragon Man avatar naturally received the information from the main body. He continued to transform dream realms. Like this, after a day and a half, for Eastern Sea Gu immortals arrived. From the east was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face. He was Yang Zihe. From the west was an old woman with a hunched back. She had deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a strange pattern. They formed into purple venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms and her entire body. It was Granny Rong. From the north was a Gu immortal with a muscular body. His triangular eyes shined with cold light. It was Shi Miao. From the south was a Gu immortal wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent. He floated like a ghost. He was filled with Yin energy. His name was Zhang Yin. For rank 8 Gu immortals? It's them. Fang Yuan's main body did not move, because he saw some clues from the Dragon Man avatar's luck. At this time, the little purple dragon's luck was completely surrounded by a thick and dense black cloud. It was impossible for it to break through. And within this black cloud luck, there was a slight change. From the east, there was the sound of surging water, as if there was a river hidden inside. From the west, a purple venomous python could be vaguely seen. The dark clouds in the north condensed into the shape of a mountain, while the dark clouds in the south were even more serene, spinning into a black hole. There is something strange about these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Their luck is a portion of the black cloud. Did they form an alliance? Fang Yuan did not know that they were the 4 dragon generals of Dragon Palace, because in the previous life, Fang Yuan did not have any relevant information. But soon he found out. These 4 rank 8 Gu immortals saw the Dragon Man avatar. Their cold and solemn expressions softened. It is a Dragon Man indeed. And you have rank 7 cultivation level. You are qualified to participate in the test. These dream realms are your test. Only by passing them can you obtain the Dragon Spirit's recognition and become the Dragon Palace Lord. Quickly return these dream realms. Explore the dream realms according to the rules and take the test. Otherwise, we, the 4 dragon generals, will make sure you suffer. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals spoke one after another. As they spoke, they revealed their Dragon Man identities. Chapter 1840. The Dragon Man clone's action of plundering the dream realm attracted the 4 dragon generals. If it was a human Gu immortal, the 4 dragon generals would attack together, but Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone was a true Dragon Man, be it the body or the soul. They were both flawless. The 4 dragon generals thus revealed their identities. This secret made Fang Yuan secretly shocked. In his previous life, he only saw Bai Ningbing controlling Dragon Palace and Di Zongxing at the final moment, He did not see the 4 dragon generals. So these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals were actually Dragon Palace's servants. They were subdued by Dragon Palace and became dragon generals. The situation here is quite complicated. Should I make a move personally? Thoughts moved rapidly in Feng Yuan's mind as he deduced. With his current strength, he had a high chance of dealing with these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. Feng Yuan's strongest methods were Qi Path methods. Ignoring everything else, just the number of Qi Path Dao marks, he had left these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s in the dust. But they are rank 8 Gu immortals after all. I can win or even kill them, but there will be a huge commotion. I cannot win quickly. Referring to the battle between Duke Long and these 4 in my previous life, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has its own intelligence. It can fly away on its own. If I attack forcefully, I might end up in the same situation as Duke Long in my previous life. Feng Yuan immediately deduced the most likely scenario. He came here to secretly take Dragon Palace. If he caused such a huge commotion and exposed his rank 8 cultivation level and Qi Path strength, it would not fit with his original plan. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan looked at Cooking Luck Pot above him. The purple dragon luck around Cooking Luck Pot was completely covered by the black clouds, but it was grinning excitedly. It was about to move. Especially in this black cloud, there were traces of azure purple qi that could be vaguely seen. These wisps of azure purple fate energy are indescribably precious and wonderful. They represent the possibility of the Dragon Man clone becoming the master of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Man clone only has rank 7 cultivation level. The 4 dragon generals are all rank 8. They did not discover me. There is little chance of them deceiving me. If the Dragon Man clone follows the rules and explores the dream realm and passes the test, not only will he obtain Duke Long, he will also obtain the battle strength of these 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. It seems that this Dragon Palace is definitely an enslavement path immortal Gu house. To be able to enslave 4 rank 8 battle strengths at the same time, truly amazing. According to the information from my previous life, I still have plenty of time. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decided that his main body would not move, and let his avatar try to explore the dream and participate in the test. This was undoubtedly a plan that maximized the benefits. Having received the main body's request, the Dragon Man clone immediately returned the dreamscape. This action caused the expressions of the 4 great dragon generals to ease up considerably. Among them, Granny Rong said, "To participate in Dragon Palace's test, your body and soul must enter the dream realm together. Only by having the courage to stake everything on this gamble will you be qualified to become the Dragon Palace Lord." The Dragon Man clone's expression changed slightly, but considering that the main body was watching from above, he nodded and entered the dream realm. Once he entered the dream, he fell into deep darkness. "Wu Shuai, wake up, wake up." Someone beside him pushed the Dragon Man clone. The Dragon Man clone opened his eyes and saw a young Dragon Man girl. She was pure and cute. She had a helpless expression as she said, "Why did you fall asleep again? Everyone is waiting for you. Don't forget, today is the day we agreed to duel with Vice Chen and Zhang Shuang." "So I am Wu Shuai. I have rank 3 Gu Master cultivation level." The Dragon Man clone immediately inspected his own situation. Let's go, let's go." The young Dragon Man girl could not wait any longer. Seeing that Feng Yuan opened his eyes, she immediately dragged him and ran. They sprinted along the way and arrived at a drill ground. There were already 2 groups of people in the drill ground. They were in the east and west direction. They were facing each other clearly. The group in the west were all human youngsters. There were both males and females. The 2 leaders had the arrogance of youngsters. The group in the east were all Dragon Man youngsters. They were much fewer in number and without a leader. They were being suppressed by the human youngsters. They were at a disadvantage. Seeing that Feng Yuan appeared, the Dragon Man youngsters became excited. Some cheered while others blamed Feng Yuan for being late. "Wu Shuai, you finally dared to show yourself. I thought you were too timid to participate in the duel." One of the 2 young men leading the group from the human tribe yelled. The young Dragon Man girl who had been dragging Feng Yuan over immediately retorted, "Vice Chen, don't be arrogant. Now that Wu Shuai is here, he will definitely beat the crap out of you." "Enough nonsense, Wu Shuai, make your move. This time, I, Zhang Shuang, will will definitely wash away the humiliation of losing to you last time. The other young Gu master stood up. He was clearly an impatient person. He could not wait to challenge Wu Shuang. Wait. Feng Yuan waved his hand, delaying for time. Since it is a duel, what are the stakes? He said as he sized up the drill ground. The drill ground's layout was extraordinary. It was actually an immortal Gu formation. This meant that he was in a very important place. Since there was an immortal formation, he was definitely in the territory of a super force. And Feng Yuan's current location was also an important location of this super force. An immortal formation could be set up in a drill ground. This was not an ordinary level of importance. Looking at the attire of both sides, they were similar. They were clearly from the same sect. This duel seems to be a competition between youngsters. The youngsters here have at least rank 2 cultivation level. Looking at their appearances, they have probably just started cultivating. They are really talented. The one with the highest cultivation level is me. There are also the young human leaders Vice Chen and Zhang Shuang. They have rank 3 cultivation level. They are all young geniuses. Below them is the Dragon Man girl who dragged me here. She has rank 2 peak stage cultivation level. Commander Wu, don't look down on me. I have already brought the stakes. Look. Vice Chen said as he solemnly took out a Gu worm from his pocket. Feng Yuan took a look. It was a rank 5 Gu. It was called Commander Gu. Commander Gu had the appearance of a sawtooth tree. It was a longhorn beetle. The longhorn beetle's body was long and cylindrical. Its back was slightly flat. There were 2 long feelers on its head. This Commander Gu was the same. Its body was like green jade. It had a pair of long feelers that were 10 times longer than its body. They were like 2 long red ropes. The Dragon Man clone was slightly shocked. Feng Yuan had many immortal Gu. He did not care about mortal Gu. But this Commander Gu was different. Even though it was a mortal Gu, it was a human path Gu worm. It had enslavement path effects. It had appeared briefly in Central Continent before vanishing. According to the rumors, Commander Gu's effect was very good, and there were many other similar Gu worms that complemented it in a complete set. The Dragon Man clone's attainment level was interlinked with Feng Yuan's main body. Feng Yuan's main body had Human Path Grandmaster and Enslavement Path Master attainment level. The Dragon Man clone was the same. As long as one had Master attainment level, they would have the corresponding intuition. At this moment, the Dragon Man clone had a feeling. As long as I pass this dream realm, I will be able to obtain Commander Gu's recipe. No wonder my luck little purple dragon is so eager. This enslavement path dream realm is truly my fortuitous encounter. Thinking of this, the Dragon Man clone became even more excited. While running here earlier, he had already investigated how many Gu worms Wu Shuang had, what they were. He had some preparations regarding the methods he could use. But he did not know how to make the bet. Immediately, Feng Yuan smiled. In that case, come at me. I will let you go first. You can make the first move. Zhang Shuang was mocked like this. Anger appeared on his young face. All right, Wu Shuang. Since you are so arrogant and look down on me, I will grant you your wish. He took out more than 10 yuan stones and scattered them on the ground of the drill ground. The drill ground was an immortal formation. When the yuan stones landed on the ground, it was like falling into water. They were immediately devoured by the ground. Next, ants started to crawl out of the ground. Zhang Shuang stared with wide open eyes, using his method to enslave these ants. The Dragon Man clone was shocked. These are not ordinary ants. There are natural markings on their backs. They form human characters. Are they army ants that are being transported? Dragon men were not born naturally. They were a man-made variant human race. Army ants and dragon men were similar in nature. They were not born naturally. They were created by Gu immortal great experts. These army ants were created by enslavement path Gu masters. To a large extent, they could alleviate the problem of feeding them. A small number of army ants could be used for daily training, while a large number of army ants could form an ant tide. They were also very powerful. Zhang Shuang had great strength. He soon enslaved more than 10 yellow ants. At this time, new ants crawled out of the ground. They were slightly larger than the previous ones. They were black in color. Zhang Shuang was overjoyed. He quickly shifted his attention and started to enslave these black ants. The yellow ants had natural words on them. Worker. The black ants also had natural markings on them, soldier. Seeing this, the Dragon Man youngsters were anxious. The Dragon Man girl beside Fang Yuan shook Fang Yuan's arm. Brother Wu Shuang, quickly start. If you lose this duel, you'll have to lose your vital goo. The other party is shameless. He already has more than 10 worker ants and 3 soldier ants. All right. Fang Yuan smiled and sat cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on the ants on the ground. He activated a killer move that used his sight to enslave the ants. It was extremely effective. In a few breaths' time, dozens of ants on the ground gathered around Fang Yuan. Among them, there were worker ants and soldier ants. With this result, he immediately surpassed Zhang Shuang. The human youngsters gasped in shock. The Dragon Man youngsters were stunned before they cheered excitedly. Zhang Shuang looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. When he saw that there were more and more ants in front of Fang Yuan, there were several times his number, his face turned pale as paper. I lost, Zhang Shuang said straightforwardly. But what killer move did you use? The killer move was exquisite and powerful. Most importantly, Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very strong. It far surpassed mortal Gu masters, not to mention this youngster. Fang Yuan did not know either. He had just created it. He avoided the topic. Since you lost, what are the stakes? Zhang Shuang snorted coldly, handing command Gu to Fang Yuan before turning around and leaving. Chen Fu had a dark expression. He left behind some harsh words before leaving. Wu Shuai, to think that you are so insidious. You secretly refined a powerful enslavement path killer move. Don't be too pleased. We will get back at you sooner or later. Yay. We won, Wu Shuai, you are amazing. As expected of Wu Shuang. Haha, so funny. Zhang Shuang and Chen Fu's expressions were really unsightly earlier. Fang Yuan smiled. He was about to reply to the excited youngsters around him, but he saw that these youngsters' eyes were wide open. Their expressions and movements froze as they looked behind Fang Yuan. Father, they said in a soft voice. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a Dragon Man Gu immortal staring at him with a dark gaze. Chapter 1841. After taking a closer look, the Dragon Man clone realized. Even though the person in front of him was a Dragon Man Gu immortal, he was not Duke Long, he only looked similar. Even so, this person is likely to have a close relationship with Duke Long. I wonder if he is the father of my identity? Fang Yuan was thinking when this Dragon Man Gu immortal walked in front of him. Wu Shuai, you have guts. How many times have I told you not to cause trouble? Don't provoke them. But you actually beat them again this time. Do you know that Zhang Shuang and Chen Fu are the direct descendants of our sect's supreme elders? The Dragon Man Gu immortal who resembled Duke Long had a solemn expression. His gaze was spewing fire. The Dragon Man youngsters who were laughing earlier were silent. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They lowered their heads and looked at their feet. It could be seen that their father had high prestige in their hearts. He was very strict in disciplining them. Fang Yuan could not confirm the true identity of this Dragon Man Gu immortal. He could only imitate the other Dragon Man youngsters, lowering his head in silence. The Dragon Man Gu immortal was furious. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the back of Fang Yuan's head. He used so much force that Fang Yuan almost tumbled. Fang Yuan staggered. He took a step forward and stabilized his body. Wu Shuai, come with me. Come to my study room and kneel as punishment. The Dragon Man Gu immortal snorted coldly, turning around and leaving. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the Dragon Man youngsters. They were all looking at Fang Yuan with expressions of pity, guilt, and joy. It seems that I can only follow this Dragon Man Gu immortal. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He lowered his head and followed. After just a few steps, the world around him suddenly changed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was in a study room. The study room was huge. There were beautiful and exquisite flower vases. The study table was 10 feet long. The table was wide. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on it. At the center was a half-written banner. There were only 3 words, Long Xing Tian. This Dragon Man Gu immortal is called Long Xing Tian? No, judging from the length and the blank space at the back, there's obviously one more word. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Right at this moment, a stern reprimand resounded in his ears. Unfilial son, quickly kneel down for your father. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw that the Dragon Man Gu immortal was standing behind the table, staring at him with a grim and cold expression. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, If you had said that earlier, I would have known about our relationship. Immediately, he knelt on the ground with a thud. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was stunned for a moment before smiling coldly. Your attitude towards admitting your mistake has improved quite a bit. I wouldn't dare. Father's teachings are reasonable. I'm still young and ignorant, so I can't fully understand Father's painstaking efforts. I hope Father can forgive me. Feng Yuan immediately replied perfunctorily, but his expression was very appropriate, giving people a feeling of sincerity. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was stunned again. He laughed even more coldly. Humph. He looks obedient on the surface, but he's arrogant on the inside. He actually dares to patronize his father. You deserve a beating. Saying so, he picked up the paperweight on the table and slammed it on Feng Yuan's back. This paperweight was made of metal. It was long and had straight edges. It was thick and heavy. It was originally placed on the two sides of the banner to make it flat. The large paperweight on the table was about the size of a normal door plaque. One could see the specifications of this paperweight. This paperweight hit Feng Yuan's back, causing intense pain. Feng Yuan's soul foundation fell by a huge amount. And Feng Yuan could not resist. In this dream realm, he was not the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's match. But Feng Yuan was also very crafty. Following the force of the hit, he fell to the ground with a plop, his forehead hitting the floor with a dull thud. He groaned as he straightened his upper body, gritting his teeth as the pain was unbearable, but he was trying his best to endure it. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was his father after all. Seeing this, he could not help but feel some emotions. Did I hit him too hard earlier? Sigh. He heaved a long sigh as he sat on the chair, looking at his son who was kneeling on the ground. He said deeply, Wu Shuai, you are my most outstanding son. Your talent and enslavement path is extremely rare. I nurtured you and taught you. It was to make you a great person. But you threw all my teachings to the back of your head. How many times have I told you not to argue with those people? You are a genius. Your foresight far surpasses people of the same age. I have already told you about the current situation. The sect's higher-ups are becoming increasingly dissatisfied with our Dragon Man race's growth. Even though I am a supreme elder, I seem to be very powerful, but I am being ostracized all the time. Even though you won against Chen Fu and Zhang Shuang, you must have angered the Gu Immortals behind them. These human Gu Immortals will not give me a good attitude. They will be even harsher towards the Dragon Man race. You won against them, but you harmed the benefits of the Dragon Man race. You even intensified the conflict in the sect. You are too reckless. You never think of the consequences before doing anything. You have truly disappointed me. I hit you for your own good, for the Dragon Man race, for the peace and stability of the sect. Do you understand my efforts? Feng Yuan was about to say, I understand. But seeing the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's gaze, his heart shook. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's gaze seemed gentle, but there was a trace of coldness hidden deep within. Only someone as experienced as Feng Yuan could see this clearly. At once, Feng Yuan became extremely vigilant. He thought rapidly as all sorts of clues flashed in his mind. In this dream realm exploration, even though his main body was protecting him, his soul and body were both inside the dream. There was no chance of failure. If he failed once, he would lose the qualifications to become the Dragon Palace Lord. In fact, he might even die. Of course, his main body would not ignore it, but if he made a move, he would end up in the same situation as Duke Long in his previous life. The commotion would be too huge. For the greatest benefits, Feng Yuan was willing to take this risk. He had to be even more careful. This question seems ordinary, but it might be the key to this dream realm. If I answer wrongly, I will fail. My analysis should not be wrong. Let's do this. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He raised his head and looked at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His expression changed as he snickered. Father, I am grateful for your consideration. But for the sake of the big picture, you are willing to endure it. I cannot agree with that. Unfilial son. You are still so stubborn. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He stood up and grabbed the paperweight on the table. Feng Yuan quickly said, Father, if you want to hit me, even if you kill me on the spot, I will not hold any grudges against you. But father, asking for help like this is not good for the big picture. You are harming the entire Dragon Man race. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal's eyes were spewing fire. He pointed at Feng Yuan with the paperweight in his hand, shouting, "Such guts! You dare to criticize me? All right, I will give you a chance. Tell me, where did I go wrong?" Feng Yuan was even more certain. He said slowly, "Father, do we dragon men have to be inferior to humans? We have talent. We have talent. We are born with enslavement path Dao marks. What do they have? We do not need goo worms. With just our bodies, we have strong stamina, strength, and recovery speed. Our bodies are hard, our claws and teeth are sharp, while the human race is extremely fragile. Look at lifespan. Our lifespan is 10 times or even 100 times that of humans. We are still alive, but the humans of our age have already died of old age. We do not even need to deal with them. They will die of old age themselves. We dragon men are born with such outstanding talents. What is even more precious is that we are united and acknowledge each other. We are not like humans who fight and scheme against each other. Father, your contributions to the sect are obvious to all. I won the bet this time, so should I lose on purpose? Why do these humans look down on us and treat us so harshly? We dragon men should have a higher status. In fact, these mortals are the ones who should be inferior to us dragon men. Impudent, you are too impudent. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal was furious. He quickly walked around the table and raised the paperweight in his hand, about to hit Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan suddenly stood up. He had tears in his eyes as he shouted at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, "Father, I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. Even if you beat me to death, I will not accept this. I will not accept this." Wu Shuai. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked towards Feng Yuan, looking down at the youngster with bloodshot eyes, but he did not hit the paperweight in his hand. Feng Yuan had no fear. He stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. He was spewing out the unwillingness and hatred in his heart. The father and son stared at each other for a long time. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal seemed to have confirmed something. He suddenly threw the paperweight on the ground. He grabbed Feng Yuan's shoulders. He shook Feng Yuan as he laughed loudly. "Wu Shuai, you are truly my good son. I was not wrong about you." "Father? You?" Feng Yuan was stunned. His expression was filled with doubt and shock. It was extremely natural. "I will tell you the truth. I have the same thoughts as you. It is just that I have been probing you and did not dare to tell you the truth. I have my own difficulties." The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed deeply. "What do you mean? Father, are you thinking?" Feng Yuan seemed to have reacted. His eyes shined with joy and surprise. It was as if he had just accepted it. He also had a trace of disbelief. His expression was perfect and flawless. But deep in his heart he was sighing. As expected, my analysis was correct. In the sect, the conflict between the dragon men and humans has intensified. It can be seen from the fights between the youngsters. That drill ground earlier was an important immortal formation. The higher-ups of the sect must have sensed it. If the Dragon Man Gu Immortal really endured it, how could he not know? Why did he not stop it? Look at the decorations of this study room. The furniture is huge, the layout is grand. It shows the ambitions of the Dragon Man Gu Immortal. In front of the Dragon Man youngsters, he called me Wu Shuai, but in the study room, he called me unfilial son. He was saving my face and prestige. He wants to nurture me into his assistant and successor. Chapter 1842. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan's main body, who was hidden in the clouds, had a change in expression. My clone's luck changed again. Feng Yuan looked over. There was a huge lump of thick black cloud luck beside cooking luck pot. Within the black cloud luck, there were 4 phenomena. They represented 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. They were guarding this black cloud luck. The small purple dragon luck that represented Feng Yuan's clone was surrounded by the black cloud luck. It was growling inside. The small dragon was even more excited than before. Traces of azure purple luck were being converted from the black cloud luck into the small purple dragon's body. With this support, the small purple dragon's body seemed to have expanded slightly. Its claws and teeth also seemed to have become sharper. The most obvious change was that this small dragon was originally coiled on the spot, but now, it stretched its body and took the initiative to move around, probing the black cloud luck. Moving from stillness to activity, high morale. It seems that the clone had a breakthrough in the dream realm. He grasped the meridian. That is why he is taking the initiative. This is a good thing. It is a pity that I cannot use luck path methods to help the clone anymore. If the Dragon Man clone went in with his soul and left his body outside, Fang Yuan's main body could barely inject luck into him. But now, the Dragon Man clone's soul and body had entered the dream realm. It was completely enveloped by the dream realm. Any luck path methods could not be used. Fang Yuan's main body was also helpless, unless he took away a portion of the dream realm and exposed the Dragon Man clone. Or in the distant future, when his research on Dream Path had some results, Fang Yuan could mix his luck path research results with Dream Path. That way, he would be able to block the dream realm. The dream realm continued. The Dragon Man clone thought about it carefully. He analyzed and understood the situation. After a conversation, he expressed his intentions and obtained his father's approval. He also passed the second stage of the Dream Realm's test. However, he still needed to gather more information. In the study room, Fang Yuan said, "Father, since we are of one mind, what can we do to make our Dragon Man race prosper? I believe Father already has a plan. Please teach me." The Dragon Man Immortal smiled. "I did indeed have a plan. To tell you the truth, not just you and me, there are also many knowledgeable Dragon Man experts. It's just that it's not appropriate for you to know the identities of these people yet. This is to protect them, and also to protect you. When it comes to great things, the most important thing is secrecy. It's easy to do things in the dark, but it's hard to do things in the open." "I understand." Fang Yuan nodded. "But as long as it's a big plan, there must be a plan. This is the Constitution." The Dragon Man Immortal laughed loudly. He took out a pen and wrote the final word on a piece of paper on the table. Descend. When combined with the previous 3 words, it became dragon roaming the world. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. The Dragon Man Immortal blew out a breath of air. This breath was sharp like a blade. It cut the paper. The Dragon Man Immortal took a small portion of the paper and handed it to Fang Yuan. There was only one word on it: descend. As for the remaining half of the dragon roaming heaven, the Dragon Man Immortal waved his sleeves. The paper ignited and turned into ashes. The Dragon Man Immortal looked at the ashes on the table and sighed. "One day our Dragon Man race will soar high in the sky. The entire world will be beneath our feet." But now the human race was extremely powerful, and they were fully deserving of the title of Overlord. Looking at the overall situation, we Dragon Men are alone. We do not have a reliable variant human force to ally with. And internally, we are vassals of humans. To soar high in the sky, there is a process from bottom to top. Right now we need to submit to humans. We need to accumulate our foundation silently. Our Dragon Man race has just been formed. Our foundation is too weak. Thankfully we came from humans. We have the closest relationship with them. Especially in Central Continent, we have people of the same race in the 10 great ancient sections. We need to keep learning and accumulating to catch up to humans. Fang Yuan asked, "Then what should I do?" The Dragon Man Immortal smiled. "You have already started. When you were still a child, I discovered your talent. I nurtured you to become an enslavement path master. Now that your enslavement path attainment has reached a higher level, I have already made arrangements for you to participate in Green Antiseptic's disciple recruitment ceremony." Green Antiseptic? Fang Yuan pretended not to understand, but he realized internally. He thought of a title, Ju-Yi Immortal Couple. These two were husband and wife. They were famous lone immortal great experts in Central Continent's history. The man was called Green Antiseptic. The woman was Wine Fairy. They were childhood sweethearts. They had nothing to do with each other. They were mortals, but they had their own immortal destinies. Because of a disaster, they were separated when they were young. They missed each other and thought that the other was dead. After becoming a immortal, the man and woman did not marry. Heaven was on their side. They met each other by chance. They were filled with disbelief and joy. They felt like they were in a dream. After both of them shared their feelings, the woman smiled and said to the man, "I still remember when you were a child. You liked to play with mud and fight ants." The man also smiled. "When I was young, your family opened a tavern. Your family was better off than mine. When you were young, You carried a pole and went around the streets to sell wine. I have always been with you. I really want to stay with you until we grow old." Thus, the man called himself Green Antiseptic. The woman also changed her name to Wine Fairy. Both of them were talented and had excellent moral character. After cultivating together, they were in harmony with the zither and the zither and the zither. The dragon man Gu Immortal continued. Green Antiseptic had once lost a bet with Hong Zhen of the 10 great ancient sects. He agreed to take in a disciple and pass on his legacy. Now, according to the agreement, it is time to take in a disciple. But the 10 great ancient sects have not decided on a suitable candidate, because the Gu Immortal involved, Hong Zhen, had already died from tribulation. Green Antiseptic is a human great expert, but he is a lone cultivator. If my son can become his only disciple, not only will he be able to learn his enslavement path methods, he will also have a relationship with Ju E Immortal couple. In the future, if the Dragon Man race faces any difficulties, these 2 rank 8 great experts will be of great help. So that's it, I understand. Feng Yuan paused before continuing. I will do my best to become Green Antiseptic's disciple. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal nodded. Good, the disciple recruitment ceremony will be at the beginning of next month. You will go into closed cultivation during this period. I will invite many teachers to help you train. The second stage of the dream realm faded. The third stage arrived. Tall mountains stood tall, clouds and mist shrouded them. In a green bamboo forest, in front of a thatched hut, there was a small empty space, but the young generation of the 10 great ancient sects were squeezed together. These people were all young geniuses with great talent. They were all here to compete for the position of Green Antiseptic's disciple. Feng Yuan was dazed for a moment. He looked around and found that he was among the youngsters. But most of the human youngsters subconsciously distanced themselves from him. He only had 2 Dragon Man tribesmen with him. At the center of the empty space, 2 young Gu masters were fighting. Feng Yuan immediately recognized one of them. He thought, "Isn't that Zhang Shuang?" Right now, Zhang Shuang was at a disadvantage. His opponent was a girl with yellow eyebrows and hair. She had a beautiful appearance, her eyes were shining brightly. Feng Yuan had just arrived at the third stage of the dream realm. He did not understand the situation. He immediately asked, "Who do you think will win?" The 2 Dragon Man youths from his tribe heard this. The one on the left had green scales. He said, "Wu Shuai, you are looking down on us too much. Even though we were both eliminated and only you advanced, the situation is clear now." But the situation is clear. In another 10 rounds, Zhang Shuang will lose without a doubt. The green-scaled Dragon Man youngster was more arrogant. His tone was cold. The yellow-scaled youngster was much gentler. He consoled. "Qing Xuan, why are you like this? A win is a win, a loss is a loss. You lost, why are you still bickering? Brother Wu Shuai is not asking this to find trouble with you." The green-scaled youngster, Qing Xuan, was indignant. He gritted his teeth. "That is because of the humans' craftiness. They saw that I was strong and arranged for those 3 humans to fight me one after another, causing my strength to fall so that Tai Qin could easily defeat me. Huang Wei, can't you tell?" The yellow-scaled youngster sighed. "How can I not know? Both of us were obstructed, but that was because we were not strong enough. If we were as strong as Brother Wu Shuai, so what if we were obstructed? Brother Wu Shuai still made it to the finals." Feng Yuan listened quietly, thinking. The green-scaled youngster is called Qing Xuan, the yellow-scaled youngster is called Huang Wei, but I have already made it to the finals. At this time, Huang Wei said, "Brother Wu Shuai, I admire your enslavement path attainment. However, your next enemy is not to be underestimated. Lady Tai Qin is also very strong, on par with Brother Wu Shuai. But Brother Wu Shuai fought relentlessly. You won the blood battles step by step and advanced. Meanwhile, your opponent was protected the entire time. Only in this battle did you meet a strong opponent like Zhang Shuang." Feng Yuan understood now. The yellow-browed double-pupil young Lady Tai Qin was his next opponent. He had a heavy mood, because after observing for a while he had a lot of estimations. This Tai Qin is clearly an enslavement path master. Most of the time, she deploys her troops without thinking, following her instincts. It is usually very effective. She is a strong opponent. Feng Yuan's enslavement path was only at master level. This made him slightly regretful. If he knew this would happen, his main body would have made preparations and raised his enslavement path realm. But who could have predicted that such a situation would occur? I lost. A moment later, Zhang Shuang cupped his fists with a pale face, his body was shaking. Thanks for letting me win. The young lady Taiyan returned the greeting with an indifferent expression. She then turned to stare at Fang Yuan. Finally, it was the final battle. Fang Yuan walked up. He brushed past Zhang Shuang. Zhang Shuang had a complicated expression. He wanted to encourage Fang Yuan as they were from the same sect after all. But thinking about Fang Yuan's Dragon Man identity, he only opened his mouth but did not say anything. After resting for a while, the double Fangjing style started. The youngsters formed a tight circle, paying close attention to the battle. Chapter 1843. Fang Yuan immediately used all his strength to enslave these ants. Tai Qin did the same. These ants were invented by Green Antiseptic. His disciple selection test was naturally to see who was better at controlling ants. Fang Yuan controlled 38 worker ants and 6 soldier ants. With a thought, he controlled his army and charged towards Tai Qin. Tai Qin also had over 30 worker ants and 5 soldier ants. Her tactic was different from Fang Yuan. She used worker ants to build an ant nest and soldier ants to protect them. Fang Yuan had a slight advantage in terms of military strength. His tactic was also very radical, causing the youths to exclaim in shock. Tai Qin frowned and panicked. Why does this Dragon Man youth Wu Shuai seem to have changed into a different person? So radical. She quickly mobilized her troops, first sending out worker ants from the ant nest, followed by the soldier ants that were outside to defend. They were prepared to rely on the unfinished fortifications to defend to the death. Soon, the two armies clashed and intense battle ensued. I did not expect such a situation to occur at the start. Wu Shuai's tactic is completely different from before. This is too risky. That's right, as long as Tai Qin can defend against this wave of attacks, she will have a huge advantage. Wu Shuai did not build an ant nest, but Tai Qin did. This is the difference between them. Now it will depend on their ant manipulation techniques. Because this is the early stage, 1 or 2 ants will tilt the scales of victory. Even though Wu Shuai is strong, Tai Qin has deep attainments, they are evenly matched. In my opinion, Tai Qin has a high chance of winning. How can Wu Shuai be so rash? However, moments later, the victor was decided. Tai Qin suffered more losses. She slowly retreated while Fang Yuan's side pressed forward. How is this possible? Wu Shuai is actually superior to Tai Qin? Did Tai Qin make a mistake? She did not. Tai Qin is performing normally, but Wu Shuai has exceeded it. Did he use some enslavement path method, or is he at this level to begin with? No wonder he has the confidence to charge forward. Tai Qin's expression was solemn. As she retreated, Fang Yuan took the chance to kill more ants. When she retreated into the incomplete ant nest, she only had 12 ants left. It was a pitiful sight. Of course, Fang Yuan was only slightly better. There were only a few tunnels to the ant nest, and Tai Qin naturally knew her own ant nest like the back of her hand. She deployed her troops at the important areas, and at the same time, she split her attention to enslave the ants outside. Fang Yuan thought for a while, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Now that he had trapped the enemy was like a turtle in a jar. Fang Yuan did not understand the layout of the ant nest. If he attacked rashly, it would not be good if he only had a few troops. Thus, he split his troops to guard the entrances, surrounding the ant nest and activating enslavement path killer moves to enslave the ants outside. Ants kept emerging from the ground. At first, there were worker ants, then soldier ants, and now arrow ants. The arrow ants could shoot out sharp thorns from their mouthparts. After shooting out the 3 spikes, the arrow ant would be extremely weak, and it wouldn't even be able to defeat the worker ants. Even so, the arrow ants were still an extremely powerful unit, and they could often defeat many with fewer troops. If they reached a certain scale and shot arrows together in battle, they would be even more threatening. The arrow ants are something that both sides will fight for. That's right, if Tai Qin had the arrow ants, she could have killed all of the ants at the entrance. That way, the troops inside and outside would be able to fight back. Even though Wu Shuai has the upper hand, it is not stable. He can easily turn the situation around. It is a pity. If there were armor ants instead of arrow ants, Wu Shuai would be able to use the armor ants to attack the enemy and destroy the ant nest. The youngsters discussed as they whispered to each other. The competition between the two was the most popular ant manipulation game currently. At the start of the ant manipulation game, worker ants and soldier ants would appear, but after that, ant species would appear randomly. These new ants not only tested the enslavement attainment of both sides, they also tested the Gu Master's understanding of ants and the overall situation of the battle. Feng Yuan and Tai Qin fought with all their might, but Feng Yuan still had the upper hand. The youngsters were all shocked. They could not believe it. This place has a Gu formation. Both sides are facing each other. The closer the ant is, the easier it is to enslave it. Tai Qin enslaved the ants around her, while Wu Shuai is far away. How could he have the upper hand? Is this Wu Shuai's true strength? How strong is he? We worked together to weaken him earlier. To think that he had such strength. Doesn't he feel tired? If it was the real Wu Shuai, he might feel tired, but Feng Yuan did not. Feng Yuan had just entered this dream realm. He was in a good state. Especially his soul. It was formed from the main body's split soul. After that, even though he turned into a dragon man soul and did not cultivate, his foundation was deep and extraordinary. The foundation of the soul directly affected the effect of enslavement path. For example, before the ambush in southern border, Feng Yuan's main body could not enslave many immemorial year beasts, but now he could easily enslave over 20. In the Battle of Arrow Ants, Tai Qin lost. The arrow ants that she enslaved while she was distracted were all destroyed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan not only had arrow ants, he also had worker ants and soldier ants to cooperate with his arrow ants. Tai Qin was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. She was in a very passive situation. But fortunately, arrow ants were not outstanding in offense, especially in an ant nest with many tunnels. Even though I have accumulated an advantage, it is not a big one, especially during this period of time. Tai Qin will definitely use the worker ants to build the nest. Feng Yuan looked like he was being aggressive, but he was actually trying to win steadily. All tactics were built on the foundation of knowing oneself and the enemy. Next, as long as armor ants appear, I will be able to attack and destroy the nest. Even if it is not armor ants and other species appear, as long as it is not cannon ants, I can use my military strength to win. Feng Yuan had a good plan. His chances of winning were very high. Even though the youths were not willing to see it, they had to admit the truth. Dragon Man Wu Shuai is about to succeed. I did not expect the finals to end like this. I did not expect Wu Shuai to have hidden so much strength. He is indeed amazing. Sigh. Such a pity, the great green antiseptic's enslavement path inheritance is actually going to a dragon man. Tai Qin's expression was extremely grim. She stared at the battlefield without blinking. She also realized that she was on the verge of defeat, but she did not want to give up. She gritted her teeth. An intense thought lingered in her mind. If I lose to a dragon man like Wu Shuai, I might as well have lost to Zhang Shuang in the previous round. I cannot lose, I do not want to lose. Right at this moment, traces of clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. The clouds quickly gathered and turned into lumps of green clouds. A few breaths later, acid rain started to fall from the green clouds. Feng Yuan's gaze turned cold. The youths were in an uproar. The change this time is actually not the appearance of ants, but the battlefield. If there was an earthquake, Tai Qin would be finished without Wu Shuai's attack. If there were other changes, it would only maintain the situation. But the acid rain. That's right, Tai Qin's ants are all in the nest, while Wu Shuai's army is exposed outside, being corroded by the acid rain. Wu Shuai is starting to create an ant nest. It is too late. This acid rain allowed Tai Qin to turn the situation around. Wu Shuai's advantage that he took a risk to create is gone. With the help of the acid rain, Tai Qin was finally able to turn the situation around. Feng Yuan had to pull back his troops and create an ant nest to avoid the acid rain. After the acid rain, armor ants appeared, but no matter how many enslaved Feng Yuan managed to get, he missed the best opportunity. But after a few rounds, Feng Yuan used his soul foundation to suppress Tai Qin. After a few small victories, the accumulated advantage forced Tai Qin to the brink of defeat again. In a huge battle, Tai Qin gathered her remaining troops and resisted stubbornly, but suddenly, an ant queen emerged from the ground. To subdue a wild ant queen, not only did the Gu master need to use enslavement path methods, he also needed to use troops to beat the ant queen until it lost its temper. The ant queen appeared at the center of Tai Qin's troops. Fang Yuan immediately attacked, but no matter how many troops he had, he could not break through Tai Qin's few remaining defenses. Tai Qin used all her strength, using methods that would harm herself. She finally subdued the ant queen. Even though the ant queen was half crippled, it had a special ability. The ants on its side moved faster, had thicker defenses, and had stronger attacks. Their overall strength rose by a huge margin. Fang Yuan's ants did not receive any amplification. Even though he had a lot of them, they were just cannon fodder. After attacking for a long time without success, Fang Yuan chose to retreat. He left behind a group of troops to fight against Tai Qin again. Since the ant queen appeared, it would not be just one. Sure enough, new ant kings soon appeared in the field and were obtained by both parties. As such, the battle entered a stalemate again. Both sides controlled more and more ants. They created ant nests and occupied the battlefield while controlling their troops to attack each other. Tai Qin's expression was pale. Fang Yuan was not much better either. But with his rich experience, he slowly gained the upper hand. Rumble. Just as Fang Yuan was about to launch a decisive attack, an earthquake occurred on the battlefield. Fang Yuan suffered heavy losses. 80 to 90% of his ant nests were destroyed. Even though Tai Qin suffered the same, she did not have many ant nests to begin with. Her losses were much lighter than Fang Yuan's. Both sides returned to the same level. The youths were in an uproar. It's like this again. Whenever she is at a disadvantage, something will happen to help Tai Qin. Isn't Tai Qin's luck a little too good? It has already happened 3 times in a row. Could it be that someone is cheating? How is that possible? This battlefield was personally created by Green Antiseptic. If Tai Qin could cheat, she would have defeated Wu Shuai long ago. Fang Yuan's gaze became even colder. I'm in trouble, he thought. According to his luck, even if he lost contact with his main body, he would not be so unlucky. The biggest possibility is that the dream realm manifests, forcing me to fail and not be able to defeat Tai Qin. That is why whenever I am about to win, the dream realm will change, causing me to lose the chance of victory. In that case, should I purposely hold back and accept defeat? If it was during normal times, he would be able to probe like this. But now the Dragon Man clone only had one chance. If he guessed wrongly, it would be the same as him giving up. If that happened, the Dragon Man clone would be trapped in the dream realm, and his main body would have to take action. The main body and the 4 great dragon generals would fight intensely, and the situation would go out of control, causing the Dragon Palace to fly away. Fang Yuan's previous plan would also fail. What should he do? Chapter 1844. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling floated in the sky. Her expression was extremely solemn. She had prepared this killer move for 3 days and 3 nights. Go. At the next moment, she finally erupted. A grand golden light shot out. The golden light was like a 5-tailed peacock. It chirped lightly and spread its wings to fly. When this golden light flew to a certain place in the sky, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Among the specks of light, a huge tunnel could be vaguely seen. Fairy Myrtle, who was beside Qin Dingling, turned pale. There really is such a tunnel. Qin Dingling's 7 orifices were bleeding, her body was swaying and her expression was pale. She retreated to rest. Thank you for your hard work. Duke Long was also present. He was moved. Qin Dingling took in a few breaths, sighing. That was close. If I had not soul-searched Zhao Lianyun and obtained some information about Giant Sun All-Life Luck True Inheritance, with my own attainment, I would not have been able to discover Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements here. Duke Long snorted coldly. This Giant Sun Immortal is scheming against us. He pretended to visit Celestial Court back then, but he actually set up this trap. This Luck Path True Inheritance is truly profound. The huge Celestial Court actually did not discover it. But Providence still belongs to our Celestial Court. At the crucial moment, Fairy Qin woke up and saw through Giant Sun Immortal's scheme. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. According to this arrangement, Giant Sun Immortal opened up a path in Celestial Court. Once he activates it, Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals might directly attack Celestial Court. Yes, this is the style of Northern Plains barbarians, Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. But since we discovered this, we can make arrangements against it. We can even play along and ambush Northern Plains. This will be of great help to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention in a few years. Qin Dingling had made a great contribution, but her expression was still gloomy. She sighed and said, "The Giant Sun Immortal has 3 true inheritances of self-fate, all beings' fate, and heaven and earth fate. In order to deal with him, I focused on cultivating the fate of all living beings and cultivated bitterly for so many years. I originally thought that I was on par with him. In the end, it made me realize just how big of a gap there is between us." Fairy Myrtle advised, "The venerables of the past cannot be judged with common sense. Senior, it is the fortune of the Celestial Court that you have such attainments in Luck Path. It has made up for the historical regret of the Celestial Court. From now on, the Celestial Court will also have a Luck Dao true inheritance that they can take out." Qin Dingling said, "In order to prevent any accidents, I have already sent my Luck Path true inheritance into the Immortal Treasury. However, it would be best to obtain the true inheritance of the Giant Sun Immortal. It is a pity that even though Zhao Lianyan saw the All Beings' Fate true inheritance in Imperial Court Blessed Land, his knowledge was limited and he could only see bits and pieces of it. That Ma Hongyun is possessed by fortune. He definitely knows more. It is a pity that he was captured by Feng Yuan." Mentioning Feng Yuan, Fairy Myrtle frowned. "Speaking of which, Feng Yuan has not shown himself for some time. We have already made strict arrangements in the River of Time, but Feng Yuan has not shown himself. He has myriad year flying warship, but he does not seem to have much enthusiasm for Red Lotus true inheritance. Is it because we cannot find his traces, or is he?" Mentioning Red Lotus true inheritance, Duke Long also frowned. He said solemnly, "Then prepare for the worst. Assume that Feng Yuan has obtained Red Lotus true inheritance. To subdue Feng Yuan, in my opinion, the focus is still on Guyue Fengzheng." Qin Dingling smiled. Different from the previous life, Guyue Fengzheng received the greatest attention. He had already entered the eyes of Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. With the arrangements of the Celestial Court and a large amount of resources, Guyue Fengzheng's strength was also rapidly rising. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. The 3 desolate beasts' movements became slower and slower. They eventually froze and fell to the ground, moaning. The victor, Guyue Fengzheng, floated in the air, looking down at the 3 desolate beasts lying on the ground. He was dressed in a gray robe. He was completely unharmed. Bloodpath killer moves are truly amazing. Zhao Lianyan was standing beside him. Fengzheng cupped his fists. "It is all thanks to Fairy Spirit Affinity's help, otherwise, I would not have so many opportunities to fight." Zhao Lianyan smiled. "We have the same goal. We should work together, right?" Similar to the previous life, this time, Zhao Lianyan took the initiative to befriend Fengzheng. Zhao Lianyan loved Ma Hongyun, but Ma Hongyun was killed by Feng Yuan. Even though the latter was dead, his soul still existed. There was a chance of revival. The Celestial Court worships providence. They do not want Hongyun to revive. If he revives, wouldn't that be going against fate? Even though I became the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the Celestial Court still treats me as a chess piece. They keep using me. Earlier, that female immortal Qin Dingling wantonly soul-searched me. That is the best proof. In this aspect, I am in the same situation as Fengzheng. We are both chess pieces. It is just that the Celestial Court values Fengzheng more. So if I want to revive Hongyun, I can only rely on myself and find an opportunity. Zhao Lianyan had his own plans. Zhao Lianyan knew his situation. Fengzheng was no longer naive. He had experienced a lot. He also understood his own situation. He understood why Zhao Lianyan befriended him. Fengzheng did not dislike Zhao Lianyan. They were in the same situation. He could empathize with him. As the two spoke, Guyue Fengzheng kept the 3 desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. The 3 desolate beasts did not die. After he grasped control of the killer move Blood Turns Cold, it became the best method to capture enemies alive. Feng Zheng had put in a lot of effort into this killer move. Originally, Fairy Myrtle's plan to nurture Guyue Feng Zheng was to let him cultivate in seclusion. But after Qin Dingling woke up, she persuaded Fairy Myrtle to change her plan. This time, Guyue Feng Zheng had accepted the sect's mission to suppress the 3 desolate beasts. Now that the mission was completed, Feng Zheng planned to clean up the battlefield before returning to Feihe Mountain. But he did not expect to find a secret passage in the desolate beasts' nests. To prevent any young desolate beasts from being left in the depths of the passage, Feng Zheng and Zhao Lianyan discussed for a while before flying into the passage. The result surprised the two. This passage was far deeper than they had imagined. The two continued to fly downwards. The passage became wider. It could contain mountains and seas. This should be an earth trench. The 3 desolate beasts on the surface should not be related to this earth trench. Zhao Lianyan analyzed. Feng Zheng nodded, but he still had some doubts. I guess so too. But this earth trench is quite strange. Logically speaking, it should be filled with life, beasts and plants. But we have been flying down for so long, but we have not seen any living beings. There is definitely something strange about this earth trench. Let's take a look. Zhao Lianyan had wanted to return, but hearing Feng Zheng's insistence, he continued to descend with him. There is a blessed land here. Not long after, Feng Zheng discovered a strange phenomenon. Immediately, Zhao Lianyan also discovered it. He exclaimed, "This blessed land is undergoing tribulation. It caused the blessed land to be damaged and form a hole. That is why it is appearing. Our timing is too coincidental. If we had passed this time, the blessed land would have closed its entrance and left it in the void. We would not have been able to discover it even if it was right under our noses. Let's go in and take a look," Feng Zheng said excitedly. Since there was a blessed land, there would likely be a Gu immortal inheritance. After all, blessed lands were formed from the Gu immortal's immortal aperture. The two easily entered the blessed land. The blessed land was currently in a state of calamity. It was in an abyss of suffering. Strange, the humans here seem to be in strange shapes. Are they the extinct beast men? Looking at the current situation, there should not be any Gu immortals here. Feng Zheng and Zhao Lianyan discussed for a while before helping. Even though their cultivation level was low, they were not ordinary Gu immortals. Their methods were exquisite. They immediately quelled the calamity. The lucky survivors in the blessed land knelt down and thanked the 2 immortals. Feng Zheng asked and found that the residents of these blessed lands were not humans. They were dragon men. Dragon men, which variant human race are they? Why have I not heard of them before? Feng Zheng was surprised. As the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lianyan had been around for quite some time. She immediately frowned. The dragon man is indeed one of the variant humans. We are in trouble now. She knew that she and Feng Zheng were pawns of the celestial court. They seemed to be moving around freely, but they were definitely being monitored by the celestial court. Sure enough, after a while, Gu immortals arrived. They were 2 female immortals. Feng Zheng and Zhao Lianyan recognized them. One was Fairy Myrtle, the other was Qin Dingling. Feng Zheng still felt it was strange. This blessed land is ordinary and unremarkable. Why would the 2 ladies of the celestial court come here? Qin Dingling and Fairy Myrtle, however, were in a good mood. This could be seen from their expressions. Feng Zheng, you have made another contribution. You have done well. You 2 can leave now. Qin Dingling nodded with a smile, sending Feng Zheng and Zhao Lianyan away with one sentence. Feng Zheng and Zhao Lianyan had no choice but to obey. They obediently flew away and returned to their respective sections a moment later. Fairy Myrtle gathered the information. This blessed land originated from Duke Long's grandson, Wu Shuai. No wonder it could be hidden for so long and even deceived Lord Duke Long. The dragon men in this blessed land are all Wu Shuai's descendants. There are pure dragon men and also dragon man and human hybrids. These dragon men are not important, but there is a clue hidden deep in the blessed land that leads to the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Senior Qin, you are right. Feng Zheng is truly our lucky general. Fairy Myrtle said happily, because one of the main creators of Dragon Palace was Wu Shuai. The Celestial Court had been searching for Dragon Palace, but their progress had been very slow. Now that they had this crucial clue, as long as they deciphered it and combined with the Celestial Court's hard work, They should be able to deduce Dragon Palace's location. There is no time to lose. Qin Dingling had a solemn expression. Fengzong was arranged by Providence to suppress Feng Yuan. He found this blessed land and lured out Dragon Palace. This means that Feng Yuan is likely to be secretly plotting to seize Dragon Palace. Chapter 1845. In the depths of Eastern Sea, another scene appeared in Dragon Palace's dream realm. The Dragon Man clone controlled the ant army as it advanced. The black mass of ants numbered in the thousands, and the formation was tight. Among them, the armor ants opened up the path, holding the front, followed by the arrow ants, and in the middle was the king ant. At the back of the army were the cannon ants. They were fat and moved slowly. In front of the Dragon Man clone, Tai Qin was also controlling an ant army. "Senior brother, I am here," the yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. The army charged towards Feng Yuan's troops. Feng Yuan quickly willed and stabilized the formation, using the armor ants to defend while the cannon ants attacked. Tai Qin's ant army was mainly made up of spear ants and sprint ants. They were very aggressive. Feng Yuan laughed internally. Ever since Green Antiseptic's disciple recruitment ceremony, Tai Qin was defeated by me. She seems to have been stimulated and changed her cautious and stable fighting style, becoming more aggressive and aggressive. At this time, two groups of sprint ants surrounded them from the left and right. Tai Qin's tactic was obvious. She wanted to use the speed of the sprint ants to quickly attack the cannon ants behind Feng Yuan. The cannon ants were strong at long range. They had a high firing range. One cannon shot would kill the spear ants at the front. But they were slow and had weak defenses. If these two groups of sprint ants got close, they would die without a complete corpse. It's a very correct tactic. However, how could I not have considered the weakness of this formation when I set it up like this? Junior sister. Feng Yuan smiled at the girl in front of him. Then come, senior brother. The yellow-eyebrowed girl shouted. Her eyes shined with bright light. She was using her full strength. The sprinting ants encircled them, while Feng Yuan's ant army retreated and surrounded the cannon ants behind them. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Tai Qin saw this and stared with wide eyes. She exclaimed with a cute expression. So amazing! Senior brother, you can actually control all of the ants at the same time. Have you grasped the ant thought killer move that master taught us? Feng Yuan smiled and nodded. Tai Qin gritted her teeth. Even so, I will not give up easily. Senior apprentice brother, I'll take your vanguard. It turned out that in order to retreat, Feng Yuan had left the armor ants at the front lines to block Tai Qin's spear ants. Feng Yuan's ant colony retreated successfully, but it was also separated from the armored ant legion at the front line. The armor ants didn't last long before they were drowned by an even larger number of spear ants. The spear ants were like a tide, pouring over. Feng Yuan had long since prepared the arrow ants. They lined up at the outermost perimeter and continuously shot out ant arrows. At the same time, the ant cannon flew high up in the sky and smashed into the spear ant army, blowing up groups of spear ants. Under Feng Yuan's crazy attacks, Tai Qin could not hold on any longer, and the ant army was quickly destroyed. Phew! I lost again. Senior brother, you're still the best. The yellow-browed girl heaved a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of light in her eyes as she looked at Feng Yuan. There was also a faint blush on her cheeks. Feng Yuan understood what was going on. Ever since Green Antiseptic's disciple recruitment ceremony, 3 scenes had passed in the dream realm. Thinking about it, Feng Yuan still felt some lingering fear. In the disciple recruitment ceremony, no matter how much of an advantage he had, all sorts of accidents would happen and erase his advantage. But Feng Yuan did not admit defeat. After thinking about it, he chose to hold back and fight to the death with the yellow-browed girl. Eventually, the two fought to a draw. They had reached the limits of Gu Masters. Green Antiseptic appeared and stopped them, taking them in as his disciples. It turned out that Green Antiseptic's disciple selection criteria was to control ants on the surface, but there was another reason. It was to test the Gu Master's temperament and how persevering they could be. If Feng Yuan admitted defeat, he would not fit the criteria, and the dream realm exploration would fail. Thus, to pass the disciple selection ceremony, one had to either win or lose. It had to be a draw. After passing this hurdle, The next few scenes were all about green antiseptic imparting the Tao. Feng Yuan gained a large number of goo worms. His main opponent was Tai Qin, who had become his junior sister. This yellow-browed girl, Tai Qin, had never won against Feng Yuan ever since she sparred with him. At the start, she was unconvinced, but gradually, she was beaten into submission. There was even a trace of affection that she did not know herself. Great! It seems that the clone has made great progress in the dream realm. Feng Yuan's main body observed the Dragon Man clone's luck. This purple dragon's luck had expanded by several times. The surrounding black clouds had shrunk by 30%. At the same time, the greenish-purple chi that came out of the black chi became denser. It was much more obvious than before. But at this time, a lump of blood-red light flew over from the west. This blood-red light was huge. It floated above the purple dragon's head. It did not fuse with the black clouds. Within the blood-red light, there were faint images of golden phoenixes and divine dragons. Their might was shocking. What is going on? What happened? Feng Yuan's main body's heart sank. He quickly made deductions. This blood-red light luck is more than 10 times larger than the first one. And it came from the west. West of Eastern Sea is Central Continent and Western Desert. The blood-red light luck is still in the air. It is not time to activate yet. And it is so huge, it is likely to be Central Continent's celestial court. How did the people of the heavenly court detect this place? In the previous life, they did not discover this place at this time. Is it because of the ink effect after my rebirth? Feng Yuan lacked information, but he deduced many possibilities. He was not flustered. In fact, he had already made arrangements for this. Because Celestial Court had always been his greatest enemy. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle stopped her technique as joy appeared on her face. I deduced it after all. She knew the exact location of Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. This was because Celestial Court had been sending people to investigate the 5 regions in secret, searching for Dragon Palace's location. Although the progress was slow, after so many years of accumulation, they were close to success. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Celestial Court found Dragon Palace by itself. In this life, after obtaining a crucial clue, this accumulated result erupted in advance. Fairy Myrtle quickly informed Duke Long and Qin Dingling of this news. Dragon Palace must be retrieved. This is my karma, let me make a trip there personally. Duke Long took the initiative to handle this matter. Fairy Myrtle immediately relaxed. With Lord Duke Long taking action, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she received a battle report. Oh no, myriad year flying warship has appeared in the River of Time again. Feng Yuan is taking action again. At this time? Qin Dingling frowned. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Allow me to take a look at their luck. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long were fine with it. Qin Dingling first looked at Duke Long. She saw that Duke Long's luck was in the shape of a dragon. It also resembled a burning cloud. The old dragon lowered its head and coiled its body, seemingly about to fall asleep. This indicated that Duke Long did not have long to live. Qin Dingling grunted. She looked carefully and found that the old dragon's scales were blood red. The dragon's head had wrinkles that formed an inverted mountain character. This was the sign of defeat. Qin Dingling was shocked. There is still someone in this world who can defeat Duke Long. Thinking of this, her vision suddenly turned blood red. The luck inspection killer move stopped. The backlash caused Qin Dingling to spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior Qin. Fairy Myrtle quickly supported Qin Dingling. After Qin Dingling stabilized herself, her eyes were still bleeding unstoppably. She could not see for the moment. She smiled bitterly. Senior Duke Long has incredible attainment. He has a huge number of Tao marks. Even when I use luck inspection, I can only take a look. Even though Qin Dingling had luck inspection methods that were at rank 8 level, when she used them, the results varied from person to person. For example, Duke Long's Tao marks far surpassed peak rank 8. He also had dragon marks on his body that formed defensive killer moves that were in effect at all times. You suffered? Duke Long asked. What was the result? Qin Dingling shook her head. She had a worried expression. Not good. Senior Duke Long will definitely face an intense battle this time. He might even fail. How is that possible? Fairy Myrtle was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Duke Long shook his head. The world is still vast, the river of time flows endlessly. Humans are just a drop in the ocean. This is interesting. I am curious what could cause me to fail. Qin Dingling continued. Luck is a variable. This only indicates that Senior Duke Long's trip has a chance of failure. But it is fine, I cultivate all living beings' luck. I can use luck path methods to increase Senior Duke Long's luck. But I need a few days. Chapter 1846. Inside the Dream Realm. Senior brother, was the food I made yesterday delicious? After Green Antiseptic's lesson ended, junior sister Tai Qin caught up to Fang Yuan as she asked with anticipation. Fang Yuan laughed. It's really not bad. I didn't expect junior sister to be so dexterous. You will definitely be a virtuous wife in the future. I wonder who will have the good fortune to marry you in the future? Senior brother, you are teasing me again. Tai Qin's face flushed red as she said in a soft voice. Senior brother, if you like it, I can make more for you. Sure, then I, your senior brother, will be in luck. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. At this time, a dragon Mangu immortal walked towards them. My son. Father, why are you here? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Greetings, Uncle Wu. Tai Qin hurriedly bowed. The dragon Mangu immortal nodded at the young girl as he smiled. You are Tai Qin, right? My son's letters often mention you. This is a small gift from me, accept it. How can I? Tai Qin wanted to reject it, but Fang Yuan received it for her and placed it in her hands. Just accept it. My father must have some important matters to attend to, so today's sparring after class can't be carried out. Fang Yuan apologized. It's fine, it's fine. Tai Qin quickly waved her hand and thanked him before leaving politely. A pure and innocent girl, is my son moved? Seeing that Tai Qin disappeared around the corner, the dragon Mangu immortal teased. Fang Yuan smiled as he thought. The dream realm changed again as expected, he said cautiously. Father, how can you not understand me? Haha. The dragon Mangu immortal laughed loudly as he patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. I have something important to ask you to come here. Calligraphy Pavilion Lord's daughter, Xu Jiuling, she is 16 years old, and is looking for a spouse. Any young genius can participate. My father wants you to participate. Oh. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He did know about Xu Jiuling. In the previous dream, Tai Qin had talked about this matter while chatting with him. Xu Jiuling was in love with Gu immortal Fan Ji. She was pregnant with his child, but Fan Ji did not want to marry her, he kept rejecting her. When Xu Jiuling saw Fan Ji's face, she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. In the end, she was placed under house arrest by her mother, the Calligraphy Pavilion Master. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had rank 8 cultivation level, and had the immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. She was the leader of Central Continent's lone cultivators. As a mother, seeing her daughter in such a miserable state, she was naturally furious. She wanted to get even with the heartless Fan Ji. But Fan Ji was the closed-door disciple of Black Sky Temple's Supreme Grand Elder Kong Yihen. Kong Yihen was also a rank 8 Gu immortal. He did not have any children and had many disciples, but he doted on his youngest disciple, Fan Ji, the most. The Calligraphy Pavilion Master couldn't do as she pleased, so she could only look for Linghen Kong and ask for an explanation. Kong Yihen brought his beloved disciple Fan Ji to the Calligraphy Pavilion to negotiate. For some reason, not only did the two sides fail to reach an agreement, they even started fighting. Kong Yihen and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady tested each other a few times before stopping. Fan Ji and Xu Jiuling completely fell out. In her anger, Xu Jiuling threatened Fan Ji. Don't regret it, even if you don't want me, someone else in the world wants me. Fan Ji smiled coldly. I came here to negotiate with you, but you are pushing your luck. I'd like to see who has the guts to step into this muddy water. I want to see who is so magnanimous to not even care about the child in your womb. Xu Jiuling fainted from anger. As a mother, the Calligraphy Pavilion Lady had to support her daughter, Xu Jiuling. After Xu Jiuling woke up, she insisted on holding a marriage contest. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady could not convince her daughter. She felt that someone else might be able to give her happiness. Even if her daughter did not like him, holding a marriage contest would divert her attention. she would not be depressed and think of suicide. When Tai Qin said that, she had an expression of watching a show. She was overjoyed, treating it as a joke. Feng Yuan had laughed back then, but he could not laugh now. He thought, the Dragon Man race wants to be independent and rise. They are very ambitious. This is a good chance. Firstly, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady is a rank 8 lone immortal. She is also opposing Black Heaven Temple. If I can become Calligraphy Pavilion Lady's son-in-law, I can use this relationship to pull her into the Dragon Man race's war chariot. As for Xu Jiuling's appearance, character, and the child in her womb, it was not a problem. Feng Yuan did not care. Compared to the ambition in his heart, what was this little sacrifice? Only by enduring what others could not endure could one create achievements that others could not. Junior sister Tai Qin's feelings for me are growing deeper. If I do this, I will be letting her down. The little girl will definitely be very sad. Feng Yuan felt a sense of guilt. But soon he felt a chill as he woke up. Wait, what's wrong with me? This is clearly a dream realm. I am Feng Yuan, not Wu Shuai. Why would I feel guilt? What a powerful dream. It actually managed to evoke the emotions in my heart. The recent scenes of the dream realm seemed to be very stable, but it was actually a subtle influence. My emotions were actually triggered. So close. If there was cold sweat, Feng Yuan's forehead would definitely be covered in a layer of cold sweat. Unfortunately, this was a dream realm. In the past, when Feng Yuan explored dream realms, his body was outside while his soul went in. He often came out, thus, the difference between reality and dream realms was very clear. But now, Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone's body and soul were inside the dream realm. He was exploring it day and night, immersed in it. Even though Feng Yuan could still differentiate between dream realm and reality, his emotions were unknowingly triggered. This was a very dangerous decision. When exploring dream realms, one was afraid of being immersed in the dream realm, unable to extricate themselves. Emotions were the best support. Once he was troubled by emotions and got entangled in all sorts of emotions, Feng Yuan would sink deeper and deeper until he was devoured by this dream realm. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal carefully observed Feng Yuan's expression. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. My son is indeed not troubled by emotions. I will go and meet Green Antiseptic now. I will tell him about this and ask for a long leave for you. I will listen to father's arrangements. Feng Yuan quickly said. River of Time. Boom boom boom. Amidst the thunderous roar, waves of water surged and sprayed. Swoosh. A flying ship suddenly flew out of this surging wave. It was like a silver rainbow. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. And behind Myriad Year Flying Warship, there were 5 immortal Gu houses chasing after it. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Bai Ningbing and the rest performed their duties. They fought with tense bodies and minds. This celestial court is truly rich. They built present and past pavilion and eternal yacht again. Not just that, they also have 3 autumn yellow crane platform, shark flow lever, and that mysterious immortal Gu house. Celestial court is indeed the #1 force. Their foundation is terrifying. Bai Ningbing and the rest did not recognize Celestial Court's moment stage. In order to build this time path immortal Gu house, Fairy Myrtle even took out the core immortal Gu of Million Heavenly King Gallery from Celestial Court. Forget about the other 4 immortal Gu houses. The crucial thing was that moment stage was also a rank 8 immortal Gu house. There was also rank 8 time path Gu immortal Gu Lu Ru inside moment stage. Myriad Year Flying Warship could fight against moment stage, but the other 4 rank 7 immortal Gu houses were not useless either. Thus the situation changed. Bai Ningbing's side could only fight back and forth. No problem, we have the advantage of luck path. We can use the complicated environment of the River of Time to harm Celestial Court. That's right, we can weaken them and find a chance to counterattack. A few days later, Celestial Court. Duke Long was about to set off Qin Dingling, who had a pale expression, and Fairy Myrtle sent him off. Qin Dingling's condition was very poor. In order to help Duke Long improve his luck, she could not travel with Duke Long, nor could she go to the River of Time to defend it. She could only stay in Celestial Court to recuperate. Fairy Myrtle had to stay in Celestial Court to prevent Northern Plains Longevity Heaven from attacking. The battle of the immortal goo houses in the River of Time has already gone on for several days. Feng Yuan has not shown up yet. But with Feng Jioge's Dao Guardian luck, we can completely offset our weakness in luck, thus we Fengzheng have the upper hand. But Feng Yuan cannot be underestimated. Ziwei, you need to pay attention to him. Duke Long said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. Yes. Fairy Myrtle had a solemn expression. Fengzheng is also prepared. He is currently controlling Pine Crane Pavilion at Crane Gate. He is already on Lord Duke Long's way. Very good. Duke Long nodded. He turned into a purple dragon-shaped chi and disappeared at lightning speed. Feng Yuan observed the clone's luck again. The Dragon Man clone's purple dragon was several times bigger. It was energetic and full of energy as it galloped in the black clouds. The black clouds were already mostly purple in color. This meant that Feng Yuan's clone had a higher chance of becoming the Dragon Palace Lord. But in the sky above this black luck, a huge bloodlight luck was already pressing down. It was extremely close. Within the bloodlight luck, the golden phoenix silhouette had already vanished. Only the purple dragon silhouette was left, but it was getting larger and more ferocious. Compared to this bloodlight luck, the black cloud luck and the purple dragon were very small and weak. It seems that only my main body can stop this variable. Feng Yuan had already made up his mind. It's here. At the next moment, his eyes shined with lightning. He saw that in immemorial white heaven, an immortal goo house was flying over. It was Crane Gate's Pine Crane Pavilion. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply as he activated his battlefield killer move. He had prepared this Chi Path battlefield long ago. He was waiting here to stop any changes. What? Inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fengzheng was shocked. The world changed at once. He was trapped like a fish in a barrel. There is an enemy ambush. But I have Pine Crane Pavilion, thankfully. Ugh. Fengzheng showed fear on his face. Endless air currents shot toward the pavilion of pines and cranes like spears and arrows. The terrifying might made Fengzheng's heart skip a beat. Rank 8 killer move. Fengzheng's expression turned pale. Pine Crane Pavilion was only a rank 6 immortal goo house. How could it block such a killer move? At the crucial moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It turned out that Duke Long did not meet up with Fengzheng. He only followed him secretly and instructed Fengzheng to move Pine Crane Pavilion to Eastern Sea alone. This was also Qin Dingling's suggestion. She wanted to give Fengzheng some freedom, so that it would be easier for Feng Yuan to act against him. But Fengzheng's journey had been peaceful until now, when he encountered a strong enemy. Without Duke Long's help, Fengzheng would have died for sure. Duke Long pushed with his palms. The surrounding chi currents broke apart. Who? Come out! Duke Long shouted. Chapter 1847. It is Lord Duke Long. Fengzheng saw Duke Long, and was surprised and joyful. He knew Duke Long's identity. In fact, he had met Duke Long before. If not for Lord Duke Long's appearance, I would be dead already. With Lord Duke Long here, I should be safe. Fengzheng was no longer fearful. He felt a sense of security. He knew what kind of person Duke Long was. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. Fengzheng focused his gaze on the person who almost killed him. Qi ancestor. This old man was dressed in a white robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His long white beard extended all the way to his feet. His expression was solemn, and his aura was vast and mighty. Clouds floated around him, giving him a sense of immortality. Fengzheng could not tell that this was Feng Yuan's disguise. He was curious about this old man's identity. This old man has rank 8 cultivation level, but he is not a rank 8 great expert in Eastern Sea. Who is he? Not only was he curious, Duke Long was also curious. But Eastern Sea was vast and had the most resources in the 5 regions. It was normal for a rank 8 expert to be hiding here. Immediately Duke Long smiled. Qi ancestor, as a rank 8, you can call yourself an ancestor. But in front of me you call yourself Qi, you are truly arrogant. Fengzheng heard this and had a thought. That's right, Lord Duke Long cultivates Qi Path before Transformation Path. He is a rare dual extreme cultivator. This Eastern Sea rank 8 old man also cultivates Qi Path, but he offended Lord Duke Long he. Fengzheng felt a moment of silence for Qi ancestor. At this time he heard Duke Long's deep voice as he shouted. Speak, you purposely waited here and ambushed us with malicious intent. What is your motive? What's your relationship with that Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan was slightly surprised and thought to himself, how did he connect my identity to my real identity? On the surface, Feng Yuan smiled coldly. I am a secluded cultivator of the Eastern Sea. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. However, your celestial court is extremely ambitious and intends to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. In the future, you will find trouble with this old man and get rid of me as soon as possible. Duke Long frowned and retorted. Qixi ancestor, you must have been incited by that demon Feng Yuan. There's no enmity between us, and this is the first time we've met. Why would I make things difficult for you? Demon Feng Yuan is cunning by nature. He's trying to sow discord. You can't ignore it. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. I didn't believe it at first, but Feng Yuan told me many of my secrets and provided conclusive evidence. He was reborn from the future. If I don't believe him, should I believe you? Duke Long's frown deepened. Feng Yuan's accusation was a little shameless. If he accused the Celestial Court of their past and present actions, Duke Long could still provide evidence. But accusing the Celestial Court of their future actions, Duke Long could not refute it. Even he himself was not sure. In fact, even Duke Long had some thoughts in his mind. How can a rank 8 Gu immortal be deceived so easily? Since Feng Yuan persuaded this Qixi ancestor to deal with the Celestial Court, at some point in the future, the Celestial Court might really attack Qixi ancestor. Since that's the case, words of persuasion are useless. Duke Long sighed internally, thinking about how he came to find Duke Long but was obstructed here. Qixi ancestor was clearly here to stop him. With this deduction, Feng Yuan was likely to attack Dragon Palace. It seems that I need to end this battle quickly. Determination flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He was deceived by Feng Yuan in the end. This was not only because Feng Yuan modified familiar face and complemented it with Qi path methods. The main reason was that Qixi ancestor was truly displaying rank 8 cultivation level now. Duke Long had always thought that Feng Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Not just Duke Long, Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Myrtle, the entire Celestial Court, even the whole world was the same. Different from the previous life, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's secret was not exposed in this life. Feng Yuan was very good at this. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long made up his mind. He attacked without hesitation or hesitation. This was a transformation path killer move. Immediately, a claw mark appeared in the air. Feng Zheng, who was inside Pine Crane Pavilion, gasped. He did not expect Duke Long to attack first, and it was a sneak attack at that. But Qixi ancestor's body turned into mist and dissipated even though he was hit. Feng Yuan was already on guard against Duke Long, and because this was his immortal battlefield, he dodged easily. Duke Long's expression did not change. This move was just a probe. Now he found out that this was a Qi path battlefield. Transformation path's power was greatly suppressed. In that case, he would change his methods. Duke Long did not turn around. He pointed behind him. Air currents surged, forming a layer of bubbles around Pine Crane Pavilion, wrapping it inside. Thank you, Lord Duke Long. Feng Zheng did not dare to be slow. He quickly thanked. Duke Long ignored him. He used another killer move. After preparing for a while, he pushed with his palms, sending out several Qi dragons. The translucent Qi dragons roamed around. Once they found Feng Yuan, they would attack. Lord Duke Long is not an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal after all. Feng Zheng saw that these Qi dragons were over 100 feet long. They were majestic and powerful. They were agile and agile. He praised internally. But right at this time, Duke Long raised his head. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. What is that sound? Feng Zheng also heard the loud sound. He quickly raised his head. At the next moment, his mouth opened wide, his pupils shrunk. He saw a majestic blade Qi that was over 100 feet long. It was thick and broad. It was like the saber of a god. It slashed down as if it was going to split this world in half. The saber Qi was majestic and mighty, stirring up countless winds and lightning. Feng Zheng was horrified. Under the massive saber Qi, he was as tiny as an ant. The mighty aura dragons from before were instantly reduced to earthworms and tiny snakes. At the moment of danger, Duke Long roared, activating his killer move. Chi Wall. Chi Wall was the most common defensive killer move of Chi Path, but Duke Long's method was not simple. He used consecutive moves, activating the Chi Wall 3 times. The Chi Wall first had 1 layer. Before expanding twice, it was thicker and tougher. It was like 3 Chi Walls had fused together. Boom. The blade Chi landed on the Chi Wall, emitting a deafening explosion. Even inside Pine Crane Pavilion, Fang Zheng's vision turned dark. He felt dizzy and his ears were bleeding. The Chi Wall collapsed. Most of the blade Chi dissipated. Only some remnant waves were left. They were at the end of their tether. The pavilion of pines and cranes was like a small dinghy, rocking violently in the aftermath. Fang Zheng stabilized the immortal Gu house with much difficulty. His face was pale as he breathed roughly. He was in a pathetic state. How can this Eastern Sea Gu immortal be so strong? Fang Zheng was still shocked. The sense of security he felt earlier was gone. Duke Long was unharmed, but his expression was solemn. He was no longer as relaxed as before. He raised his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in the sky. They were far apart. That blade Chi move earlier naturally exposed Fang Yuan's location. Duke Long slowly flew into the sky, saying to Fang Yuan, "What a good blade Chi move. Even though it is not exquisite, it is majestic. However, how many times can you activate such a move?" Fang Yuan smiled. He was calm and collected. That killer move earlier, because it was too powerful. Duke Long thought that Fang Yuan had stored his strength for a long time before using it. This was a good understanding. But Fang Yuan was an exception among exceptions. "Oh, you are talking about this. I just did it casually." Saying so, Fang Yuan stretched out his index finger, pointing at Pine Crane Pavilion. Boom. Just like before, the boundless saber Chi gathered and slashed down heavily. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom. Another blade Chi, grand and majestic, like it was about to split heaven and earth, followed the previous one. Fang Yuan pointed with his index finger again. Boom. The third saber Chi's weight did not decrease at all. In fact, it even increased slightly. Fang Zheng's body froze. He was stunned on the spot. Duke Long was also shocked. The other party used the blade Chi killer move so easily. It was as simple as drinking water. But how was this possible? Nothing was impossible. Fang Yuan had a huge number of Chi Path Dao marks. It had surpassed 1,000,000. With the amplification of the Chi Path battlefield here, it was reasonable for him to reach this stage. Duke Long had Chi Path Dao marks too, but it was only 30% of Fang Yuan's. Thus, he had to use 3 Chi walls to barely block Fang Yuan's blade Chi. The other party is so strong. Eastern Sea actually had such a person. Interesting. Duke Long's eyes shined with fierce light. His fighting spirit was ignited. He raised his head and saw that the 3 streaks of saber Chi were so overwhelming that they were already closing in. It has been a long time since I had such a challenging battle. Duke Long took a deep breath. At the next moment, his overwhelming aura burst out. With a dragon roar, he pounced at the blade Chi. Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought intensely, but in the underwater dream realm, it was warm and peaceful. "Junior sister, be careful. I have been preparing for this move for a long time." The Dragon Man clone smiled. The yellow eyebrows girl, Tai Chin, smiled. "Senior brother, come at me. I am already prepared." "That's good." The Dragon Man clone waved his hand. The ant swarm flew up, forming a golden river that charged at Tai Chin. Tai Chin also waved her hand. A group of flying ants flew out from the ground, forming a river that charged at Tai Chin. The 2 ant swarm clashed in midair, but they did not fight. Instead, they fused together. There was no damage. The ant swarm converged in midair, becoming one. There was no difference between them. Under the dazzling golden light, Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone stared at Tai Chin with a burning gaze. Tai Chin stared back bravely. Her cheeks flushed red. Her eyes were also filled with unconcealable affection. "Junior sister. Senior brother." The 2 walked towards each other and hugged each other. The ant swarm flew around them happily. After a moment of warmth, it was time to bid farewell. "Junior sister, I have to go. Sai, I want to be with you forever. But I cannot disobey my father's orders. I already have a family. It has been hard on you all these years." The Dragon Man clone kissed Tai-Chin. Tai-Chin shook her head. It has not been hard on me, senior brother. You had no choice but to do this. I did it willingly. I have always been here. You can come anytime. I will be here. By the time the Dragon Man clone returned to Calligraphy Pavilion, it was already midnight. The moon was bright. He looked at the pavilion at the peak of the mountain as he felt a sense of melancholy. Right at this time, in a shadow, a Dragon Man Gu immortal flew out and met with the Dragon Man clone. Brother, when you were not around, your wife met with that Fanji secretly again. The Dragon Man Gu immortal reported with an unhappy expression. Chapter 1848. Wait. This is just a dream realm. I am not the real Wu Shuai. What is there to be angry about? The Dragon Man clone was shocked as he woke up. He blinked as he subconsciously touched his forehead. Unfortunately, he did not feel cold sweat. Instead, he felt a pair of warm coral-like dragon horns. This made him feel a chill in his heart. Brother, what do we do now? The Dragon Man Gu immortal who reported them asked again. Fang Yuan looked at him. This Dragon Man Gu immortal's youthful appearance could be vaguely seen. It was Huang Wei. He had once competed with Wu Shuai to become Green Antiseptic's disciple, but he did not succeed. However, this person was talented. In addition, the dragon human race was very diligent, so they were more united than the human race. There were very few internal conflicts, so the talents in the race were almost never buried. Especially a genius like Huang Wei, who was heavily nurtured. Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Shuai, knew of his talent and purposely befriended him, saving his life by chance. They became sworn brothers. Several dream realms had passed. The time span was huge. Fang Yuan's identity in these dream realms was already a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan thought about it before snorting coldly. Impatience will spoil great plans. We will act like before. We will act like we don't know anything. This Xu Jiuling was once pregnant with Fan Ji's child. She was abandoned by him. In a fit of anger, she went to find a husband. Wu Shuai obeyed his father's orders. He wanted to get close to Central Continent's rank 8 lone immortal, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. He became Xu Jiuling's husband. Honestly speaking, Calligraphy Pavilion Lady helped Wu Shuai a lot in becoming a Gu immortal. She provided him with a lot of resources. But Xu Jiuling was infatuated. After giving birth to her son, she still could not forget about Fan Ji. After some time, Fan Ji also remembered Xu Jiuling's kindness. He took the initiative to get close to her. Xu Jiuling could not control herself. She connected with Fan Ji again. They got closer and closer. It was almost an open secret. Originally, Wu Shuai's success in finding a husband made him the laughingstock of Central Continent's Gu immortal world. It was even more so now. If it were ordinary Gu immortals, it would be fine if they were timid and weak, but Wu Shuai was a heroic and talented person. It was not easy for such a person to endure this. It seems like the higher my cultivation, the easier it is for me to fall into a dream. After staying in this dream for so long, I almost think that I'm Wu Shuai. Maybe. This is the real purpose of the Dragon Palace's test? Fang Yuan's clone suddenly had a flash of inspiration, realizing the truth. As a test for the successor of the Dragon Palace, this dreamland wasn't just a test of the successor's temperament. This was because the choices made in a dream could go against the source and be falsified. The dream was not only a test, but it was also a way to create a successor. Even if they did not meet the requirements, as long as they passed the dream realm. After going through such a long series of modifications, the Gu immortals that came out would hate the Celestial Court. They would favor the Dragon Man race. They might even be like Wu Shuai. They would take it upon themselves to revitalize the Dragon Man race. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s from before were likely to have explored this dream realm, but they did not succeed. However, during this process his temperament changed, and he became a dragon general. What do I do? I am already immersed in it now. It is not easy for me to extricate myself. If I continue to explore, the situation will only get worse. If I fail, I might become a dragon general as well. If I succeed, I will accept the modification and become the Dragon Palace Lord. My main body might even have to take a secondary position. I will focus on revitalizing the Dragon Man race. The more Fang Yuan's doppelganger thought about it, the colder his heart became. No matter if he succeeded or failed, he didn't want either outcome. More terrifyingly, he could not leave even if he wanted to. His main body did not know about this. He could not send any information out of the dream realm. I was actually tricked by an immortal goo house called Dragon Palace. Realizing this, Feng Yuan's doppelganger did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly thought of his previous life. Wait, why was Bai Ningbing able to manipulate Dragon Palace and become its Dragon Palace Lord? Feng Yuan had not been able to deduce this secret. In my previous life, Dragon Palace was forcefully taken by Duke Long. Duke Long did not pass the Dream Realms test. But later, it became Bai Ningbing's possession in an unimaginable manner. This means that Duke Long did not truly subdue Dragon Palace. He forcefully suppressed it. But even if he forcefully suppressed it, how could Duke Long not know about it? If he knew, why would he place Dragon Palace in Hidden Dragon Cave instead of keeping it in the depths of Celestial Court? Dragon Palace is an enslavement path immortal goo house. According to the battle in my previous life, Di Zongxing also participated in the battle. He was likely enslaved by Dragon Palace. So, Duke Long wanted to use Dragon Palace to subdue Di Zongxing? In the end, Dragon Palace subdued Di Zongxing but betrayed Celestial Court. Bai Ningbing should not have time to explore the Dream Realm. Even if she had time, how could she have the ability to do so? But it is also possible that the Dream Realm was taken away by Celestial Court, so Bai Ningbing took advantage of it. The Dragon Man clone shook his head. Thinking about it made his head swell. There was too little information, he could not deduce the truth. Sigh, the only thing I can do now is to stall for time until my main body realizes something is amiss, and comes to save me. The Dragon Man clone did not know the situation outside. Feng Yuan's main body was already fighting with Duke Long. With his current situation, if he actively explored the Dream Realm, he would definitely be modified by the Dream Realm. He would sink into it and be unable to free himself. If he failed, he would become a Dragon General. If he succeeded, he would become the Dragon Palace Lord. But he would betray his main body, his personality, values, and life goals would all change. However, neither of them was what he wanted. Immemorial White Heaven. Chi Path Battlefield. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, creating huge air currents. Air currents surged and surged. Pine Crane Pavilion was like a paper boat, moving up and down in the tsunami. It seemed like it would break apart at any moment. Feng Jing was feeling dizzy inside. His face was pale without a trace of blood. I am already a goo immortal, but I do not even have the qualifications to watch the battle here. If not for Lord Duke Long's protection, I would have died long ago. Looking at Duke Long's figure, Feng Jing's heart was filled with gratitude and respect. Duke Long was in high spirits after the long battle. He stood tall and straight. His dragon scales were shining with radiance, but his dragon eyes were filled with anger. Qi Ancestor, you are such an amazing person. You actually attack the weak. You have no bearing at all. Feng Yuan smiled. Attacking the enemy to save the enemy is the correct path of war. This is my style. Moreover, I am very curious, who is hiding in this immortal goo house, to be able to make you, Duke Long, protect them time and time again? Feng Jing did not know that Qi Ancestor was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan also did not know that the one hiding in Pine Crane Pavilion was his younger brother, Guyue Feng Jing. Even though the two brothers met, they did not know each other's identities. But similar to the battle of the immortal goo houses in the previous life, Feng Yuan acutely sensed that there was an existence in Pine Crane Pavilion that was disadvantageous to him. Feng Yuan attacked time and time again, covering Pine Crane Pavilion within his attack range. Furthermore, this was Feng Yuan's territory. The fog was everywhere, concealing his true body and allowing him to use killer moves easily. Duke Long was very passive. He defended more than he attacked. Feng Yuan suppressed him. However, right at this moment, a series of dragon roars suddenly rang out from the dense fog and clouds. What's going on? Feng Yuan was surprised. Along with the dragon's roar, waves of clouds condensed, forming a huge dragon's chi flow. Spiraling chi currents surged like undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, cutting apart the entire battlefield. Large amounts of fog were swept up by these chi currents, entering these chi currents and strengthening them. This is a method for dismantling moves. Such an exquisite killer move. Without the concealment of the fog, Feng Yuan's true body could be seen as he praised. There were 4 main techniques to activate killer moves. Dismantling was one of them. Back in the Battle of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, when many people fought for Ma Hongyan, old ancestor Shui who had used this dismantling technique, displaying great battle strength. Right now, Duke Long was using this technique. It was completely different. When Feng Yuan fought him, he thought that it was just some minor moves, but to think that they were all part of this Chi Path killer move. When Duke Long unleashed all of them, they immediately formed a terrifying might. What is the name of this move? Feng Yuan looked at these Qi currents and sighed. He found that he could not deal with these Qi currents in a short period of time. Duke Long laughed heartily. His anger from before was completely gone. It was just an act. He was purposely stalling for time. In a battle between experts, words and expressions were weapons. Duke Long had much more battle experience than Feng Yuan. He was very familiar with these moves. Even Feng Yuan was shaken by them. This move is called Reverse Worm Dragon. I cultivated it for 10 years before succeeding. You were right not to attack them rashly. Once you attack, your Chi Path methods will instead boost their power, turning them from worms to dragons. Their power will increase by 100 times. They will be unstoppable and will shock the world. Duke Long explained plainly. He was not casually explaining. He was trying to make Feng Yuan feel more apprehensive. At the same time, he started to prepare his killer move. A huge aura surged from his body. Feng Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. He had never seen Duke Long use this reverse worm dragon move in his previous life. Speaking of which, even when Dragon Palace went on a rampage in the previous life, it had never used expressions or words to deceive its opponents. Evidently, Duke Long treated Qi-Si ancestor as a true enemy. He treated him seriously. The profundity of Mother Qi insect dragon was not inferior to unlimited Qi-Si. Feng Yuan did not forget that Duke Long still had a Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Retraction. This reverse worm dragon seems to be created to counter battlefield killer moves. It is already so troublesome to deal with as a worm. If it turns into a dragon, it will be even more terrifying. But so what? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan smiled proudly and attacked. Blade Qi surged and slashed again. Duke Long was stunned. He clearly saw through the profundity of this move. He should have dodged it. Attacking like this, is he trying to stop me and disrupt my tempo to continue suppressing me? Activating killer moves required timing. Feng Yuan did not give Duke Long the chance, but Duke Long was not discouraged. He dispersed his killer move and retreated with Pine Crane Pavilion. You want to suppress me, but you are helping reverse worm dragon's power, helping it to ascend from a worm to a dragon. You are also giving me a chance. Duke Long's battle intent burned like fire in his heart. He became even more eager. As expected, when the blade Qi landed on the spiraling Qi currents, a lot of them were absorbed by the Qi currents. The Qi currents expanded rapidly before exploding. More than 10 Qi currents fused into one and turned into a towering divine dragon. Its body was huge and majestic. It almost filled this Qi Path battlefield. Compared to it, Pine Crane Pavilion was like a mosquito beside an elephant. Such a powerful killer move. Lord Duke Long is finally retaliating. Feng Zheng saw this and was overjoyed. But at the next moment, Feng Yuan spoke with a calm voice. This is the transformation from worm to dragon, good power. But it is still not enough. Saying so, he activated his killer move. Chi Path killer move. Yin Yang great killer move. Rumble. Amidst the sound of air explosions, 2 huge hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The 2 huge hands could cover the sky. They moved in a mystical path and grabbed the Qi dragon's neck and tail. The huge dragon wailed and struggled with all its might, but the huge hands were like iron hooks. It did not budge at all. Feng Yuan used his hands to control it, and pulled with all his might. Boom. The huge dragon was directly torn apart by him. It could not resist at all. Feng Zheng's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Feng Yuan moved his fingers as he looked down at Duke Long, saying plainly, "All right, the warm-up is over." Duke Long had a solemn expression. His dragon eyes shot out intense light as he stared at Feng Yuan. Chapter 1849. Dream Realm. This is Censure Peak? The Dragon Man clone looked at the floating mountain in the sky with a strange expression. This is not a real mountain, it is like a phantom image. Yes, brother. The first time I saw it, I was shocked too. The Dragon Man Gu immortal Huang Wei was beside him. Right now, 2 scenes had passed in the dream realm. Right now it was Gu immortal Wen Xiu's grotto heaven. Because the disaster was too severe, it was damaged and connected to the outside world. It was discovered. Wen Xiu was an extraordinary woman. She was an information path great expert. She had died long ago. She was a lone cultivator and lacked resources. Rumors said that she could cultivate to rank 8 because she had control of a mystical place, Central Peak. A central continent Gu immortal looked at it and exclaimed. Wen Xiu is truly amazing. This Central Peak was created by a person. It contains abundant information path Dao marks. It is almost half a secluded domain of heaven and earth. There were other central continent Gu immortals with Fang Yuan's clone. There were quite a number of them. The immortals looked at Central Peak, undeniably. This was the essence of this grotto heaven. It was also the most valuable resource. Everyone wanted to obtain it. Huang Wei transmitted secretly. Brother, when the fight starts, please use your full strength. I will protect you and stall for time. Okay. Fang Yuan clone replied, but suddenly, the surrounding Gu immortals attacked him. He who strikes first has the advantage. Wu Shuai is the strongest here. If we fight him alone, none of us are his match. How can the great Central Peak fall into the hands of a dragon man? As it turned out, when Huang Wei and Fang Yuan clone were discussing, the surrounding human Gu immortals had also come to an agreement. In an instant, Fang Yuan clone and Huang Wei fell into the encirclement. Killer moves came from all directions. Such guts! Fang Yuan clone shouted. His dragon man body erupted with a towering aura. A vast number of ants flew around, forming a golden river that protected Fang Yuan and Huang Wei. Boom boom boom. The human Gu immortals attacked heavily. Soon, Fang Yuan's meticulously nurtured army ants suffered great losses. Fang Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His methods were superb and exquisite, and he quickly reversed the disadvantageous situation. After a few rounds, he broke out of the encirclement and was in a stalemate with the immortals. After more than 10 rounds, the surrounding Gu immortals were suppressed by him. Enslavement path Gu immortals could fight many alone. Fang Yuan's dragon man Gu immortal Wu Shuai was even more talented. He eventually forced the central continent Gu immortals to retreat. Of course, Fang Yuan's doppelganger also paid a heavy price, and Huang Wei's injuries were even more severe. What a bitter victory! Fortunately, we obtained the Central Peak. Huang Wei smiled bitterly. However, just as Fang Yuan's clone was about to take control of this place, an obstacle appeared. What happened? The two of them quickly found the reason. Someone had taken advantage of the situation while they were fighting, and had taken over the Central Peak for themselves. And this person was none other than Fan Ji, who had an affair with Wu Shuai's wife, Xu Jiuling. Fan Ji was unconscious. With his soul foundation, it was too difficult for him to refine the Central Peak. This fellow, the Dragon Man clone, gritted his teeth. He was furious. He almost wanted to kill him. You can't kill him. The Dragon Man Gu immortal Huang Wei shouted. Why not? Fang Yuan's clone turned around. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with killing intent. Huang Wei said earnestly, Elder brother, I understand your pain, but you know this person's identity better than anyone else. If you kill him, his grandfather will definitely come out. His grandfather is a member of the Celestial Court now. It is just that he lives in seclusion. Now that his grandson was killed, he will definitely investigate the truth and take revenge on you. Fang Yuan's clone was stunned. He had a ruthless expression. His gaze was extremely dark. After a long while, he sighed deeply. Brother, you are right. We cannot kill this person. If we kill him, I will be implicated. What I'm more worried about is that there will be a lot of people who will use this matter to make an issue out of it and harm our dragon human race. How can I, Wu Shuai, harm the entire Dragon Man race because of my personal feelings? At the same time, in immemorial white heaven. It should be here. Shen Songxing frowned. After looking around the empty sky for a while, his brows relaxed as he said with certainty. Standing beside him was Song Qi Yuan, who smiled when he heard this. I really admire Brother Shun's investigative methods. In that case, let's attack together. Shen Songxing nodded. Of course. I want to see why this Pine Crane Pavilion of Central Continent's Crane Gate came to Eastern Sea sneakily and disappeared here. These two were not ordinary Gu immortals. One was Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder, the other was Song Clan's first Supreme Elder. They had rank 8 cultivation level. The two were supposed to investigate something, but they found Pine Crane Pavilion by chance. Back then, Fangjing had driven this immortal Gu house to Eastern Sea. The two Gu immortals had high status and were knowledgeable. They immediately recognized Pine Crane Pavilion. They were curious. An immortal Gu house of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. What is it doing in Eastern Sea? Shen Songxing also found that there seemed to be a Gu immortal expert hiding around Pine Crane Pavilion. The two Gu immortals followed them from afar. Using Shen Songxing's investigative methods, they did not deviate from their path. But because they were afraid of alerting the enemy, they were too far away. When Fang Yuan's ambush succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion, they did not see it. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan had already succeeded and devoured Duke Long and Pine Crane Pavilion into the Qi Path battlefield. But Shen Songxing had unique methods. After investigating for a while, he found many clues and deduced that there was an immortal path battlefield here. The two Gu immortals immediately attacked. What's going on? Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan were actually attracted here? Did they make some agreement with the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan's heart sank. With the two Eastern Sea immortals attacking, he immediately fell into a predicament of being attacked from both inside and outside. Against Duke Long, he had to be extremely vigilant. He could not relax for even a moment. Now he had to split his attention to deal with Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's problem. Most importantly, this problem was not easy to deal with. Fang Yuan could not free himself from it. Rumble. The Qi Path battlefield buzzed and shook. Duke Long saw this and was overjoyed. What's going on? Someone is attacking this Qi Path battlefield from the outside? This is a good chance. Duke Long shouted. His attacks were even fiercer than before. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He used the Qi Path battlefield to dodge the attacks while attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. As the saying goes, the enemy must be attacked. Duke Long's weakness was grasped by Fang Yuan. He could only defend while enduring the attacks. But good times did not last long. The Qi Path battlefield started to show signs of weakness. More and more flaws appeared. Duke Long had been looking for an opportunity. He finally laughed. Qi Si ancestor, you are really unlucky. You ambushed me but ended up encountering outsiders. You have been attacking my weakness. But you do not know that your Qi Path battlefield is also your weakness. Break it. Saying so, Duke Long used his killer move. The Qi dragon soared to the sky, piercing through heaven and earth and rampaging through the universe. Fang Yuan quickly tried to stop it, but the Qi dragon was agile. It directly targeted the Qi Path battlefield's flaw. Fang Yuan could not block it. He sighed as a huge hole appeared in the Qi Path battlefield. Next, the hole expanded and the battlefield collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a muffled groan as the backlash assaulted him. Duke Long did not attack him. He slammed his palm on Pine Crane Pavilion. Go! A dragon-shaped Qi wrapped around Pine Crane Pavilion as it brought Fangjing away, attempting to leave the battlefield. After the battlefield was destroyed, Duke Long returned to Eastern Sea, but found that the ones who destroyed the Qi Path battlefield were Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan. These two were Eastern Sea rank 8s. They were different from him, but Qi Si ancestors' Eastern Sea aura was the real deal. Thus, Duke Long attacked Fangjing first, sending him away so that he would not have any worries. What's going on? When Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing saw this, they were both stunned. Duke Long. They immediately recognized Duke Long's identity. Their hearts shook. Duke Long was famous. He was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He had high seniority. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing did not expect to see Duke Long in this situation. What was even more unexpected was that Duke Long seemed to be ambushed, and this person seemed to be a rank 8 Gu immortal native to Eastern Sea. Heavens! When did Eastern Sea have such an expert? He actually dared to ambush Duke Long. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing looked at each other in disbelief. At the same time, they had the same thought. This is bad. Our attack this time seems to have spoiled this Eastern Ocean Celestial Friend's plan, and helped Central Continent Heavenly Court instead. Friend, we. Song Chi-yuan wanted to explain, but Fong Yuan shouted as he chased after Pine Crane Pavilion like lightning. Duke Long saw this and was furious. This person looked elegant and was an experienced expert, but he was still chasing after Pine Crane Pavilion. Thus he chased after him. Duke Long was extremely fast. He soon caught up to Fong Yuan. The two engaged in an intense battle again. Song Chi-yuan and Shen Songsheng only took a few glances before they broke out in cold sweat. These two are monsters. Since when did Eastern Sea have such an expert, able to fight against Duke Long? Let's not talk about this for now. Such a powerful person obviously wants to attack the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes. What exactly is inside the Pavilion of Pines and Cranes? Even if there is nothing, we ruined his plans. We can take down this immortal goo house to express our sincerity. Song Chi-yuan and Shen Songsheng moved. They quickly left the battlefield and took down Pine Crane Pavilion in the distance. You cannot kill me. I am a reserve member of Celestial Court. I am fully protected by Duke Long. I am Guyue Fangzheng, Fong Yuan's younger brother. At the moment of life and death, Fangzheng had experienced many things. He threw away his pride and shouted. Saving his life was the priority. Song Chi-yuan and Shen Songsheng stopped in time. They looked at this tiny rank 6 Gu immortal in shock. Fangzheng barely calmed down as he gulped. Celestial Court wants to use me as a weapon against Fong Yuan. They value me greatly. Seniors, you can use me as a hostage to ask for resources, or even immortal goo from Celestial Court. I believe Celestial Court will give you a satisfactory ransom. Shen Songsheng waved his hand and knocked out Fangzheng. He looked at Song Chi-yuan. Brother Song, what do you think? Song Chi-yuan frowned deeply. It seems that we cannot kill this person for now. This situation is out of my expectations. Let's go back and observe the situation. All right. The two returned to the battlefield. They saw that Duke Long had the upper hand and was attacking fiercely. But that Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal was defending for too long. He exposed a flaw. Duke Long lost the burden of Fangzheng. He immediately grabbed this flaw and attacked fiercely. Fong Yuan was in a dilemma. Oh no, that Eastern Sea Gu immortal is in danger. What do we do? Go and reinforce him. Song Chi-yuan and Shen Songsheng hesitated. These two had unexpectedly interfered in this matter. They were still filled with doubts. Unlike in the previous life, they did not know what was happening now. But at this time, the two of them gasped at the same time. It turned out that Fong Yuan was acting out of character. He turned around and approached Duke Long. Duke Long, you fell for it. Have a taste of this one. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. Duke Long was stunned. He was hit by the killer move Steal Life. It turned out that Fong Yuan had pretended to be heavily injured and purposely exposed a flaw. It was to create this opportunity. Song Chi-yuan and Shen Songsheng looked at each other. They could feel the shock in each other's eyes. Because after Duke Long was hit by this move, he was not in the right state. He floated in the air without moving. Chapter 1850. Duke Long was hit by the killer move Steal Life. But Fong Yuan's expression was grim, because Duke Long had no change. Earlier, when Fong Yuan ambushed Thunder Ghost True Monarch in Langya Blessed Land, Steal Life had an immediate effect. In the previous life, Land Spirit of Langya used Steal Life Immortal Goo to heavily injure Fairy Myrtle, Chen-Yi and Feng Jioga, and kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But this time, the killer move Steal Life that Fong Yuan had high hopes for against Duke Long had no effect. This was out of his expectations. But soon he recovered and said with a calm expression, "This is naturally Fong Yuan's gift, but it seems to be useless against you. Why is that?" Duke Long smiled lightly. "I had once used the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. My lifespan would continue to decrease, and my strength would continue to rise. This is like a Gu immortal who has overused other lifespan extension methods. Lifespan Gu would be useless against them. Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand also makes all other lifespan extension methods useless. And Steal Life Killer move also affects the corresponding Dao marks that represent lifespan. This might be the reason why it failed. So that's it." Fong Yuan nodded. He suddenly smiled. "This trick is useless against you, Duke Long. but it should be effective against the other Celestial Court immortals. I will keep it for the future. Duke Long's expression sank. He was worried about this. Steel life was useless against him, but it was still effective against most of the other Celestial Court members. Right now, Fang Yuan's ambush of Duke Long had failed because of Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan's interference. Duke Long knew. This was probably because of Qin Dingling's luck change, as well as Fang Jing's guidance. However, it was extremely difficult for Duke Long to destroy Steel Life and the Immortal Gu. Because he had already fought with Fang Yuan many times, he knew that this Qi Si ancestor had incredible strength. He could not be treated as an ordinary peak rank 8 Gu immortal. It was possible for him to defeat him, but it would not be easy to kill him this time. Because there was no time to set up an immortal battlefield, Qi Si ancestor could not be restrained. At the same time, at the edge of the battlefield, there were 2 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Thus, after Duke Long was hit by Steel Life killer move, he did not attack again. He said to Fang Yuan in an amiable manner, "Qi Si ancestor, you and I cannot become friends without fighting. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you either. Actually, there's no need for us to fight to the death." Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Does Duke Long want a truce? His wisdom path attainment was very deep. He thought about it and understood Duke Long's intention. He felt some admiration towards him. This Duke Long was ambushed by me. In the earlier fight, he was also beaten up. He has such seniority and strength. He has a high status and authority, but he has no arrogance. He is calm and pays attention to the big picture. Once he understands that a truce is more beneficial, he will stop. This mentality is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said, Isn't this because the Celestial Court provoked me for no reason? I have no conflicts in the world. I cultivate wholeheartedly, but your Celestial Court has wild ambitions. You want to annex the 5 regions and unify the world. An existence like me is naturally your greatest obstacle. You had to scheme against me and gather so many rank 8s to besiege me. Duke Long heard this and felt slightly depressed. This made him feel very wronged, because in the past, Celestial Court had never done such a thing. This was the first time he was seeing Qi Si ancestor. But he couldn't refute it, because it was very likely that Celestial Court would do this in the future. Let's not talk about whether Fang Yuan made this up. Duke Long nodded. Even if this is true, that was in the previous life, in the River of Time. It is in the lower reaches. It has not happened yet. Since we already know about it, why can't we change it? Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. Haha, did I hear wrongly? Isn't your Celestial Court the righteous path's protector of providence, trying all ways to restore fate? You actually want to change the future. Aren't you trying to change the trajectory of fate? Fang Yuan pretended not to know. This was a crafty move. Duke Long smiled. Celestial Court is indeed protecting the heavenly Tao and restoring fate. But this heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao of human path. This fate is the fate Gu that protects humanity. Qi Si ancestor, there is no conflict between us. We can coexist peacefully. I represent Celestial Court to form an alliance with you. We will not invade each other. Duke Long was serious and full of sincerity. At the edge of the battlefield, the 2 Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals' expressions changed. Shen Songxing cursed internally. Song Qiyuan's expression was also unsightly. Originally, they saw that Eastern Sea had a person like Qi Si ancestor who could fight against Duke Long without losing. They were very happy. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the richest resources, but its Gu immortals were not united. They had varying levels of battle strength. Right now, the earth veins were moving, new earth trenches were forming, the regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking, the 5 regions were merging into one. It was no secret. Once the 5 regions truly merged, the 4 regions would face the threat of Central Continent. Song Qiyuan and Shen Songxing were both first supreme elders. They were rank 8 Gu immortals. They had been in high positions for many years. They could see the dangers of the future. In this situation, if Qi Si ancestor and Celestial Court did not fight, it would be very beneficial to Eastern Sea's super forces. Firstly, Qi Si ancestor had incredible battle strength. He was on par with Duke Long. When Celestial Court invades Eastern Sea in the future, they would have to be wary. Secondly, Qi ancestor was a secluded cultivator. He had not shown himself for so many years. It showed that he had no ambitions, he was alone, he could coexist peacefully with Eastern Sea's local superforces. Finally, Qi ancestor cultivated Qi Path. Qi Path had been declining for many years. Why would Eastern Sea's superforces cultivate Qi Path? Thus, there was no conflict in terms of cultivation resources. Ally with Celestial Court? Feng Yuan pretended to be dazed. He stopped attacking and suppressed his aura. Duke Long was energized. That's right, Qi, the conflict between us can be resolved. As for your future losses, my Celestial Court can compensate you. Duke Long was a person who did great things. He had a straightforward attitude and a broad mind. He was very capable. No. Shen Songxing could not help but shout as he flew over. Song Qi Yuan followed closely behind, saying, Celestial Court is a huge force. The so-called compensation is nothing to Celestial Court. But Celestial Court has wild ambitions. They are only trying to stabilize the situation. Senior cannot ignore it. That's right, Senior. Earlier, we were rash and ruined Senior's plans. We are filled with regret now. Shen Songxing added. Furthermore, the so-called alliance agreement is bullshit. Any alliance agreement can be violated as long as enough time is given and the price is paid. Senior is Qi Path, you are not skilled in Information Path. But Celestial Court is not like that. The Heavenly Court can't be trusted, Senior. Song Qiyuan also added. The two of them considered themselves juniors because they saw Feng Yuan's incredible strength. How could Feng Yuan agree to this? He was only doing this to stall for time. But the two Eastern Sea immortals were even more anxious than him. Feng Yuan smiled inwardly. With just a thought, he understood these two's thoughts. Duke Long nodded. Indeed, at our level, the alliance agreement cannot restrict us. But Qi, don't you still have Steel Life? You should know the value of this. With Steel Life Killer Move, you will be able to hold Heavenly Court's weakness in your hands. This is the foundation of our alliance. With this, how can we easily violate the alliance agreement? Once he said this, Feng Yuan sized up Duke Long deeply. In the previous life, Feng Yuan had experienced Duke Long's terrifying battle strength. To think that he was so astute and eloquent. He was not inferior to ordinary Wisdom Path Gu immortals. According to Duke Long's knowledge, Steel Life Immortal Gu and the Killer Move were given to Qi ancestor by Feng Yuan to deal with him. But now, these things were used by Duke Long to persuade Qi ancestor. Feng Yuan was silent. He knew Duke Long's plan. Duke Long definitely felt that Qi ancestor was not an otherworldly demon. As long as Fate Gu was repaired, such a person would not pose any threat. He could even be recruited and become a subordinate of Celestial Court. This was the superiority of a sect. How could a clan force do the same? In fact, ordinary super sects could not recruit Qi ancestor. At Qi ancestor's level, he was about the same as Duke Long. Only the number one human path force like Celestial Court had the confidence to recruit him. The two Eastern Sea immortals were anxious. They immediately spoke about fate, pointing out, if Fate Gu was repaired under the influence of Providence, Celestial Court would be invincible. The Heavenly Court's plans are huge and ambitious. Senior, you can't be deceived when you go. These two Eastern Sea rank 8s were not easy to get along with. Feng Yuan smiled internally. These two Gu immortals saved him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word. He looked at Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the two Eastern Sea immortals coldly, exerting pressure. Shen Songxing and Song Qiyuan had no fear. They looked at him directly. Even though they knew they were not Duke Long's match, in the previous life, they dared to fight for Dragon Palace. In this life, they dared to do the same. This had nothing to do with courage, it was about benefits. Qiju ancestors' position had huge implications. They had to stand up. The two Eastern Sea immortals did not cower. Shen Songxing smiled coldly. What, Lord Duke Long, you don't allow us to speak? Did we say something that hurt you? Song Qiyuan continued. Senior, look, this is Celestial Court style. It is so domineering. Duke Long scoffed. If not for Celestial Court, how could humanity exist today? Even if Providence is affected, how much can it affect? Do you think we can send you to your death? If Providence had such ability, Celestial Court would have unified the 5 regions long ago. Why would we wait until now? Since you said this, I might as well take it a step further. Chi, why don't you join Celestial Court? You have cultivated alone for so many years, you have such strength, it is indeed due to your talent. But you should know the pain of lone cultivators. Let's not talk about other things, just the tribulations. How many people in this world can help you? In Eastern Sea, who can match you? Do you expect these people to help you? In fact, these two were the ones who ruined your Chi Path battlefield. Chapter 1851. Duke Long made such a huge offer. But no one felt it was strange. Feng Yuan's strength was right there. His attitude would greatly influence Eastern Sea and Central Continent. This was his value. In the world of Gu cultivation, strength was everything. Song Chi Yuan was getting more and more anxious, he sneered. Lord Duke Long, you are truly shameless. You were fighting with Senior Chi Si earlier, now you want to recruit him. Who will believe your words? Duke Long smiled calmly. Whether you believe me or not depends on the person. You do not believe me because you are afraid that Celestial Court will take over your benefits. You all have your own clans and sea areas to protect your own forces. But immortal friend Chi Si is alone. He is different from all of you. Laughable. Senior Chi Si is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He wants to join Central Continent's Celestial Court? It would be strange if he is not ostracized by you. Shen Songxing said. Ostracized? Duke Long looked at Shen Songxing in disdain. With such a mindset, no wonder Shen clan has not improved even after so many years. The sex system is one that accepts all talents. Only those who are capable are worthy. Furthermore, Central Continent and Eastern Sea? When the 5 regions merge, all Gu immortals in the world will belong to the same place. Duke Long was very eloquent. Song Chi Yuan and Shen Songxing were speechless at once. However, even if Duke Long was right, how could Feng Yuan join Celestial Court? If Duke Long knew that the Chi Si ancestor he was persuading was Feng Yuan himself, who knew what expression he would have? Shen Songxing opened his mouth, he did not want to give up. Duke Long snorted coldly, ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Your tiny Shen clan wants to take over the world? Ambition is matched with ability. If heaven does not give you retribution, it is not time yet. If you can't wait, I will also punish on behalf of heaven, and give your Shen family some retribution now. Shen Songxing was shocked and angered by Duke Long's direct threat, but he kept his mouth shut for the time being. He came to persuade Chi Si ancestor this time. He did not want Shen clan to be implicated and become a thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, the Shen family would become the vanguard cannon fodder. That was something he did not want to see. Song Chi Yuan knew that he could not show weakness at this moment. He clapped. Good attitude, Duke Long. You are a Central Continent Gu immortal. You are threatening 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s in Eastern Sea. Are you trying to bully us Eastern Sea Gu immortals because of our good temper? Feng Yuan snorted coldly and said with an ugly expression. This old man is also very familiar with this tone. In the future, when your Central Continent Celestial Court's Gu immortals attack me, you will use this tone, thinking that your Celestial Court is the king of heaven, number 1 in the world. Everyone should submit to you. Once he said this, Shen Songxing and Song Chi Yuan's spirits rose. They straightened their backs. But they did not know that Feng Yuan saw that they were intimidated by Duke Long's aura. He purposely spoke up to support them. The current situation was strange. Earlier, it was Duke Long and Feng Yuan fighting, but now it was the 2 Eastern Sea immortals and Duke Long fighting for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was happy to see this. He stood in the middle and watched the 2 sides fight. If one side was at a disadvantage, he would help the weaker side. This is a rare opportunity. Who knows, with this, your Shen clan and Song clan might become the enemies of Celestial Court. Feng Yuan decided to sow discord. He used this chance to intensify the conflict between the 2 sides and influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Duke Long saw Chi Si ancestor's ugly expression and felt annoyed internally. But the target of his anger was not Chi Si ancestor, it was Feng Yuan. This demon has ulterior motives. He is most skilled at scheming and scheming. He is trying to persuade Chi Si ancestor to help. He is definitely exaggerating things. Chi Si. Duke Long thought about it and said, if we work together, we will both benefit, but if we are divided, we will both suffer losses. Many people are trying to sow discord. They want to use you as a tool. His tone was soft but firm. He was not just trying to tempt them, he faintly displayed the power of Celestial Court. On the other side, the two Eastern Sea Rank 8 saw that Chi Sea ancestor was protecting them. They quickly thanked him and started to speak ill of Celestial Court. They were even more daring than before. Fang Yuan sat in the center, sowing discord. He watched as both sides criticized and undermined each other. In just a while, both sides' anger rose. Their tones became sharper. Fang Yuan observed their expressions and saw that Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. He knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He smiled with deep meaning. How can I not know about that Fang Yuan scheme? But that junior is quite interesting. He promised me many things. He is even willing to give me a venerable true inheritance. Even though I cultivate Chi Path, I have descendants who are reproducing in my immortal aperture. It's good to leave another path for our descendants. Fang Yuan spoke shamelessly. These true inheritances were already in his hands. It was not an exaggeration to say anything. Duke Long heard this. Fang Yuan was also trying to recruit Chi Sea ancestor? He quickly thought, that's right. Such a person was a peerless expert. As long as an immortal venerable did not appear, the whole world would have to listen to him. If he were to fight him, he would also be on par with him. The difference between them was about the same. Even though his killer moves were not exquisite and he did not have many Chi Path Rank 8 immortal goo, his Dao marks were of a terrifying scale and vast. Who knew how he cultivated them? Duke Long did not know that he was deceived by Fang Yuan again. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is just an upstart. He is a pawn of a venerable. The venerable used him in his scheme. Thus he gave him some benefits and let him work for his life. In terms of foundation, how can he compare to my Celestial Court? Chi Sea, if you join Celestial Court, you do not need to give up your immortal aperture. You can keep it. Forget it. Let's not talk about you joining Celestial Court. I am just expressing my sincerity. In the future, if you are interested, I, Duke Long, will definitely welcome you with open arms. Let's talk about reconciliation first. Since you cultivate Chi Path, my Celestial Court is willing to provide a batch of Chi Path Rank 8 resources. These are all extinct in the outside world. As well as Chi Path inheritances, they are all excellent and can be used as reference. Duke Long decided to take things step by step. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly when he heard the few Chi Path resources he mentioned. They were truly unique in the world. Only a force like Celestial Court, which had existed since the remote antiquity era, would have such a collection. The other powers couldn't compare to the Heavenly Court at all, so they wouldn't have such a collection. Shen Songxing and Song Qi Yuan saw that Fang Yuan was moved. They quickly said, Senior Chi Sea, you might not know, but Duke Long secretly came to Eastern Sea this time for the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. We captured Guyue Fangjing earlier and soul-searched him. We obtained a lot of information. That's right. Duke Long wants to calm Senior down and take this crucial immortal Gu House first. Once he succeeds, it is hard to say what his attitude will be. Song Qi Yuan added fuel to the fire. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. This immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was rank 8. Shen Songxing and Song Qi Yuan were very moved. They were even more anxious than me. They wanted to stop Duke Long by all means. On the surface, Fang Yuan had a solemn expression as he said, I know a thing or two about Dragon Palace. I have also obtained a venerable true inheritance and reached an agreement with Fang Yuan. Duke Long, just stop. Since you want to show your sincerity, this is the best way. I will let bygones be bygones in the future. Furthermore, we might have a chance to stop fighting peacefully. Otherwise, even if I cannot beat you, I can go to Central Continent to take a look. Duke Long snorted coldly, cursing internally. This Chi Sea ancestor might look like an immortal on the outside, but he is actually very shameless. Fang Yuan said that he would go to Central Continent to take a look. It was naturally not as simple as just taking a look. Duke Long did not doubt that Chi Sea ancestor would really do such a thing. Because earlier, Fang Yuan had been attacking Pine Crane Pavilion. Duke Long was forced into a passive state and suffered many blows. Just like how the two Eastern Sea immortals had their own businesses, they were worried about the threat of Central Continent's Celestial Court. Central Continent's Celestial Court was much larger than Shen Clan and Song Clan. They were even more wary of people like Qi Ancestor coming to cause trouble. Qi Ancestor was a lone cultivator. He was alone and did not have any territory to restrict him. He could come and go as he pleased. Most importantly, he was strong. The Celestial Court did not have any methods to deal with him. Other demonic path, lone immortals, and even Feng Yuan, Celestial Court always thought that Feng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. Duke Long was not on guard against them, because they were not strong. Even if most of them gathered together, they might not be Duke Long's match. But Qi Ancestor was different. After the fight, Duke Long was wary of him. He had his killer move triple Qi retraction, but did Qi Ancestor not have one? He definitely had one. Frankly speaking, it was extremely rare for a lone immortal to reach Qi Ancestor's level. Such a person had a huge influence on all forces, even if he cultivated in seclusion. He was a huge obstacle to the Celestial Court's grand plan. According to Duke Long's opinion, such a person had to be eliminated, because the threat to the restoration of Fate Gu was too huge. Thus, when Feng Yuan lied to him that he would be besieged by the Celestial Court in the future, Duke Long believed it from the bottom of his heart. But now that Feng Yuan had revived and ruined the plan, Qi Ancestor became vigilant. But Duke Long did not want to give up on the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. What should he do? Duke Long felt a headache. He thought, clashing with Qi Ancestor would be something that Feng Yuan would like to see. This might even be Feng Yuan's scheme. But if he did not clash with Qi Ancestor, would he really have to give up on Dragon Palace? Impossible. Qi, those things earlier were only compensation from the Celestial Court. Duke Long said, next, we can talk about the transaction with Dragon Palace. That demon Feng Yuan is very crafty. He paid a huge sum of money to get you to stop us. It is truly a good plan. But he is a mere rank 7 Gu immortal. He thinks he can toy with us rank 8s. It is truly laughable. Saying so, Duke Long said solemnly, no matter how many resources he paid, my Celestial Court paid more than him. Furthermore, I do not need you to take action. You just need to watch from the sidelines. Oh, are you serious? Feng Yuan was slightly dazed. Of course, Duke Long said straightforwardly. Senior Qi. The 2 Eastern Sea immortals wanted to stop him, but Feng Yuan raised his hand and stopped them. Chapter 1852. Venerable True Inheritance? The 2 Eastern Sea immortals stared with wide-opened eyes. Duke Long gritted his teeth. May I ask what true inheritance it is? Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Feng Yuan said straightforwardly. If you don't believe me, Duke Long, I can reveal it to you. Duke Long was silent for a while before nodding. I believe you. At the same time he thought, this demon Feng Yuan is truly a schemer. Spectral Soul has already been captured by my Celestial Court. In time, it will not be a problem to find Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This true inheritance's value was already very low to Feng Yuan, thus he took it out for a transaction. But Qi Ancestor did not have a captive like Spectral Soul. It was natural for him to be moved. Feng Yuan continued. Duke Long, if you want me to watch from the side, do you need to give me a venerable true inheritance? Duke Long gritted his teeth again. Of course. Really? Feng Yuan's eyes shined. To speak the truth, I respect Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable the most in my life. Duke Long's lips twitched. He could not help but think. This old man is truly crafty. He said he respected Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable the most, but why was his move so ruthless earlier? He even used Steel Life. He was clearly trying to kill me. But he cultivates Qi Path. It is reasonable for him to covet Primordial Origin's true inheritance. I can make use of him. You might not know, but the biggest part of Primordial Origin's true inheritance is the Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. The other contents are actually very rare. And because of the change of eras, they are no longer relevant. Duke Long purposely said. Feng Yuan frowned. Disappointment was expressed on his face. That means I cannot take out Primordial Origin's true inheritance? What can the Celestial Court take out? Star Constellation's true inheritance, or Genesis Lotus true inheritance? Regardless of what it was beneficial to Feng Yuan. Duke Long chuckled and gave Feng Yuan some hope. He replied vaguely, these things can be discussed. The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other, cursing inwardly. Duke Long had a huge foundation. In order to win over Qi Si ancestor, he actually did not mind using a venerable true inheritance. The most troublesome thing was that the Shun family and Song family were unable to produce these things. Duke Long presided over the celestial court. He was truly wealthy. He directly used resources and venerable true inheritances to smash Qi Si ancestor, wanting to smash him down. This was the foundation that the celestial court had accumulated for countless years. It was so deep that even the two heads of the Shun family and the Song family were dispirited. Fang Yuan suddenly realized that Duke Long was actually quite pleasing to the eye sometimes. Towards his style of doing things, Fang Yuan had to give 2 thumbs up behind his back. "Brother, you're so particular." Fang Yuan and Duke Long continued their discussion. He wanted to stall for time and give the Dragon Man clone a chance. The two Eastern Sea immortals could only watch. They were anxious but helpless. Fang Yuan naturally would not forget these two. He would talk to them from time to time, allowing them to maintain their hope. As this conversation continued, Duke Long noticed something. His gaze became more and more eerie. He knew Qi Si ancestor was using these two Eastern Sea rank 8s to fight for benefits for himself. But it was fine. As long as Qi Si ancestor was willing to negotiate patiently, it was a good sign. But Guyue Fangzheng is in Shen Songxing's hands. This is a bit troublesome. I need to redeem him. Duke Long talked to Fang Yuan as he thought. Fang Yuan was also thinking about Guyue Fangzheng. Earlier, the two Eastern Sea immortals had mentioned Guyue Fangzheng, but Fang Yuan's acting was too good. He acted like an outsider. There were no flaws at all. But Fang Yuan had his own thoughts. This cheap brother of mine, not only was he saved by the celestial court, he was even nurtured and became a Gu immortal? Interesting. Central Continent's celestial court must have a reason for placing such importance on him. I don't know the exact reason, but it doesn't matter. I will ask for him later and kill him. As for Fangzheng, Fang Yuan had wanted to refine blood deity in the past, but because of the pressure from the celestial court, he had no choice but to let Fangzheng live in Langya blessed land for a long time. In the end, an accident happened. Fangzheng was saved by Feng Jioga. Although this was not a mistake, since Fang Yuan discovered it, he decided to make up for it. Fang Yuan did not place much importance on Fangzheng, but since the celestial court placed importance on him, he would settle it. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had always been very stable. As for the development of Blood Path, it was because he had no other choice. He wanted to raise his battle strength. But that was then and this was now. Fang Yuan's interest in Blood Path's development was already very low. As long as Demon Judgment Board was not destroyed, cultivating Blood Path was the same as taking the initiative to send information to the Celestial Court, telling them where he was. Sometimes, Fang Yuan guessed that in his previous life he cultivated Blood Path because of Providence's influence, digging a hole for himself in advance. Fortunately, he had always been careful. He did not covet the path he was good at in his previous life. He did not seek instant gratification. The more Duke Long talked, the more excited he became. He could tell that Fang Yuan was sincere. He was very interested in a venerable true inheritance. That's right. This Qi Si ancestor has great strength. In the entire world, only a venerable true inheritance might be of interest to him. There's actually such a person hiding in the Eastern Sea. I must thoroughly investigate his origins after this. Qi Si ancestor was actually Fang Yuan, and not only did Fang Yuan want to obtain the Celestial Court's venerable true inheritance from him, he also wanted to kill Guyue Fangzheng. If Duke Long knew this, he might vomit blood on the spot. Dragon Palace Dream Realm. The study room had a heavy atmosphere. Fang Yuan's clone, who was acting as Wu Shuai, looked at his father with an ugly expression as he interfered. Regarding the ownership of Central Peak, are we really going to give it to that Fanji? I clearly won. He took advantage of this opportunity. If I did not go easy on him, he would have died without a complete corpse. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal shook his head. Central Peak has huge benefits and deep connections. Black Heaven Temple is not giving in. What makes us even more helpless is that we have contacted Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and Green Antiseptic, but these two are not helping us. They are not pressuring us. Damn it. Wu Shuai clenched his fists. I am Green Anticetic's final disciple. Now that I am being wronged, this master is not concerned at all. The most despicable one is Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. I am her son-in-law, and Fanji is the one who harmed her daughter. Yet she didn't even say a word. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. How can we influence a rank 8 Gu Immortal? All of this is Father's fault. Back then, Father took things for granted. In fact, did Green Anticetic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady really not know our intentions? They were just pretending to be ignorant. That's why Father. Wu Shuai stared at the Dragon Man Gu Immortal, his eyes shining with bright light. Only our tribe's rank 8 Gu Immortals are truly reliable. Our Dragon Man race was able to rely on the humans and develop until now. Wasn't it all because of Ancestor Duke Long's grace? Wu Shuai's father nodded. Son, you are right. But rank 8 Gu Immortals are too hard to become. Even though we Dragon Men are stronger than humans in other aspects, we lack intelligence. Right now, we have many rank 7 Gu Immortals, but other than our ancestor, we do not have any rank 8 Gu Immortals. Wu Shuai's gaze was bright. Thus, we cannot just sit here and wait for death. External rank 8 Gu Immortals are not reliable, and our tribe does not have any other rank 8 Gu Immortals. We can use an immortal Gu house to replace them. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed again, shaking his head. Immortal Gu house? We had this idea long ago, but to create a rank 7 immortal Gu house, the resources needed are too vast. We cannot afford to do so. Secondly, our Dragon Man race's strength is growing. We have already attracted a lot of criticism. More and more human Gu Immortals are targeting us. The Dragon Man threat is increasing. In this situation, if we still want to build an immortal Gu house, won't these people be furious? Father. Wu Shuai stared with wide eyes, saying loudly, are we not going to build an immortal Gu house just because of resources and criticism? Aren't these reasons enough? My son, our Dragon Man race is dependent on humans. This relationship is our reliance. We cannot act rashly. If we really want to build an immortal Gu house and destroy this relationship, forget about the resources to build a rank 7 immortal Gu house. We might not even have any hope of building a rank 6 immortal Gu house. Sai, all these years, I have been in a high position. You don't understand the feeling of being ostracized. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal sighed. Wu Shuai felt a wave of disappointment, he argued. No matter how difficult it is, we have to do it. Moreover, ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu houses are far from enough. We need to build a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Only then can we truly suppress our tribe's foundation. Rank 8 immortal Gu house? Haha, my son. I am truly happy to see your ambition. But food needs to be eaten one bite at a time. We need to walk step by step. Sai, let's forget about Censure Peak. The Dragon Man Gu Immortal waved his hand. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before nodding. That is the only way. Dream Realm after Dream Realm. Fang Yuan's clone wanted to stall for time, hoping for the main body to save him, but the main body was also stalling for time, hoping for the clone to take Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace's dream realm was like quicksand. Fang Yuan's clone could not control himself. He gradually sank into it, unable to extricate himself. He seemed to have turned into Wu Shuai from back then, experiencing all of the past events. Ever since the incident at Censure Peak, Wu Shuai finally recognized reality. His master Green Anticetic was unreliable. His Calligraphy Pavilion Lord was also unreliable. Even his father, the Dragon Man Gu Immortal's weakness, was exposed in front of him. He was still unreliable. The only one who could be relied on was himself. With this realization, Wu Shuai worked hard to become stronger. He put in all of his effort. He was extraordinarily talented and full of talent. Coupled with his hard work and connections, not only did his cultivation rise steadily, the Draconians he managed also grew stronger day by day, becoming the most prominent branch of the Draconians. Chapter 1853. Wu Shuai was wise and decisive. He had great foresight and had a strong personality. He did not have the weakness of most Dragon Man Gu Immortals. Under his development, the Dragon Man race's strength rose steadily. In the dark, he had been gathering resources secretly. He did not forget about the construction of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. However, good times did not last long. The Dragon Man race's strength was increasingly criticized by the humans. They started to do more and more things in the dark. Many people were envious. In fact, even Wu Shuai himself admitted that the reason why the Dragon Man race became strong was because they took over the benefits of the human Gu immortals. But because of Duke Long, the human Gu immortals would not make things difficult for him publicly. Duke Long's birthday was a joyous occasion. The red longevity character in the hall was very eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. Dragon men Gu immortals walked up one after another, presenting their carefully prepared gifts. Lord Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. A dragon man Gu immortal presented a bundle of white dragon grass. This grass was an immemorial desolate plant. It contained dragon nature. It was shaped like a white dragon. Its scales and horns were very exquisite. Father, I wish you great fortune and longevity. Another dragon man Gu immortal presented a soft jade cherry. Lord Father, I congratulate you. Wu Shuai's father also appeared. Duke Long had a solemn expression. He only nodded. There were attendants around him who received these gifts. After the change of the son's generation, it was time for the grandchildren. At this time, Duke Long's expression became gentle. He showed a smile. Grandfather, I wish you great fortune and longevity. I wish you great fortune and longevity. This is a desolate beast that I personally hunted for you. I hope you like it. A dragon man youngster half knelt on the ground. He held a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already very difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. There were also human Gu immortals participating in this grand banquet. Xiaoqi was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Duke Long had an affectionate smile on his face as he personally received the plate with the seahorse. Good Xiaoqi, Grandpa will accept your congratulatory gift. However, when it was Wu Shuai's turn to congratulate him, Duke Long's smile disappeared, and he just looked at Wu Shuai. Little 8, at present among the grandchildren, you have the greatest achievements, but you must remember the principle of going too far is as bad as not doing enough. Yes, grandfather. Wu Shuai respectfully retreated. Late at night, Duke Long secretly sent someone to summon Wu Shuai to his study. Return that Southflower Island to them, little 8, Duke Long said. Wu Shuai was startled. He forced a smile and said, Grandpa, you don't know this, but I won this Southflower Island fair and square. I plan to make this island my home to settle my clansmen. Duke Long had a solemn expression. A sharp light shined in his eyes, piercing Wu Shuai's face. Wu Shuai, don't think that no one can see through your tricks. Southflower Island was originally Wind Cloud Manor's territory, but you schemed and took it. What are you trying to do? Isn't it better to lead your clansmen and stay in the sect? Why do you want to move your clansmen to Southflower Island? Tell me, what are you trying to do? Wu Shuai held his breath. He was silent for a while before saying, Grandfather, I do not have any ambitions. I just want to give my clansmen a better life. A better life? It is a greater ambition, Duke Long said in a low voice. Wu Shuai's body shook. He said frankly, Grandfather, even if it is ambition, so what? Shouldn't we be ambitious? Should we not strive for a better life? Why do we have to live here? Grandfather, don't you know how these human Gu immortals are ostracizing and exploiting us? What ostracizing? How is this exploitation? All these years, I have heard of your deeds many times. Do you know why I love Xiaoqi? Because he thinks that the world is beautiful. He is kind from the bottom of his heart. There is no distinction between humans and dragons. But you? You use my name to act unscrupulously outside, annexing other people's territories and embezzling the sect's profits. Stop your actions now. Duke Long said sternly. Grandfather, if not for these human Gu immortals treating us like this, why would we do this? What human dragon man are humans to begin with? How can there be a distinction between races? Duke Long rebuked. If there is no distinction between races, then what are the dragon horns on my forehead? What is the dragon tail on my back? Wu Shuai became enraged and shouted, Grandpa, You are a human who has turned into a dragon man. Most of your life has been a human, and the life of a dragon man is only a small part of your life. But what about us? Grandfather, have you ever thought about it? We were born as dragon men. From the moment we were born, we grew horns on our heads and tails on our backs. I have been educated by my parents since I was young. They told me that we originated from humans. But since young, my peers have been making fun of my appearance, ostracizing me, pulling on my dragon tail and poking at my dragon scales. All of this tells me that I'm different from the human race. After I grew up, I found that not just my peers, even those human teachers have a different opinion of me. They just do not show it on the surface. If I fail, they will say that I am a dragon man. It is normal for me to lose to humans. If I succeed, they will say that a dragon man can actually do this. Is he using some tricks? Those humans always think that they are the highest. We dragon men are inferior races. Why? Humans are the spirit of all living beings. But we dragon men are not inferior either. We dragon men are born with enslavement path down marks. Our physique far surpasses humans. If not for human goo masters using goo worms, their punches and kicks cannot even break our dragon scales. And most importantly, we have long lifespans, while humans have short lifespans. Many goo immortals have turned into dragon men to prolong their lifespans. They have clearly abandoned their human identity, but they still belittle the existence of dragon men. This is all because of their rotten beliefs. Enough. Duke Long slammed the table, interrupting Wu Shuai. His expression was dark. Not enough. Wu Shuai's voice became calm. He looked back at Duke Long bravely, enduring the pressure in his dragon eyes. Grandfather, you created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method. Without you, there would be no dragon men. You are the ancestor of us dragon men, but why do you always side with those humans? We're your real family. Even if I die, I will not return South Flower Island. If Grandpa insists on me doing this, he will only let me die. Saying this, Wu Shuai ignored Duke Long's expression. He turned around and walked out of the door. Duke Long did not stand up to stop him. He was still sitting on the chair. He had a complex feeling. Psych, my descendants have all grown up. They have their own thoughts now. But they have never truly cared about the bigger picture of humanity. Did I not teach them well? Or has the Dragon Man race already turned into a flood? And I am only the hand that is opening the floodgates? Wind Cloud Manor was schemed against by Wu Shuai. After realizing it, they tried to mediate this matter with Duke Long, trying to take back South Flower Island. But Wu Shuai could not persuade them. He was insistent. Wind Cloud Manor did not give up. They used all sorts of methods to make things difficult for Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai dealt with everything that came his way. He dealt with everything that came his way, trying to maintain the situation. Duke Long did not help his grandson, but most of the other Dragon Man Goo immortals did help. They were either in the open or in the dark, relying on these people's help. And because Wind Cloud Manor was wary of Duke Long, they did not go overboard with their methods. Wu Shuai managed to relocate his tribe and live on South Flower Island. But the matter of South Flower Island was not over. Even after 100 years, Wind Cloud Manor was still thinking about it. They tried to take back South Flower Island from time to time. Wu Shuai was very busy. His methods were flawless. Wind Cloud Manor could not succeed. The 100-year plan has finally come to fruition. On this day, Wu Shuai looked at the immortal Goo house in front of him as he shed tears of excitement. Back then, he wanted to take South Flower Island because he needed a secret place to build the immortal Goo house. Wu Shuai's father was beside him. He had an expression of disbelief. You really did it. My son, you are more capable than me. Even though these years, all the sects have been suppressing and sealing South Flower Island, I had many fortuitous encounters and obtained many resources. At the same time, with the help and contributions of many Dragon Man Goo immortals, after 100 years, I finally created this rank 7 immortal Goo house. Wu Shuai smiled. In a few hundred years, I might even have a rank 8 immortal Goo house. This house has not been named yet, right? Wu Shuai's father asked. The Goo immortals in the tribe have their own suggestions, but as the creator, I went against everyone's wishes and named it Dragon Court. Saying this, Wu Shuai's voice became louder as his eyes shined with bright light. Dragon Court? Wu Shuai's father's expression changed. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Ha ha ha, what is inappropriate about it? It is to be in agreement with Celestial Court. Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Son, why don't you think about it a little more? In the eyes of these human Gu immortals, Dragon Court is not in agreement with Celestial Court, it is in opposition to it. Hehe. Wu Shuai snickered coldly. What they think is their problem. You cannot say that after all, humans are the overlords of the 5 regions. Chapter 1854. Eastern Sea Dream Realm. The battle was at its most crucial moment. Song Taozi was covered in injuries but his aura was strong, suppressing Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, you did not stop my killer move. This is your greatest mistake, you shall lose. Song Taozi raised his head and shouted, his body shining with green light. This green light surrounded Song Taozi and spread rapidly. The traces of green light were like the leaves of a pine tree. Layer upon layer, stacked upon stacked. As if there was no end to them, they surged towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai did not move. He laid in a pit on the ground, seemingly resigned to his fate. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and sighed. Wu Shuai is going to lose. Of course. Song Taozi is a top-rank 7 Gu immortal of Wind Cloud Manor. With his battle strength he is among the top 3 rank 7 Gu immortals in Central Continent. Wu Shuai said that he wanted to challenge him back then. He was simply too arrogant. He is only a Dragon Man Gu immortal. It is already quite impressive that he could do this. Hehe, so what? Before the battle, Wu Shuai had already signed the bet. He divided South Flower Island's ownership with Wind Cloud Manor. It is a pity that he lost this time. All the painstaking efforts of the past 100 years have gone down the drain. That's right, I heard that Wu Shuai and his Dragon Man tribe manage South Flower Island very well. It has abundant resources. Wind Cloud Manor benefited greatly this time. You can't say that. Back then, Wu Shuai had used crafty schemes to seize South Flower Island from Wind Cloud Manor. He deserves this loss. The human Gu immortals were gloating. Tai Qin stood at a corner, watching the battle alone. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said worriedly, Wu Shuai. Most of the Dragon Man Gu immortals had ashen expressions. Only a few Dragon Man Gu immortals who knew the situation were nervous and expectant. Brother, use it, shock the world. The former Dragon Man youngster Huang Wei protected and respected Wu Shuai from the bottom of his heart. He shouted in his mind. At the next moment, Wu Shuai looked at the endless green light that pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled. You finally used this move, Song Taozi. Do you know that I have been waiting for this move for a long time? Wu Shuai laughed. What do you mean? Just a bluff. Can a Dragon Man Gu immortal like him make a comeback? This move is Song Taozi's famous killer move, Green Heaven Pine Wave. In Central Continent, no, in the 5 regions, how many rank 7 Gu immortals can take this move head-on? However, at the next moment, a palace suddenly rose up. Wu Shuai threw himself into it, and drove the palace straight up. The palace soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. What is this? An immortal Gu house. I have never seen such an immortal Gu house. Was it created by Wu Shuai? It should be so. This wager had already been announced to the world, and both sides were using their own items. Since Marshal Wu can use it publicly, it must be in line with the rules. Oh heavens, the Dragon Men also have an immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Look, this palace doesn't move at all. It's as if the green sky pines don't exist, and a path has been easily created. This is not an ordinary rank 7 immortal Gu house. It can definitely resist rank 8 existences. The crowd was in an uproar. Song Taozi was shocked and furious. He looked at the killer move that he was most proud of being ignored like a spring breeze. His heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai was activating Dragon Court. Dragon Court charged over. Wu Shuai's voice could be heard from inside. Song Taozi, kneel and beg for mercy. I can spare your life. Song Taozi's expression was pale. He shouted furiously. Don't even think about it. You are a Dragon Man, you dare to insult me? He was clearly at a disadvantage, but Song Taozi did not retreat. Have mercy. The surrounding Wind Cloud Manor Gu immortals saw this and screamed in shock. In the Dragon Court, Wu Shuai sneered when he heard this call. The killing intent in his dragon eyes was so dense that it was about to overflow. and he urged the dragon court to directly crush it. Ah! Song Taozi could not dodge in time. He screamed as he was crushed to death by dragon court. What? Song Taozi is dead. He actually killed Song Taozi. Is he trying to pierce the heavens? A dragon man Gu immortal slaughtered humans. What is he trying to do? The crowd was furious. Most of the dragon man Gu immortals had pale expressions. Huang Wei had a nervous expression. At this time, dragon court floated in the sky. Wu Shuai shouted, "Shut up! My battle with Song Taozi, regardless of life or death, was announced to the world before the duel. If anyone has any objections, come to me and accept your death." At that moment, the entire place went silent. In the next scene of the dream realm, it was a celebratory banquet. There were 100 tables filled with delicious food and wine. Everyone was toasting each other. Wu Shuai, who was at the main table, was the center of attention. "Congratulations, brother. You succeeded in this battle. From now on, South Flower Island will no longer have any conflicts." Wind Cloud Manor also lost a great general. Huang Wei came to toast. He was filled with excitement and admiration. Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. "Brother, not only did I contribute to this, you also had a part in it." "Brother." Huang Wei choked. "Senior brother, this battle made you famous in the world. I congratulate you." Tai Qin brought a cup over. She spoke plainly, but her tone was filled with affection. "Junior sister, thank you for your concern." Wu Shuai knew what Tai Qin was worried about. Thus he said loudly, "I fought with Song Taozi in this battle. Heaven and earth can bear witness. No matter who dies in battle, they have to admit it. Song Taozi was a good opponent. The glory of dying in battle belongs to him. I believe Wind Cloud Manor has no objections?" For this banquet, Wind Cloud Manor naturally sent an envoy. It was an unknown rank 6 Gu immortal. Song Taozi was killed by Wu Shuai. Wind Cloud Manor lost South Flower Island. But for the sake of the Righteous Path's reputation, to show their magnanimity, they still sent an envoy to this banquet. Wu Shuai's question made this envoy's face turn red. He hesitated before standing up and replying loudly, "Is my Wind Cloud Manor a small sect? Since this is a duel, we will not go back on our words. Envoy, please take a seat." Wu Shuai waved his hand, laughing loudly. The envoy gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted to flare up, but everyone's gazes were on him. He had to take care of the sect's reputation. He could only sit down. "Wu Shuai, I am Eastern Sea's Gu immortal Gu Liang. I witnessed the entire battle with Song Taozi. You even killed him in the formation. It was truly impressive. I offer you a toast." A male Gu immortal wearing a large robe walked up. He called himself Gu Liang. He was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face right now. He had the demeanor of a superior being. Wu Shuai was overjoyed internally. This battle had truly made him famous. Even Eastern Sea's Gu immortals came to this banquet. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady has arrived. At this time, the bellboy suddenly announced loudly. The hall went into a commotion. This was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady did not come alone. She brought her daughter, who was Wu Shuai's wife in name. "Xu Jiuling, my son-in-law congratulates you on your victory." The calligraphy pavilion master had a faint smile on her face. Although it was just a simple sentence, it had moved everyone's expression. "Lord Taishui, my wife, I have reserved seats for you. Please take a seat." Wu Shuai smiled as he bowed. He was slightly surprised internally. To him, he would definitely invite Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to such an important event. At least on the surface, Wu Shuai did not make any mistakes. But the truth was, he did not expect Calligraphy Pavilion Lady to come. But now she really came. Not only did she come personally, she even brought Xu Jiuling. This was out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Lord Green Antiseptic has arrived. Not long after Calligraphy Pavilion Lady sat down, another rank 8 Gu immortal came. This was Wu Shuai's master, but in the last few decades, Wu Shuai had not had much contact with him. Wu Shuai naturally sent him an invitation. "Disciple greets master." Wu Shuai quickly went up and bowed. "My disciple, I am here to see you." Green Antiseptic looked at Wu Shuai as he smiled and commented, You are quite spirited." "Master, please take a seat." Wu Shuai had an excited expression. He was not faking it. He was showing his true emotions. This battle's influence and gains were much greater than he had expected. After the banquet ended, Wu Shuai sent the 2 rank 8s off, but Calligraphy Pavilion Lady asked her daughter, Xu Jioling, to stay. You have been separated for so long. What is this? It is better for you to stay together. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady said in a plain tone, but her meaning was deep. Xu Jioling did not speak. She did not have her usual impatience. She was much quieter. But that night, Wu Shuai left her alone in the room. My wife, go to sleep first. I still have some work to do. He was still so polite, like when they first met. Xu Jioling was silent for a while before nodding obediently. Husband, go ahead and do your work. Wu Shuai did not go to work. He went to meet Tai Qin. Junior sister, I am here. Senior brother, I thought you would not come. How can that be? Don't you know how important you are to me? That daughter is not even worthy of carrying your shoes for you. Tai Qin smiled brightly. The two were intimate for a while before Tai Qin said worriedly, Senior brother, I am still a little worried. You killed Wind Cloud Manor's signature rank 7. How can they let this go? Of course they won't let it go. But what can they do? Wu Shuai smiled coldly, looking at the cold moon in the sky. He sighed. Your senior brother, after this banquet, I have realized something. Realized what? Wu Shuai's eyes shined with cold light. In this world, the fist is the strongest. Why do you think Master Green Ant and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady came to this banquet? That is because I have the immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Even though I only have rank 7 cultivation level, this house can resist rank 8s. I have the foundation. I am qualified to talk to them. Wind Cloud Manor will definitely remember this grudge, but they have to be wary of me. Because I control Dragon Court. As long as I have this strength, I have no worries. No, I will definitely become a rank 8 Gu Immortal in the future. I will raise Dragon Court to rank 8. At that time, I want to see who in the world dares to disrespect me? Senior brother. Tai Qin lay in Wu Shuai's embrace, looking at him with deep emotions. Wu Shuai lowered his head, looking into Tai Qin's eyes. He gently brushed away the messy hair on Tai Qin's forehead, saying with anticipation, Junior sister, I will definitely give you happiness. I will let you live a good life. Right now, I still have to take care of Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, but when I become rank 8, I will definitely give you an explanation. I will give you a status. I do not need a status, senior brother. I am satisfied staying with you. But I am not satisfied. I want to have a bunch of children with you in the future. I want to see my grandchildren grow. I want to see my children laugh happily on my knees. Will there really be such a day? Tai Qin's face flushed red. There will be. Wu Shuai hugged her tightly. There will be. Believe me. Chapter 1855. After accumulating for 100 years, Wu Shuai created the extraordinary rank 7 Immortal Gu House Dragon Court. Next, he had a public duel with Wind Cloud Manor. Using Dragon Court to kill Song Taozi in front of everyone, he became famous. At the banquet, Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady showed up. It proved Wu Shuai's influence in this battle. He had some qualifications to speak with rank 8 existences on equal terms. On the night of the banquet, Wu Shuai had a beautiful dream. In this dream, he realized all of his dreams, all of his goals that he was willing to fight for. He became the Dragon Man leader. He had peak rank 8 strength. Duke Long gave up his position to him. He controlled Dragon Court. He led the Dragon Man race to live freely. They were on equal terms with the humans. He imprisoned Fan Ji and executed him in front of Xu Jioling. Then he wanted to attack Xu Jioling. Calligraphy Pavilion Lady rushed over. After a huge battle, she lost and was willing to use her own life as the price to beg. Wu Shuai agreed to her request. He only made Xu Jioling a slave, while Calligraphy Pavilion Lady became his subordinate. He made Green Antiseptic and Wine Fairy the Dragon Man's supreme external elders. They were unwilling, but the Dragon Man race was too powerful. Wu Shuai was too strong. They had no choice but to obey. What made Wu Shuai the happiest was that he made Tai Qin his only Dragon Empress. They had many children. These children were all talented, shining like a group of stars. Even though they were young, they would one day become as grand as the sun and moon. On the second day, Wu Shuai woke up with a smile. He looked at the sleeping Tai Qin lovingly. He covered her with a blanket. Next he slowly got up and started his work. His battle with Song Taozi not only caused his own rise, it also gave the Dragon Man race a huge boost in morale and motivation. Under this influence, the Dragon Man race became more aggressive and assertive. In the next few decades, the conflict between the Dragon Man race and the humans became more intense. Duke Long learned of the situation and summoned Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai flew over from afar. He was scolded by Duke Long. All these years, he was the main culprit behind the conflict between the Dragon Men and the human race. Then Duke Long ordered him to issue an edict to abdicate and give up his position as the Island Lord of South Flower Island. At the same time, he had to change the name of Dragon Court to Dragon Palace. Of course, Wu Shuai was unwilling, but he was still too weak against Duke Long and the Celestial Court. His face was ashen, full of anger. He returned to South Flower Island, but he had no choice but to follow Duke Long's instructions. Gu Liang came to visit. The first time Wu Shuai met him was during the celebration banquet for his victory over Song Taozi. Over the past few decades, Gu Liang had always been very close to the South Flower Island's Dragon Man race. Both sides had made many transactions and cooperated very happily. Fellow Taoist Wu Shuai, I heard about the shocking change in South Flower Island. Why do you want to issue an edict? Is there anything that I can help you with? Wu Shuai sighed deeply. Fellow Taoist Gu Liang, this is an order from old ancestor Duke Long. I have no choice but to obey. Wu Shuai's tone was bleak. Fellow Taoist, when I killed Song Taozi, I thought it would be a turning point and I would be able to lead the Dragon Man race to rise. But over the past few decades, I feel like I am stuck in a swamp. No matter what I do, I feel pressured from all directions. Gu Liang smiled and consoled. Fellow Taoist, why do you have to belittle yourself? I've seen fellow immortals' hard work all these years. If you weren't in charge of South Flower Island, this banner force of the Dragon Man race would have been devoured by the evil forces long ago. After all, it is the 10 great ancient sects and even the Celestial Court that are making things difficult for you. Wu Shuai was silent for a while. Flames of hatred surged in his chest. He was also filled with helpless grief and anger. Finally, he sighed to the sky. The rise of the Dragon Man race is easier said than done. It is harder than ascending to heaven. Gu Liang still had a smile on his face. One step at a time. Wasn't the rise of the Celestial Court the same as well? Wu Shuai said sadly. Now that I am following old ancestors' instructions, my decades or even centuries of hard work will go to waste. Humans have the upper hand, the upper hand. Gu Liang said. I have a plan that can resolve your worries. Oh, what is it? Quickly tell me. There is no need to hide our friendship. Wu Shuai immediately asked. This plan is very simple. What you are worried about is that this will suppress the Dragon Man race's morale. Especially you and South Flower Island. You are the battle flags of the Dragon Man race, but Duke Long directly removed them. But what if you advance to rank 8 now? Advance to rank 8? Why would I not want to? But the final tribulation, even with Dragon Court, I am afraid. Wu Shuai was hesitant. Ha ha ha, Wu Shuai, you have been leading South Flower Island all these years. You have a heavy responsibility. You know yourself and the significance of South Flower Island to the Dragon Man race. But because of this, you have many worries. You have lost the courage and determination that you had in the past. I am here to lend you a hand, to help you pass the final tribulation and become a true rank 8 Gu Immortal. Gu Liang said as his aura changed from rank 7 to rank 8. It turned out that he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he had been pretending to be a rank 7. Wu Shuai was shocked. Senior. Gu Liang you. Gu Liang raised his hand and stopped him. Wu Shuai, we should treat each other as equals. To speak the truth, I have my own intentions for getting close to you. Central Continent is strong while the other 5 regions are weak. As an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, I want to see Central Continent fight internally. But I am helping you not only because of that, I also admire you as a person. To be honest, you and I actually have a lot in common. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. All these years, I have been begging rank 8 Gu Immortals to help me pass tribulation. However, even Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Head tried all sorts of excuses. Today, Celestial Friend's help was truly a timely help. I, Wu Shuai, will never forget this favor. The next scene of the dream realm was the tribulation. But because in the dream realm earlier, Wu Shuai and Gu Liang were very close, he obtained Gu Liang's help. Gu Liang's strength was extraordinary. With his help, Wu Shuai successfully survived the tribulation. It was daunting but not dangerous. Wu Shuai became a true rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though he did everything according to Duke Long's instructions, causing a huge commotion and the Dragon Man race to be fearful. But when news of him becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal spread, the Dragon Man race's morale soared. It was even higher than before. Wu Shuai became the second rank 8 of the Dragon Man race. His achievement surpassed his father's generation. Only Duke Long could suppress him in terms of cultivation level. Wu Shuai had true rank 8 cultivation level. He could finally speak on equal terms with Green Antiseptic and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady. Duke Long's attitude towards him also changed. He was no longer as harsh towards him as before. Like he had broken through a huge encirclement. Wu Shuai felt the pressure on him disappear. The undercurrents that had surrounded South Flower Island for decades had mostly dissipated after he advanced to rank 8. The scenery of rank 8 is truly different. From today onwards, I am at the peak of Gu immortals in this world. Wu Shuai was very grateful towards Gu Liang. Their cooperation deepened. Gu Liang told Wu Shuai many secrets. Celestial Court's foundation is fake Gu. In history, 2 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court. Why did they fail? The reason is that they could not destroy Fate Gu. With Star Constellation's Dao Fusion, they could not shake Celestial Court's foundation. However, even though Star Constellation's Dao Fusion protected the legitimacy of Celestial Court, it angered the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao is about balance, but now humanity is flourishing without any restrictions. This goes against the will of the heavens. Wu Shuai understood a lot. He had gained a lot from Gu Liang. Even though he was in Central Continent and had the identity of a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects, he did not know much about Celestial Court's true secrets. He did not have any channels to learn about them. Wu Shuai, if you really want to lead the Dragon Men to rise, your rank 8 cultivation level is not enough. In fact, even if the Dragon Man race gains several more rank 8 Gu immortals, they cannot shake Celestial Court's position. You have rank 8s. Central Continent's Celestial Court has far more than you. In fact, to put it bluntly, if one day, your Dragon Man race's strength surpasses Celestial Court's bottom line, they will definitely make a move against you. Don't they always say? Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Wu Shuai thought about it. This made sense. He asked Gu Liang. Gu Liang told him. The rise of Dragon Men is extraordinary. We need to deal with the source. The source? You mean Fate Gu? Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. Fate Gu is being guarded by Celestial Court. It is too difficult. It is indeed difficult, but there is still hope. Especially now, this is a rare opportunity. Gu Liang's eyes flickered with bright light. Wu Shuai was moved. You mean that Red Lotus? That's right. Originally, Celestial Court wanted to nurture Red Lotus into an immortal venerable, but he had other ideas. He chose the path of rebellion. Your ancestor, Duke Long, has been working hard on this matter. He has been lax in disciplining you. From this, your Dragon Man race should thank Red Lotus for sharing your burden. Gu Liang said. We need to borrow Red Lotus strength? That is a good idea, but how do we contact him? Wu Shuai asked. Red Lotus's whereabouts are too mysterious. We cannot find him. We cannot find Red Lotus directly. Even if we meet him, he will reject us. He might even destroy us. Gu Liang's expression changed. He was filled with wariness. He said with deep meaning. Red Lotus, be he an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, he is a pure human Gu immortal. Since he is not willing to cooperate, how can we borrow his strength? Wu Shuai asked. Gu Liang laughed. Since Red Lotus wants to revive his family and lover, he will have to go against the heavenly Tao and fate. This conflict cannot be resolved. Because of this, the master and disciple fell out. Duke Long could not make Red Lotus change his mind. Red Lotus will definitely attack Celestial Court and destroy Fate Gu. When he attacks Celestial Court, we will be able to fish in troubled waters. Then when will Red Lotus Demon Venerable attack Celestial Court? I do not know. It might be countless years later, or at the next moment. Chapter 1856. Wu Shuai advanced to rank 8. He finally broke out of the encirclement. The pressure on him decreased. Not just that, he found the only hope of winning against Celestial Court. That was to borrow Red Lotus's strength. Even though Red Lotus had not become a venerable, he was destined to become a future venerable. Even though this was only a guess, many people in the Gu immortal world were inclined to believe it. If not, why would Duke Long and Celestial Court do all they could to make him stay? Back then, when Duke Long descended and took him in as a disciple, it was a clear sign. After communicating with Gu Liang, Wu Shuai decided to change his strategy. He laid low and did not act like before. Originally, the Dragon Man race was looking forward to his advancement to rank 8. They finally had a rank 8 great expert who could support them. However, Wu Shuai started to get close to Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Countless dragon men could not understand this. Wu Shuai put in a lot of effort and showed a remorseful expression. He gradually won the trust and favor of the 10 great ancient sections. He purposely got close to Celestial Court and tried to find out about Celestial Court's information. In fact, he even invested money to create an immortal Gu house for Celestial Court. The conflict between the dragon men and humans caused him to change his stance. He suppressed the dragon men and protected the benefits of humans. After 100 years, Wu Shuai had many successes, but he did not gain the trust of Celestial Court. What should I do? Wu Shuai was troubled. He discussed with Gu Liang. Gu Liang said, "You are a dragon man. Celestial Court has always been wary of variant humans. Celestial Court looks down on variant humans from the bottom of their hearts. Our only hope is in Duke Long. It is time to use a strong medicine." Then how do I gain the trust of Duke Long? Ancestor treats me very well. Wu Shuai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Liang looked at Wu Shuai deeply. It depends on whether you are willing to make a sacrifice. Wu Shuai did not hesitate, he answered. I am working for the Dragon Man race. A little sacrifice is nothing. That's good. Gu Liang clapped. Only a person like you can achieve great things. Gu Liang suggested a plan. Wu Shuai hesitated. It was because Gu Liang had asked Wu Shuai to sacrifice Huang Wei. Huang Wei was already a rank 7 Dragon Man Gu immortal. Not only had he followed Wu Shuai since he was young, he had been following Wu Shuai and managing South Flower Island. He was loyal to Wu Shuai. He had made great contributions. There was no way he would betray him. Gu Liang persuaded. Everyone knows about the relationship between you and Huang Wei. We can trick you into making a choice. If you sacrifice Huang Wei for the sake of the human race, you will be able to change Duke Long's mind. But, you want me to kill the person who has done so much for me. The person who trusts and respects me the most. Wu Shuai clenched his teeth, still hesitating. I believe that if Huang Wei knew the meaning of his sacrifice, he would definitely choose to sacrifice himself. Isn't that so? Gu Liang's words dispelled Wu Shuai's hesitation. Wu Shuai sighed and his eyes turned red. Huang Wei knows me, and I know Huang Wei. If he understands my good intentions, he will be willing to sacrifice himself. No. Gu Liang hurriedly waved his hand. This plan is of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Just you and me are the safest. Oh friend, you need to understand, even a dead person can be found with a lot of evidence. We cannot let Huang Wei know about this. This. Wu Shuai closed his eyes, shaking his head. Let me think. He hesitated for half a year, but he finally made up his mind. Compared to Huang Wei alone, the Dragon Man race's benefits were much greater. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang schemed in secret, creating conflict and killing human Gu immortals, creating evidence to frame Huang Wei. After this happened, it attracted a lot of attention from Central Continent. Huang Wei cried out in injustice. I did not do this. Brother knows me well. I would never do this. Wu Shuai tried to protect Huang Wei at first, but as more evidence was revealed, he had no choice but to kill Huang Wei in the name of justice. This caused a huge commotion. The dragon men were very dissatisfied with Wu Shuai. Some dragon men even started to move out of South Flower Island. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects praised Wu Shuai. Even Duke Long acknowledged Wu Shuai after learning of this. Little Eighth has learned a lot these years, I am glad. Wu Shuai successfully gained Duke Long's trust. However, there was an emptiness in his heart. Huang Wei's last words before he was executed were deeply engraved in his heart. He would never forget them for the rest of his life. Brother, I, Huang Wei, have never regretted following you. If you want to kill me, no matter the reason, I will accept it. But brother, I really did not do such a thing. You need to be careful. Those human goo immortals are trying to deceive you. All these years, they did not do anything to you because they changed their strategy. They are framing me now. They want to get rid of me and gradually cut off your wings. Brother, you told me about the future of the Dragon Man race. I have always remembered it. It is fine if I die. Please continue doing what you did. The future of the Dragon Man race cannot be without you. Huang Wei knelt on the ground, crying and complaining. His words made Wu Shuai's heart bleed. Wu Shuai almost could not resist telling Huang Wei all of his secrets. The one who framed him was his most respected brother. In fact, at this moment, Wu Shuai had a strong urge to kneel on the ground and beg for Huang Wei's forgiveness. But he did not do so. He snorted coldly. Huang Wei, you took bribes and perverted the law. You intentionally killed someone. You still refuse to admit your crimes even at death's door. Sai, I trusted you all these years in vain. You have truly disappointed me. I am truly heartbroken. Halfway through his words, Wu Shuai's tears were already falling. His voice was choked. He did not dare to look at Huang Wei anymore. He turned around and left. Brother! Huang Wei knelt on the cold ground of the prison cell, shouting at Wu Shuai's back. Before I die, I will call you brother one more time. Don't forget the Dragon Man cause. Wu Shuai moved even faster, as if he was escaping. Huang Wei's execution was witnessed by a large number of Gu immortals. Wu Shuai did not go. On the same night he had a dream. In the dream he saw Huang Wei. Huang Wei pointed at his nose, cursing loudly. Wu Shuai told Huang Wei the truth. After Huang Wei heard it, he cried loudly, kneeling on the ground as he said, Brother, you put in so much effort. I was ignorant and wronged you. For the cause of the Dragon Man race, you did not hesitate to take the blame. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. Wu Shuai quickly pulled Huang Wei up, hugging his shoulder. Brother, it is good that you understand me. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a smile on his face. He did not get up immediately. He opened his eyes and looked at the curtains. The smile at the corner of his mouth did not diminish, but tears flowed from his eyes. Huang Wei's death had many effects. South Flower Island's people were in chaos. Their morale fell to rock bottom. The Dragon Men were very disappointed in Wu Shuai. But Wu Shuai could enter Celestial Court from time to time. This was a huge breakthrough. This time, Celestial Court decided to start constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai grabbed this rare opportunity. He reported to Duke Long and contributed Dragon Palace. After so many years, Dragon Palace was still a rank 7 immortal Gu house. Wu Shuai had made this decision after careful consideration. Losing Dragon Palace was not a big deal. It could be rebuilt in the future. The most important thing was fake Gu. Duke Long's reaction was not out of Wu Shuai's expectations. Duke Long said, Little 8, it is good that you have such an intention. I am very relieved. But Central Heaven Gate is an information path immortal Gu house, while your Dragon Palace is enslavement path. They are not related. Furthermore, with our Celestial Court's foundation, we do not need to extort our descendants' wealth. Wu Shuai sighed. Grandfather, I was young and rash when I was young. I did many ridiculous things. Now that I have repented, I am thinking of how to make up for my mistakes. Grandfather, please give me this chance. I will not disappoint you. Duke Long laughed heartily. Then let's do it this way. You and your father will be in charge of constructing Central Heaven Gate. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. Thank you, grandfather. A lot of resources were needed to construct Central Heaven Gate. Gu Liang took the initiative to help. He said to Wu Shuai, The Celestial Court is truly ambitious. They actually want to open Central Heaven Gate and connect to the Grotto Heavens. However, this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can make a move on Central Heaven Gate and leave behind a hidden door to probe the Celestial Court's internal information. Wu Shuai worked even harder. He went around to construct Central Heaven Gate. The Dragon Man race had a huge problem with him. Many Dragon Men started to scold Wu Shuai, saying that he was a traitor of the Dragon Man race. These dragon men had great expectations for Wu Shuai, but now they were filled with intense disappointment and hatred. Even Wu Shuai's father was very cold towards him. Wu Shuai endured these misunderstandings. He tried his best to complete Central Heaven Gate. It was not easy to leave behind a hidden door in Central Heaven Gate, especially when it was under the surveillance of the Celestial Court. Just as he was working hard and was about to have some small results, an accident occurred. His father returned from the Celestial Court with heavy injuries. He called for Wu Shuai before he died. I came into contact with Fate Gu, my son. I obtained Fate Gu's revelation. Our Dragon Man reigns supreme. Dragon Man reigns supreme. Wu Shuai's father was very excited. He grabbed Wu Shuai's hand tightly. What? Wu Shuai was greatly shocked. He was tongue-tied. What in the world is going on? Father. His father explained the situation in detail. I had a fortuitous encounter. Even though I was discovered in the end, I was quick-witted and purposely failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. I suffered heavy injuries from the backlash and used this reason to escape from the Celestial Court and come here. Dragon Man reigns supreme. My son, we, the Dragon Man race, are destined to replace the human race. This is Fate Gu's revelation. We can definitely believe it. Wu Shuai's father's eyes shine brightly. Do you know what this means? Quickly heal me and spread this news. I wonder how excited the Dragon Man Gu immortals will be. Father, rest well. I will do it now. Wu Shuai was also very excited. He quickly made arrangements for his father and left the room. Not long after, he ran into Gu Liang. Gu Liang learned that Wu Shuai's father had returned with heavy injuries. He came to greet him. Seeing Wu Shuai's hesitation and struggle, he asked for the reason. Wu Shuai and Gu Liang worked closely together. He already knew Gu Liang's true identity. He was not a human. He was a variant human Gu immortal. Wu Shuai was silent for a while before telling him the truth. Gu Liang was also shocked. After reacting, he understood why Wu Shuai was hesitating. Wu Shuai, you did not gather the Dragon Men and announce this news. It was the right decision. Once the Celestial Court finds out that this secret was leaked, they will definitely slaughter and cleanse the Dragon Man race. But if we continue to hide it from the Celestial Court and make them think that no one knows about this secret, just this alone is not enough. Your father's actions are too strange. The fact that he came into contact with Fate Gu is something we can investigate. Next, members of the Celestial Court will come to investigate this information. Gu Liang knows me. This is what I am worried about. Wu Shuai sighed. What should we do now? Gu Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Friend, didn't you think of this already? The only thing we can do now is to sacrifice your father and make it seem like he died from heavy injuries the moment he returned. We can escape this calamity. Wu Shuai's expression was pale. He took 2 steps back as he shook his head. You want me to kill my father? This is impossible. Chapter 1857. Wu Shuai frowned deeply. He had a bitter expression. What I am suspecting now is, if this is a plot against me and my father, a plot to harm my race, what should I do? Dragon Man reigns supreme might be a lie. The culprit is trying to frame my race. Gu Liang thought about it before denying. This possibility is very small, because according to your father he was able to interact with Fate Gu because of many coincidences. It was not controlled by anyone. Many of the crucial steps were chosen by your father himself. Precisely because there are too many coincidences, I am suspicious. Oh friend, how did humans learn about the heavens will revelation in Fate Gu? Isn't your father's situation similar to this? Gu Liang's words made Wu Shuai speechless. Right at this time, a loud voice resounded in the sky. Celestial Court Gu immortals came. They were here to check on Wu Shuai's father. They came so quickly. Gu Liang's expression changed. Wu Shuai, make a decision now. If you are late, not only will your life's hard work be for nothing, even your Dragon Man race will be exterminated. Wu Shuai's expression turned pale as paper. His body shook. He almost fell to the ground. Under such circumstances, Wu Shuai had to make a decision. He knew that this decision would cause him pain for the rest of his life, but he had to do it. Even if he was not sure if there was really a heavens will revelation of Dragon Men reign supreme, or if it was a trap, he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, not only would he and his father lose, the entire Dragon Man race would also lose. On that day, Wu Shuai's father failed to construct Central Heaven Gate. He suffered a backlash and died. The Celestial Court Gu immortals had no clues, even though they were suspicious. They could not do anything to the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Shuai. They could only leave. For more than 10 nights, Wu Shuai could not sleep. Tai Qin consoled him, but Wu Shuai hugged his lover and cried. Tai Qin said gently, "The dead cannot come back to life, senior brother. I am sorry for your loss. Uncle sacrificed himself to construct Central Heaven Gate. Celestial Court will definitely reward him." Wu Shuai did not dare to tell Tai Qin the exact reason. He could only swallow this bitter pill. He had no choice but to say, "Do you know, junior sister? After I killed Song Taozi all those years ago, I often had a similar dream. In this dream, I became the king of the Dragon Man race, leading the Dragon Man race to rise, living a free and peaceful life. I live deep in the royal court and rule without doing anything. The Dragon Men live and work in peace and contentment, equality and stability. Huang Wei is still my most capable assistant, helping me deal with the mundane affairs. My father was proud of me. He would say to me, 'My son, you really did it. You're my pride.' And I live happily with you, with many children, laughing and fooling around." At this point, Wu Shuai raised his head and wailed, "But now I only have you left, my junior sister." Tai Qin also has a sorrowful expression. After so many years, she never got pregnant with Wu Shuai's child. The union between the dragon men produced many more offspring than the human race. However, the probability of a hybrid between a mutant and a human was very low. Not only the Dragonians, but the rest of the mutants also felt the same way. This was a huge blow to Wu Shuai. For the next half a year, he was immersed in sorrow. Gu Liang came to persuade him. "Wu Shuai, I understand your sorrow, but please pay attention to the Celestial Court. Don't blame yourself too much and let the Celestial Court see through you. If everything goes to waste, wouldn't your father's sacrifice be in vain?" Wu Shuai felt like he was struck by lightning. He woke up abruptly. He wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he cupped his fists towards Gu Liang. "Thank you for your guidance, otherwise, I would have made a huge mistake." Gu Liang nodded and smiled. "These last days, you have been too sad. You did not continue with the construction of Central Heaven Gate. Now it is time to continue." "But Fate Gu's prophecy, that dragon men reign supreme, is that true?" Wu Shuai had something that he could not let go of. Gu Liang smiled. "To prove this, the best way is to let you interact with Fate Gu again. But the risk here is too high. In fact, you don't have to be anxious, you just need to wait patiently. You can slowly test it." "You mean?" Wu Shuai realized something. Gu Liang nodded. "That's right. If dragon men truly reign supreme, then Providence will definitely take care of your race. Your father is like Yu Ji in history. When Yu Ji was still a Gu master, he was a slave in charge of cleaning the Rockman Sacred Hall. But when he got close to Fate Gu, he learned of the heavenly fate prophecy that humans would reign supreme. Along the way, he followed Fate Gu's instructions and stole it, offering it to the most crucial person, Primordial Origin, who had yet to become an immortal venerable. I know Yu Ji. He was the Tao guardian of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He obtained the heavenly fate prophecy, but did not die. Instead, he stole Fate Gu. Why did my father? Wu Shuai had a pained expression. Gu Liang said, "I have my own guesses about this. Do you remember when I told you that star constellation Immortal Venerable had once become one with the Tao? From then on, her will interfered with providence. It was likely because of this that your father met with misfortune. But he also successfully brought out the huge secret of dragon men reign supreme. He died a worthy death." Gu Liang continued to console. "Your father revealed this secret to you, Wu Shuai. You might very well be a crucial person in heaven's fate, like Primordial Origin. So you cannot be discouraged. You cannot give up. You need to work hard." Wu Shuai shook his head. "How can I be compared to a venerable? Moreover, us variant humans cannot become venerables." Gu Liang was silent for a while before saying with a strange expression, "It is a phenomenon that variant humans cannot become venerables, but the reason for this has never been determined. There are many different theories. To speak the truth, my race has been researching why variant humans cannot become venerables. Wu Shuai found it strange. Isn't it said that humans are the spirit of all living beings? Gu Liang smiled coldly. Hee, I'm afraid this is just a pretense. There is a huge secret to becoming a venerable. It might be related to spirituality, but it is definitely not just that. There were some examples in the history of the human race. Some Gu immortals had incredible strength. They passed all the calamities and tribulations of rank 8, but still could not become venerable. They could not advance to rank 9. Your ancestor, Duke Long, should know better. He was such an example. Back then, he had incredible strength but could not advance to rank 9. That was why he turned into a dragon man. If you can find out about this, my race is willing to pay any price to learn of this secret. Gu Liang promised solemnly. You are too serious. If I can find out about this, I will share it with you for free. Wu Shuai swore to heaven. Before he left, Gu Liang reminded. Immortal friend Wu Shuai, please be careful. Even though fate Gu is not in your hands, if it is truly heaven's will, there will definitely be some revelations. You are definitely a key figure in this. I'm afraid that these revelations will fall on you, or the people close to you. Please pay more attention. I won't. Wu Shuai nodded. Time will prove everything. However, to Wu Shuai's disappointment, he did not gain any revelations. He continued to construct Central Heaven Gate to reassure the Celestial Court. The Dragonman race and many Dragonman Gu immortals were dissatisfied with him. They scolded Wu Shuai for being a dog. His father died while constructing Central Heaven Gate. As his son, he was still constructing Central Heaven Gate. He was truly a slave. There was no way to save him. He deserved it for his father's death. Thus, more and more dragon men moved out of South Flower Island. It gradually became a trend. On this day, Wu Shuai dreamt of his father again. His father told him, "Continue to work hard, I understand you now. Your sacrifice will definitely make you a great hero. The Dragon Man race needs your leadership, my child." He dreamt that he and Tai Chin finally had a child. It turned out that in a certain earth trench in Eastern Sea, there was a nameless weed growing. This weed was an ancient desolate plant. It spread over a large area, and was guarded by immemorial desolate beasts. As long as he and Tai Chin ate this weed, they would be able to have children and overcome the predicament of being mixed bloods. After waking up, Wu Shuai had a sudden realization. He realized. Was this the revelation of heaven's will? He recalled carefully. Before Huangwei died, he had a dream. He saw Huangwei bidding farewell to him. Before his father died, he also had a dream. He saw his father talking about his deceased mother. He said that he missed her greatly and wanted to reunite with her. It was very simple to verify this guess. Wu Shuai immediately made a plan. Using Gu Liang's strength, he returned to Eastern Sea and obtained the nameless weed in the earth trench. According to the method in the dream, Wu Shuai and Tai Chin consumed the seaweed. Half a month later, Wu Shuai received great news. Tai Chin was really pregnant with his child. This kind of surprise was really too big. Not only because he finally obtained the child that he yearned for, he also verified his guess. He finally understood. Heaven's will had started long ago. It was just that he did not notice it. The dream realm started to change. It continued to give Wu Shuai inspiration. Wu Shuai acted according to the inspiration. He got twice the results with half the effort. He succeeded immediately. Not only did he construct Central Heaven Gate, he even set up a secret door. Even the Celestial Court did not notice it when they inspected it. To gain the trust of the Celestial Court, he stopped developing his Dragon Man force. He focused on his own cultivation level. Using the inspiration in the dream, his cultivation level continued to rise. With Gu Liang's help, he passed many calamities and tribulations. The dream realm changed again. There was a revelation about creating the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. The core Immortal Gu of rank 8 Dragon Palace is rank 8, Dream Token? This is a Dream Path Gu. It is truly suitable for the Great Era. Wu Shuai was extremely excited. He immediately roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, searching for Dream Path Immortal materials. These Dream Path Immortal materials were very rare. They were usually hidden in the corners of the world. They were inconspicuous. Chapter 1858. During this period, Wu Shuai returned to South Flower Island. Tai Chin was finally born. We finally have a bloodline between us. Tai Chin, It has been hard on you. Wu Shuai hugged the newborn. He spun around happily. Next, he carefully placed the baby on the bed, beside Tai Qin. He looked at the weak Tai Qin lovingly. His gaze was extremely gentle. What do you think we should name our child? Tai Qin smiled. She was filled with motherly love. This child has a pair of big eyes. He is very intelligent. Let's call him Longling, Wu Shuai said. Tai Qin nodded. Longling, that is a good name. His son Longling was born. Wu Shuai was very happy, but at the same time, he felt an even greater responsibility on his shoulders. Huang Wei and my father have already passed away. I only have junior sister Tai Qin left by my side. Now I have my son. I want to give Tai Qin a proper status. I want to give my child a bright future. He will not live in an environment where he is discriminated against. I want him to live proudly as a dragon man. He will live proudly. The responsibility in his heart urged him. After resting for a few days on South Flower Island, Wu Shuai went on his way again. He roamed the 5 regions and 2 heavens, collecting Dream Path immortal materials. The process of refining Dream Token immortal goo was very mystical. Everything happened in his sleep. As immortal materials were refined one by one, Dream Token immortal goo finally reached the final juncture. Wu Shuai was extremely shocked. The final enlightenment from the dream realm was for him to sacrifice Tai Qin. Only if she sacrificed herself, using her life as a sacrifice, could he complete the final step of Dream Token. No, I cannot do this. Wu Shuai suffered a huge blow. His face was pale. He could not accept such a revelation. For a few days he was in a daze. He roamed around immemorial white heaven like a wandering soul. Only when he encountered a primordial desolate beast, and was nearly killed by it, did he suddenly wake up from his stupor. He killed this immemorial desolate beast, but he was still very troubled. He could not find a solution. Do I really have to sacrifice junior sister? No, this is impossible. There must be another way, there must be. Wu Shuai decided to temporarily stop his plans to refine the dream token. He wanted to gain more enlightenment from the dream. The next night, the dream brought him a new revelation. This revelation made him extremely shocked. Old ancestor Duke Long has an immortal killer move that can exterminate my Dragon Man race. Moreover, Duke Long has already wanted to use this killer move many times. Even though he had absolute trust in his dreamscape, this news was just too sensational and hard to believe. He pondered for a while, and decided to return to Zhongzhou State first to find out the truth. Wu Shuai spent a lot of time and effort to refine Dream Token Immortal Goo. During this period, Central Continent was in turmoil. The conflict between Duke Long and Red Lotus, the master and disciple pair, was getting more intense. Because of the death of Wu Shuai's father, the Celestial Court had many doubts about him, but Duke Long still trusted him. Wu Shuai mobilized all the forces he could mobilize to investigate this matter. At the same time, the dream also brought him more enlightenment. With the help of Dreamscape, Wu Shuai obtained more and more clues. These clues proved that his dreamscape was correct. Wu Shuai even knew the name of this killer move, Dragon Man Extermination. Back then, Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method, and created the Dragon Men. As more and more Dragon Men appeared and developed, the Dragon Man race was born. Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Men, the origin of the race. When he created the Dragon Man race, he left behind a trump card. That was the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. As long as this move is activated, all the Dragon Men in the world will self-detonate. No one will survive. And Duke Long had wanted to use this killer move long ago. He only delayed it due to Star Constellation's will. Old ancestor, you are so ruthless. You are truly too ruthless. Wu Shuai was cold, helpless, anxious, and furious. All of his hard work and the rise of the Dragon Man race was a joke in front of this killer move. It was a realistic yet illusory illusion. What should I do? Wu Shuai held at the sky. He had no ideas. That's right, I have a dream realm. Suddenly he remembered something. His eyes shone with the radiance of hope. He still had one last life-saving straw. That night, the dream realm returned to a few years ago. Dreamscape was about Dream Token Immortal Goo. The final step of refining Dream Token Immortal Goo was to get Tai Qin to sacrifice herself. The dream realm told Wu Shuai that to deal with Dragon Man extermination, he had to refine dream token immortal goo first. Wu Shuai woke up from his dream. In the darkness of the night, he cried silently. He looked at his lover beside him in a daze, the woman he loved in his life, Tai Qin. Tai Qin was sleeping soundly, but as if she sensed something. She opened her eyes and saw Wu Shuai's sorrowful expression. "What is it?" Tai Qin quickly hugged Wu Shuai gently. Wu Shuai hugged her back. He hugged her tightly. He had used so much strength, but he had never felt so weak and powerless before. Wu Shuai had no choice but to tell Tai Qin the truth. Tai Qin quickly accepted it. She used her warm palm to caress Wu Shuai's face as she smiled. "So that's it, my senior brother. I love you. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you, even my life. This is not a big deal, but in this life, other than you, I have another concern, that is our child. After I die, you must take good care of me. Nurture my child. Promise me, okay? I promise you, I will use my life, my dignity. I will use everything I have to promise you." Wu Shuai cried. He was extremely sorrowful. Dream token was refined successfully. Next, a rank 8 dragon palace was also constructed. After it was built, Wu Shuai stayed inside. He often walked around the pavilion, touching the pillars on the walls. He imagined feeling Tai Qin's warmth, but all he got was the coldness of the immortal goo house itself. His and Tai Qin's child grew up. He would ask him sometimes, "Father, where did my mother go? Why is she not back yet?" Every time he asked this, Wu Shuai felt like a spear was stabbing into his heart, causing him to bleed profusely. Every time, he would squat down and embrace his son, Long Ling, in his arms. He would hug him tightly and lie to him gently. The young and innocent dragon spirit was like an antidote, the only medicine in this world that could heal the trauma in his heart. Even though he had a rank 8 dragon palace, Wu Shuai had no intention of fighting for fame and fortune. He secretly targeted Green Antiseptic, Wine Fairy, and Calligraphy Pavilion Lady, enslaving them all. But he achieved his former dream. He could have imprisoned Xu Jiuling. He could have even captured Fan Ji and executed him in front of Xu Jiuling. But Wu Shuai did not do that. He let Xu Jiuling go and let her be with the person she truly loved. He no longer cared about his past glory. Even though he cared about it in the past, he felt pain and fought for it. Wu Shuai had experienced many things in life. He had let them go. Right now Wu Shuai felt very tired, but he could not stop. He could not stop. Because the matter of Dragon Man extermination was not resolved yet. The dream realm enlightened him again. To resolve Dragon Man extermination, he needed to use rank 8 Dragon Palace. He also needed to conduct experiments on the Dragon Man body. Dragon Man was the product of the Dragon Man life extension method, and the creation of Dragon Man extermination originated from this. The three were closely related. Wu Shuai had already grasped the Dragon Man life extension method. Using the power of Dragon Palace and reverse engineering the Dragon Man extermination killer move based on the two, it was possible. But to do this, Wu Shuai could not do it alone. Thus he gathered the Dragon Man Gu immortals and told them the truth, asking for their help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented gathering. Almost all the Dragon Man Gu immortals were here. These Dragon Man Gu immortals did not believe it at first, but Wu Shuai provided sufficient evidence and clues. They had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Gu Liang was here as a witness. The secret of Wu Shuai's father and Heaven's will was made public. To do the experiment, we need a vast number of dragon men. Almost all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will suffer a fate worse than death. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, please speak up. Wu Shuai said, "I object." Immediately, someone jumped out. Everyone looked at him. He was of the same generation as Wu Shuai. He was Wu Shuai's 7th brother in terms of bloodline. The 7th young master that ancestor Duke Long doted on the most. The 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai on the throne, cursing. "8th brother, you scoundrel, you are truly crazy. To gain the trust of the celestial court, you killed your most loyal brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Man reigning supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used the woman who loved you as a Gu refinement material. Now, to deal with the Dragon Man extermination killer move, You even want to harm countless innocent dragon men. You want to use them as experiments. Why are you so vicious? Why are you so cold? Do you think we will believe you just because you gave us this so-called evidence? Hee hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are fools? Hee hee hee, no, you are not laughable, you are pitiful and lamentable. You wanted to give your woman happiness, but in the end, she was sacrificed to refine a goo. You wanted to be your father's pride, but in the end, you killed him. You killed him personally. You gave Huang Wei a great cause, you gave him hope. But you killed him because of it, and now, what happened to the cause? Hee hee ha ha. The seventh young master laughed maniacally. Tears flowed down his cheeks. You tried everything to lead the Dragon Man race to rise, but in the end, the Dragon Man race is going to be destroyed. It is going to be extinct. It's you. If not for your wild ambitions, occupying South Flower Island, and migrating your tribesmen to develop, creating conflict between the dragon men and humans, why would so many things happen? If the dragon-human race had always been peaceful and stable, the old ancestor wouldn't have been tempted to exterminate the dragon-human race. Wu Shuai, Wu Shuai, you are an expert second only to old ancestor in our dragon man race, but what you brought to our dragon man race was not glory, nor was it hope, nor was it equality or dignity. It was destruction. You are truly a tragedy. Your entire life is a tragedy. The hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on the dragon throne, expressionless. At this point, the dream realm finally dissipated. In the depths of the sea, there was only a grand palace and the 4 dragon generals left. The dragon generals had complicated but obedient gazes as they looked at Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone walking towards the door of Dragon Palace. The door of Dragon Palace opened by itself. The Dragon Man clone walked into Dragon Palace's hall. He was also expressionless, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. Looking at Dragon Palace, it seemed to be the same as before. Seventh Brother's criticism was still lingering. The surrounding Dragon Man Gu immortals were still gathered. When he looked again, the hall was empty. Everything had vanished into thin air. It has already been 1,000,000 years. I am back. The Dragon Man clone's voice resounded in the hall. It sounded like the sobbing of a ghost. But I am no longer me. The Dragon Man clone smiled bitterly again. It was no longer his voice, no longer his face, no longer his body, not even his soul. There was only a will left, the will that had lasted for 1,000,000 years. It was still struggling at death's door. Dragon Spirit greets Master. Dragon Spirit appeared with a respectful expression. It had a hint of joy on its face. Finally, Dragon Court has a new master. The Dragon Man clone looked at Dragon Spirit deeply. His eyes were turning red. He wished that Dragon Spirit could call him Father, but it was impossible. Taiqin, in the end, I have let you down. I have let you down. Wu Shuai raised his head and let out a deep sigh. His sigh was filled with endless sorrow and guilt, but he did not cry. Chapter 1859. After much effort, Duke Long finally came to an agreement with Feng Yuan. Eastern Sea's 2 rank 8s, Shen Songxing and Song Qi Yuan, witnessed the entire process but could not stop them. Duke Long not only compensated Feng Yuan with a large amount of Qi Path cultivation resources, more importantly, he gave primordial origin immortal venerables true inheritance to Qi Sea ancestor. This made the 2 Eastern Sea immortals feel helpless, but they could not help but admire Duke Long's magnanimity. Of course, only a small portion was handed over. Feng Yuan's Qi Sea ancestor stopped fighting with Celestial Court. They started to coexist peacefully, while Celestial Court would replenish these resources in the future. As for Primordial Origin's true inheritance, it was also handed over in parts. After all, both sides did not sign any alliance agreement. Both sides finally came to an agreement, but Feng Yuan did not leave immediately. He took the initiative to lead the way. Feng Yuan is indeed taking Dragon Palace. Maybe Duke Long, you can resolve the grudge between him and your Celestial Court today. Feng Yuan smiled. From his expression, he looked like he was going to watch a show. But Feng Yuan did not want to stall for time. If he continued to argue, Duke Long and the 2 Eastern Sea immortals would easily see through his plan. In that case, he might as well go with the flow. They did not sign any alliance agreement. If they needed to make a move, Fang Yuan would attack immediately. As for what they agreed on earlier, it was all bullshit. Duke Long flew forward. He looked ahead and calmed down, replying plainly, "If that is the case, then one problem is resolved." The two Eastern Sea immortals looked at each other. They were not in a hurry to leave since it was related to Dragon Palace. The group arrived at Dragon Palace's hiding place and went deep into the sea, but Dragon Palace was already gone. Is Dragon Palace really here? The two Eastern Sea immortals did not believe it. They suspected that Fang Yuan led them the wrong way on purpose, but they did not dare to say it. Duke Long did not doubt it at all. Although Fang Yuan was leading the way, their current position was exactly what Fairy Myrtle had predicted. It seems like the Dragon Palace has really flown away. Duke Long sighed. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "What a pity. If the Dragon Palace was taken away by Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court would have lost to him again." Fang Yuan looked like he was watching a good show and was not afraid of making things worse. He used words to provoke Duke Long. Duke Long's reaction was indifferent. He was not agitated. This was because he knew a lot about the Dragon Palace. When his grandson Little 8 built it, he had already stipulated that only Dragonians could become the master of the Dragon Palace. This way he would have Duke Long, who had Dragon Man Extermination, as his trump card. If Fang Yuan really subdued the Dragon Palace, he would definitely become a Dragon Man or have Dragon Man subordinates. Fang Yuan is a vigilant person and has reborn from the future. There is little chance of him becoming a Dragon Man. But even so, I can use Dragon Man Extermination to get rid of one of his subordinates. But killing or not killing is just a side issue. The crucial thing is to take Dragon Palace. Even though I failed this time, I gained something. At least, I eased the relationship between Chi-Si Ancestor and the Celestial Court. I even opened up a possibility of recruiting Chi-Si Ancestor in the future. As for Dragon Palace, it has already appeared in the world. It will definitely leave behind traces. I will definitely encounter it in the future. Fang Yuan has a huge advantage after rebirth. He made arrangements in advance and attacked first. I was one step too late in Dragon Palace's aspect. Duke Long thought for a while. He was not in a hurry to use Dragon Man Extermination. He might as well keep this trump card. At a crucial moment in the future, he could use it to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Of course, Duke Long also thought that Fang Yuan might know about Dragon Man Extermination. But if he knew about it, he would be on guard. Duke Long would not have much effect even if he used it. Thus, regardless of the situation, it was wise for Duke Long not to use this method for now. It is not appropriate for Dragon Palace to fall into Fang Yuan's hands. Taking Dragon Palace and dealing with Fang Yuan will become one matter. As the counter to Fang Yuan, Fang Zheng needs to be redeemed first. Thinking of this, Duke Long turned to negotiate with Shen Songsheng. Guyue Fang Zheng was in Shen Songsheng's hands. Shen Songsheng was mentally prepared. He was not surprised by Duke Long's request. After all, his Shen clan and the Celestial Court behind Duke Long belonged to the righteous path. Their styles were similar. Shen Songsheng was naturally willing to transact with Duke Long. He would send Guyue Fang Zheng away in exchange for a lot of benefits. He had no interest in Guyue Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng was not of much use to him. Shen Songsheng was secretly excited. He decided to extort a large sum from the Celestial Court. He had personally seen how rich Celestial Court was earlier. Fang Yuan stood at the side, inwardly moved. But if he competed with Duke Long now, it would not be good. Firstly, he had just negotiated with Duke Long. If he tried to undermine him in front of Duke Long, it would go against Chi-Si Ancestor's character. Secondly, Fang Yuan had no confidence in competing with Celestial Court. If he killed Shen Songsheng and snatched Fang Zheng, the possibility was low. However, Fang Yuan did not give up. He transmitted to Shen Songsheng, asking intentionally. Shen Songsheng heard that Chi-Si Ancestor was interested in Fang Zheng. He quickly replied, "I will not hide it from Ancestor. I have already soul-searched Fang Zheng. I know about his recent experiences. From the looks of it, he is indeed targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan seems to be a counter to him." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He immediately enticed Shen Songsheng. Even though Fang Yuan is only rank 7 and I have only met him for the first time, he left a deep impression on me. Since Fang Zheng counters him, I might as well make Fang Zheng stay and negotiate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many venerable true inheritances in his possession. If you negotiate with Celestial Court, will Celestial Court give you a venerable true inheritance? Fang Yuan tried to persuade Shen Songxing to detain Fang Zheng himself. He would find a chance to make a move. After all, Fang Zheng was in Shen Songxing's hands and in Celestial Court's hands. These were two different difficulties. Shen Songxing replied enthusiastically. He did not dare to hesitate. He smiled. Ancestor is right. This is a good suggestion. While replying, he said to Duke Long, if Celestial Court wants to redeem Gue Fangzheng, they just need to give him a venerable true inheritance. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly. Shen Songxing, you are asking for too much. Do you think you are on the same level as Qi Si? Immortal friend Qi Si was able to obtain a venerable's true inheritance because we fought. If you obtain a venerable true inheritance with a captive, won't Qi Si become a joke? Shen Songxing, watch your attitude. If you still have unrealistic hopes, why don't we have a match first? Duke Long's attitude changed very clearly. His tone was very domineering, completely different from Fang Yuan's previous conversation. Shen Songxing felt troubled. Duke Long was very eloquent. If he was careless, he would secretly flatter Qi Si Ancestor, and even use Qi Si Ancestor to lower the price. But through soul-searching, Shen Songxing understood Fang Zheng's value even more. He sneered and said fearlessly, Duke Long, I admit I am not your match. But so what? You can defeat me, but you cannot kill me for now. Besides, the most critical point is that Fang Zheng is in my hands. His life or death is just a thought of mine. If you do not give me a venerable true inheritance, what can you offer? At least let me see Celestial Court's sincerity. Shen Songxing was not muddle-headed. He spoke in a soft but firm tone. But in the end, he settled for the next best thing. He did not forcefully ask for a venerable true inheritance. After all, Duke Long's fist was much bigger than his. Both sides argued for a while, but could not come to an agreement. Shen Songxing's asking price was very high, while Gue Fangzheng was very important to Duke Long and Celestial Court. Fang Yuan observed from the side. He could see the bigger picture. The more importance Celestial Court placed on Fangzheng, the more it meant that Fangzheng could restrain him. Fang Yuan's killing intent became denser. He secretly urged Shen Songxing. In my opinion, you can contact Fang Yuan and have a discussion. Maybe he will offer a more generous price than Celestial Court. Shen Songxing had an idea, he replied. Senior Qi Si Ancestor, I would rather trade Fangzheng to Celestial Court. Firstly, Celestial Court is of the righteous path. It cares about credibility. It needs a living Fangzheng. And Fang Yuan only needs a dead Fangzheng. He might not be able to talk to me calmly. Secondly, in terms of foundation and wealth, who can compare to Celestial Court? Shen Songxing was of the righteous path after all. He was naturally estranged from the demonic path's Fang Yuan. He was more willing to talk to Celestial Court. Even though he was filled with wariness towards Celestial Court, Fang Yuan could not dissuade him. He could not use too much force to prevent himself from being seen through. He could only think of other plans. Duke Long was getting more and more impatient. Earlier, he had a difficult negotiation with Fang Yuan and wasted his breath. It was already very different from his usual style. Now that he had to wrangle with Shen Songxing, Duke Long had the urge to attack. But Fang Yuan was at the side. Duke Long considered that Qi Si Ancestor and Shen Songxing were both Eastern Sigu immortals. He suppressed this urge. At this time, Fairy Myrtle provided Duke Long with a piece of information. Duke Long's eyes shined. This information was an important bargaining chip. He immediately transmitted it to Shen Songxing. Shen Songxing's expression changed. He blurted out, Really? Of course. Duke Long nodded. How about it? Those resources from before, along with this information. Shen Songxing agreed without hesitation. This made Fang Yuan and Song Qiyuan's heart stir. They wondered what kind of deal the two had made. Gue Fangzheng was handed back to Duke Long by Shen Songxing on the spot. Fangzheng had already fainted. Duke Long carried him as he bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not make him stay. He could only let him leave. The two Eastern Sea immortals who stayed behind spoke in unison. They invited Fang Yuan to their territory as a guest. They even promised to give some resources to Fang Yuan as compensation for destroying the immortal battlefield. Fang Yuan nodded. He needed these two to influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After agreeing on a date, Fang Yuan turned around and left. After flying for a long time, he stopped on a cloud. From the cloud, an immortal Gu house rose up. The Dragon Man clone walked out. Fang Yuan and his clone looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 1860. This is Dream Token Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan inspected Dragon Palace. Dream Token was like a dragonfly. It had a round head and a long body. It had a pair of pink gem-like compound eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. If one took a closer look at the light wings, they would discover a faint layer of colorful halo. Fang Yuan felt joy in his heart. All along, he had been looking forward to Dream Path Immortal Gu. Even though he had many Dream Path killer moves, the truth was that he had 0 Dream Path Immortal Gu. For example, Unravel Dreams Immortal Gu were only Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery. Fang Yuan used a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu to replace the effects of the Dream Path Immortal Gu that he had. This also meant that every time he used Unravel Dream, he would expend a lot of Dream Path Mortal Gu. In the early stages of obtaining Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had to work hard to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu one by one. If he had a Dream Path Immortal Gu to replace it, it would not be so troublesome. Fang Yuan did not have a Dream Path Immortal Gu all along, but now he finally had one, and it was a rank 8 Dream Token. Thinking back to this Dream Realm exploration, it was truly dangerous. I almost lost myself. The Dragon Man clone sighed. He still had lingering fear. If I had not sensed something amiss in advance and secretly set up Unravel Dream Killer move and activated it later, I would have already betrayed him. Fang Yuan had always used Unravel Dream on Dream Realms, but this time, he used it on himself. However, the reason why Dragon Palace could enslave rank 8s and create new masters was because of the effect of Dream Realms. Thus, Fang Yuan clone used Unravel Dream on himself. It was a direct counter to the problem. The killer move was dead, but the person was alive. The use of Gu worms depended on the mind. Of course, Unravel Dream alone was not enough to resist a rank 8 Dream Token. He had to thank Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other Eastern Sea Gu immortals for this. Fang Yuan's main body nodded slightly. This is indeed the most strenuous and difficult dream I've ever explored. However, when I observed your fate, the trace of greenish-purple chi couldn't be faked. It indicates that you can become the master of the Dragon Palace without losing your way. The reason why Fang Yuan sent his doppelganger into the dream to test him was because he saw that there was a chance of success. If it weren't for that wisp of purplish-green energy, failure would have been the only outcome. Fang Yuan's main body would have already made a move. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body and clone had already finished communicating, and both sides had learned about each other's previous experiences. Fang Yuan's main body commented, "The Dragon Palace's dream realm is indeed deep and complicated. This time, my body and soul have entered the dream realm, so it's inevitable that my emotions will be stirred. There's also the dream within the dream, which can make people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. And outside, the Celestial Court is in a difficult position. If we're not careful, a great battle will break out and cause the situation to go out of control." Although the two immortals of the Eastern Sea looked harmless, they were definitely not good people. In the previous life, they fought against Duke Long for Dragon Palace. After Duke Long won, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they even worked together with other rank 8s to invade Hidden Dragon Cave, never giving up on Dragon Palace. In fact, the reason why Duke Long chose to negotiate was because Fang Yuan was acting as Qi-Si ancestor with incredible strength. And also because of this consideration. Looking at the entire situation, Fang Yuan's action was very dangerous. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was not careful, the situation would collapse. In the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. The situation was under his control. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's strategic planning. Firstly, he was the most experienced person in exploring dream realms. He was the #1 in the world. Even though it was his clone who made a move this time, Fang Yuan also taught him pure dream reality seeker transformation and Unravel Dream. Secondly, Fang Yuan constructed Cooking Luck Pot. It could inspect luck. Feng Yuan had indeed observed the azure purple qi. He knew there was a chance of success, thus he tried it. Thirdly, Feng Yuan also sent by Ningbing and the others in the River of Time. Myriad-year flying warship fought against the 5-time path immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. It drew the attention of Celestial Court. Using his previous plan, Feng Yuan successfully deceived Duke Long. He skillfully maneuvered between Celestial Court and Eastern Sea's local superforces, borrowing strength from both sides. Finally, even if he failed, Feng Yuan would only lose a clone. His main body would still be safe, his foundation would still be intact. If the Dragon Man clone betrayed him, Feng Yuan could rely on the connection between his main body and clone to pursue and kill him. Ignoring everything else, just the luck aspect alone could not be resolved by Dragon Palace. Because Dragon Palace was a product of Red Lotus era, while Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal later on. Precisely because of these reasons, Feng Yuan was able to deal with Celestial Court, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals, and the 4 Dragon Generals. He was able to take care of them. He had the advantage of attacking and defending. He was able to control the overall situation. Of course there were risks too. If he lost the Dragon Man clone, Feng Yuan would lose almost all of his current dream path methods. After all, Unravel Dream and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation were in the hands of the clone. This was a risk that he had to take. How could there be no risk in doing something big? Moreover, this time, it concerned a rank 8 immortal Gu house like Dragon Palace. As for Wu Shuai's will, it did not exist. No will could exist in dream realms for 1,000,000 years. The reason why the Dragonode avatar had once become Wu Shuai was, in fact, a result of the Dream Token's modification. It had warped his original will, causing the Dragonode avatar to mistakenly believe that he was Wu Shuai and reincarnate. How could Feng Yuan's will be so easily twisted? Even if he was deceived for now, he would sense it in the future and realize it. Unless the Dragon Man clone stayed in Dragon Palace all day and imprisoned himself, he would be affected by Dream Token at all times. Wu Shuai's considerations and arrangements were truly meticulous. This was praiseworthy. After Feng Yuan's main body learned of the clone's experience, he was moved. He praised. He is a character. Unfortunately, Wu Shuai failed. It was not that he was not skilled. If he was not skilled, how could he resist Central Continent's 10 great sects and develop Southflower Island? His aptitude was also very high. Precisely because of this, he was nurtured by his father from a young age. He was also favored by Green Antiseptic and became rank 8. Even though he had external help, his own abilities were the most important. Unfortunately, the enemies he faced were too strong. Not to mention the Celestial Court. Just Duke Long alone was enough to take care of the entire Dragon Man race. Furthermore, it was not just Duke Long. Duke Long also had Star Constellation behind him. Providence declared that Dragon Men would reign supreme. This was the trend of the heavenly Tao. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was truly terrifying. She merged with the Tao and mixed her will with Providence, confusing the heavenly Tao. Precisely because of this, the 3 demon venerables after Star Constellation could not destroy the Celestial Court. Only Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to damage Fate Gu in the end. Even this small achievement was beyond the imagination of the world. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was not an otherworldly demon. Thus, Wu Shuai's failure was determined from the start. Even a demon venerable failed. Not to mention Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai could be sacrificed, but so could the countless members of the Celestial Court. Duke Long exterminated the Dragon Man race. Was it not a sacrifice? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable merged with the Tao and sacrificed herself. From Wu Shuai's life, Feng Yuan's main body could sense the strength of the Celestial Court. This organization's foundation was simply too deep. The immortal graveyard was deep. Who knew how many rank 8s were slumbering? After 1,000,000 years, Duke Long was still alive. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Chani Thunder Ghost True Monarch. These people were all influential figures. All of these had already formed a great force that suppressed everything in history. Even a demon venerable could not go against it. Just thinking about this made one feel suffocated. It was no wonder that Song Qi Yuan and Shen Songsheng were so wary. seeing the earth trenches appearing and the 5 regions merging. They became increasingly anxious. Feng Yuan wanted to go against this great force. Only by destroying fate, can I have the possibility of eternal life. If I fail, will there be future generations who will learn of my deeds in the future and be moved by them? They will only be moved. After inspecting Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan kept his clone and Dragon Palace into his immortal aperture. He summoned Shui Air, Shi Cheng, and Mo Tan Sang. Feng Yuan activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with them, and quickly left Eastern Sea. Ever since Feng Yuan annexed Xiang Grotto Heaven, Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. He could only use omnidirectional travel as a form of transportation. The ancient battle formation had its unique advantage. Of course, Feng Yuan could also use Myriad Year Flying Warship as a form of transportation. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House's speed was not bad. But this Immortal Gu House was still fighting in the River of Time. Chapter 1861. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A grand purple gold palace was floating in the air. Immortal Killer Move Dreamy Light Smoke. The Dragon Man clone controlled this Immortal Gu House, immediately emitting large amounts of smoke. Wherever the smoke went, it devoured everything. Feng Yuan used it as an experiment. An immemorial year beast that he brought over could not resist it at all. It cried out in shock before it was swept away by the Dream Path smoke, vanishing without a trace. Withdraw. The Dragon Man clone willed. The Dream Path smoke was like a python returning to its nest. It quickly went back into Dragon Palace. Everything that it had devoured before was naturally swept into the Dragon Palace. This move was the Dream Path killer move that Feng Yuan had seen in his previous life. Back then, Dragon Palace emitted smoke that corroded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had turned phantom, it was still affected. It was truly one move that dominated the world. In this short period of time, the 5 regions Gu Immortals, including the Celestial Court, lacked methods to deal with Dream Path. Dream Path's effect was immediate. But now that Feng Yuan used it personally, he found that this dreamy light smoke was not the Dream Path offensive killer move that he had expected. It was more used to capture captives. Like earlier, Dragon Palace used this move to capture an immemorial year beast with rank 8 battle strength, suppressing it inside the palace with ease. Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu House. Even with a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu-like Dream token, it could not change its nature. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke was designed to complement Dragon Palace. It would first capture the target of enslavement before enslaving them. Other than Dreamy Light Smoke, Dragon Palace had 2 other Dream Path killer moves. One was called Dream Revelation. It had the effect of Wisdom Path. It could allow Gu Immortals to enter dreams and enlighten them in the dream realm. The other was called Dream Within Dream. It could create dream realms within dream realms. Like when the Dragon Man clone explored dream realms and turned into Wu Shui. Wu Shui entered the dream and obtained dream revelations. This was a dream within a dream. As for the dream realm that enveloped Dragon Palace earlier, it was the power of Dream Token itself. After some consideration, Feng Yuan realized that at the current stage, Dreamy Light Smoke was the most practical. Even though Dream Awakening was brilliant, not only did it consume immortal essence, it also consumed providence. That was to say, providence was involved in this killer move. To Wu Shui, it was the will of the heavens, and the Dragon Men would reign supreme. Therefore, providence was supporting the Dragonians, so it was completely fine for him to use this move. He could receive the favor and guidance of the heavenly Tao. But Feng Yuan couldn't. Feng Yuan was an otherworldly demon who was suppressed and targeted by providence. He had always been an enemy of providence. He had a killer move called Heaven's Will Dissipation. It was specially used to eliminate providence. How could he count on providence to help him? As for Dream Within Dream, this killer move targeted dream realms and not living beings. After activating it, it could form a deeper layer of dreamland. What was the use of that? It was to alter dreams. Back then, Wu Shui mainly used it to alter Dragon Palace's dream realm, forming a dream within a dream. When Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone explored, he encountered many dreams within dreams. Undeniably, such an alteration could make the dream realm more complex. It could make the explorer lose himself in it and forget about himself. What could Fang Yuan use it for? For the time being, Fang Yuan wanted to explore dream realms. He could alter these dream realms and create a dream within a dream within a dream. These dreams within dreams were created by Fang Yuan. They belonged to him. This way, he would be able to create a base in the dream realm, a safe place to rest and recuperate. The most important thing was Dream Token Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was similar to Fang Yuan's Soul Beast token. The former was a Dream Path Goo Worm with Enslavement Path power, while the latter was a Soul Path Goo Worm with Enslavement Path power. Fang Yuan had already found out about the usage of this rank 8 Dream Token Immortal Goo from the Dragon Spirit. Back then, when Duke Long used Dragon Man Extermination, Wu Shuai was not spared, but he had tried hard. He experimented with Dragon Men. There were some results that could delay his death. Wu Shuai used the last bit of time he had to activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. He not only expended his rank 8 Immortal Essence, he also expended all of his emotions, memories and wills. After the arrangements were made, his body was thin, only a tiny bit of his soul was left. He sat on the dragon throne. Because he expended too much energy, after a while he breathed his last. In the end he even sacrificed himself. He gave up everything. Thus, for now, the price of activating Dream Token Immortal Goo was huge. Wu Shuai was not killed by Dragon Man Extermination. He only died because of Dream Token. Fang Yuan assessed. He was an Enslavement Path Goo Immortal at the peak of rank 8. He sacrificed himself to activate Dream Token and create Dragon Palace's Dream Realm. In recent times, the blessed land that Dragon Palace was hiding in was destroyed. Dragon Palace escaped and hid in the sea, subduing Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, and the other dragon generals. Even though there were 4 rank 8 battle strengths, the foundation of the Dream Realm was greatly reduced. When the Dragon Man clone explored it, Dragon Palace's Dream Realm showed signs of breaking down. There was an obvious detail: Wind Cloud Manor and Black Heaven Temple. These 2 sects were 2 of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They were not sects from Red Lotus era a million years ago. But the Dream Realm could not be created. It could only rely on the Dragon Man clone's memories. This exposed the fact that the Dream Realm at that time had already reached its limit. That is to say, by sacrificing a peak rank 8 Goo Immortal like Wu Shuai, I could enslave 4 rank 8s and 1 rank 7. If it was the complete Dragon Palace Dream Realm, the Dragon Man clone would have to rely on Unravel Dream to be modified. Thus, he had to thank these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo Immortals. They expended a lot of the Dream Realm's power. If he used Dream Token alone, whoever used it would die. Dream Token Immortal Goo would drain the Goo Immortal's foundation and turn it into a Dream Realm. The size and power of the Dream Realm depended on the situation, depending on the Goo Immortal who activated it. Of course, rank 7 and 6 Goo Immortals did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. They could not activate Dream Token Immortal Goo. Rank 8 Goo Immortals could not be forced. They had to be willing. That is to say, every time I activate Dream Token Immortal Goo, a rank 8 Goo Immortal will be expended? This was a huge price. Fang Yuan did not want to try it himself. But in the future, when my Dream Path attainment level is high enough, I can use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core and create killer moves to restrict Dream Token, preventing it from draining the Goo Immortal dry and creating Dream Realms in a controlled manner. But it is not very useful. Fang Yuan thought about it. Dream Token Immortal Goo alone was not very useful to him. Even if he had killer moves in the future, and could create Dream Realms in a controlled manner, they would not be drained by Dream Token Immortal Goo. But that would also expend a lot of Fang Yuan's foundation. Forget about his immortal essence and soul. The crucial point was that his true meaning would be converted and expended. This meant that Fang Yuan's attainment level would fall. Without true meaning, Dream Realms were just shallow illusions. Precisely because Dream Realms contain true meaning and all sorts of emotions, they could bewitch people. If the exploration was successful and all sorts of emotions were removed, the Goo Master would obtain true meaning, and their attainment level would rise. But in the future, Dream Realms will appear everywhere. I can expend a portion of my attainment level to create a Dream Realm as a trap to trap crucial people. If I can make such a crucial person my own, I will be able to catch my enemies off guard. Dream Token, Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, Dream Enlightenment, these were his Dream Path gains. For Feng Yuan, not all of them were useful, but they did increase his dream path strength by several times. Especially when these killer moves were fused into Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Feng Yuan did not need to practice them and could use them easily. It was very convenient. Other than Dream Path, there were huge gains in other aspects too. The most obvious was Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the other 4 dragon generals. Feng Yuan had gained 4 rank 8 battle strength experts, and it was 4. Wu Shuai and the Dragon Man race's collections were kept in Dragon Palace for the future. Now they belonged to Feng Yuan. Most of these inheritances were related to enslavement path. But the most valuable ones were Qiankuan Crystal Wall, Censure Peak, Army Ant and others. Back then, Wu Shuai enslaved Calligraphy Pavilion Lady and obtained her Immortal Gu House Calligraphy Pavilion. Wu Shuai found out that Calligraphy Pavilion was so powerful because it contained a large number of Qiankuan Crystal Wall. Qiankuan Crystal Wall was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The legends of Renzu had records of it, but it had always been in a fragmented state. Calligraphy Pavilion's Qiankuan Crystal Wall was only a portion of it. The value of the Censure Peak, for example, was similar to the prototype of the Refinement Sea. Langya White-Haired Land Spirit wanted to create a secluded domain of heaven and earth, Refinement Sea. He paid a huge price but did not succeed until now. Censure Peak was created, but it could only be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was a level lower than Refinement Sea. Army Ant was the true inheritance of Green Ant Ascetic. Wu Shuai developed it after inheriting it. It was his main offensive method in the past. As long as he raised them to a certain scale, they would have terrifying might. They could fight many rank 8 Gu Immortals alone. Finally, there was Dragon Palace itself, Dragon Spirit, and Enslavement Path Attainment Level. After the Dragon Man clone passed the Dream Realm, his Enslavement Path Attainment Level rose to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. Back then, Wu Shuai's Enslavement Path Attainment Level was only 1 step away from Supreme Grandmaster. Even though he had the Dragoman's Enslavement Path talent, his talent was terrifying. Since ancient times, how many heroes had appeared after they were done with their work? In the long river of history, there were countless shining stars. These heroes did not lose their unique brilliance even though they were illuminated by the 10 Venerables. The gains were huge. Feng Yuan had basically inherited the Dragon Man inheritance. In order to digest such results, it would take months and years. Feng Yuan was a little helpless. He had limited time. He could only choose to replenish some of his gains. Army Ant had to be put aside for now. This method was only icing on the cake. Feng Yuan could already fight many rank 8s alone now. Furthermore, raising Army Ant would have to start from scratch. It would expend a huge amount of resources. Qiankuan Crystal Wall and Censure Peak were both Information Path Foundation. Feng Yuan lacked methods in this aspect. Earlier, he had even set up Li Xiaobai's clone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It was also for this reason. What made Feng Yuan feel some regret was that Dragon Palace lacked Dream Path defensive methods. If they had such methods, with the current situation, Dream Path would lead the world. It would be more useful than Winter Coat and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Chapter 1862. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The long hair Refinement Path formation rumbled. A large amount of white lychee immortal essence poured in, forming a blazing flame. In the blazing flame, the Dragon Man clone sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was expressionless, as if he was asleep. His body, on the other hand, began to melt, as if steel was about to melt into molten iron. This was a very painful matter, but the Dragon Man clone's soul had left in advance. It was standing beside Land Spirit of Langya now. Feng Yuan's main body controlled this Refinement Path formation, while Land Spirit of Langya, Sixth Hair, and the rest assisted him. Feng Yuan mobilized almost all of his Refinement Path Gu Immortals. He was giving it his all. As the flames burned, the Dragon Man clone's skin and flesh started to swell and blister. It soon became unrecognizable. It was like a gel, or a round droplet of oil that had not completely flowed out. Be careful, hold on. I will leave this to you, Land Spirit of Langya. Feng Yuan's main body was controlling the situation as he instructed. Land Spirit of Langya nodded. Feng Yuan did not need to melt the Dragon Man clone completely. If he did that, It would be the same as killing the Dragon Man clone. Feng Yuan needed this state. The Dragon Man clone was at his limit, but it was only at the brink of collapse. To maintain this state, the Gu Immortal needed to control the flames at all times while paying close attention to the Dragon Man clone's condition. Feng Yuan handed this task to Land Spirit of Langia. The latter had already turned into the white hair Land Spirit. He was mature and experienced, his refinement path attainment was extremely deep. Even Feng Yuan could not compare to him. He could not be careless in this aspect. Feng Yuan was very assured in handing it to Land Spirit of Langia. Next, Feng Yuan activated the refinement path formation, creating traces of lightning. These lightning were pitch black in color. They were as thick as chopsticks. They sizzled loudly. The lightning penetrated into the raging flames as if it was in an uninhabited area, completely unaffected by the raging flames. Under Feng Yuan's control, the bolt gently pierced into the dragonoid clone's fat body, penetrating its flesh that was already a mess and resting on its soft bones. The pitch-black lightning locked onto the skeleton, then slowly pulled it out, taking out a section of the dragonoid avatar's arm bone. The arm bone could not withstand the intense flames. It immediately showed signs of melting. But at this moment, Sixth Hair was already waiting at the side, activating the refinement path grand formation and releasing bursts of bubbles. Feng Yuan quickly threw the arm bone into the bubble. The bubble wrapped around the arm bone and rose rapidly. Soon it flew away from the top of the flames. There were hairy Mangu immortals waiting there for a long time. They had prepared a pool of lightning plasma. The arm bone was thrown into the thunder plasma to be continuously refined. This was the first step. Next, another hairy Mangu immortal took over, preventing the arm bone from being eroded by the jade green chi currents. Someone else was responsible for the third step. After the arm bone was roasted, cleansed, and eroded, its volume shrunk greatly. It was directly buried into a pile of pale white bone paste. Next, the refinement path grand formation activated the power of time path to speed up the bone paste. The bone paste was continuously absorbed by the arm bone, becoming smaller and smaller. After absorbing more than half of the bone paste, the arm bone stopped and was taken out. There were still 3 more steps waiting for it. This was just an arm bone. The dragonoid clone had more than 3,000 bones. They had to be refined one by one. Like this, after refining the bones, the dragonoid clone's flesh and blood, brain, facial features, nails, and hair needed to be refined one by one. The workload was very heavy. Just relying on Feng Yuan alone was too inefficient. Thus, he mobilized all the refinement path members he had. Thankfully, even though the refinement of the dragonoid clone was heavy and complicated, the difficulty was not high. The most difficult part was to maintain the dragonoid clone's condition at all times. This was already taken care of by the Land Spirit of Langia. Feng Yuan was not worried. The refinement continued for 3 days and 3 nights in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture before the long hair refinement path formation finally calmed down. The bones were stuffed back, the skin, flesh, nails, facial features, brain, and so on were all refined once again. They were completely immune to dragonoid extermination. When Duke Long created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method, it was the essence of transformation path, chi path, and human path. Feng Yuan was not lacking in these 3 aspects now. Moreover, Feng Yuan had refinement path foundation. Duke Long could not compare to him in this aspect. Adding on his wisdom path strength, as long as Feng Yuan was given enough time, Feng Yuan would definitely be able to unravel the killer move dragonoid extermination. There was no killer move that could not be unraveled. However, this required a process, a relatively long period of time, and it required continuous attempts. After Feng Yuan obtained Dragon Palace, he obtained a large number of records on Dragon Man experiments. This helped Feng Yuan greatly. In fact, back then Wu Shuai was very close to success. Even though he did not truly unravel dragonoid extermination, he had thought of many methods, he just lacked the time to test them. During the final moments of the Dragon Man race's extinction, the Dragon Man Gu immortals cooperated with Wu Shuai. They placed their immortal apertures all over Central Continent as experimental sites. They tried these methods and spread the seeds of hope. The Dragon Man blessed land that Feng Jing encountered earlier was one of them. Of course, more accurately speaking, it was not the first batch of blessed lands. Instead, It was the immortal apertures of the Dragon Man Gu immortals that were born in the Blessed Land. Feng Yuan did not know how many generations had passed. He was not interested either. But from this precious information, he deduced which of the methods that Wu Shuai had thought of back then had succeeded. The information regarding Fengzheng was given to Feng Yuan by Shen Songsheng after soul-searching him. Shen Songsheng naturally did not know how precious this information was. It was equivalent to pointing out a path for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had the ability and the crucial clues. He finally modified the Dragon Man. From now on, the Dragon Man clone was completely immune to Dragon Man extermination. Of course, this was only Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. If Feng Yuan created one himself, the Dragon Man clone would still be punished. After all, the new Dragon Man clone was personally created by Feng Yuan. He knew everything about it and its foundation. At this point, it was not the end. Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone's soul was adapted to the original Dragon Man body. Thus, it was affected by Duke Long's Dragon Man extermination. Thus, he needed to modify the Dragon Man clone's soul. There was no need to use the refinement path formation on the soul. Feng Yuan had a vast array of soul path methods. It was much easier to resolve the problem of the soul than the body. Coincidentally, the Dragon Man clone's soul foundation needed to be raised further. Thus, Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone cultivated in the enchanting myriad daring formation. Soul foundation was the foundation of enslavement path. Currently, Dragon Palace enslaving the 4 dragon generals was already the limit. If they wanted to enslave anything else, they would have to use the Dragon Palace Lord's soul to bear the burden. From this, Feng Yuan understood why the dragon spirit recognized by Ningbing as its master in the previous life. The situation was probably urgent back then. Bai Ningbing's soul was needed to bear the burden. Thus Dragon Palace was able to enslave the evil dragon Di Zongsheng. The dragon spirit can control Dragon Palace. It is similar to a land spirit or heavenly spirit. It is more inclined to recognize its master and survive. Of course, the prerequisite is that I have to have a Dragon Man identity and vow to revitalize the Dragon Man race. Only then would I be recognized by the dragon spirit. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan smiled. It was not impossible to revitalize the Dragon Man race. In any case, Feng Yuan had already started to raise variant humans on a large scale. Firstly, to comprehend human path. Secondly, to manage the immortal aperture. And thirdly, to obtain variant human inheritances. What was the difference between having one more Dragon Man and one less Dragon Man? There was no difference. Of course, what Feng Yuan wanted to nurture was the new Dragon Man race that he created himself. It was not the previous Dragon Man race. In this aspect, Feng Yuan was definitely the ancestor of the new Dragon Man race. The Celestial Court had always been concerned about the differences between races. It had always been the foundation. But to Feng Yuan, it was not worth mentioning. Even if the Dragon Men truly ruled the world, so what? Feng Yuan did not care about this at all. His only wish in this life was eternal life. If revitalizing the Dragon Man race could help him achieve this goal, then he would do so. If there were obstacles in the future, he would just get rid of them. It was so simple. If turning into a Dragon Man could grant him eternal life, Feng Yuan would definitely immediately change and abandon his human identity, even if countless humans were proud of him. Didn't the Dragon Man clone have no name? He could just call him Wu Shuai. Feng Yuan did not care. The Dragon Man clone started to cultivate his soul and modify his soul. The Time Path clone was still using the light of wisdom to deduce all sorts of things. The Dream Path clone was still at the bottom of the box. Feng Yuan originally wanted to use Dragon Palace to help the Dream Path clone undergo tribulation. But after researching it, he found that Dragon Palace did not have any Dream Path defensive killer moves. This caused Feng Yuan's plan to fail. If a Dream Path calamity or tribulation appeared, how would Feng Yuan defend against it? By then, reverse flow protection seal would not work. There was another way. That was to use Dream Token Immortal Goo as the core to deduce the corresponding Dream Path killer move. But this killer move was at least rank 8. Feng Yuan had Wisdom Path attainment, but his Dream Path attainment level had not reached Master yet. This was difficult. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to hold back. Chapter 1863. Eastern Sea. Shin family's headquarters. Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. Shin family's first supreme elder, Shen Songsheng, said passionately, Senior Chi Si, this is my Shin family's 6-sound tea. Please have a taste. Fong Yuan nodded and looked at the cups on the table. 6-sound tea was Shin family's signature tea. It was very amazing and famous in the 5 regions. It was even better than Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Dragon Shadow tea, Southern Borders Chiao family's Bewitching tea, and Fong family's 7-Mile Fragrant tea. 6-sound tea was not a cup of tea, it was a set of tea with 6 small cups. The brewing process of these 6 small cups of tea, the temperature of the tea, the type of teacups, the sequence of drinking, and the specific way of drinking were all detailed. Fong Yuan picked up the first cup of tea. This tea was clear and bright like the clear autumn sky. It was spotless. Autumn Tunyan. Fong Yuan chanted in his heart as he took a sip of the tea. When the tea entered his throat, he felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear and clear, without the slightest bit of contamination. It was as if he had transformed into a bird or a gentle breeze, flying in the autumn sky without any worries or words. After a while, Fong Yuan drank the second cup of cloud-flowing tea. This tea had a special taste. It was so soft that it felt like cotton instead of tea. However, it melted in his mouth, turning into a stream of slightly cold water that flowed down his throat and into his stomach without any obstruction. After the tea flowed down his stomach, the tongue, throat, and intestines that had flowed through earlier started to emit tea mist. This thick tea mist filled his chest and seeped into his organs. Good tea. Fong Yuan enjoyed the aftertaste for a long time before drinking the third mouthful. This tea was called River's Cry. The tea was contained in a long cup. The surface of the tea was not calm. There were small ripples as if it was a condensed river. Fong Yuan poured the tea into his mouth. An extremely mystical feeling rose in him, making him forget about it. It was as if he had turned into a river. After going through many twists and turns, after going through many obstacles, it finally flowed smoothly into Eastern Sea. Autumn Tunyan. Cloud-flowing tea. River's Cry. Jade Harp. Phoenix's Cry. Hibiscus smiled. Just one of these 6 cups of tea was already top-grade tea. What was even more amazing was that they were layered on top of each other and reflected off each other. Fong Yuan drank 6 cups in a row and was in a trance. An indescribably wonderful feeling enveloped his 5 senses and affected his 8 views. By the time he woke up, more than 2 hours had passed. Good tea. Fong Yuan savored it for a long time and praised. Even though I live in seclusion, I've heard of 6 tones tea. Today's rank. One really lives up to his reputation. Seeing that Fong Yuan was satisfied, Shin clan's first supreme elder Shin Songsheng was overjoyed. He laughed heartily. To be praised by Senior Chi Si, our Gu immortals did not refine this tea for 3 days and 3 nights in vain. 6-sound tea was an immortal material. It could only be produced using immortal materials, and it also needed a Gu immortal with superb Gu refinement techniques. In order to make a complete set of 6-sounds tea, Shen Songsheng had to do it himself. This tea naturally had different standards of materials. Since Shen Songsheng personally refined it, he used the highest standards and expended a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. Rank 8 immortal materials were expensive. They were used to refine Gu, but now they were used to make tea. After Fong Yuan drank it once, there was no more left. It could be said to be extravagant, but it also showed how passionately Shen Songsheng treated Fong Yuan. After drinking the tea, Shen Songsheng invited Fong Yuan to tour this Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. This island itself was a super resource point. The island was not made of rocks or soil, but an immemorial desolate plant, sea-suppressing red sandalwood. The red sandalwood was rooted in the bottom of the sea. It grew continuously. Its treetop was high above the sea. Its branches were intertwined and formed the surface of the island. There were countless living beings living on the island. Birds were the majority of them. Whenever these birds chirped, the branches near the red sandalwood would shake, creating a beautiful sound. These sounds spread in all directions, calming the surrounding sea area. The sea here was calm like a mirror. There was not even a trace of wind in the sky. This was the origin of the name sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shen Songsheng treated Fong Yuan passionately for 2 days. He accompanied him the entire time. He would also invite some female immortals of Shen tribe to serve Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a pleasant conversation with him. Before parting, Shen Songsheng gave him a gift with both hands. These gifts were very heavy. Not only did they contain a large number of immortal materials, there were also 2 ancient desolate plant-level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Shen tribe sea-suppressing red sandalwood was an immemorial desolate plant. It needed 800 years to produce a living branch. Transplanting this branch could grow an ancient desolate level sea-suppressing red sandalwood. Even though the sea-suppressing red sandalwood had a lot of branches, other than that, transplanting any other branches would not yield any harvest. These 2 sea-suppressing red sandalwood did not represent 2 ancient desolate plants. They represented 2 large resource points. In order to establish a good relationship with Qi-Si ancestor, Shen Songsheng spent a lot more than Song Qi Yuan. Before Feng Yuan went to Shen clan, he had already gone to Song clan. He was also received by Song Qi Yuan for the entire journey. After bidding farewell to Shen Songsheng, "I believe my name has already spread to Eastern Sea. No, it should have spread to the 5 regions. No, it should have spread throughout the 5 regions." Feng Yuan thought to himself. Feng Yuan's identity as Qi-Si ancestor was destined to shake the world. He had already made up his mind on this point when he and Bus Dragon were equally matched. Next, I need to wait for Eastern Sea's other super forces to react. They will definitely invite me to their banquets. Feng Yuan calculated. It seemed that his main body would be attending banquets everywhere in the near future. This was what Feng Yuan wanted. Even though Eastern Sea was rich, it lacked a unified voice, a leader with great foresight. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Eastern Sea was always suppressed by the other regions. In Feng Yuan's previous life, even when Eastern Sea's rank 8s worked together, they only took Dragon Palace. They did not have any thoughts of attacking Celestial Court or Emperor City. Eastern Sea was not like Southern Border, which had Wu Clan and the ambitious Wu Yong. It was also not like Northern Plains, which had Longevity Heaven. It could not even compare to Central Continent, which had Celestial Court. Eastern Sea and Western Desert were similar, but Western Desert's Gu immortals were more skilled at cooperation, and Western Desert was much poorer than Eastern Sea in terms of resources. In Feng Yuan's impression, Eastern Sea did not seem to have any outstanding performance. Even though Eastern Sea's super forces had deep foundations, Eastern Sea's lone immortals were much wealthier than the other 4 regions. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were too scattered. But what if they had a strong leader? What if they had a unified voice? For example, someone like Qi-Si ancestor, he cultivated Qi path. He did not have any conflicts of resources with Eastern Sea's super forces and Gu immortals. Moreover, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. This was the greatest foundation to intimidate others. Could Qi-Si ancestor become Eastern Sea's leader? Of course, Feng Yuan did not expect all of Eastern Sea's super forces to listen to him. That was unrealistic. But becoming the alliance leader in name was very possible. Wasn't this what Shen Songsheng and Song Qiyuan were thinking of? They wanted to tie Qi-Si ancestor to the war chariot that was Eastern Sea. When there was a war in the future, they would have someone to take responsibility for them. Little did they know, this was what Feng Yuan wanted. Even if he was the alliance leader in name, and could not interfere with any super force's internal affairs, as long as he could influence the whole of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, Feng Yuan's goal would be achieved. Don't forget, Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 lone immortals, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the others, were already dragon generals of Dragon Palace. With their secret support, together with Feng Yuan's identity as the alliance leader, his influence would be very deep. At least during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when the Celestial Court was repairing Fate Gu, Feng Yuan could guide Eastern Sea and use its strength in a more appropriate way. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path rank 8s wanted to curry favor with Feng Yuan. Not only did they receive him warmly, they even gave him generous gifts. Even during peaceful times, with Qi-Si ancestors' strength and stance, they had to rope him in. Not to mention now, with the Earth Trench eruption and the 5 regions merging into one, they were about to do so. Dragon Palace went deep into the sea, sinking all the way to the bottom. This part of the sea seemed ordinary, but after Dragon Palace floated for a while, the Dragon Man clone's voice could be heard. Dragon Palace is here. Where is Gu tribe? His voice echoed in the sea. The Dragon Man clone waited patiently. After a while, the scenery at the bottom of the sea changed. A door opened, revealing an underwater blessed land. A rank 8 Gu immortal walked out of the door, looking at Dragon Palace with vigilance and a trace of anticipation. He cupped his fists. I am the 39,767th Gu tribe leader. May I ask who is the owner of Dragon Palace? Feng Yuan's Dragon Man clone walked out. It is Wu Shuai. Gu tribe's leader's expression shook. He asked, You have a relationship with Feng Yuan? The Dragon Man clone laughed. We are making use of each other. If not for Feng Yuan, how could I rebirth? Gu tribe's leader nodded. He was not surprised. Duke Long, Feng Yuan, and Qi Si ancestors' ambush of Duke Long had already spread. The Dragon Man clone asked with a solemn expression. Now that the world is changing, the crucial moment has arrived. Gu tribe leader, is your tribe going to fulfill the agreement from 1,000,000 years ago? Gu tribe's leader smiled but did not reply. We need to discuss this in detail. Senior Wu Shuai, please come in. Chapter 1864. The Dragon Man clone entered Dragon Palace first before controlling this immortal Gu house to enter the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was Gu tribe's headquarters. It was the territory of outsiders. Gu tribe's leader had rank 8 cultivation level. He was not to be underestimated. It was better to be cautious. Once they entered the Blessed Land, they saw a vast land. This blessed land was even larger than ordinary grotto heavens. In the Blessed Land, all sorts of immortal materials could be seen. Many of them were already extinct. Feng Yuan's clone's horizons were broadened. Even though this Blessed Land's foundation cannot compare to Langya Blessed Land, it is not far off. The Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai thought. Among the Blessed Lands that Feng Yuan had seen, Langya Blessed Land had the greatest foundation. Second was Imperial Court Blessed Land, and third was probably this Blessed Land. Gu tribe Blessed Land has been around for at least 1,000,000 years. Gu tribe's past leaders had at least rank 7 cultivation level. Many were rank 8. With such experts guarding it, the Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations are not a threat. Furthermore, Gu tribe is not human. They have always been taken care of by Providence. Even if there are calamities and tribulations, they will not be very strong. Wu Shuai thought to himself. The Tao of Heaven took away surpluses and replenished deficiencies. It was about balance. Currently, humans were the overlords of the world. They forced the variant human races into a corner, struggling at death's door. Thus, all variant human races were taken care of by Providence. Senior Wu Shuai, this way please. Gu tribe's leader was very polite as he led the way. The Dragon Man clone Wu Shuai followed closely behind. After flying for a while, the two landed deep in a forest. In this primitive forest, there was a huge tribe of over 10,000 people. The people of this tribe were all beast men. Indeed, the so-called Gu tribe was the beast race. According to human historical records, the beast race was already extinct, but heaven's secrets left a way out. There was still a beastman bloodline that managed to survive. They lived quietly. Wu Shuai was warmly welcomed by the entire tribe. Soon, a banquet was prepared. Gu tribe's leader invited Wu Shuai to take a seat. Wu Shuai walked out of Dragon Palace. 2 dragon generals followed behind him, acting as his left and right guards. Gu tribe's leader's pupils shrunk as he laughed heartily, his smile becoming even more passionate. Wu Shuai only exposed half of the dragon generals, but each dragon general had rank 8 cultivation level, on par with Gu tribe's leader. And in this beastman blessed land, other than Gu tribe's leader, there were no other rank 8s. Because he had explored the dream realm. Feng Yuan clone had a deep understanding of this beastman tribe. After talking for a while, Wu Shuai had a clear understanding of Gu tribe. From this conversation, the Gu clan leader had completely dispelled the last shred of doubt in his heart. Most of these beastmen had fish heads and human bodies. They had gills on their cheeks, shark fins on their ears, and fins on their backs. In addition, some people had frog legs, some had seabird wings, some carried turtle shells, and some had a circle of green seaweed on their heads. These beastmen lived in the sea. Back then, when the beastman race reached its peak, they were cleansed. All the tribes on land were exterminated. Only this tribe in the sea managed to survive. The beastman race declined after reaching its peak. Under the dominance of humans, this sea beastman tribe could only live quietly. They did not dare to have any thoughts of counterattacking. But they did not forget their hatred towards humans. Almost every Gu tribe leader had such thoughts. They tried to incite internal strife in the human race, to create a chance for their tribe to rise up. In history, the Gu tribe leader that the real Wu Shuai met had such a faction. He helped Wu Shuai advance to Gu Immortal. He even schemed to seize Fate Gu. He was also a formidable character. To deal with Dragon Man extermination, Wu Shuai discussed with Gu tribe's leader and set up an alliance agreement between the two races. Earlier, in front of the Blessed Land's entrance, Fang Yuan clone and this generation's Gu tribe leader were talking about this alliance agreement. This was an arrangement left behind by the real Wu Shuai. He was prepared to revive the Dragon Man race in the future. Now that Fang Yuan inherited Dragon Palace and learned of this, he wanted to follow it. Gu tribe had been operating in Eastern Sea for so many years. Gu tribe's leader was a rank 8 expert. Gu tribe's foundation was so deep, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to borrow their strength. Gathering more forces to deal with the Celestial Court was something that Fang Yuan was happy to see. While Fang Yuan clone Wu Shuai and Gu tribe's leader were talking happily, Western Desert's Yang Zihe and Zhang Yin had already succeeded. Rumble. With a loud sound, Yang Zihe completed the final attack. As far as the eye could see, the once beautiful and flourishing oasis had been completely transformed into nothingness and reduced to ruins. This was a large resource point of Fang clan. Now that it was destroyed, there was no possibility of it being repaired. We need to go. This is the third place we destroyed. According to Master's instructions, we can report after this. Let's inspect it first and see if we exposed ourselves. The two dragon generals inspected it carefully, ensuring there were no mistakes before leaving. Fang clan was shaken. In one day, they lost 3 large resource points. Fang clan's losses were not small. Dong clan was also shaken. Because in the ruins there were several lines of words. Dong Luchen was here. Dong Luchen was Dong clan's first supreme elder. Earlier, Fang clan had used the theft path Immortal Gu House to take revenge on him, directly destroying one of Dong clan's oasis resource points. When Dong Luchen heard this, his face turned ashen. He scolded. These shameless clans, they are not righteous path members. They actually dared to frame me, and their methods were so clumsy. If I find the culprit in the future, I will not let them off. Dong Luchen did not suspect Fang Yuan. His first suspects were the super forces other than Fang clan and Dong clan. This was clearly a plan to sow discord. If Fang clan fell for it and started fighting with Dong clan, the first to benefit would be these Western Desert super clans. Dong Luchen could not sit still. He immediately sent a letter to Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong. Fang clan had wisdom path Gu Immortal Fang Dichang. They would not fall for it so easily. After thinking for a while, Fang Dichang suggested Fang Gong to invite Dong Luchen to investigate the culprit together. This was a great move. After Dong Luchen received the letter, he felt troubled. He understood that Fang clan wanted to use this chance to rope in Dong clan, to pull Dong clan to their side. But Dong Luchen was not stupid. Dong clan and Fang clan shared a border. In the future, when Fang clan rises up, they would first devour Dong clan's territory and benefits. However, if he did not investigate the culprit, would it show that he had a guilty conscience? Dong Luchen thought about it. He could only pinch his nose and go to the crime scene to investigate the culprit together with Fang clan's Gu Immortals. The truth would not be found out, since Fang Yuan sent the 2 dragon generals to handle this matter. He naturally had a way to mislead them. Thus, the answer Fang clan and Dong clan obtained pointed to the forces near Fang clan. But Fang clan and Dong clan did not find trouble with them. They only took note of it. Both sides were very restrained. Dong Luchen took note of these clans. He did not want to expose them. He still needed these people to help him deal with Fang clan. And in order to maintain stability, Fang clan did not want to confront these super forces publicly. After all, they were alone. Divine Bean Palace was still far from becoming theirs. Second Supreme Elder. The situation is getting more dangerous now. Won't it be too tiring for you to unravel Divine Bean Palace alone? That Swanbujin is also a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He might be able to help you and share some of the burden. Fang Gong suggested to Fang Dichang. In his opinion, Swanbujin had participated in the contest for Divine Bean Palace. He had entered and exited Divine Bean Palace. He was now Fong clan's external supreme elder. He was one of them and could be trusted. Fong Dichong thought about it. He was hesitant, he sighed. Let me think about it. Southern border. In Xia clan's headquarters, Xia Cha was also sighing. She had already been released by Fong Yuan. Even though her body and soul were intact, Fong Yuan had taken away her immortal aperture and fused it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Xia Cha was no longer a rank 8 Gu immortal. She had become immortal. Right now, she still had the title of Xia clan's first supreme elder, but Xia Cha felt that this title was a joke. I am already a cripple. So what if I was rank 8 in the past? Fong Yuan, you have great methods. If I can take revenge for this, I will pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and grind your bones to ashes. Thinking of this, Xia Cha sighed again. She knew how slim the hope of revenge was. Joyous news, Lady Xia Cha. Right at this time, Xia clan's third supreme elder ran over excitedly. What joyous news? Xia Cha frowned as she looked at him. Xia clan's third supreme elder handed Xia Cha an information path Mortal Gu, saying, "This is the letter that demon Fong Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to send." Xia Cha sneered. This demon is treacherous and greedy to the extreme. Not only did he take us captive, he even dismembered our bodies, souls, and so on. He extorted our race time and time again. He truly deserves to die. Right now, Fong Yuan does not have many bargaining chips left. I don't need to read this letter. This demon must have thought of a new method to continue extorting our southern border righteous path. Xia Cha shook her head. Xia clan's third supreme elder nodded. Lady Xia Cha is right. Fong Yuan's intentions are clear. Recently, he has been purchasing Luck Path immortal materials on a large scale. He seems to be refining Luck Path immortal Gu. But the bargaining chip he offered this time is truly... What do you mean? He offered immortal Gu as a bargaining chip? And he wants to exchange Gu for Gu? Xia Cha raised her eyebrows, waving her hand. I don't need to agree to this, just let second supreme elder handle it. As long as it is an immortal Gu that is beneficial to our clan, we can exchange for it. This time, Fong Yuan's bargaining chip is only immortal Gu. He wants to exchange immortal Gu for immortal Gu and immortal materials? Wishful thinking. Xia clan's third supreme elder smiled. Lady Xia Cha, take a look at the details first. Xia Cha took the information path Gu worm and looked through it, laughing coldly. Has this Fong Yuan gone mad? He wants to exchange for so many immortal materials, with just one mortal Gu. I want to see what Gu this is. Xia Cha saw the crucial point in the letter, her expression changed. Chapter 1865. Southern Border. Ba Clan Mansion Mountain. Ba Shirba carefully held a rank 1 mortal Gu. His eyes did not blink, he had an extremely focused expression. This is second aperture Gu? He looked at it carefully. This Gu worm was like a beetle. It had 2 sharp heads and a fat middle. It seemed to be made of green jade. It was only the size of a finger. When he touched it, he felt that it was warm and cool. On its chubby back there was a golden eyeball. The golden pupil moved like lightning. It was filled with spirituality. To exchange for this Gu worm, Ba Clan had used up all the remaining Luck Path immortal materials in their treasury. Fong Yuan was asking for an exorbitant price, but Ba Shirba could only accept it. Because this tiny rank 1 Gu represented all of his courage and hope to continue living. Second aperture Gu was very easy to use. It did not need primeval essence or immortal essence. As long as blood was dripped into the Gu worm's body, it would self-detonate after the Gu worm was full of blood. After second aperture Gu self-detonated, a small aperture formed in the middle of Ba Shirba's chest. This was a rank 1 aperture, the lowest cultivation level. But Ba Shirba's eyes turned red when he saw this. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Even if that demon Fong Yuan is asking for a high price, I will accept it. With this aperture, I can cultivate again. From rank 1 to rank 5, I have Relic Gu to help me. After reaching rank 6, the clan's Gu immortals will help me with tribulation. But it will be hard to reach the foundation of my first immortal aperture. Thinking of this, Ba Shirba gritted his teeth. He was filled with hatred towards Fong Yuan. Feng Yuan captured him and soul-searched him. He even took away his first immortal aperture. Even if he gave him second aperture Gu, it was just another form of extortion. To the rank 8 Ba Shi Ba. This was a huge humiliation. Feng Yuan, just you wait. One day I will avenge my past humiliation. All the pain you inflicted on me, I will return it to you 100-fold. I will let you have a good taste of it. Ba Shi Ba's expression was ferocious. He hadn't been having a good time recently. He was the Ba clan's first supreme elder, but after he was captured by Feng Yuan, not only did his reputation plummet, but he was also crippled after being ransomed. Compared to Xia Cha, Ba Shi Ba's situation was even worse, because Ba clan gained another rank 8 Gu immortal during the time he was captured. That was Bard. After Bada became an 8 desolate Gu immortal, he became the second supreme elder of Ba clan. He was in charge of Ba clan's affairs. Ba Shi Ba had been stripped of his power. Fortunately, I have this second aperture Gu. I have a lot of cultivation experience. I've gone through dozens of tribulations, big and small. It'll be very easy for me to ascend to immortality again. I need to make use of my time and cultivate to Gu immortal again. After all, my influence will diminish with time. This kind of influence needs to be used in time. It will definitely be of great help to my cultivation. Ba Shi Ba had a plan. He had already prepared relic Gu. He used them one by one. Ba Shi Ba quickly became a rank 1 peak stage Gu master. However, no matter how Ba Shi Ba attacked the aperture walls, they didn't budge at all. How could this be? My cultivation level is stuck. There is a problem with this second aperture. After Ba Shi Ba investigated the situation, he was furious and shocked. He felt like he was deceived. He spent a huge price on a fake product. He quickly called the Gu immortals who were close to him, asking them to contact Feng Yuan and ask him what was going on. Feng Yuan was researching Primordial Origin's true inheritance. His expression changed as he smiled. A dark light flashed in his eyes. It seems that they have discovered something amiss. But he was prepared for this. He immediately replied. Ba Shi Ba got this reply and smashed his favorite cup in anger. Demon, you are going too far. It turned out that in Feng Yuan's letter, he only said that second aperture Gu could open a second aperture, but he did not say that there was a restriction on cultivation level. To mislead the southern border immortals, Feng Yuan even described his experience of using second aperture Gu. Ba Shi Ba thought that he could ascend to an immortal with second aperture Gu and cultivate again. But Xia Cha had a wisdom path Gu immortal. She saw through this. Feng Yuan told Xia Cha that second aperture Gu was an immortal Gu. After his modifications, it became a complete series, from rank 1 to rank 6. After using rank 1 second aperture Gu, one's cultivation level would be limited to rank 1, 2, 3, or even rank 6. Xia Cha wanted to buy rank 6 second aperture Gu directly, but Feng Yuan's reply made her speechless. I am only selling rank 1 second aperture Gu now. It seems that Ba Shi Ba's situation is worse than Xia Cha. Feng Yuan smiled. He could tell from the small details that Ba Shi Ba was feeling anxious. It seems that Bada has probably become rank 8, even though Ba clan has been keeping it a secret. This is a good thing. Even though the southern border immortals had an irreconcilable grudge with Feng Yuan, they had a common enemy, Celestial Court. Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate Gu. Feng Yuan had already understood the stance of southern border's righteous path from his previous life. Thus, Feng Yuan returned the bodies and souls of the southern border immortals. Even though his immortal aperture was annexed, he gave them second aperture Gu. The goal was to let the southern border immortals maintain a certain amount of battle strength, enough to find trouble with Central Continent's Celestial Court. After going through so much and facing so many difficulties, Feng Yuan finally got through the heavy pressure of Celestial Court. He had a deep foundation now. He had many subordinates. He interfered in the politics of the 5 regions, using all sorts of methods openly and covertly. He finally formed a situation where he surrounded Celestial Court. Unknowingly, he had already grown from a chess piece to a chess player. Feng Yuan, I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Ba Shi Ba looked at the new reply as his body trembled in anger. He finally understood Feng Yuan's intentions. Feng Yuan refined a complete set of second aperture Gu. If Ba Shi Ba wanted to cultivate it back, He would have to use rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and so on until he used the rank 6 second aperture goo. Only then would he have a healthy immortal aperture and regain his rank 8 cultivation level. That was to say, if Ba Ba wanted to regain his former glory, he would have to be extorted by Feng Yuan 6 times. Ba Ba cursed loudly. He smashed many things on the ground before he finally calmed down. Looking at the messy study room, he was silent for a while before laughing loudly. Ba Ba, oh Ba Ba, why did you leave? You were inferior in this matter and ended up as a captive. It was already a miracle that you survived. Why do you need to worry so much now? Even if I can't cultivate again, so what? As long as I fight with all my might, I will die without regrets. He muttered to himself, as if he was trying to convince himself. After saying this, his body relaxed. He felt his heart brightening up. It was as if he was looking into the distance, seeing a scenery that he had never seen when he was a rank 8. This was the scenery of life. He calmed down completely. A smile even appeared on his face. Feng Yuan, you demon, you are truly amazing. I fell for your tricks again. The hatred in his heart did not weaken, but Ba Ba started to smile. He no longer worried about his gains and losses. At this moment, even though he had no cultivation level, he was even more relaxed than when he was a rank 8. I have no choice now. I can only accept the extortion. After all, becoming an immortal again is the most important thing. Ba Ba was clear in his heart. The clan could be relied on, but only temporarily. The influence and affection they had in the past would quickly fade over time, especially now that the clan had a new rank 8 Gu immortal. He had to hurry. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron, jade bones as petals, ice muscles as stems, golden relic at the heart of the flower. Starfire shines brightly, gathering into a plain of ice and snow. Below it, young clouds raise fire like a pill. Above it, dark clouds scatter sand like gold. Beast shadows appear in the middle, until lightning flashes and beast strength placenta is born. It can gather apertures. This was the Gu recipe of second aperture Gu. Feng Yuan obtained it from 3 Kings' blessed land. The first part was similar to the original version. Feng Yuan made few changes, but the latter part was completely different. It was almost unrecognizable. Feng Yuan modified this Gu recipe, turning the original rank 6 immortal Gu recipe into a series. Feng Yuan had refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level. He was also a human path grandmaster. With the help of the light of wisdom, it was not hard to modify it. With this set of Gu worms, I can extort them all the way. If there are no opportunities to extort, I will create opportunities to do so. In fact, this process can also be used on Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains Gu immortals. As for Central Continent's Gu immortals, forget about them. I will kill them. Feng Yuan had a thick face and a black heart. He was an unscrupulous merchant. Mortal Gu level second aperture Gu had an extremely low cost. It did not need lifespan Gu or immortal materials. It only needed a few human apertures. Human apertures were the apertures of Gu masters. It was very easy for Feng Yuan to use human Gu masters as Gu materials. It was simply cheap and good. But if he sold them to the southern border immortals, the price would be extremely high. The profits would be hundreds or even thousands of times higher. But these southern border immortals treated the second aperture Gu as a life-saving straw, their only hope in life. No matter what price Feng Yuan quoted, they would grit their teeth and bear it bitterly. Of course, Feng Yuan would also calculate their endurance and the overall situation of encircling Central Continent. Success, Lord Feng Yuan. We refined another luck path immortal Gu. The hairy man Gu immortals sent good news. Good, keep up the good work. Feng Yuan praised casually. This time, because of second aperture Gu, the extortion of the southern border immortals was much more effective than before. Many clans' trump cards and luck path immortal materials were given to Feng Yuan. With such a batch of immortal materials, Feng Yuan ordered the hairy man Gu immortals to refine luck path immortal Gu without restraint. The price of refining immortal Gu was high. The inventory of luck path immortal materials was decreasing, but there were also many gains. Over these days, several luck path immortal Gu were refined and landed in Feng Yuan's hands. Celestial Court. Damn it, I failed again. Yuan Xiongdu's expression was ashen. Looking at the pile of dregs in front of him, he felt terrible. Recently, he was almost doubting his life. Earlier, he tried to refine fixed space goo, he failed. Recently, he tried to refine luck path goo worms, he failed. He failed again and again. There is nothing wrong with my method. There was no mistake in the whole process, but immortal goo are unique. Many immortal goo already exist, I cannot refine them. Sigh, if only I knew that those immortal goo already existed, that would be great. Feng Yuan's tactic of refining luck path immortal goo caused Celestial Court to suffer greatly. This was an invisible confrontation. Whoever could gain the upper hand would gain the greatest benefits. Even though Celestial Court had deep foundations and unfathomable inventories, Feng Yuan used Southern Border's righteous path to firmly suppress Celestial Court. Chapter 1866. Gurgle gurgle. The strange bird's cries resounded in the sky. The flock of birds was huge, like a dark cloud covering the sky, pressing down on Mountain Cliff City. In the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Mountain Cliff City was one of the 10 unique cities. This city was built on the top of a cliff, and was the tallest. The culture and style had a unique charm. The fat but birds are here. Quick, 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 prepare for defense. Everyone don't panic, our combat beast messengers are all here. At this moment, Mountain Cliff City was bustling with noise, and security was tight. The flock of birds called fat but birds let out strange cries, and flew to the sky above Mountain Cliff City. They had coxcombs on their heads, their bodies were fat, and their buttocks were especially huge. Among the flock of birds, there was a bird king. Its body was huge, twice the size of a normal fat but bird. It flew to the sky above Mountain Cliff City, and looked down. Its buttocks moved, and with a forceful squeeze, a ball of bird poop fell. This ball of bird poop was black and smelly, and was extremely huge, like a small house, falling from the sky. Shio! Boom! The bird poop fell faster and faster, letting out a sharp whistle, and then smashed heavily, directly destroying a section of the city wall. Fortunately, there were not many casualties in the surrounding crowd. Shio shio shio! Boom boom boom! The Bird King's attack was the prelude to the flock's attack. Balls of bird poop fell from the sky, smashing into Mountain Cliff City. For a moment, the sky seemed to be raining. However, the raindrops were really strange. They were huge balls of bird droppings. Many houses collapsed, and roads, gardens, springs, and even the statue of the city lord at the center of the city were mercilessly baptized by the bird poop. After the first wave of attack, the Bird King flapped its wings and flew up, pulling the flock of birds behind it up. The huge flock of birds circled outside, and then returned, once again approaching Mountain Cliff City. Combat Beast Messengers, attack! At this moment, the leader of Mountain Cliff City's defense shouted, and took the lead to fly into the sky, facing the flock of fat but birds. A large number of Combat Beast Messengers followed closely behind, and for a moment, humans and birds started fighting in the sky. Little Eagle, let's go, do you dare? Young Jean Boudou had already sneaked out of the city lord manor. He said to the arrowtail eagle on his shoulder. The little arrowtail eagle screeched, its young face filled with pride. It flapped its wings and lightly pecked Jean Boudou's face. It was angry at its master for looking down on it. Since you're not afraid, then come with me. Jean Boudou smiled. He seemed to be a simple youth, but he was actually Feng Yuan's clone. During this period of time, he'd been taken as a disciple by the city lord of Cliff City, and he'd been together with the little arrowtail eagle day and night, so he'd long since grasped its bestial nature thoroughly. Now, with just a little provocation, the little arrowtail eagle's fighting spirit was ignited. Come on, little arrowtail eagle! Jean Boudou suddenly shouted. The arrow-tailed eagle screeched and flapped its wings, shooting into the sky like an arrow. It hovered for a moment before diving down to Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou shouted again, Beast Envoy! Transform! He activated his goo, and his whole body shone with a dazzling green light. The little arrowtail eagle crashed into his body, fusing into the human-shaped light body. At the next moment, the human-shaped light body collided and changed shape. As the green light faded, Jean Boudou had turned into a 10 feet tall monster with an eagle's head and human body. He had green wings on his back, and his hands and legs had turned into yellow bird claws. Jean Boudou flapped his wings, causing intense winds to blow as he flew into the sky, joining the battle. Look, it's little Do he sneaked away after all, joining the battle behind our backs. This child. A middle-aged woman worriedly looked at Janbuda's tiny figure. She was the daughter-in-law of Mountain Cliff City Lord. She had a son, but he died in his childhood. After Mountain Cliff City Lord took Janbudu as his disciple, Janbudu quickly assimilated into this family. This caused the middle-aged woman to treat him as her godson, and most of the love she had for her deceased son was given to Janbudu. Beside her was a middle-aged man. He only had his upper body left. His lower body was cut off at the waist, but he had a healthy expression and was full of vigor. He looked at Janbudu's figure for a while before praising. Ha ha ha, this lad's battle standard is getting higher and higher. As expected of someone who was trained by me. Father, you have taken in a good disciple. That's still your good godson. The Mountain Cliff City Lord stroked his white beard, his heart filled with comfort. He had originally taken in Janbudu, but because of a coincidence, the little arrowtail eagle recognized Janbudu as its kin. It could not be separated. But after teaching him, Mountain Cliff City Lord was pleasantly surprised to find that Janbudu was like an unpolished jade. The more he polished it, the brighter it would shine. The comprehension that Janbudu displayed, as well as his hard-working spirit, made Mountain Cliff City Lord very satisfied. And what made him even more satisfied was Janbudu's temperament. He was willing to help others, brave and warm-hearted, just like sunlight. It could directly shine into people's hearts. Be careful. In the sky, Janbudu shouted, and his speed increased rapidly. He waved his right claw, and instantly shot out a wind blade. The light green wind blade was like a curved blade, and directly killed the fat but bird that was chasing after it. Thank you, Little Do. The battle beast envoy that was saved was a guard of Mountain Cliff City, and his mood was slightly complicated. Because normally, he looked down on Little Do, and teased him for his low strength, that he was only recognized by the little arrowtail eagle because of his good luck. But now it seemed that Janbudu's battle technique was clearly above him, and he even disregarded the past and saved him. No need to be so polite, we are all from Mountain Cliff City. Janbudu opened its beak, and spoke in a human voice. Hearing this, the saved battle beast envoy's mood became even more complicated. Quickly regroup, fight the fat but birds and protect the city. Janbudu urged. Yes. The battle beast envoy nodded heavily, and continued to participate in the fierce battle. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the others saw this scene, and their evaluation of Janbudu increased by another level. This child. The middle-aged woman's tightly knitted brows relaxed. When we get home, I will teach him a lesson. Haha. The middle-aged man on the wheelchair laughed loudly. Mountain Cliff City Lord nodded lightly and did not comment. After this performance, other people's impression of me will increase by a lot. Janbudu was very calm as he calculated. The battle beast envoy that was saved by him was very grateful to him. Unbeknownst to him, Janbudu was also grateful to him. Without such an opponent, how can I show off my noble character? After obtaining the little arrowtail eagle's recognition, his status skyrocketed, and he became the Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple. This made many people envious. Feng Yuan made use of everyone's mentality, and carefully selected an opponent that looked fierce, but was actually harmless. And after he deliberately sought a chance encounter, this opponent had a verbal conflict with him. After that, Feng Yuan deepened this conflict, and purposely allowed the opponent to bully him in public. Then, with the bruises on his face, he took the initiative to find Mountain Cliff City Lord, and asked him to increase the intensity of his training, but did not explain any details. With that, even the Mountain Cliff City Lord knew what was going on. Originally, Feng Yuan wanted to use this opponent to raise his prestige. He didn't expect that the fat but bird disaster would give him a better opportunity. Once the opportunity appeared, Feng Yuan's clone immediately grasped it, and under the gaze of many people he saved this opponent. Ever since I transmigrated, my luck has not been bad. Even when the bird egg fell from the sky, I used up a lot of luck. It seems that the main body's attainment in luck path is getting deeper. It has given me a lot of help. After an intense battle, the fat but bird was defeated. Janbudu's performance was extremely outstanding. He almost killed the bird king, but was stopped by Mountain Cliff City Lord. After the battle, Jean Boudou purposely asked Mountain Cliff City Lord, expressing his confusion. "Grandpa, why didn't you let me kill that hateful bird king? Without it, our Mountain Cliff City will never have to face such a disaster again." Little Do Mountain Cliff City Lord rubbed the head of Feng Yuan's clone, and said amiably, "Even if you kill that bird king, the birds will choose a new one." "Then why didn't you do it, Grandpa? With your strength, you can completely exterminate the entire bird group." Feng Yuan asked naively. Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed. "That is because the bird poop is also good stuff. It can increase the fertility of the soil and help crops grow faster and healthier. There are even many merchant groups that come to exchange for the bird poop with us." "Is that so? So the smelly bird poop is actually a treasure?" Feng Yuan's clone was shocked. Seeing this, Mountain Cliff City Lord laughed. "Little Do, Grandpa taught you not to judge a book by its cover. Similarly, you cannot judge everything in the world by its cover." "I understand. I will remember Grandpa's words." Feng Yuan's clone nodded heavily. Good child." The Mountain Cliff City Lord smiled again and thought to himself, "Other than this reason, there are other reasons. But I'll let you keep that pure heart of yours, my disciple. You are still too young to come into contact with those things." After bidding farewell to Mountain Cliff City Lord, Feng Yuan walked out of the City Lord estate. The City Lord estate had a tall foundation. It was a city within a city. Feng Yuan used the terrain to observe the entire city. In the city, they had already begun to recuperate and rebuild. Large numbers of mortals stopped hiding. They came out of the tunnels and cellars. This fat but bird calamity not only raised Feng Yuan's reputation, it also deepened his understanding of this world. The fat but bird king is a mutated beast king. It has rank 5 Gu Master battle strength. I am only a rank 1 Gu Master, but after fusing with the arrowtail eagle, I almost killed it. In this grotto heaven, it is too easy to obtain such battle strength. No wonder the Gu Master tradition cannot develop. If the Gu Master tradition existed, this city would not be a simple pile of rocks. It would have dozens of Gu houses defending it. The fat but bird calamity would not cause such huge losses. However, there are many benefits to keeping the fat but bird calamity. Mountain Cliff City is at the peak of a mountain. It is surrounded by hard and thick mountain soil. It needs bird poop to produce enough food. Moreover, bird poop can be used as a specialty. It can attract caravans to come here and exchange goods. Cliff City can make use of this test to select even more geniuses. It can give the people of the city external pressure. It will help in unity and make the citizens support the ruler more. The killer move myriad beings assimilation transformation covers the entire grotto heaven. Gu Masters can easily use the killer move's power to transform here. The process needs to expend positive emotions. Thus, combat beast envoys are usually people with rich positive emotions. But this does not mean the people here are naive. Those with high status have their own schemes and methods. Feng Yuan thought as he arrived at the outer city. "Ah, it is Lord Jean Boudou. It is young Master Jean Boudou. Greetings, young master." Our entire family witnessed young master's heroic battle. Along the way, Feng Yuan was welcomed by many people. He opened his mouth and rubbed his head, smiling embarrassedly, showing his white teeth. Hello everyone. Don't call me young master or lord, just call me Little Do." "Come, Grandpa, let me help you." Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He quickly walked towards the old grandpa and snatched his shovel. "Grandpa, take a rest first. I will help you clean your poop," Feng Yuan said. "Oh, Little Do, you are here to help me again. You are such a good child, such a good child." The old grandpa's eyes turned red. Even though combat beast envoys were full of positive emotions, strength could change one's mentality. Many of them had to maintain their status. Who would be like Feng Yuan? Even though he was Mountain Cliff City Lord's disciple, he often came to the commoners. He was not afraid of hardship. He was not afraid of getting dirty. He truly helped the commoners. Feng Yuan worked as he thought. Looking at the days, my main body should be making a move soon. With my own progress, I cannot reach my goal in a short period of time. I will need my main body to release beast calamities. I will coordinate with him here. The beast calamities released by my main body will not be as small as those fat but birds. Chapter 1867. The river of time flowed slowly, emitting a colorful radiance. Compared to the river of time, this river was not wide, it was only a tributary. This was Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's tributary of the river of time. Because of this tributary, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the flow of time, it was not a static world. A figure quietly appeared. He had a fair and peerless face, he had a high nose bridge and deep black eyes. His long hair hung down to his waist like a black waterfall. It was Feng Yuan's main body. Let's do it here. Feng Yuan looked at this tributary of the river of time, and waved his hand. In an instant, 12 balls of light shot out. The lumps of light landed in the tributary of the river of time, and turned into 12 immemorial year beasts. These 12 immemorial year beasts were of different species. They were rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. Among them, the primordial year rat, primordial year ox, and primordial year dog were the most powerful. Back then, when Feng Yuan fought with Celestial Court's Gu immortals in the River of Time, Feng Yuan used myriad year flying warship and won against Celestial Court. But at the final stage, these 3 immemorial year beasts came to find trouble with Feng Yuan. The immemorial year ox broke myriad year flying warship's hull. The immemorial year dog tore the side of the ship, while the immemorial year beast directly entered and took away year's flow like water immortal Gu. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had prepared for this. He had already designed a fake year's flow like water immortal Gu as bait. The immemorial year rat was deceived and took away the bait. It instead attracted most of the firepower, and helped Feng Yuan's myriad year flying warship to escape easily. After that, Feng Yuan rested and reorganized himself. He rode myriad year flying warship back to the River of Time to find trouble with these immemorial year beasts. After some effort, he subdued them one by one. This way, Feng Yuan finally collected 12 different immemorial year beasts. During his cultivation, Feng Yuan successfully created the 12 zodiac battle formation on this foundation. Right now, I'm still not familiar with the 12 zodiac battle formation, so I can't fight against the Celestial Court. However, it is more than enough for the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan already had a plan in mind. 12 zodiac battle formation was an ancient battle formation. It was different from the current Gu formations. Moreover, because Feng Yuan's main body was not personally participating in it, it was rather difficult to control this ancient battle formation. It was fine against an enemy like the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. But if it was used against the experts of the Celestial Court, it would be extremely difficult. The immemorial year beast roared and the 12 zodiac battle formation was activated. The 12 balls of light released a dazzling radiance, and formed 12 golden pillars of light that reached the bottom of the river and into the sky. The giant pillars were closely connected. Soon after, the golden light scattered, and the 12 golden pillars disappeared, leaving behind a thick golden fog that shrouded the surface of the tributary of the River of Time. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Hua hua hua. The golden fog affected the tributary of the River of Time, causing the river water in this tributary to flow faster and faster. The 12 zodiac battle formation was specialized in fighting and killing, but Feng Yuan was a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. When he activated it now, it surpassed the original limitations of the battle formation, and caused a mystical change, affecting the flow of time in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Such an effect was naturally very intense. At this moment, the Qilin heavenly spirit must have sensed it. Feng Yuan smiled and waved his sleeves, opening his immortal aperture's entrance slightly, and letting out a large number of year beasts. These year beasts included desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The year beasts roared and charged out of the golden fog, charging into Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As a time path Gu immortal, when attacking blessed lands and grotto heavens, they would have a way that other paths could not control. That was the tributary of the River of Time. As a time path quasi-supreme grandmaster, Feng Yuan naturally had such an offensive method. Feng Yuan was a giant demon of the current generation. Once he made a move, he immediately caused a huge impact to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was shaped like a Qilin. It suddenly realized, oh no! The tributary of the River of Time is changing. A time path great expert is forcefully changing the time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. We must stop him. The goo cultivators in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had gone astray. They did not know about the real outside world. They only thought that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the entire world. They could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But the Qilin heavenly spirit was formed from Beast Calamity Immortal's obsession. It was not part of this. The Qilin heavenly spirit was knowledgeable. After Feng Yuan made a move, it immediately understood that Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. The time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was raised by Feng Yuan by many times. This meant that calamities and tribulations would descend very frequently. Even though Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had the protection of myriad beings' assimilation transformation, it could not endure the repeated calamities and tribulations. The Qilin heavenly spirit did not offer itself, but it controlled Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It naturally had many ways to warn the goo cultivators here. Moreover, Feng Yuan wanted them to find out that the large numbers of year beasts that he sent out had already left the tributary of the River of Time. They were appearing everywhere in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. A grand calamity and tribulation instantly formed. It caught the goo immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven off guard. Because of the year beast's destruction, the various places suffered huge losses. Living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was in chaos. Mountain Cliff City was naturally affected. Mountain Cliff City Lord, who had goo immortal level battle strength, was mobilized. To resolve this calamity, we need to get rid of the source. After I leave, Mountain Cliff City will be in your hands. Mountain Cliff City Lord instructed. The core members of the city nodded. They had heavy expressions. Without the Mountain Cliff City Lord holding the fort, they lacked confidence. Master, don't worry, I am here. Jean Boudou shouted loudly. His young face was filled with fighting spirit. Everyone could not help but chuckle when they saw this. The future belongs to you, my disciple. Mountain Cliff City Lord patted the shoulder of Feng Yuan's clone as he left. Feng Yuan looked at the old man's departing figure, thinking, my main body is setting up a formation in the tributary of the River of Time. Once Mountain Cliff City Lord leaves, he will be trapped in the formation and wait for me to save him. The stage is already set. I am the main character now. Time passed quickly. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. The year beast calamity was still spreading, but because Feng Yuan's main body controlled the source, the calamity did not threaten the foundation of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As the only super force in the Grotto Heaven, the Combat Beast Guild started to mobilize young goo masters. Jean Boudou was among them. He and a group of similar age goo masters were brought to a valley. This was an entrance that the Qilin heavenly spirit had secretly arranged. It could directly enter and exit the tributary of the River of Time. The guild leader, the current generation Combat Beast King, was a thin old man. He personally explained the situation to these youngsters. After our exploration, we found that the golden fog that is spreading in this river has many peculiarities that can be used. The younger and stronger the youngster, the easier it will be for them to enter and exit. Right now, most of the combat beast warriors are trapped in the golden fog. You need to save them and bring them out. This was naturally a standard that Feng Yuan had purposely set up. It was to make it easier for his clone to enter. Jean Boudou's clone had recently advanced to rank 2. Just his cultivation level alone was outstanding. Moreover, there was the arrowtail eagle, the future desolate beast. Together with Jean Boudou's own strong will, he expressed that he wanted to save his master, even if he had to sacrifice his life. His lifelike acting skills made everyone believe that it was real, and he raised his reputation quite a bit. This operation will depend on you. Although you are still young, this world is at a critical juncture of life and death. It needs your strength. You will be the saviors of this world. The Combat Beast King encouraged, immediately igniting the youngster's fighting spirit and hot blood. Jean Boudou secretly rolled his eyes, but his expression was the most excited. His fighting spirit was the highest. He was the first to charge into the tributary of the River of Time. The tributary of the River of Time was filled with golden fog. Goo masters could step into it like they were standing on flat ground. There were wild beasts here, but the strongest were mutated beasts. There was not a single desolate beast. But to these youngsters, it was a huge obstacle. The combat beast warriors who entered earlier were already suppressed. Their bodies were covered in the fog. They were like golden statues. It was very difficult for them to even move. The first batch of warriors who entered the fog were already stiff. They were like golden statues, unable to move. Jean Boudou entered and killed mutated beasts. He saved his companions. He then became the leader. He was in the limelight. Gu immortals were saved by him one after another. Jean Boudou became their benefactor. To think that one day, I would be saved by a young combat beast envoy. Many Gu immortals expressed similar emotions. Thank you, young man. If you have any trouble in the future, come and find me in Sacred Eagle City. This eagle warrior was killed by Feng Yuan in the previous life. To think that he would be saved by Feng Yuan's clone in this life. Did you see my master, Mountain Cliff City Lord? Jean Boudou asked everyone he met. He naturally knew that Mountain Cliff City Lord was hidden by his main body. Little Du is such a good child. He never gave up on saving his master. He is a good child who knows how to repay kindness. I am really envious of Mountain Cliff City Lord. He took in such a good disciple. Oh, Little Du, you cannot go anymore. Time flows very quickly in this golden fog. It will reduce your lifespan. I am not afraid. I must save my master. My achievements today are all because of my master's teachings and nurturing. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will save him. Jean Boudou did not let go of any chance to show his worth. He spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. Moreover, this is a good thing. Time flows quickly. My cultivation speed is also fast. How many days has it been? I already have rank 3 Gu Master cultivation level. The stronger I am, the more people I can save. I can save my master. Jean Boudou shouted, trying to let more people hear him. Child, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. This is lifespan Gu. It can increase your lifespan and make up for your loss. Combat Beast King appeared in time, handing the lifespan Gu to Jean Boudou. Jean Boudou pretended to be overjoyed. He said, Grandpa, you are already so old, you should use it. It can extend your lifespan. Combat Beast King was pleased. Thinking that he did not give it to the wrong person, he immediately persuaded Jean Boudou in a friendly manner. Good child, good child. Grandpa has more. You need these lifespan Gu the most. You can only enter the golden fog if you are in a young state. I almost forgot. No wonder I feel that it is getting harder to enter and leave the fog. Jean Boudou showed a look of realization. He was also in a difficult spot. After a difficult choice, he nodded and accepted the lifespan Gu. Feng Yuan's clone was the main battle strength. Most of the combat beast warriors were saved because of him. Combat Beast King would definitely protect his greatest hope. But he did not know that this was all Feng Yuan's scheme. Chapter 1868. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, tributary of the River of Time. Feng Yuan's clone Jean Boudou entered the golden fog time and time again, rescuing the Gu immortals trapped inside. Each time, he had to go through tough battles, facing countless fierce beasts. He was covered in injuries from the exhaustion. His companions of the same age gradually accepted his leadership, because their past battle achievements proved that Jean Boudou's decisions were wise and correct. This time, there are 3 beast groups coming from the southeast, north and southwest direction. They are surrounding you. Feng Yuan's main body transmitted. Okay, I will lead them to break out. Oh right, help me get rid of that white-robed youngster beside me. Feng Yuan's clone Jean Boudou replied. Understood. Feng Yuan's main body was at the densest area of the golden fog. He was lying down leisurely with a relaxed expression. With a thought, the Year Beast army moved out, attacking his clone's group. Most of his attention was placed on Primordial Origin's true inheritance. In the Battle of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Feng Yuan not only obtained Dragon Palace, he even deceived Duke Long into obtaining Primordial Origin's true inheritance. But this Primordial Origin true inheritance only contained a small portion of the first half. Even so, Feng Yuan sighed in admiration as he looked at it. From this small portion of the true inheritance, he understood the style of the remote antiquity era. Chi Path was vast and powerful. It was extremely skillful. He also understood Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's talent. He was extraordinary. As expected of a venerable, he could not be restricted by common sense. The contents of this true inheritance are still very useful even now. Of course, after so many years, Chi Path has been developing and innovating. The killer move Unlimited Chi C that I have is the best proof. This small portion of Primordial Origins Chi Path True Inheritance mainly contained the killer move Chi Wall. Initially, Duke Long was unwilling to give it to him, but Feng Yuan insisted. After all, Chi Wall was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's signature method. It was famous in history, everyone knew about it. Duke Long wanted to make peace with Chi Si Ancestor, but seeing Feng Yuan's firm attitude, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Through this Chi Wall killer move, I have gained a deeper understanding of that Chi Wall in Celestial Court. I will try to break it. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. In his past life, the wall of air that appeared in the Celestial Court caused great trouble for Longevity Heaven. If Feng Yuan could break this move, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Celestial Court. However, it was clear that the difficulty of this mission was extremely high. After all, it was the work of an Immortal Venerable. The only consolation was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Chi Wall killer move had been passed down until now. It was filled with the style of the remote antiquity era. It was already outdated. This might be the key for Feng Yuan to break through the Chi Wall. Of course, it wasn't surprising that he couldn't decipher it. There were no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. No killer move was perfect and invincible. All killer moves could be broken, but the same killer move could be used by different people, and the power and effectiveness would be vastly different. Whether Feng Yuan could break the Chi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable personally used, this was a huge question. Perhaps Duke Long had considered this. That was why he generously handed the contents of the Chi Wall killer move to Feng Yuan. At the same time, this small portion of the true inheritance is the best bait to lure me into joining the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. If there was really a Chi Si ancestor who lived in seclusion in Eastern Sea, he would not be able to resist this temptation. As a rank 8 secluded cultivator for so many years, it showed that Chi Si ancestor was not interested in authority. At the same time, he cultivated Chi Path, but Chi Path had been declining for a long time. Only the Celestial Court had the most valuable Chi Path true inheritances. But the truth was Chi Si ancestor was just a disguise for Feng Yuan. If Duke Long knew that he was helping the enemy, who knew how he would feel? It is about time. Feng Yuan researched the Chi Path true inheritance while paying attention to the 12 zodiac formation. In this short period of time, he had already cooperated with the clone John Budu and completed another performance. Some of the youngsters around John Budu were sacrificed, dying in battle. Some of these people were obstacles. Feng Yuan was already clearing the obstacles for the next step of his plan. John Budu saved a Gu immortal and returned triumphantly. There were only 1 or 2 combat beast warriors left in the Golden Fog. One of them was Mountain Cliff City Lord. After Jean Budu saved Mountain Cliff City Lord, Feng Yuan would stop and return to the 12 zodiac battle formation. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Feng Yuan had already achieved his current goal by nurturing his clone. Other than increasing his cultivation level, Jean Budu's greatest gain was the expansion of his network. After this battle, almost all the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven received Jean Budu's favor. This favor was not a small matter, it was the favor of saving their lives. If this was the outside world, the Gu immortals might turn against them. But here, those who could become combat beast warriors needed to have a lot of positive intentions. Thus, all of them knew how to repay favors. There was no lack of people who would repay favors with a fountain. Jean Budu did not lack resources. His future was bright. And he would not ask for favors. He was even more humble and polite. He did not care about anything. He displayed all sorts of virtues and moral character. Feng Yuan could have killed them all in one go, but these combat beast warriors were all spared. In the previous life, he attacked Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in a simple and direct manner. He killed many combat beast warriors. After rebirth, he changed his plan. He used a different method to annex them. It was to preserve the value of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to the greatest extent. These Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven will all be subdued. They will be a supplement to my subordinates. In the future, during the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, I will send them to battle, they will have a certain effect. Of course, their methods are too superficial, they can catch the enemies off guard. Once they are exposed, these Gu immortals will suffer huge losses. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's Gu masters took a shortcut, even though they could obtain battle strength easily. They were not abundant, they were not orthodox Gu cultivation methods. Like now, Feng Yuan had just set up a 12 zodiac formation. But he was able to fool all the Gu immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Even the Combat Beast King could not tell the truth, he thought it was the Golden Fog, he did not even see the true appearances of the 12 immemorial year beasts. Just with this difference, Feng Yuan could easily suppress them. Like in the previous life, when Feng Yuan killed Eagle Warrior, he turned into a bull-headed demon god and slaughtered countless people. And these Combat Beast Warriors and Combat Beast King had always thought that Feng Yuan was a beast calamity. He had all sorts of powerful battle techniques. They had never thought about Gu worms or killer moves. Their horizons were too shallow. Several days later, Feng Yuan retrieved the 12 zodiac battle formation. The golden fog that enveloped the tributary of the River of Time also vanished. To avoid suspicion before leaving, Feng Yuan purposely released a large group of year beasts. It was like the golden fog's final struggle. After a tough battle, the Combat Beast Guild obtained complete victory. Everyone was overjoyed. The Gu immortals were all saved. They started to move around, killing or capturing the scattered year beasts in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The golden fog vanished, but Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's time flow was still affected by Feng Yuan's killer move. It was extremely fast. Jean Budu became the object of everyone's praise. The Gu immortals were grateful to him. Combat Beast King even gave him an award in front of everyone, encouraging him. "Oh little Du, you are truly the little savior. You saved everyone. That is also indirectly saving the entire world." Jean Budu quickly waved his hand and thanked him. His tone was very humble. From this moment onwards, the title of Little Savior belonged to Jean Budu. Next, he had to wait for another fortuitous encounter, to become a Gu immortal. After that, he would openly accept the test and inherit Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Feng Yuan's main body left the tributary of the River of Time. He used heaven form to inspect profound literature Grotto Heaven. Li Xiaobai was Feng Yuan's clone. Even though his progress was not as great as Jean Budu's, his days were still very good. Ever since the last poem recitation, Li Xiaobai was paid close attention to by the private school's teacher Jiang. He arranged many private tutoring sessions for him. Li Xiaobai gradually displayed his potential and talent. Teacher Jiang was pleasantly surprised. He taught him even more carefully. At this rate, he is still far from reaching the highest level of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It is a pity. Profound literature Grotto Heaven and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven are different. The latter is sealed, but the former has a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, it is an information path Grotto Heaven that specializes in gathering information. It is not easy for me to make a move. At least, I cannot use the tributary of the River of Time. If I use the 12 zodiac battle formation, it might be seen through. Feng Yuan decided to wait for Li Xiaobai's development. He could use the tributary of the River of Time to lead the beast army to invade profound literature Grotto Heaven. But that way he would have to fight against that rank 8 Gu immortal. Feng Yuan was not afraid, but it would be hard for him to win quickly. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, it was easy to be implicated. They would suffer heavy losses. Feng Yuan did not want to see this. If he could forcefully attack, he would have done so already. Profound literature Grotto Heaven itself could not be annexed, but the information path inheritances and resources inside were targets that Feng Yuan coveted. Feng Yuan had a total of 5 clones now. The Time Path clone was the earliest clone. It was currently at rank 6 in order to use the Light of Wisdom. The Dragon Man clone had the highest cultivation level at rank 7. It controlled Dragon Palace and was also the strongest. It was currently in contact with Gu tribe and had many good results. Jean Budu made huge progress with Feng Yuan's help. Li Xiaobai had to rely on his own hard work. It was not time for him to exert his strength yet. As for Feng Yuan's fake identities, there were even more of them. On this day, Feng Clan contacted Feng Yuan. More accurately speaking, it was not Guyue Feng Yuan but his fake identity, Swan Bujin. Elder Swan Bujin, We need you to help Second Supreme Elder refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He joined Feng clan not only to develop Green Ghost Desert, but also to obtain Divine Bean Palace. This rank 8 Immortal Gu House was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's possession. It was extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had personally experienced it. Chapter 1869. Feng Clan's Headquarters. An Immortal Gu House was built with green bricks and golden tiles. It was majestic like a mountain. It was solemn with a hint of liveliness and vitality, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. The palace door was open. A huge hall could be seen inside. There were dozens of huge pillars in the hall. They were thick and shining with bronze luster. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it. It was Divine Bean Palace. And around Divine Bean Palace, there was a crescent-shaped Wisdom Path Gu formation that surrounded half of Divine Bean Palace. This Wisdom Path Gu formation flickered with light blue light that shone on Divine Bean Palace. The blue light was like water. It tried to permeate into Divine Bean Palace, but the effect was not good. After a while, the Wisdom Path Gu formation stopped and 2 Gu immortals walked out. One was dressed in yellow. He had an ordinary appearance and a beard. He looked like a mortal, but his face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was Feng Clan's second Supreme Elder, Feng Dichang. The other was dressed in a black robe. He looked like a thin middle-aged man. His long hair was draped over his shoulders. His temples were white. He looked proud and aloof. It was Feng Yuan who was disguised as Swan Bujin. At this moment Feng Yuan sighed. This Divine Bean Palace is truly amazing. Even without anyone guarding it, it is like a living creature. It is like a towering ancient tree. We are like 2 worms. Even if we try our best to infiltrate it, it will only be a drop in the ocean for Divine Bean Palace. Indeed. Feng Dichang nodded. The worst thing is, even if we break some of the branches and leaves of this tree, it will regrow after a while. Feng Yuan analyzed. This is indeed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's style. According to historical records, he has the most abundant immortal essence among the venerables. His recovery speed is the highest. He has the essence of Wood Path. Second Supreme Elder, we are both Wisdom Path Gu immortals. It will be very difficult to refine this Wood Path Immortal Gu House. We might as well go to Yanqing and get 1 or 2 Wood Path great experts to cooperate with us. It will definitely be effective. Feng Dichang smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Western Desert has few Wood Path Gu immortals to begin with. News of our clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace has already been exposed. The other super clans have already formed an encirclement to stop us. Of course, there are also forces that are providing Wood Path Gu immortals. Brother, guess which one it is? Feng Dichang asked. Feng Yuan had a thought. Without thinking, he said, I think it is Celestial Court? Brother, you guessed right. The Immortal Gu Immortal Courthouse. Duke Long personally guaranteed that he would send Wood Path Gu immortals to take back Divine Bean Palace. Their past grudges would be written off. He even promised a vast amount of resources. After Duke Dragon Palace, he dd. Gu Immortal Gu of Gu. He had, and Gu of Gu sect he said, Celestial Court scheme is wishful thinking. They want to use West Desert's current situation to force my Feng clan to submit. Gu Gu House imafavavims he can of Gu. Ha ha. With a loud laugh, a Gu immortal walked towards Feng Yuan and Feng Dichang. Ha ha. With a loud laugh, a Gu immortal walked towards Feng Yuan and Feng Dichang. Brother Swan Bujin, you are right. This Gu immortal was an old man. He had white hair and eyebrows. His beard was like a lion's mane. His muscles were bulging. His figure was firm. He had a grand aura. He was Feng clan's first supreme elder, Feng Gong. Feng Gong patted Feng Yuan's shoulder and said passionately, Brother, it must have been hard on you on your first day here. You have not even had a sip of hot tea before entering the formation to deduce. I've already arranged a banquet to welcome you back. Feng Yuan smiled. Thank you for your concern, First Supreme Elder. The matter of taking down Divine Bean Palace has stimulated my interest and fighting spirit. Moreover, I am Feng Clan's external Supreme Elder. Helping Feng Clan is helping myself, isn't that so? His mind, however, was clear. This Feng Clan is under too much pressure. They finally want my help to refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. Feng Clan's attitude towards me is not strange at all. It seems that I can use this chance to threaten them and raise the price. I will gain some benefits first. Feng Yuan's heart was simply too black. Not only did he want Divine Bean Palace, he also wanted to extort benefits from Feng Clan. Feng Clan was truly unlucky to have recruited him. In the previous life, without Feng Yuan's interference, Feng Clan's situation would have been very good. With just Feng Clan's hard work, they resolved the crisis. Even at the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they did not manage to refine Divine Bean Palace. The banquet was grand. Feng Clan really wanted to borrow Swan Bujin's strength. Feng Clan's higher-ups were very enthusiastic. Feng Gong, who was a rank 8, was even more amiable. Feng Yuan promised on the spot that he would do his best to help. Thus both the host and guests were happy. If Feng Clan knew that this Gu immortal they were entertaining was the greatest mastermind behind the scenes, they might tear apart Feng Yuan's tendons on the spot. In the following days, Feng Yuan followed Feng Dichang and assisted him in refining Divine Bean Palace through the Wisdom Path Immortal Formation. Divine Bean Palace had an endless supply of resources. It could recover on its own and could not be penetrated. If today's progress was 10 tomorrow, it would fall to 3 or 4. Every time Feng Yuan and Feng Dichang made a move, they would deduce until their minds heated up. They could only stop helplessly when it reached the limit. Even though I did not use my full strength, I have displayed the standard of a rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even so, Feng Dichang's progress is slow with my help. Not to mention what kind of situation he was in without my help. Feng Yuan understood the situation and felt a trace of sympathy towards Feng Dichang. He also felt a trace of rejoice. Precisely because Feng Dichang used his full strength to forcefully refine Divine Bean Palace, he did not have any spare energy and time. Feng Yuan's scheme against Feng Clan succeeded. In comparison, Feng Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His attainment level was higher than Feng Yuan's. Putting in all his effort every day, even though Feng Yuan concealed a portion of his strength, he was gradually feeling exhausted. Feng Dichang was even more so. He was truly putting in all his effort. Relying on this tenacious spirit, even though refining Divine Bean Palace had always been very difficult, he had accumulated quite a bit of results. Feng Clan has Wisdom Path and Formation Path attainment. They want to use this to forcefully take down Divine Bean Palace. This is a true refinement. There is naturally hope of success. However, the price we have to pay is huge. Let's not talk about other things, just the immortal essence alone is a huge sum. If I add Wood Path and Refinement Path, it will be much easier. Of course, if I use my full strength, not just in Wisdom Path, but also in Formation Path, the situation will be completely different. Feng Yuan naturally would not do this. Feeling that the time was right, he stopped on a certain day and did not appear in time. Feng Dichang hurriedly went to ask, "Brother, are you injured? Are you all right? I have already prepared everything. I can heal you." Feng Yuan coughed. "Thank you for your concern, Second Elder. I am indeed injured, but it is not a big deal. I can handle it myself. It is just that the immortal essence loss is too severe. My mind is also tired. The workload is too heavy and heavy. How many years will it take to completely refine Divine Bean Palace? I really can't hold on for much longer." Feng Dichang's eyes widened when he heard this. Swan Bujin was going to quit. What should he do? He finally had some results. If he did not persevere every day, these results would quickly disappear. Thinking of Feng Clan's situation, Feng Dichang was anxious. "Brother." Feng Dichang smiled. "Our Feng Clan will not mistreat you, don't worry." Feng Yuan said seriously, "Second Elder, don't think that I am purposely quitting. I am not that kind of person. I trust Feng Clan. Joining Feng Clan is the best proof. At the same time, my cooperation with Feng Clan started long ago. When we attacked Divine Bean Palace, we established an alliance agreement. I have never forgotten this alliance agreement." Feng Yuan spoke with deep sincerity. As a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Feng Dichang immediately understood Feng Yuan's hidden meaning. He smiled again. "Brother, I understand, haha. We have never forgotten the alliance agreement back then. Indeed, you helped our Feng Clan seize Divine Bean Palace. According to the agreement, Our Fong clan has to give you the immortal goo. We are still in arrears now. It is our Fong clan's fault. I apologize to you. If you need our clan's immortal goo, I will arrange for someone to send it over. Zai. I can't. Second elder, I really did not mean that. You misunderstood me. Fong Yuan said. Misunderstood? Why would I misunderstand you? Fong Dichang snorted internally. He had already seen through Swan Bujin. This was a ruthless person who would not do anything without benefits. Back then, when they attacked Divine Bean Palace, he had used this chance to ask for Great Thief Immortal Goo. Now he was playing this trick again. Fong Dichang really wanted to slap Fong Yuan a few times, but he forcefully endured it. There was no helping it. He needed Swan Bujin's help now. With Swan Bujin helping him, the effect was indeed good. Thus, Fong Dichang strongly wanted to give Fong Yuan the immortal goo, but Fong Yuan kept pushing it away, refusing to accept it. Fong Dichang had a bad premonition. Swan Bujin was acting like this. He definitely had a bigger scheme. After pushing it away again and again, Fong Dichang said directly, "Brother, if you have any thoughts, just say it." Fong Yuan said solemnly, "Second elder, don't look down on me. I am also a member of Fong clan. With Fong clan's current situation, how could I do such a despicable thing like taking advantage of the situation to threaten you? Am I, Swan Bujin, that kind of person? On the contrary, I feel that the previous immortal goo reward is too high. I am willing to take a step back and not want the immortal goo reward." Fong Dichang felt even worse, but then he heard Fong Yuan say, "If you really want me to say it, I can only be frank. Second elder, you are one of us, hee. I have nothing to hide from you. To speak the truth, I am quite interested in thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Theft Path True Inheritance. I don't need any Theft Path Immortal Goo. I just want to take a look at the True Inheritance's contents. Of course, if Second Elder finds it difficult, then forget it." Chapter 1870. Bam! Fong Clan's first Supreme Elder Fong Gong slammed the table and stood up from his chair. His eyes flickered with anger. This Swan Bujin is too greedy. He actually dares to ask for our clan's Theft Path True Inheritance. What ability does he have? He is just a lone cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He dares to extort our Fong clan. Damn it! He deserves death. Fong Gong was furious after hearing Fong Dichang's report. Fong Dichang, however, had already calmed down. Swan Bujin indeed has some ability. Our Fong clan recruiting Swan Bujin is also a decision made according to the current situation. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Swan Bujin is naturally very astute. Now that he is asking for the Theft Path True Inheritance, our clan cannot reject him. What? You really want to give him the Theft Path True Inheritance? That is thieving Heaven Venerable's True Inheritance. Fong Gong's eyes were wide open. Fong Dichang smiled bitterly. If we don't give it to him, he will not work. What can we do to him? Yes, he is in our clan's headquarters now. We might be able to kill him if we work together. But what about after we kill him? Without his help, it will be very difficult for me to refine Divine Bean Palace. It will take too long. Fong clan, on the other hand, is facing a lot of pressure. A rank 8 Goo Immortal has already made a move not long ago. This was done by Fong Yuan's 2 dragon generals, but it was done cleanly. Fong Dichang spent most of his energy on Divine Bean Palace. Thus he could not find out the truth. Everyone in Fong clan thought this was either one of Western Desert's super clans, a Western Desert demonic path Goo Immortal with ulterior motives, or the Celestial Court. Fong Gong was silent. He was the first Supreme Elder after all. He gradually calmed down. Fong clan's current situation indeed required Swan Bujin's help. Once Divine Bean Palace was obtained, Fong clan would be able to turn the situation around. In the future, if they repaired Fallen Flower Hall, Inquiry Dock, and the other Immortal Goo houses, Fong clan's overall strength would probably surpass most of Western Desert's Righteous Path super forces. Swan Bujin was the key to Fong clan to turn the situation around and ascend to the peak. As expected of a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, he is stuck at this juncture. This Swan Bujin has guts and ability. Fong Gong snickered. Fong Dichang understood Fong Gong hearing his words. He knew that Fong Gong agreed. Of course, after the Fong clan survived this crisis, Fang Gong would definitely punish Swan Bujin and vent his anger. Fang Dichang smiled. Actually, Swan Bujin knows his limits. He did not ask for my wisdom path inheritance, nor did he covet the secrets of my clan's immortal Gu house. If he makes these two requests, we'll really be in a difficult position. Fang clan's foundation was not the path of theft. It was never like that. The path of theft was only an accidental gain of Fang clan. It was obtained from an otherworldly demon. After so many years, Fang clan's use of this Dao thieving heaven true inheritance had reached an extreme. The theft path immortal Gu house that he used to counterattack Dong Luchan earlier was in tatters. Just this point alone was enough to explain many problems. Fang Di laughed. This Swan Bujin's wisdom path attainment is indeed deep. Not to mention that I've made a lot of progress with his help these days. Just by looking at this request of his, it was clear that he had a very precise and experienced grasp of the heat. He did not go overboard, but also obtained the greatest benefits. This is not easy to achieve. Fang Gong also laughed. You really think highly of this person, you actually praised him. Fang Dichang's eyes shined. A talent is a talent. Why would I purposely belittle him because of myself? If such a talent could really be used by our clan, that would be an extremely good thing. Fang Gong squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, "It's not easy to make a daring thing like Swan Bujin truly loyal to our clan." After some discussion, Fang clan agreed to let Fang Yuan browse the thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan soon obtained the true inheritance's contents. It was indeed a thieving heaven true inheritance. Its essence was the killer move theft path. Back then, thieving heaven demon venerable was able to create theft path because of this killer move. Evidently, this killer move had great significance. It was the origin of theft path. Fang Yuan was simply amazed when he saw it. In this true inheritance, theft path was grand and majestic. Because it was not just stealing people or objects, it was stealing the entire world. He could steal all the Dao marks in the world. Other than that, there was another content that made Fang Yuan look at it again and again, enjoying it so much that he forgot to stop. This was the theft path immortal Gu house in the thieving heaven true inheritance. Thieves Denver. Fang Yuan's theft path attainment level is at Great Grandmaster. Fang clan's Gu immortals do not have such attainment. Thus, Fang clan's advantage is in building immortal Gu houses, but they have no way to deal with this thieves' den. They can only allow it to deteriorate. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and saw the efforts of Fang clan's successive generations from the contents of thieves' den. They had tried to repair this immortal Gu house before. Even though there are many wondrous ideas, they are not compatible with theft path. They are at most superfluous. But if I were to repair it, it would be different. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved. But asking for the contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance was already his limit. Fang Yuan knew. Fang clan was about to turn hostile, but he forcibly endured it. Even if Fang clan gave the true inheritance directly, they would definitely remember this grudge. If he asked for thieves' den, it would be too much. It would greatly exceed Fang clan's foundation. They would definitely not agree to it. Moreover, as a wisdom path Gu immortal, I am too interested in theft path. This is a huge suspicious point. The reason why Fang Dichang did not suspect anything was because I had planned it well. Earlier, I stole Great Thief Ghost Hand and then used wisdom to kill Wanliang Han. These left a deep impression in Fang clan's hearts. Thus they acted naturally. But is this true inheritance the entire contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance? Fang Yuan could not tell. At least he did not see anything else in this content. But this was not certain, because Fang clan had the wisdom path great expert Fang Dichang. What if I make a move now and snatch it? Fang Yuan thought. With just his own battle strength, it was not difficult to deal with Fang clan. Even though Fang Gong was strong, and was a rare strength path rank 8 Gu immortal, he could not compare to Duke Long. There was still a gap in battle strength between him and Fang Yuan. However, the possibility of Fang Yuan making the final decision was not high. Fang Gong had once suppressed Chen Yi. His strength was at the top of rank 8. At the same time, this was Fang clan's headquarters. There were many arrangements that Fang Yuan did not know about. The biggest possibility was that a huge battle would erupt and the world would know about it. By then, not only would Feng Yuan's identity be exposed, Western Desert's Righteous Path superforces would also find the best reason to help Feng Clan exterminate the demon and attack Feng Clan. Moreover, the Celestial Court would not be idle. With such a good opportunity, they would definitely send Gu Immortals to take action. Feng Yuan thought for a long time before deciding to help Feng Dichang maintain the current situation. This was the most beneficial solution for him. After reading Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Feng Yuan no longer complained about fatigue. He worked together with Feng Dichang to forcefully refine Divine Bean Palace. At least, from the looks of it, he was doing his best. Progress was still difficult, but after accumulating time and time again, a qualitative change occurred. Divine Bean Palace's entrance opened. Gu Immortals could enter and leave freely. This was huge progress. Feng Clan was very excited. Even Feng Dichang was smiling happily. They could see Feng Clan's rise. However, the following facts were like a bucket of cold water pouring over the hearts of Feng Clan's Gu Immortals. No matter how hard Feng Dichang tried to refine Divine Bean Palace, there was no progress. This was a stark contrast to before. It seems that at this stage, Divine Bean Palace's internal structure is not what I deduced. It has undergone a huge change. We can only make progress by changing the entire Wisdom Path formation. Feng Dichang said to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. But how do we change this Wisdom Path formation? Before that, we need to probe Divine Bean Palace and understand more. Sigh, if we had a Wood Path great expert to help us, it would be much easier. Right now, with our Wisdom Path, we can only make wild guesses. Feng Dichang smiled bitterly. Other than making wild guesses, what else can we do? The matter of forcefully refining Divine Bean Palace fell into a bottleneck. Divine Bean Palace was indeed a personal creation of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The more Feng Dichang and Feng Yuan researched it, the more they felt its majesty and ingenuity. Feng Dichang racked his brains, but could not find a good solution. Feng Yuan had many ideas, but he did not mention any of them. During this period of time, he had not had the chance to use Karma Divine Tree. If he used this move, he would definitely be able to open up a new situation. Sitting here and thinking is not in line with my cultivation path. I should go out and relax. Maybe I will get some inspiration. Feng Yuan retreated in order to advance. He took the initiative to leave. Feng Dichang and Feng Gongku could not make him stay. They also needed Swan Bujin's help in the future, so they could only let Feng Yuan leave. Feng Yuan left Feng Clan and entered Green Ghost Desert on the surface, but he was secretly exploring dream realms. During this period of time, his transaction with Chi Chuyu continued. He also used Second Aperture Mortal Gu to extort Southern Border's Righteous Path to collect dream realms for Wood Path. Without the help of a Wood Path great expert? No problem. I can become a Wood Path great expert myself. Isn't that enough? Feng Yuan's method of breaking out of this situation was simple and violent. These Wood Path dream realms could not stump him. In terms of experience in exploring dream realms, Feng Yuan was already the #1 person in the world. People like Duke Long did not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Feng Yuan's Wood Path attainment level had always been ordinary. He did not have any in-depth contact with it in the 500 years of his previous life. But not long after, he became a Wood Path Master. Several days passed in the outside world. He became a Wood Path Grandmaster. The dream realms in his hands were used up again. Feng Yuan was filled with confidence. He would research Karma Divine Tree and Divine Bean Palace again. Immediately, countless plans appeared in his mind. Most of them were feasible. It seems I need to modify Karma Divine Tree. But to modify this killer move, I need to refine suitable Wood Path Immortal Gu. The current Wood Path Immortal Gu are not suitable. Feng Yuan was hesitant. If he wanted to refine Wood Path Immortal Gu, it was possible. After all, he had Langya's sect. But in that case, he could not refine Luck Path Immortal Gu. The two Eastern Sea Immortals soul-searched Fengzheng and told Qi Ancestor about it. Thus, Feng Yuan knew about Celestial Court scheme. He also knew about Qin Ding Ling. From the Hairy Man Gu Immortals refining Luck Path Immortal Gu, he deduced that Celestial Court was also fighting to refine Luck Path Immortal Gu. Even though most of them could not win against Feng Yuan, Celestial Court still managed to get a small portion. Now that they were changing their target and refining wood path immortal goo on a large scale, it meant that Feng Yuan was giving up on refining luck path immortal goo. But if he insisted on refining luck path immortal goo, Feng Yuan could only rely on Karma Divine Tree to subdue Divine Bean Palace. It would be very difficult. Chapter 1871. Feng Yuan placed great importance on this premonition. In the previous life, he had accidentally witnessed the activation of Tao Zhu's true inheritance in the 5 regional mountain range, but he did not succeed. After that, he had a similar feeling. He knew that he had missed a huge opportunity. And if he missed this opportunity, he would feel great regret in the future. As expected, in the Battle of Central Continent, the 5 regional limit formation played a crucial role. If Feng Yuan had this method, not only would he be able to deal with star constellation Immortal Venerable's continuous formation, he could even use 5 restriction profound light chi to deal with heroes among people. And this time, facing Divine Bean Palace, this feeling appeared again. But different from the premonition in the previous life, this premonition came before I made my choice, while in the previous life, I only sensed it after I lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Is this also a form of progress? If this is a form of progress, then what is the reason for this progress? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Feng Yuan was very interested in the premonition itself. But he was even more interested in what caused this premonition. After deducing, Feng Yuan found the answer: attainment levels. My wisdom path attainment level should be the main reason. Wisdom path masters can produce intuition, while wisdom path grandmasters can comprehend by analogy. Wisdom path Gu immortals cultivate thoughts, wills, and emotions. The appearance of any emotion is a premonition. It has great significance and is different from Gu immortals of other paths. Next is luck path. Luck path is about change. My luck path attainment level is at master level. I can also produce intuition. Next is time path. In the previous life, when I sensed that I had lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance, my time path attainment level had already shown its effect. This time, my time path attainment level is quasi-supreme grandmaster, so I can sense certain situations in the future. It is precisely because of this change that I now have a premonition in advance, and understand the importance of this choice. The increase in time path attainment level caused the relationship between premonition and events to change. This was a qualitative change. Finally, wood path attainment level. Because this matter concerns Divine Bean Palace, my wood path attainment level was very ordinary, so my premonition was not very sensitive. When I became a wood path grandmaster, my premonition finally filled up the last piece and condensed it into form. Wisdom path realm, luck path realm, time path realm, wood path realm. These 4 realms complemented each other and formed a miraculous premonition. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this. As of now, Feng Yuan was probably the only one who cultivated in all kinds of schools. More accurately speaking, in the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. He also had the Sovereign Immortal Body. It was hard to say in the future. In the future, dream realms would appear everywhere. Gu immortals could use dream realms to rapidly raise their attainment levels of all sorts of paths. When these realms were combined, they might be able to get a premonition. Feng Yuan continued to analyze. The foundation of premonition is wisdom path attainment level. The level of time path attainment determined whether it was a premonition or a premonition. Luck path realm can make me more sensitive to certain changes. As for wood path and other paths, they are within the range of premonition. My premonition this time is because my wood path attainment level has risen. That's why I have such a clear premonition. In the future, if I make up for the other paths, I will be able to premonition all sorts of things. What kind of attainment level is that? A phrase flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. Omniscience and omnipotence. No, it is not omnipotence, but omniscience can be achieved. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. When the attainment level of all paths reached a certain level, they could have premonitions that encompassed all things. This level of premonition was close to omniscience. If I can develop an outstanding cultivation level of all paths on the basis of the sovereign immortal body, wouldn't I be close to omnipotence? Omniscience and omnipotence. Fong Yuan muttered, his heart shuddered as his eyes shined with bright light. If I reach this level, I will definitely be able to see the path to eternal life clearly. Fong Yuan was secretly excited. Even though he had rich experiences and had been reborn many times, his past experiences were no longer of much help to him. Most of the time, he needed to explore and practice many things. For example, his rank 9 venerable cultivation level. Fong Yuan's Dao marks had already broken through the limit of rank 8, after annexing Xixiang Grotto Heaven. His calamities and tribulations should have jumped out of the range of rank 8. But he did not advance to rank 9. He needed to explore how to become a rank 9. And now, from this premonition, he found out the profundities of the various attainment levels. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected harvest of dual cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might stop at this level, but Fong Yuan found out the hope of eternal life from it. Venerables could not achieve eternal life. Fong Yuan only had the goal of eternal life. As for how to achieve this goal, he did not have any concept or feasible ideas. Finally, on this day, he figured out a possible path to immortality from a small premonition. Even though I do not know how to achieve eternal life, omniscience and omnipotence are the cornerstones. Next, I need to destroy Fate Gu and make eternal life a possibility. Next, I need to work hard to achieve omniscience and omnipotence. To achieve omniscience, I need to explore dream realms and raise the attainment levels of all paths. To achieve omnipotence, I need to rely on the sovereign immortal body to cultivate all paths and have a firm grasp of all methods. Be it omniscience or omnipotence, just this alone would allow him to surpass all the predecessors in history. Even those venerables only cultivated 2 or 3 paths, they could not reach the realm of omniscience. Even though their abilities were extraordinary, and even Fong Yuan could not understand them, without the sovereign immortal body, they could not achieve omnipotence. If Fong Yuan could achieve omniscience and omnipotence, he would definitely surpass all the venerables. By then, venerables might not be able to achieve eternal life, but he might be able to. Wait a moment. The prophecy of 3 venerables clearly stated that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would become the strongest venerable. Is it because she will reach the realm of omniscience? This was very likely. Great Dream Immortal Venerable was definitely a great expert in dream realm exploration. Her attainment levels of all paths were extraordinary. She had a very high standard. Thus, it was not strange for her to achieve omniscience. Fong Yuan's heart jumped. He had a new and deeper understanding of the prophecy of 3 venerables and the future. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. His battle strength could rival Duke Long. He was already at the peak of this world. However, towards this world, towards the future, he was still minuscule. He needed to learn and understand many things. There were still countless aspects that he needed to grow in. Omniscience and omnipotence was too high of a goal. It could scare people to death. Most people would feel suffocated from despair if they saw this. They would not even have the slightest thought of trying. But Fong Yuan's inexhaustible fighting spirit was ignited. This way, all the conflicts, all the hard work, my life will be filled with color. Several days later. Langya blessed land. Quick, quick, increase the intensity of the fire. Langya white-haired land spirit urged while controlling the long hair refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of controlling the fire immediately used all his strength to increase the intensity of the fire. But land spirit of Langya felt it was not enough, he shouted. The fire needs to be even bigger, even bigger. But Lord, this is already the biggest fire. The hairy man Gu immortal shouted. Land spirit of Langya was experienced. He thought of a method with a turn of his eyes. He ordered. 6th hair, activate the wind formation in the formation. We will use wind to push the fire. 8th hair, use a refinement path killer move to pull out the remnant wind and purify the incomplete immortal Gu. With wind, there would be the pollution of wind path Dao marks. Thus, they needed to purify it before the immortal Gu refinement could proceed smoothly. Land spirit of Langya made precise arrangements. He was busy but not chaotic. A moment later, the refinement path formation shook. A rainbow light burst out, charging into the sky before vanishing. The formation stopped working. A brand new wood path immortal Gu was refined. It's a success again this time. As expected of Lord Land Spirit of Langya. The hairy Mangu immortals were overjoyed. They praised endlessly. Land Spirit of Langia, however, sighed. It is all thanks to Master's Gu recipe. Fong Yuan had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment in Refinement Path and Wood Path Grandmaster attainment. The Wood Path Immortal Gu recipe he modified had reached an extremely high level. Adding on Land Spirit of Langia's peak level Refinement Path attainment, he could get twice the result with half the effort. The success rate was very high. The other hairy Mangu immortals felt the same way. Lord Land Spirit is right. All along, the success rate of Immortal Gu refinement has been too low. It is limited by Refinement Path attainment and Gu recipes. Most Gu immortals do not cultivate Refinement Path. They do not even cultivate Refinement Path as a secondary path. Their Refinement Path attainment is unimaginable. As for modifying Gu recipes, not only does it require the corresponding attainment level, it also requires Refinement Path attainment and Wisdom Path deduction attainment. Refining Immortal Gu had always been a huge trap, but for Fong Yuan, it gradually became a common thing. This was because Fong Yuan had Wisdom Path methods like the Light of Wisdom. He also had Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level in Refinement Path. His attainment levels in other paths were also not small. Thus, the several obstacles that had been restricting the refinement of Immortal Gu were now non-existent for Fong Yuan. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was very fast. After so many days, Fong Yuan obtained several Wood Path Immortal Gu. He chose Wood Path in the end. He refined them on his own side. Actually, there were many Wood Path Gu immortals in Southern Border. They also had many Wood Path Immortal Gu, but Fong Yuan did not extort them. Southern Border's Righteous Path was now setting up beacon towers on a large scale. They were also gradually integrating and cooperating with the Celestial Court. They were restraining Fong Yuan's businesses in Jewel Yellow Skies. This situation had occurred in the previous life as well. It showed that Wu Yong was gradually putting in effort to unify the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path. If Fong Yuan extorted Southern Border's Righteous Path Wood Path Immortal Gu, the Celestial Court would definitely find out. Fairy Myrtle would have doubts. Fong Yuan is collecting Wood Path Immortal materials. Is he trying to develop in Wood Path? He wants to refine Wood Path Immortal Gu? What is he trying to do? The Celestial Court was paying close attention to Fong Clan because of Divine Bean Palace. Chapter 1872. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path great expert. She had Star Constellation chessboard. She was likely to deduce Fong Yuan's actions in Fong Clan and interfere. There was a similar situation in the past. Fong Yuan cultivated Chi Path and wanted to collect Chi Path immortal materials. He did not extort them from Southern Border's Righteous Path. But when he arrived in Eastern Sea, Duke Long pointed out the connection between Qi Sea ancestor and Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was shocked. If Fong Yuan had extorted Chi Path immortal materials from Southern Border's Righteous Path during the contest for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Fong Yuan's true colors. Being able to deceive Duke Long was a close shave. It was just a step away. Many times in life, one could not be greedy for convenience. One had to look far ahead. If Fong Yuan had been greedy for convenience and directly extorted Chi Path immortal materials from Southern Border's Righteous Path, the Celestial Court might have recognized Qi Sea ancestors' true identity. That way, Fong Yuan would not have obtained a portion of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Chi Path true inheritance. Fong Yuan had a vigilant nature. All of his risks, unless he had no other choice, were usually planned out before taking action. He struggled for hundreds of years. He walked countless paths. He experienced life and death situations. He moved between Venerables and Providence's struggles. He finally reached his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were wealth in life. With such energy, Fong Yuan would not act arrogantly and lose his composure. Stability, everything depended on stability. During the contest for Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, Fong Yuan obtained Feng Jing's information. He knew that he had interfered with him twice. He even knew of Qin Dingling's existence. Qin Dingling was a person from Giant Sun Immortal's era, Central Continent's Immortal Empress. She cultivated Metal Path before focusing on Luck Path. She had been in hibernation for 300,000 years. According to Fong Yuan's deductions, Qin Dingling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster was not impossible. The other party had such luck path attainment level. Even if he only refined 2 or 3 luck path immortal goo, it would be enough to modify killer moves and form a rich and comprehensive luck path method. In this situation, the tactic of refining luck path immortal goo was meaningless. Previously, Fang Yuan had focused on investing in luck path because the Celestial Court's foundation in luck path was weak. Fang Yuan's investment was worth 10 times more. Now that he had invested, the returns would be very worrying. Just like before, Fang Yuan had mastered the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, but he did not choose to invest in the Soul Dao. Even Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. This Soul Path true inheritance had little value. It was extremely likely that the Celestial Court would be able to break and restrain the strength of the Soul Path. After considering these aspects, Fang Yuan chose to stop using Luck Path Goo refinement and turn to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace could greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. The Celestial Court had always been Fang Yuan's greatest obstacle. To stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Goo, it was not just a battle, it involved information, disguise, misdirection, Goo refinement, resources, and all other aspects of competition. Only by assessing the opponent's trump cards could he deal with them calmly. Thus, information was very important. In history, there were many famous battles. Some victories seemed simple and easy, but in fact there were many secret contests, early preparations, and racking one's brains to think about it. A brainless person would only be killed by others. A foolish person would not be able to go far. Since the ratio of input and output in Luck Path had changed greatly, Fang Yuan's timely change was a way to stop losses. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan no longer hesitated, he chose this path. Time passed, the outside world of the 5 regions was calm, but undercurrents were surging. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, because the time flow was much faster, it was changing rapidly. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture was developing further. After annexing Qi Sea Grotto Heaven, he obtained 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. It had already deeply influenced all aspects of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Right now, there were large amounts of clouds floating in the mini 9 heavens. These clouds had different colors. Mini Yellow Heaven had yellow clouds. Mini White Heaven had white clouds. Next, a portion of these clouds would condense into clumps and form clouds. Fang Yuan had originally planned to bring in clouds, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's natural development was already very good. Fang Yuan did not have to invest a lot of resources. Dao marks are the foundation of the Immortal Aperture's development. With these 1,000,000 Dao marks, just the Immortal Aperture's natural development can produce all sorts of beneficial changes. Of course, there are risks. During this process, I need to pay attention and make timely adjustments to prevent these changes from endangering the ecology. Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture was too spacious. The sudden addition of 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks would spread out, and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could bear it on its own. In the mini 5 regions, Qi currents were also forming in many places. There were some famous mountain peaks in the little southern border that were covered in mist. Kokitahara's sky was covered in a large area of frost and snow Qi. Mini Western Desert was steaming hot. There were many Qi whirlpools in mini Central Continent. The true growth was in the 2 most basic Qi, Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Fang Yuan could clearly sense that deep underground in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, there was already a considerable amount of Earth Qi accumulated. In the sky, the vast amount of Heaven Qi was spreading out, but it was not as obvious as the Earth Qi gathering together. If Heaven Qi continued to grow, the mini 9 heavens would become even more cloudy. At the same time, a thin Qi membrane would form in the mini 9 heavens. If this Qi membrane continued to grow, it would eventually become a heavenly wind Qi wall. And Earth Qi had 2 directions of development. One was for Fang Yuan to ignore it and let the Earth Qi condense into a lump. This lump of Earth Qi would accumulate together. After a long period of time, it would form some underground caves. And these caves would be filled with Earth Qi. Anything that entered would be infected by the Earth Qi and turned into a stone statue. If this Earth Qi was too dense, it would form Earth Qi sandstorms and make the environment more dangerous. But Earth Qi sandstorms would continue to produce large amounts of Earth Path immortal materials. The second direction was for Fang Yuan to carefully channel this huge lump of Earth Qi. Around it, tunnels were created and dug, allowing the earth chi to flow and scatter in all directions. By distributing the earth chi to all parts of the immortal aperture, there would be no earth chi sandstorms. This would make the soil of the mini-5 regions more fertile. There would be more crops, minerals, and other resources. And those thin and long tunnels that were used to clear the earth chi would be eroded by the earth chi and gradually expand. They would be filled with earth path Dao marks and eventually form earth trenches. These two directions had their pros and cons. Fang Yuan did not think. He chose the second option. He did not lack earth path immortal materials. Digging the tunnels and creating the future earth trenches would improve the entire sovereign immortal aperture. It would greatly expand its development prospects. Fang Yuan had delegated the development of the sovereign immortal aperture to his subordinates. These Gu immortals would not slack off. As for Fang Yuan's main body, he was working hard to cultivate Karma Divine Tree. Originally, Karma Divine Tree was something that Fang Yuan had barely pieced together. It used the rank 7 mature bamboo immortal Gu as the core, and the other rank 6 wood path immortal Gu as supplementary. He lacked the core rule path immortal Gu cause, and wood path immortal Gu effect. Fang Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. Back then, because he lacked wood path immortal Gu and wood path attainment level, Fang Yuan did not put much effort into this. Because of this, the steps became more complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree took a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. Not just that, the rank 7 core immortal Gu Karma Divine Tree killer move's power had fallen to rank 6. After Fang Yuan's hard work, Karma Divine Tree's 2 core immortal Gu, cause and effect, were still lacking. Back then, mature bamboo immortal Gu had already been replaced with a more orthodox wood path immortal Gu. At the same time, because of Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level, Karma Divine Tree itself was greatly improved. Now that Fang Yuan used this move, not only did the preparation time decrease greatly, it could be used in battle. Its power also rose to rank 7. This move is clearly not enough to deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. It can at most bully rank 7s. The most important thing is to subdue Divine Being Palace. As for Karma Relocation, I cannot restore it for now. With Karma Divine Tree, Fang Yuan was eager to try it. As long as he used this move, Divine Being Palace would definitely have a huge breakthrough and progress. However, Divine Being Palace was in Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Yuan had been assisting Fang Dichang. He had been in contact with Divine Being Palace day and night, but did not have a good opportunity. How could he fight for and create such an opportunity? Before Fang Yuan solved this problem, Fang Dichang invited him to return to Fang Clan. In fact, while Fang Yuan was cultivating wood path outside, Fang Clan had been urging him to return several times. But this time, Fang Dichang personally sent a letter. Unlike the previous times, Fang Dichang clearly told Fang Yuan that he had already found a way to refine Divine Being Palace. As long as he followed this method, he would definitely be able to refine Divine Being Palace and obtain this immortal Gu house. Not only did this arouse Fang Yuan's curiosity, Fang Dichang also made a breakthrough? What is going on? Fang Yuan disguised as Swan Bujin again and returned to Fang Clan. This is my plan. What do you think, brother Swan Bujin? Fang Dichang informed Fang Yuan of his plan and asked. Fang Yuan pondered. Fang Dichang was worthy of being a wisdom path great grandmaster. He really thought of a feasible method. That was to use a house to destroy a house. Fang Dichang's plan was to temporarily build an immortal Gu house in Divine Being Palace. This immortal Gu house would first deduce and probe before self-destructing, erupting with an extremely powerful force to break through Divine Being Palace's internal defenses. Fang Clan was not like Fang Yuan, who could break through in wood path in a short period of time and become a wood path grandmaster. But Fang Dichang made full use of Fang Clan's advantage to resist Divine Being Palace. But if we attack it like this, Divine Being Palace will probably be incomplete. Fang Yuan said. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. There is no other way. Fang Clan's situation is worsening day by day, but as long as we refine Divine Being Palace and keep the secret of its incomplete state, who would know about it? Fang Yuan frowned. The first step is to build an immortal Gu house in Divine Being Palace. Even though this is difficult, with our foundation, we should be able to do it. But what next? To probe the deeper mysteries of Divine Bean Palace, we need a Goo Immortal to guard the immortal Goo House in the palace and resist Divine Bean Palace at all times, activating the immortal Goo House according to Divine Bean Palace's operations. Then on this foundation, under the premise that the Goo Immortal cannot stop activating the immortal Goo House for even a moment, they can self-destruct the immortal Goo House to destroy a portion of Divine Bean Palace and make it defenseless. But wouldn't the Goo Immortals inside the immortal Goo House be in danger? Saying so, Feng Yuan's gaze became sharp as he looked at Feng Dichang. The best choice to control the immortal Goo House was undoubtedly Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. That was Feng Yuan and Feng Dichang. Who should he send? Feng Yuan immediately understood why Feng Clan insisted on his return. He would not do such a dangerous thing. Feng Dichang naturally knew what Feng Yuan was thinking. He smiled. Don't worry, brother, we will not let you control the immortal Goo House alone. We will cooperate during the entire process. After we succeed, Feng Clan will not mistreat you. Feng Yuan pondered. I can agree, but I need to participate in the entire process of constructing the immortal Goo House. Feng Dichang's eyes shined with bright light. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's fine. Come, let's start now. Constructing the immortal Goo House inside the hall was not easy. It was much more difficult than setting up a formation within a formation. Many times, the immortal Goo House that was constructed would collapse mysteriously. Feng Clan's losses were not small, but thankfully, they had deep foundations in this aspect. Adding on the fact that Feng Yuan occasionally contributed some correct ideas, the immortal Goo House was finally constructed successfully. Feng Dichang and Feng Yuan entered the round tent-like immortal Goo House and started to probe the mysteries of Divine Bean Palace's internal workings. With this immortal Goo House, there was indeed huge progress. Not long after, Feng Dichang felt that the time was ripe. He said to Feng Yuan, "We can proceed to the final step. Are you ready?" "Yes." Feng Yuan nodded. "That's good." Feng Dichang said as he activated the immortal Goo House. Chains shot out from the four walls and instantly bound Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was pale with fright. "Second Elder, what are you doing?" Feng Dichang looked at him deeply, saying with deep meaning, "Brother Swan Bujin, Feng Clan will not forget your contribution." "So that's it. Is this immortal Goo House going to self-destruct? You want to destroy me?" Feng Yuan suddenly came to a realization. "The immortal Goo House still needs to be destroyed," Feng Dichang said. "But if we simply destroy the immortal Goo House, the power that will erupt will only be a motley crew. Only by sacrificing a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal like you can I break through my bottleneck and reach a higher Wisdom Path level in a short period of time. I use the power of the self-destruction to restrain Divine Bean Palace and subdue it in one fell swoop. Brother Swan Bujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Feng Clan's situation. For the sake of Feng Clan's future, please die." Saying so, Feng Dichang bowed deeply towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Feng Dichang's expression turned cold. "You are also a member of Feng Clan. Your death is a worthy one. Rest in peace." Chapter 1873. Feng Gong was hiding near Divine Bean Palace with a worried expression. "What's going on? Why is there no movement in Divine Bean Palace? Did something happen?" Feng Gong calculated the time. Feng Dichang's scheme against Feng Yuan was not his own doing. He had already discussed it with Feng Gong and the rest. In order to prevent the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Swan Bujin from getting suspicious, Feng Gong had been hiding outside the palace to prevent any accidents from happening. First Supreme Elder, don't be anxious. Second Supreme Elder acted after planning. His strength is higher than that Swan Bujin. Together with the immortal formation outside the palace and the immortal Goo House inside the palace, there is no doubt he could defeat Swan Bujin. Furthermore, if anything happens to Second Supreme Elder, and you cannot control the situation, you will definitely send a message. Third Supreme Elder consoled from the side. He was an old man with white hair, and wore a yellow robe. "You said it." Feng Gong nodded. Right at this time, with a loud sound, Divine Bean Palace exploded. Feng Gong and Feng Huasheng looked at each other. The latter blurted out, "They attacked." The immortal Gu house self-destructed. Let's go take a look. Fang Gong moved quickly, rushing into Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace's entrance was originally closed, but Fang Dichang had already refined it to a certain extent with Fang Yuan's help, allowing Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng to directly barge in. Second Supreme Elder. Fang Gong entered the palace and his gaze focused. He saw a bloodied and heavily injured Fang Dichang lying in the wreckage of an immortal Gu house. Second Supreme Elder, are you alright? Hang in there. Fang Huasheng also rushed over and used healing methods. He was the Gu immortal most skilled in healing among Fang clan's Gu immortals. Sure enough, after receiving his healing, Fang Dichang recovered, his mind was roused and he could speak now. He spoke weakly. That Swan Bujin still had hidden strength. Even though I successfully ambushed him, I was also counterattacked. I need to rest for some time. As for Divine Bean Palace, before Fang Dichang finished speaking, Fang Gong raised his hand to stop him. Second Supreme Elder, don't mention Divine Bean Palace. You are the brains of our Fang clan. You are the strategist. Fang clan cannot do without you. Quickly let Third Supreme Elder heal your injuries. Fang Gong's words were very heartwarming. Fang Huasheng also chimed in. Second Elder, don't try to be brave. Your injury is not light. It's better to listen to Grand Elder. Come, let me help you back to the secret room. Let me treat you with all my strength. Okay. Fang Dichang weakly closed his eyes after saying this. He was brought to the secret chamber and received emergency treatment from Fang Huasheng. The treatment process lasted for 1 day and 2 nights. With the results of the treatment, Fang Huasheng came to report to Fang Gong alone. How's the situation? Fang Gong asked. Fang Huasheng said, there shouldn't be a problem if I report it to Grand First Elder. I've checked Second Elder's bloodline, soul, and body and they're all genuine. Adding on the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in the Ancestral Hall, there are no abnormalities. Second Elder should still be himself. It turned out that Fang Huasheng was not only treating Fang Dichang, he was also carrying the secret mission of investigating Fang Dichang's identity. Fang Gong nodded. Of course I trust Second Elder, but the necessary checks are indispensable. Why did Southern Border's righteous Dao become the laughingstock of the 5 regions? They were the ones who let Fang Yuan sneak in. Although Swan Bujin is not a demon on the level of Fang Yuan, he is a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. We have not thoroughly investigated his methods yet. We can't be too careful. Moreover, the Second Elder requested me to set up this identity test before the operation. Fang Huasheng smiled. You two are worrying too much. In my opinion, that Swan Bujin might be a wisdom path rank 7 expert, but he is a lone cultivator after all. His foundation is limited. Our Fang clan is a super force, but we used all our strength to scheme against him, and even destroyed an immortal Gu house that we just created. We spared no expense. With such a difference in strength, it is not difficult to get rid of Swan Bujin. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I did not see Swan Bujin's corpse or soul. That's why I have some doubts. Fang Gong's gaze was slightly dark. Ha ha ha. The other party is wisdom path, not transformation path. Even if Second Elder did not tell me the details, I can roughly guess it. It must be that Swan Bujin's last-minute counterattack was extremely powerful, causing an even more intense collision and explosion, causing his corpse and soul to vanish. Fang Huasheng said. On the bed, Fang Dichang opened his eyes. It has been a day and a night since Fang Huasheng's report. It seems I deceived him. Fang Dichang thought to himself. He was no longer the real Fang Dichang, but a clone of Fang Yuan. Rewinding time to the moment when Fang Dichang schemed. Brother Swan Bujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Fang Clan's situation. For the sake of Fang Clan's future, please die. Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. You are also a member of Fang Clan. You died a worthy death. Rest in peace. The moment he said so, he activated his final method. There was no movement. Fang Dichang was slightly stunned before activating again. There was still no movement. What's going on? Fong Dichang's pupils shrunk. He quickly inspected and his expression changed. He looked at Fong Yuan in disbelief. You actually interfered with this immortal goo house. The panic on Fong Yuan's face disappeared. He showed a sinister smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Oh, that's right. This is terrible. You found out. How can this be? I personally controlled the entire formation. You only made a few suggestions. Fong Dichang said this with a horrified expression. Don't tell me. Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan clapped. As expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster. You reacted so quickly. That's right. Even though I only made a few suggestions, you accepted them all. The immortal goo house created according to these suggestions is compatible with Divine Bean Palace in many aspects. You set up the goo formation outside the palace and the goo house inside the palace to infiltrate Divine Bean Palace and forcefully refine it. But from another perspective, Divine Bean Palace has also infiltrated your goo formation and goo house. And I can influence Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was like a treasure chest, it was locked. Meanwhile, Fong Clan's goo formation and goo house were like iron bars that were inserted into the cracks of the treasure chest's lid. With great force, one could break the lock of the treasure chest and open the lid. But at the same time, the treasure chest that was Divine Bean Palace was like a huge mouth that bit down on the iron bars. What Fong Yuan was doing now was influencing this Divine Bean Palace to exert force and bite down on the iron bars. This created the current situation. Fong Dichang had already activated his method, but there was no reaction. Fong Dichang urged Fong Yuan firmly. Who in the world are you? It is not easy to do this. First, you need to have extremely high formation path attainment. Secondly, you need to have a secret method to influence Divine Bean Palace. Fong Yuan smiled. Even though his wisdom path attainment level was lower than Fong Dichang, he was a grandmaster after all. He was also a grandmaster in formation path. This was dual grandmaster attainment level. Thus, when Fong Dichang changed the immortal formation outside the palace and set up the immortal goo house inside the palace, he had already seen through Fong Dichang's scheme. Fong Yuan was not angry, he was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and beat Fong Dichang at his own game. Fong Dichang thought the situation was under his control, but Fong Yuan had already seen through him. Immortal killer move Karma Divine Tree. Green smoke rose from Fong Yuan's shoulders and head, forming a huge divine tree. The divine tree was lush and green, there were a few fruits on the leaves. Instantly, Divine Bean Palace started to shake. Fong Dichang stared with wide eyes. He was shocked and furious, pointing at Fong Yuan. So you sided with the Celestial Court? You despicable scoundrel. He was familiar with the killer move Karma Divine Tree, because he had once fought with Chen Yi. He had personally seen this killer move. Now that he saw this move, he did not think of Fong Yuan immediately. He felt that Swan Bujin sided with the Celestial Court, and that Celestial Court gave Karma Divine Tree to him to retrieve Divine Bean Palace. Ever since Fong Clan snatched Divine Bean Palace and chased away Chen Yi, they had always treated the Celestial Court as their main enemy. Sweat appeared on Fong Dichang's forehead. He was scared, because he naturally thought, if this was really the Celestial Court scheme, then Swan Bujin definitely had reinforcements. Maybe the rank 8 Gu immortals of the Celestial Court were already hiding outside their blessed land. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Fong Yuan did not explain. He activated Karma Divine Tree. This was the first time he was using this move openly. Fong Yuan soon realized that Divine Bean Palace was responding to this move. It gradually let down its guard and started to accept him as the killer move's owner. Soon, Fong Dichang was unable to move. Immortal Gu houses had the effect of imprisoning Gu immortals. This ability was originally used by Fong Dichang to deal with Swan Bujin, but Fong Yuan's influence was much greater than Fong Dichang's. He used Divine Bean Palace's pressure to make Fong Dichang a prisoner in a cage. Good Swan Bujin. I admit defeat, kill me. Fong Dichang sneered. He did not fear death. At the juncture of life and death, he displayed his demeanor. Fong Yuan also sneered. You want to use your death to trigger a mutation in Life Tablet Gu and notify Fong Gong and the rest? This spirit is admirable, but I will not fall for it. I will extract your soul and use my split soul to occupy your body. Your body will not die and your soul will not perish, so Life Tablet Gu will not mutate. From now on, This Fong Dichong clone will replace the real you and infiltrate Fong clan. I will search your soul clean. I will know all your experiences, memories and information. Impossible. Forget about it. Fong Dichong snorted coldly. Do you think you can't inspect a soul that has been split? The situation of my soul has already been recorded in Fong clan. Any abnormalities will be your weakness. Moreover, you have too little time. Before taking action, I had already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and the rest. Once the time limit is up and they do not see me, they will immediately rush over to reinforce me. By then, even if you have reinforcements from Celestial Court, how many rounds can you last? The furious First Supreme Elder Fong Gong will definitely turn you into mincemeat first. So Swanbujin, cooperate with my Fong clan. Celestial Court is using you to execute this plan. Even though it involved me, it is completely disregarding your life. Fong Dichong said. He was worthy of being a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His words were sharp and logical. He actually instigated Fong Yuan to betray him. His words were very reasonable. Fong Yuan smiled without saying anything. He looked deeply at Fong Dichong. Fong Dichong had been staring at Fong Yuan all along. Seeing his expression changed again. Because he thought of an even more shocking truth. You beat me at my own game. You are so confident, there must be a reason. To complete this plan, you need to have deep attainments in Formation Path and Wisdom Path, as well as outstanding methods in Soul Path. No, you are not sent by Celestial Court. You are Fong Yuan. Fong Dicheng's expression was pale. He realized. The other party had Karma Divine Tree. It was not necessarily Celestial Court, because Chunyi was killed by Fong Yuan. This matter was exposed by Fong Yuan himself long ago, and the whole world knew about it. Clap, clap, clap. Fong Yuan applauded. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fong Dichong blinked and swallowed his saliva. Fong Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to go to this extent. Please believe in our Fong clan's strength and sincerity. Ugh. Fong Dicheng's eyes suddenly widened. He was speechless. Veins bulged on his forehead. His face was red. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing his throat and nose. He could not breathe. While talking to him, Fong Yuan had been exerting his strength to influence Divine Bean Palace. Finally, this influence reached a qualitative change. Fong Yuan, everything can be discussed. Fong Yuan shook his head with a smile. As a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, it is a pity to die. But you know too much. Chapter 1874. Fong Clan's Headquarters. Fong Dichong was lying on the bed. His expression was still pale. A young rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside the bed. It was Fong Yin. Fong Yin was Fong Dicheng's adopted son. He was indeed very young with a handsome face and starry eyes. Right now, his face was filled with concern as he bowed. Father, you are heavily injured. You need to recuperate properly. What can I do for you? Please give the order. Fong Yin did not know that the father in front of him was someone else. It was a clone of Fong Yuan. In a sense, Fong Yuan could be considered as Fong Yun's father's murderer. Fong Yun was acknowledging a traitor as his father. Fong Dichong coughed and waved his hand weakly. Yun no need to pretend. Do you think I don't know your temperament? Come sit here, don't be reserved. Hearing this, Fong Yun's expression immediately relaxed. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his eyebrows. He smiled and sat on the bedside. Father, I was really scared by you. I didn't expect you to play so big this time. It was really too risky. It is a pity that Senior Swanbujin actually lost his life. Saying this, Fong Yun showed a sorrowful expression. Fong Yuan had once saved Fong Yun's life by pretending to be Swanbujin. Fong Yun had always been grateful for this and respected Swanbujin greatly. But this time, Fong Dicheng's plan did not tell Fong Yun the truth. The people who killed Swanbujin were only Fong clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder. This plan did not need too many people, especially involving Fong Yun. Swanbujin interacted with Fong Yun often. He was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. If Fong Yun knew the truth, with his temperament and shrewdness, he would easily be exposed. Fong Dichong was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He took care of such details very well. In all fairness, if it were any other Gu immortal, they might really die in Fang Dichang's hands. Even if it was Fang Yuan, if he did not have the premonition earlier that caused Fang Yuan to raise the killer move Karma Divine Tree, he would also feel troubled. Fang Dichang did not make any mistake, he had already overestimated Swan Bujin. But when he found out Swan Bujin's true identity, he instantly realized that he had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. Actually, not just Fang Dichang. Even the Wisdom Path great expert of the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had underestimated Fang Yuan. Even the current Gu immortals of the 5 regions greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. They all thought that Fang Yuan still had rank 7 cultivation level. In fact, Fang Yuan had become rank 8 long ago. He even used Qi Si ancestor's identity to cheat a portion of Primordial Origin's Qi Path true inheritance from Duke Long. And Fang Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation level. The Gu formation and Gu house he relied on were completely understood by Fang Yuan. At the same time, Divine Bean Palace became Fang Yuan's helper. Fang Dichang originally treated Swan Bujin as a crocodile. He did not expect the crocodile to be a ferocious dragon. Therefore he was defeated. If he fell too hard, once he made a mistake, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Yin Er, come give me your hand. Fang Dichang said. Fang Yun was confused, but he did not want to disobey his father's orders, so he obediently extended his hand. In the end, Fang Dichang gave him all 3 immortal Gu. Father, what are you doing? Fang Yun was greatly shocked. I intend to pass the Wisdom Path inheritance to you. Fang Dichang said. Fang Yun was dazed. But father, I cultivate Cloud Path, not Wisdom Path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate Cloud Path before? Fang Dichang nodded. I allowed you to cultivate Cloud Path because your nature was carefree and lazy. It suited Cloud Path itself. But Cloud Path is only a small path. It cannot compare to Wisdom Path in the end. Most importantly, after this matter, I have been reflecting on my actions these days. Friend Swan Bujin's death is the best warning for me. I need to find a Wisdom Path inheritor for the clan. If anything happens to me, there will be a junior to replace me. Father, don't say that it's unexpected, Fang Yun said. Fate is unpredictable. What accidents cannot happen? Life is full of accidents. I am heavily injured and bedridden now. This is something I did not expect. Moreover, you know our Fang clan's current situation. I need to make plans for the future of Fang clan. Fang Dichang said earnestly. Fang Yun nodded, showing a rare solemn expression on his face. Father, you are right. In that case, I will change to Wisdom Path. Fang Dichang nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son. I know you are not suited for Wisdom Path. Cloud Path is the most suitable for you. If I want to make plans for the clan, I will not leave you out. So father's arrangement is to pass the Wisdom Path inheritance to you first. You do not need to change to Wisdom Path. After all, you already have a foundation in Cloud Path. If you change, it will be very troublesome and the losses will be huge. Currently, you only need to grasp this Wisdom Path inheritance. In the future, if the situation becomes dangerous and you need to sacrifice yourself, change your cultivation path. If I pass away one day, you will choose a suitable inheritor and pass down this Wisdom Path inheritance. Understand? Father, your arrangement is too wise. I understand. Fang Yun smiled. Not letting him change to Wisdom Path made him feel relaxed. Let's go, rascal, I need to rest. Go and experience these 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu first. Senior Swan Bujin's distracting thought Immortal Gu is inside. Although he is dead, I need to leave his inheritance behind. Fang Dichang said as he waved his hand. I will take my leave. Fang Yun quickly left, closing the door behind him. In the room, only Fang Yuan's clone was left. He closed his eyes with an exhausted expression, but he was thinking. My body is Fang Dichang's body to begin with, so my bloodline is not a flaw. Fang Dichang is not dead. Life Tablet Gu will not have any abnormalities. As for the soul, the main body personally used many soul path methods after splitting the soul. Together with the advantage of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's faster time flow, the soul is extremely compatible with the body. There are no flaws at all. However, just these are not enough. Fang Dichang thought of Fang Gong. Although Fang Gong had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, He had a clear understanding of Fang Gong's temperament. Just from appearance, Fang Gong was bold and unrestrained. He was broad-minded and did not care about trifles. But in fact, under his bold appearance, he was extremely shrewd and cautious. This was something he was very clear about from the time he plotted against Chun Yi. He was a grand rank 8 Gu immortal, but he actually concealed his cultivation level and pretended to be an ordinary Gu immortal during the battle. Then he suddenly erupted and ruthlessly attacked Chun Yi, causing the latter to feel disdain and suffer a huge loss because he was caught off guard. Fang Yuan knew that to deceive such a person, he could not just rely on not having any flaws to find. He also needed to take the initiative to perform. Oh, Second Supreme Elder intends to pass the Wisdom Path inheritance to Fang Yin? Fang Gong quickly received the news. The one who reported the news was his great-grandson, an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu immortals, the future star of Fang clan, Fang Lung. Fang Lung had a square face and was slightly older than Fang Yin. Usually, Fang Yin and Fang Lung were very close, and this time he did not conceal the inheritance that Fang Dichang gave him from this respectable elder brother. Fang Lung was clearly more shrewd than Fang Yin. He reported this matter to Fang Gong that very night. Fang Gong frowned slightly and did not speak. He knew Fang Dichang's plan. Fang clan's external situation was very difficult and pressured, but internally, Fang clan had always been fighting. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they had to consider how to distribute them. The clan's resources were limited, who used them first and who used them later, who used them well and who used them poorly. This was a natural contradiction that could not be resolved. Fang clan's two largest factions were Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's factions. These two factions had always been cooperating closely, but this did not mean they did not fight openly and covertly. In fact, these two factions had always been competing, but because Fang Gong's faction had third Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng and Fang Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation, they had always firmly held the highest authority in Fang clan. Fang Dichang's Wisdom Path inheritance had always been the foundation of Fang clan's second faction. The reason why Fang Gong frowned was because he was thinking of taking this opportunity to ask for this Wisdom Path inheritance. Look, you almost lost your life this time. If something happened to the Wisdom Path inheritance in your hands, it would be a huge loss to Fang clan. This was the righteousness of the clan. If they suppressed it, they could indeed force Fang Dichang to hand over the inheritance, or at least a portion of it. There was a difference in the politics of clans and sections. The politics of clans were passed down through generations of bloodline, and emphasized on kinship. Although Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son, their relationship was extremely good. This was because Fang Yun had been personally raised by Fang Dichang since he was young. Fang Dichang truly loved this son. If not for this, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. This was out of consideration for his personal feelings and happiness. When Fang Dichang retires in the future, his position as second Supreme Elder would be taken over by Fang Yun according to convention. Fang clan had many Gu immortals, but this position would only belong to Fang Yun. Unless, in the future, Fang Dichang nurtured an inheritor who could cultivate Wisdom Path, and was even more outstanding than Fang Yun. The Wisdom Path inheritance that Fang Dichang possessed belonged to Fang clan in name, but in reality, it was in the hands of this faction, passed down from generation to generation. Fang Yun cultivated Cloud Path, and was not qualified to inherit this Wisdom Path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fang Dichang's faction. Fang Gong wanted to make use of this weakness this time, but he did not expect Fang Dichang to take precautions and block this point in advance, as expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fang Gong's frown eased. A smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fang Lung understood. I will take my leave. There is no chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are both Fang clansmen. Fang Gong did not feel any vexation, but he was still somewhat worried. After all, Fang Dichang's scheme succeeded this time. He sacrificed Swan Bujin to refine Divine Bean Palace. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu house, Fang clan's second faction's strength rose greatly. Fang Gong felt great pressure. As a person of high status, he had to consider many aspects. Fang clan's first Supreme Elder had been in charge of Fang clan for so many years. Not only did he have to focus on his own cultivation, and nurture the younger generation. He also had to lead Fang clan to resist external enemies and expand their territory. At the same time, he had to pay attention to Fang clan's internal strength. Chapter 1875. Deep in Eastern Sea, Gu tribe headquarters. Half a month had passed in the Blessed Land. The seal that had been sealed for a long time was finally undone. There were many Gu immortals present: Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone Wu Shuai, the 2 dragon generals, Gu tribe's leader, and several Beastman Gu immortals. Seeing that the seal was undone, Gu tribe's leader nodded to himself. He was even more certain of Wu Shuai's identity. This seal was created by Wu Shuai himself. It was reinforced by generations of Gu tribe leaders. Back then, Wu Shuai knew that he had little chance. He placed a portion of his inheritance in Gu tribe's headquarters. Gu tribe's leader looked at Wu Shuai smiling. "Please." Wu Shuai waved his hand as a gray rock floated out and entered Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. Wu Shuai used his method to dissect the rock. Because the method was correct, the rock was quickly dissected, revealing 2 immortal Gu inside. One was rank 8 immortal Gu ant nest. It was like an inverted bowl. It was yellow in color and had a rough appearance. It was not eye-catching. However, this immortal Gu was the core immortal Gu of green antiseptics cultivation. Using this Gu, all sorts of army ants could be incubated. Army ants were created by green antiseptic. They were very suitable for enslavement path Gu immortals. In history, Wu Shuai's main method was army ants. Of course, the queen of army ants could also incubate other ants. But the queen could not incubate another queen. This was a huge flaw. Moreover, after the Dragonman race was exterminated, Duke Long personally ordered to erase all information and records related to them. Back then, green antiseptic was enslaved by Dragon Palace. Army ants became one of the symbols of the Dragonman race. They were implicated. Because of these reasons, army ants were like meteors in history. They disappeared in a flash. Other than Ant Nest Immortal Gu, there was also an Information Path Immortal Gu. It was rank 7, it was called Letter. Letter Envelope Immortal Gu recorded a large amount of information. They were all related to army ants. Other than this, Letter Immortal Gu was also the price to seal Ant Nest Immortal Gu. Ant Nest Immortal Gu was rank 8. It was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because when an immortal Gu is alive, it needs to be fed in time, otherwise it will starve to death. Wu Shuai used Letter Envelope Immortal Gu to wrap a thick layer of rock around Ant Hole Immortal Gu, turning it into an Immortal Gu rock. As the price, Letter Immortal Gu had to stay in the rock. The Gu masters of the gambling den would create some fake rocks for profit and place some Gu worms inside, then purposely let people open them to increase the reputation of the gambling den. The technique that Wu Shuai used back then was similar to it. But he was not faking it for profit, but to preserve Ant Cave Immortal Gu. This method was indeed effective. After so many years, the Ant Hole Gu was still well preserved. Of course, now that Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai opened the rock, Ant Hole Immortal Gu was extremely weak and hungry. Letter Immortal Gu was the same. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared the ingredients in advance and handed them to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai fed the Immortal Gu while returning with the Gu Immortals. On the way, Wu Shuai thanked him. "Nobles are trustworthy. You have preserved my inheritance until now. You are truly the most reliable ally of our Dragonman race." The current Gu tribe leader smiled. "Lord Wu Shuai, to speak the truth, there were some setbacks during this period. It is not that our tribe's Gu immortals did not covet your inheritance. It is just that the previous tribe leader set a rule. Every time a new Gu tribe leader ascends to the position, he has to first add a seal to this inheritance. Adding on the revelation of fate Gu, we have always kept it in mind. Thus this inheritance was preserved with much difficulty." Gu tribe's leader spoke honestly, causing Wu Shuai to laugh heartily again. Wu Shuai immediately guaranteed, "My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years. It will continue from now on. Right now, I have cooperated with Fang Yuan and have already broken the killer move Dragonman Extermination. This move had once killed me and exterminated my tribe, but from now on it will no longer be usable." Gu tribe's leader's eyes brightened. "This is great. Dragonmen will reign supreme. It is heaven's will. Senior, to speak the truth, I have a request. Feng Yuan's clone had been in Gu tribe's headquarters for the past few days. Gu tribe had received great hospitality from them. They had even offered Wu Shuai's inheritance. As allies, they had to benefit each other. It was reasonable for Gu tribe's leader to make some requests at this time. Feng Yuan's clone did not hesitate, he said. Speak, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. I want a portion of my tribe's members to become dragon men. Senior, what do you think? Gu tribe's leader said expectantly. Feng Yuan nodded. Back then, my close friend, your tribe leader Gu Liang, also had this intention. Now that I have a new dragon man lifespan extension method, I can help you. Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. My tribe has already prepared Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What other immortal materials do you need, senior? Gu tribe was hidden in the depths of Eastern Sea. They had been searching for Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire for generations. Over 1,000,000 years had passed, with Eastern Sea's abundant resources. It was the number one in the 5 regions. The Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire in Gu tribe's treasury was indeed rare. Feng Yuan's clone gave some pointers. Gu tribe's leader followed them. A few days later, the immortal materials and candidates were selected and presented to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately took out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragon Man lifespan extension method in this immortal Gu house, could obtain the help of Dragon Palace itself. There were more than 10 Gu tribe members in this batch. Most of them were rank 5 Gu masters. There were also 2 Gu immortals. Half of them were old men. Their lifespans were near the end. They did not have any other methods to extend their lifespan, so the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was their only choice. The other half were young men. They were the current elites of Gu tribe. A few days later, with the help of the Dragon Spirit and Feng Yuan's clone's methods, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was used one by one. Most of the Gu tribe members turned into new dragon men. The others, unfortunately, lost their lives. After all, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method had the risk of being damaged. Even so, Gu tribe's leader was quite surprised at this result. Senior, the new method you modified has a much higher success rate than the original method. After all, this is the result of our tribe's extinction. Feng Yuan's clone pretended to sigh. Gu tribe's leader quickly consoled. Senior, please restrain your grief. Saying so, he presented another batch of immortal materials. If ant nest immortal Gu produced army ants, immortal essence was only one of the expenses. It also needed specific immortal materials. These immortal materials were what Feng Yuan's clone needed. Back then, Gu tribe's leader Gu Liang knew this secret. Gu tribe thus controlled it. This time, Gu tribe's leader was presenting gifts. It showed his sincerity and sincerity. Feng Yuan's clone rejected. I helped your tribesmen to change their identities. It is my gratitude. There is no need to talk about compensation. Senior, don't stand on ceremony. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Gu tribe's leader smiled. But Feng Yuan's clone did not accept it. It is not easy for your tribe to survive. You are the most reliable and trustworthy ally of my Dragon Man tribe. How can I, Wu Shuai, treat my ally like this? Even though I do not have immortal materials, I have already cooperated with Feng Yuan. He will provide the immortal materials. Gu tribe's leader said. Senior, Feng Yuan is a great demon of the current era. Even though he only has rank 7 cultivation level, Celestial Court cannot deal with him. He is sinister and crafty, ruthless and vicious. As long as there are enough benefits, he can do anything. Senior, please take note of this. Feng Yuan's clone heard this and laughed inwardly. Gu tribe's leader was speaking ill of Feng Yuan in front of Feng Yuan. If he knew that this Wu Shuai was Feng Yuan's clone, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Feng Yuan's clone nodded. You are right, but Celestial Court is too powerful. Feng Yuan is a huge help that cannot be ignored. Even if we are working with a tiger, as long as we can increase our chances of winning against Celestial Court and Duke Long, I am willing to take this risk. Gu tribe's leader nodded and sighed. Senior is right. I will not hide it from Senior. Even though my Gu tribe is hiding in this corner, we have many reliable allies in the dark. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My Gu tribe has survived until now and has received much help from the Merman Imperial Court. Merman Imperial Court. This is indeed good news. Fang Yuan's clone's eyes brightened. The Merman Imperial Court was a super force. It was once supported by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Humans were powerful. Gu tribe was an underwater beastman. It was not strange for them to have a close relationship with mermen. Gu tribe's leader continued. Other than that, my tribe has some connections in the other 4 regions. For example, Northern Plains has a stable trade relationship with Murong tribe. Several years ago, when Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, I went to Northern Plains and participated in the Northern Plains auction. I was warmly received by Murong tribe. Wu Shuai thought. So it was you. Back then, Fang Yuan's main body had also participated in the Northern Plains auction. This auction was organized by Qin Baisheng. Back then, Gu tribe's leader wore a tall hat and a large cloak. He had a simple appearance. It was clearly a disguise. Right now, Wu Shuai was facing the true appearance of Gu tribe's leader. Fang Yuan had turned Gu tribe's clansmen into dragonmen. Their relationship had clearly deepened. Gu tribe's leader took the initiative to tell him many secrets. Even though Gu tribe was a secluded cultivator, they had existed for so many years. Their connection with the outside world was not weak. It was very stable and reliable. Through Gu tribe, they could influence the 5 regions. Of course, the extent of this influence was limited. But this limited influence, through Fang Yuan's planning, could display a huge effect. This is good news. Fang Yuan's main body soon received this information. He felt joyful. Right now, he was no longer in Western Desert. He had arrived in Northern Plains. He rapidly descended from the sky. Below him was a huge pit. The pit was almost circular. It had a radius of 100,000 feet. It was a grand sight. Fang Yuan looked down and saw that the inside of the pit was a desolate scene. A dense rainforest was growing, yellow and green intertwined. From time to time, the roars of desolate beasts could be heard. A large group of featherless strange birds flew in and out, their crimson-red bodies resembling the prehistoric winged dragons of Earth. Chapter 1876. Fang Yuan slowly descended into Crazed Demon Cave, while dressed in white clothes. On the ground, there were 2 Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time. One Gu immortal had a fair complexion. A black beard fluttered in the wind. He wore loose sleeves, his eyes were bright like stars, and he had an extraordinary demeanor. He was known as Not Immortal. He cultivated Rule Path. The other Gu immortal was short, only reaching Fang Yuan's knee. His small eyes were shining brightly. He was Secret Schemer. He cultivated Wisdom Path. Now Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. He had trampled on Celestial Court in the Battle of Langya and the Battle of the River of Time. During this period, he had even captured a large group of Southern Border Righteous Path Gu immortals, including 2 rank 8s. Not long ago, there was news from Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world that Fang Yuan had borrowed Qi Si ancestors' strength to resist Duke Long and take away the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In terms of the strongest and most famous demonic path Gu immortal of the current era, it was none other than Fang Yuan. Friends, we meet again. After Fang Yuan landed, he first greeted them with a smile and a very polite attitude. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal quickly returned the greeting. Not Immortal smiled. After we parted last time, I heard that Brother Lu's true identity was Gu Fang Yuan. This really surprised and delighted us 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Since you could come this time, you must have a method to break through your current bottleneck. We have been anxiously waiting for it. Back then, Fang Yuan had used Lu Guanyi's identity to enter the Crazed Demon Agreement and become a member of Crazed Demon Cave like Chu Du. Thus, Not Immortal called Fang Yuan Brother Lu. As for the 3 crazed demon eccentrics, Fang Yuan's appearance had not changed, because back then, Lu Guanyi's appearance was that of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Why don't I see Peng Shan? Fang Yuan asked. When he explored the 7th layer last time, he seemed to have gained some comprehension. He is in closed cultivation now. Secret Schemer replied. Is that so? Fang Yuan smiled, understanding in his heart. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were guarding against him. Back then, when he was disguised as Lu Guanyi, his battle strength was not strong. Right now, Fang Yuan was advancing rapidly. It was publicly acknowledged that although Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, his battle strength could rival rank 8. The three crazed demon eccentrics naturally had to be wary of Fang Yuan, to prevent him from suddenly attacking them. After all, Fang Yuan was the greatest devil of the current generation. He had a cruel temperament. Don't be fooled by his smiling appearance. He was a ruthless person who killed without batting an eye and ate people without spitting out their bones. Although the three crazed demon eccentrics had been living in the crazed demon cave for a long time and devoted themselves to cultivation, they were not stupid. In particular, the leader of the three monsters, Secret Schemer, had quite an impressive performance in Fang Yuan's previous life, causing the Celestial Court to suffer a great loss. The three crazed demon freaks were afraid of Fang Yuan, so Pang Shan did not show himself. Instead, he hid at the side. It was very likely that his closed cultivation was just an excuse, in case Fang Yuan lost his mind and suddenly attacked them. As long as one of the three monsters was missing, there would be no worry of Fang Yuan capturing them in one fell swoop. Not only that, the three crazed demon eccentrics might have some methods that can be activated. Thus, I need to keep one person outside. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind. Although Fang Yuan had signed the crazed demon pact, he had already removed this pact. The three crazed demon eccentrics also had a killer move. They could completely ignore the pact. The three crazed demon eccentrics were afraid of Fang Yuan. They were on guard against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not want to make a move. At least, he did not want to make a move now. Speaking of which, this is the third time I have come to Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Fang Yuan's main goal this time was limitless true inheritance. In the near future, the Celestial Court would definitely organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to repair Fate Gu. At that time, there would definitely be a grand battle between the 5 regions Gu immortals. In this battle, even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he could not control the situation. Any of the Venerable One's techniques could easily overturn the original situation. Fang Yuan had already seen this clearly in his previous life. The best example was Duke Long. Duke Long was strong and invincible, but against a venerable method, it was not enough. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him with one move, making him unable to move for a long time. Eventually, it was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long escaped and regained his freedom. Fang Yuan had planned before. In this life, not only did he want to increase his strength, he also wanted to collect some venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger a venerable method, it would be the best support for his plan to destroy Fate Gu. And the most reliable clue was here. Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current battle strength had increased by a lot. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 crazed demon eccentrics tried to harm him, he could retaliate quickly and his life would not be in danger. And after some time, Bing Sichuan, who was in Longevity Heaven, would awaken. His awakening would have a huge impact on Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. At that time, if Fang Yuan came to Northern Plains again and caused a huge commotion, he might have to face Bing Sichuan's Longevity Heaven. It would be difficult to resolve the situation. Not Immortal led the way, while Secret Schemer stayed beside Fang Yuan and conversed with him. Fang Yuan followed the 2 eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the outermost layer. It was also the scene Fang Yuan had seen earlier. The second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. The third layer was shrouded in clouds. Ferocious beasts were hidden. There was also Fog Capital. It was very dangerous. Each layer had a vastly different environment. Every once in a while, demonic sounds would spread from the deepest 9th layer, radiating to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. During the demonic sounds, all living beings would go crazy and fight. It was extremely chaotic. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic sounds. But the methods deduced by the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could effectively resist a portion of the power of the demonic sounds. Fang Yuan did not use this method. Before coming here, he had modified the original foundation. It was very effective. It could be considered an optimized version. After all, his rule path attainment level had reached Great Grandmaster. The demonic sounds had a huge influence on the activation of immortal killer moves. Because the demonic sounds themselves were chaotic Dao marks, Losing one's mind and falling into madness were only side effects. The three immortals went all the way down. They took many twists and turns before finally reaching the 7th layer, which was the third last layer. Back then, Feng Yuan's final destination was here. The three crazed demon eccentrics had also stopped here for hundreds of years, because they were stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through. They took in Chudu and Feng Yuan, but they also had a lot of gains. In the 7th layer they explored, there were scattered inheritances of limitless demon venerable. The three crazed demon eccentrics obtained all sorts of clues and studied them painstakingly. They also made deductions and roughly deduced the scene of the final layer, even though they had never entered. In Feng Yuan's vision, it was a field of dazzling light. The rocks, the soil, and the plants were shining with light. There were all sorts of colors. It was a riot of colors. This was the light of Dao marks. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would naturally shine with this kind of extremely dazzling radiance. In this 7th layer, every piece of soil and every rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. However, it was a pity that these Dao marks were all messed up and could not be used. Feng Yuan, you go first. Secret Schemer modestly declined. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected a lot and gained a lot of insights. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and took the lead. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal glanced at each other before entering as well, walking side by side with Feng Yuan. Recently, Feng Yuan's reputation had shaken the world, but how much strength did he really have? The three crazed demon eccentrics were not sure. This was the best time to observe. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal both focused their attention on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were leisurely and leisurely. 20 steps he walked with ease. 30 steps, he started to have a serious expression. 40 steps, he gradually started to pant. After 50 steps, he looked exhausted. More than 60 steps later, Feng Yuan stopped and gasped for breath. Secret Schemer looked at Not Immortal. Not Immortal also looked at Secret Schemer at the same time. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. To walk here, one needed to overcome the rejection of a large number of Dao marks. The furthest the three crazed demon eccentrics could go was over 10,000 steps, but they walked and stopped intermittently. If they walked like Feng Yuan in one breath, they would only be able to take 40 to 50 steps at most. What's scary is that Feng Yuan walked more than 60 steps. He clearly didn't use his full strength. He's still doing it with ease. Just this result alone has already surpassed the three of us. But where exactly is his limit? Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had such thoughts. But in reality, Feng Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, and was not rejected by any Dao marks. All of his exhaustion was just an act. Feng Yuan would rather put on a show because he could also intimidate the three crazed demon eccentrics, and he could hide his true strength. Feng Yuan was cautious by nature, and liked to hide his strength. He wouldn't easily show his cards if he could. As expected of Daoist Feng Yuan. Yes, such strength makes the three of us feel ashamed. Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. You two don't need to be humble. I've been reborn many times and have many memories. The three crazed demon eccentrics are famous. They all have their own wonderful methods. I also admire them. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer felt a chill in their hearts. Feng Yuan's words were very convincing. You could take it as a compliment, but you could also take it as a warning. I've been reborn and am familiar with your methods. Don't make me your enemy. The three immortals continued to walk forward. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk, the more pressure they felt. For the rest of the journey, relying on the Dao marks of each path will save a lot of effort. Daoist Feng Yuan, let's split up for now. Not Immortal said. He chose to walk towards the front left. There were more rule path Dao marks there, and he himself specialized in rule path. Not long after, Secret Schemer also took his leave. He chose a path with more wisdom path Dao marks. Feng Yuan could of course walk in a straight line, but he didn't. He chose to hide his true strength and carefully chose a path. Chapter 1877. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was very wide. It felt even more vast to Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. That was because they had to think carefully with every step they took. They had to endure the test of conflicting Dao marks at all times. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. This kind of difficulty would increase the distance of the journey in their hearts. Feng Yuan persisted for a while like a normal Gu immortal. He could empathize with not immortal and secret schemer's situation to a certain extent. Without the sovereign immortal body, I still have to choose a path. But this path is getting narrower and narrower. At the beginning, there are many choices, but the deeper I go, the fewer choices I have. Feng Yuan walked for a while before stopping. His path was cut off. The path ahead was filled with down marks of other paths. But fortunately, after getting through this part, there were still paths that Feng Yuan had chosen for them. Feng Yuan discreetly glanced at not immortal and secret schemer. These two had already been left behind by him. It was very difficult for them to walk at the back. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Feng Yuan at all times. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. He pretended to be having a hard time, walking forward step by step. After a while, he finally overcame the difficulty and walked on the path that suited him. A relaxed expression appeared on his face again. These conflicting down marks have no meaning to me. Instead, it is a disguise that consumes a lot of my effort. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Not immortal and secret schemer glanced at each other from afar. Feng Yuan's strength was above their estimation. Although Feng Yuan walked that short distance with difficulty, his speed was still very fast. If not immortal was in the same situation, he might have vomited blood already. Next, these two walked slower and slower, their hearts also becoming heavier. The surrounding down marks pressured them at all times, making it difficult for them to move forward. Not immortal had already started to vomit blood, while secret schemer's face had a golden purple color. Not long after, the two had no choice but to stop. They had reached their limit. Feng Yuan was still walking in front. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be much more tired than before. But he still had plenty of energy left. This Feng Yuan is really a monster. Sigh. The other party is someone who has inherited the legacy of the Venerable One. To be able to defeat the Celestial Court time and time again. It is not surprising that he has such attainments. Not immortal and secret schemer conversed in secret, sighing with emotion, full of helplessness. Then we'll stay here and watch him. I want to see just how far he can go. Secret schemer snorted coldly. Not immortal hesitated for a moment before asking. Do you think he will leave the 7th floor and enter the 8th floor? How is this possible? Secret schemer denied it immediately without even thinking about it. But soon after he muttered to himself, this possibility isn't high. To walk out of the 7th floor, it's at least several 100,000 steps. We're not even 10% of the way out yet. Feng Yuan was indeed powerful. He was a rare rank 7 monster that only appeared once in 100 or even 1,000 years. But he is not rank 8. I suspect that only Venerables can leave the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer. Venerable One. Not immortal thought for a moment. Should we tell Feng Yuan about the clues of those Venerable Ones coming here? Yes. Secret schemer nodded. When Feng Yuan reaches his limit and we return, we'll tell him this information. Secret schemer had seen Feng Yuan's strength and admitted that Feng Yuan was stronger than him. If he told Feng Yuan this information, he might be able to stimulate Feng Yuan's fighting spirit and interest, allowing him to stay in Crazed Demon Cave, and accompany the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics in attacking this place. Feng Yuan walked for a while before stopping slightly. This is where I saw Secret Schemer last time. Feng Yuan looked around, but did not see any traces. Back then, Feng Yuan remembered that the down marks here were mainly Metal Path and Earth Path, but now they had completely changed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. It was because the down marks in the 7th layer would also change. Every time the demonic sound started from the 9th layer, it would spread from the 8th layer to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. After reaching the 1st layer, the demonic sound would be sealed by a formless force. It would not spread to the outside world and harm the innocent. Feng Yuan continued to walk. Secret schemer and not immortal stayed on the spot, looking at his back from afar. When Feng Yuan unknowingly surpassed secret schemer's furthest record, the corners of this wisdom path Gu Immortal's eyes twitched. Although he had foreseen this situation in advance, when he really saw it happen, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss in his heart. I have been surpassed. Secret Schemer sighed deeply in his heart. I am the leader of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. I have always been the person who explored the furthest in this place. I have been living in seclusion here for hundreds of years, concentrating on my research, but I did not expect Feng Yuan to easily surpass me today. A kind of jealousy and even hatred, as well as a kind of anger towards himself, bitterness, sorrow and other feelings surged into his heart, making him feel complicated. Not Immortal's feeling was much better than Secret Schemer's. After all, he had the worst results among the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal sighed inwardly and was about to console him, but his expression changed at the next moment. The demonic sound suddenly resounded. What's going on? Not Immortal turned pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified. Why would the demonic sound appear at this time? Not Immortal shouted. Your earlier deduction was correct. The demonic sound's pattern is already completely chaotic. We can no longer grasp it accurately. Quick, let's retreat. This place is too dangerous. Secret Schemer's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He shouted at Feng Yuan in front of him. The demonic sound is coming, quickly retreat. We can only be safe if we retreat from the 7th layer. Feng Yuan turned around to look at the two of them. These two no longer had the demeanor of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. They were anxious like ants on a hot pan, and were rapidly retreating. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they are intentionally trying to harm me. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. In order to stall for time, Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had no time to choose a path. They could only barely find the direction and quickly retreat. The demonic sound had just started, but the Dao marks here were already restless. What was even more terrifying was that when the demonic sound truly rumbled, the 7th layer would set off a tsunami of Dao marks. Once the immortal killer moves were activated, they would immediately collapse in chaos. At that time, even Duke Long would be in grave danger. He would be as weak as a baby. His death would be unchangeable. The 7th layer had already become a dangerous area that devoured everything. Only venerables might be able to contend against it. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics used all their methods, spitting out blood as they retreated. Quick, we are about to get out. Secret Schemer's eyes shone with wild joy as he looked ahead. I can't take it anymore. Not Immortal fell to the ground. Secret Schemer gritted his teeth. Persevere. The two were very close to each other. Secret Schemer disregarded the danger and pulled the unconscious Not Immortal up. At the moment of danger, his true feelings were revealed. Finally, Secret Schemer took several steps and rushed out. His 7 orifices were bleeding. His face was pale and his eyes were turning black. He felt as if his whole body was filled with lead and extremely heavy. But he didn't dare to stop here. Once the demonic sound started, there was no safe place in the 7th layer. Only by retreating to the 6th layer would he have any hope of survival. The demonic sound started to spread. The alarm in Secret Schemer's heart became louder and louder. He gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to send himself and the unconscious Not Immortal to the 6th layer. Wait, where is Feng Yuan? Before leaving, he took a risk and looked back. In an instant, his eyes bulged as if someone was punching behind his eyes. Secret Schemer was stupefied. Not only did Feng Yuan not retreat, he even went deeper than before. You. Secret Schemer was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Feng Yuan heard the voice and turned around to look at him, smiling faintly. It is already too late for me to leave at this distance. But I have a life-saving secret method. There is still a trace of a chance of survival. Exploring this place will naturally bring danger to my life. I was already mentally prepared. There is no harm in it. Friend Secret Schemer, I hope we will meet again in the future. Secret Schemer was speechless. He wanted to say, Oh Feng Yuan, you are dead meat. But he didn't say it in the end. Finally, he left behind a sentence. Feng Yuan, we will definitely meet again. This sentence had a deep meaning to it. On one hand, he was encouraging Feng Yuan, hoping that he would persevere and not give up. There might be a chance of survival. On the other hand, he was also foretelling himself that if he continued to explore like this, one day, he would also fall into the same predicament as Feng Yuan and meet again after death. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment before smiling. This Secret Schemer is indeed loyal. In the 500 years of his previous life, Secret Schemer was like this. He originally didn't want to leave Crazed Demon Cave, but Not Immortal and Pang Shan were dragged into the 5 regions' chaotic war. This made Secret Schemer leave Crazed Demon Cave to protect his companions. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his wisdom path attainment level was high. He caused a lot of trouble and losses to Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Although the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were secluded cultivators and didn't have any bloodline connection, their friendship was very deep, even surpassing that of many Righteous Path Gu immortals. Humans weren't plants or trees, they couldn't be emotionless. These 3 had lived here in seclusion for hundreds of years. They had a common goal, and even helped each other. They had already become each other's life fetters. Feng Yuan looked at the swaying Dao marks in front of him with an extremely relaxed expression. It could even be said to be carefree. Even if these Dao marks surged violently and created a gorgeous tsunami, they had no effect on him. Sovereign immortal body, Dao marks didn't conflict. Feng Yuan was even more relaxed than before, because Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had already left. He smiled lightly as he walked forward calmly. Looking at the grand and resplendent waves of Dao marks in front of him, he clicked his tongue in praise. This was truly the most wondrous scene in the world. There were many wondrous scenes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Some were magnificent, some were elegant, some were vast, and some were exquisite. In his previous life and this life, Feng Yuan had traveled almost all over the world. His horizons were broadened, his experiences were plentiful, and he had seen many wondrous scenes. But now he felt that those wondrous scenes in his memories couldn't compare to the raging waves of Dao marks in front of him. Chapter 1878. Crazed Demon Cave 6th Layer. The 2 Crazed Demon eccentrics were lying on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling on the ground, treating Not Immortal's injuries for the time being, ignoring them. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He was confused at first, but then he came to his senses and said gratefully, "I actually escaped. Boss, you saved my life again." Next, he asked in confusion, "Why don't I see Feng Yuan? Wait, did he not retreat in time?" Secret Schemer smiled bitterly. "No. He is still in the 7th layer now. However, what he said when we parted was not wrong. It was already too late to escape from that distance." Not Immortal was stunned and speechless. After a long while he sighed. Such is fate. To think that the great Feng Yuan would actually die here. Even if Feng Yuan was so famous, he did not think that Feng Yuan had much hope of survival. Because Not Immortal was well aware of the terrifying power of Crazed Demon Cave. Secret Schemer, on the other hand, had completely calmed down, his expression carrying a trace of peculiarity. "Speaking of which, it is inconceivable, but I have a mysterious feeling that Feng Yuan can survive. Although reason tells me that there is no possibility of this, and I cannot deduce any method by which he can survive. But I have this feeling in my heart." "Boss, you are a wisdom path Gu immortal." Not Immortal was also dazed. "Even if I am a wisdom path Gu immortal, could all my feelings be correct?" Secret Schemer shook his head with a bitter smile. "Maybe this is just my feeling towards Feng Yuan's outcome. He was so strong, surpassing us, shocking the world. Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. But such a person is going to die in Crazed Demon Cave. Sigh, maybe his outcome will be our outcome in the future. I can empathize with him because we are in the same boat." Not Immortal was silent. After a long while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. "Let's go. We will retreat and recuperate. When the demonic sounds completely stop, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Feng Yuan." Not Immortal nodded, even though he understood that Feng Yuan was almost dead. He barely stood up, his body suddenly staggered and was about to fall. Fortunately, Secret Schemer supported him in time. Secret Schemer grabbed him, and the 2 of them slowly moved forward while resisting the demonic sound. The road ahead was hidden in the darkness. Both of them gradually blended into the darkness as they staggered forward. They had no idea that not only had Feng Yuan not been harmed in the 7th level, he had even made a new discovery. "Are these new Dao marks?" Feng Yuan's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. Amidst the multicolored waves of Dao marks, he began to discover new Dao marks. Feng Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. His realms of various schools had improved greatly, and he had also inherited several supreme experts' true inheritances, so his horizons had broadened. But now, he was sure that he had never seen these marks before. These were brand new Dao marks. Originally, when these Dao marks were still, these brand new Dao marks were too few in number and scattered all over the place, making them inconspicuous. But now the demonic sound was howling and all sorts of Dao marks were shifting. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, the Dao marks of the same path gradually became unified. This caused the scale of these new Dao marks to gradually increase, making it easier for people to discover them. Feng Yuan quickly concluded the reason. When the demonic sound had just started, all sorts of Dao marks intersected and weaved at will. They were intricate and colorful. When the demonic sound resounded for a period of time, the Dao marks of various schools gathered together and formed a unified color. It was much clearer than before and looked even more magnificent. In front of Feng Yuan, a metal path Dao mark was like a golden python, slithering around. On Feng Yuan's left side, a soul path Dao mark was even larger. It was like a black cloud, as big as a city wall, and it was advancing majestically. And beside Feng Yuan's feet was that brand new Dao mark, like a curved stream flowing. Feng Yuan stopped slightly and carefully observed it. Soon he revealed a surprised expression. From this brand new Dao mark, he saw swords, he smelled axes, he felt hammers and spears, and he heard darts and arrows. Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself. This brand new Dao mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand. It actually contains all sorts of Dao marks. If someone creates it in the future, it will definitely include Sword Dao and Blade Dao. This new path will definitely have strong battle strength. It also clearly borrows many of the profundities of human path. But soon, Feng Yuan shook his head. However, to create this path, who knows how many generations will be needed, and how much time will be needed? Maybe someone already has the idea and foundation to create this path. If he or she can witness this scene, it will definitely be of great help to him or her. Or maybe no one in the world has such an idea. This path will always be hidden, like a treasure that is buried deep underground. No one will ever open it. Feng Yuan did not have any regrets. This situation was normal in the Gu world. People often say that talents need to be recognized. Talents need to be recognized. Actually, an outstanding path also needed talented people to be discovered. Feng Yuan did not want to use this chance to create a brand new path. He could no longer learn all of the schools of thought that he had on hand. Moreover, creating a new path required too much time and energy. It was too much. He did not have the time to do so. Feng Yuan continued to move forward. Along the way, he saw many new Dao marks. One Dao mark was condensed into a ball. It was plump and smooth. Feng Yuan seemed to smell the fragrance of plants from it. When he smelled it carefully, it felt like the fragrance of food. Feng Yuan guessed. Were these the legendary pill Dao marks? There was another Dao mark that was spread out like a carpet. They were clearly the same type of Dao mark, but there were lights and shadows intertwining on it. Sometimes it looked like mountains and rivers. Sometimes it looked like birds and beasts. When the other torrents of Dao marks swept over, this Dao mark was like a leaf in the wind. It would also be swept up and lightly attached to the surface of the other torrents of Dao marks. It would not affect these attached Dao marks, nor would it cause the tiny Dao marks to collapse. It was truly mystical. The moment Feng Yuan saw it, his heart shook. If I am not wrong, these are painting path Dao marks. He wanted to take these Dao marks for himself, but now that the demonic sounds were raging, he had no way to do so. Feng clan has Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance, and that immortal Gu house, Thieves' Denver. If I use it, can I steal the Dao marks here? Feng Yuan had a thought. He had an inspiration. There were many immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave, but none of them had any value. The root of the problem was that the Dao marks contained in these immortal materials were all kinds of chaotic Dao marks. However, the immortal materials were useless, not the Dao marks. Feng Yuan beat him at his own game and attacked Feng Dichang. Right now Feng Dichang was his clone. From Feng Dichang's soul, Feng Yuan obtained almost all of Feng clan's information. This naturally included Thieves' Denver. This was indeed Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal Gu house, but it was very damaged. Because it involved theft path, Fong clan was not proficient in it. Back then, when Fong clan obtained it, they did not obtain the complete contents of the immortal goo house, so they could not repair it. Right now, Thieves' Den only had one method, that was to use a theft path immortal material as a primer to expend the theft path Dao marks in the immortal material, then steal the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this theft path immortal material. Eventually, this immortal material would be filled with all kinds of chaotic Dao marks. It would no longer have any value. This was similar to the situation with the immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave. Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks, but it had no way to use them. This was the main reason why Fong Yuan did not try to bring Thieves' Den with him. But in this situation it is different. When these identical Dao marks gather together, I can use Thieves' Den to create all kinds of immortal materials of the corresponding path. These immortal materials all have the same Dao marks, they should be usable. As Fong Yuan thought of this, he could not help but feel his chest heating up. If this method worked, then he would have an endless source of rank 8 or even rank 9 immortal materials. What an enormous amount of wealth this was. Even Fong Yuan could not estimate it. The created immortal materials could not only be used for trade or goo refinement, they could also be used to comprehend the corresponding path. For example, using these new Dao marks, he could create painting path, pill path, and other immortal materials. These immortal materials were extremely useful for creating paths. However, the same type of Dao marks can only be condensed when the demonic sounds are rampaging. Activating immortal moves at this time is extremely risky. Immortal moves are also arranged using Dao marks. There is a high chance that the Dao marks will become chaotic and the immortal move's activation will fail, causing a backlash. Not to mention the ant nest, this immortal goo house, it cannot be taken out directly. It is not a sovereign body, it will be rejected and crushed if taken out. Fong Yuan calmed down. There was a huge technical obstacle to completing his plan. His current foundation was unparalleled in the world, but he did not have any confidence. Eventually, Fong Yuan sighed, he gave up on this thought and continued to move forward. He quickened his steps. No matter what Dao mark torrent was ahead, it was like a harmless light shadow to him, like a light breeze. Not long after, he saw Dream Path Dao marks. Crazed Demon Cave could be said to be filled with myriad phenomena. Even Dream Path Dao marks were included. Fong Yuan cautiously stopped and probed. He found that Dream Path Dao marks were also harmless to him. These were only Dao marks and not dream realms. For the sovereign immortal body, they were more like a flowing immortal material. If it were dream realms, Fong Yuan would have to take a detour. Fong Yuan walked forward in a straight line without any obstruction. The demonic sounds resounded in his ears, causing him some trouble. Thankfully, he had an excellent method to modify it. This killer move was very particular. Once activated, there would be a long-term effect. Even though the demonic sounds interfered, the long-term effect would be very short. But everything was within the range of Fong Yuan's tolerance. Even if he was corroded by the demonic sounds and went into a killing frenzy, there were no living beings in this danger zone that could threaten him. Even if he crashed into a mountain rock, the sovereign immortal body's innate quality would ensure that he would be fine. The surroundings were surging with rainbow-colored light without any pattern. Sometimes it was like a tsunami, sometimes it was like a stampede of horses, sometimes it was like a waterfall, and sometimes it was like birds flying in the sky. And Fong Yuan was moving rapidly among them. If the three crazed demon eccentrics saw this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. This was not subverting their worldview. It was directly shattering their worldview. Fong Yuan went deeper, going deeper than the three crazed demon eccentrics could imagine. When he finally got close to the entrance of the 8th layer, he gasped and paused his footsteps. He actually saw 3 paths. One path was shining with golden light and surging luck. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. One path was simple and unadorned, filled with virtue. Fong Yuan's eyes shined as he instantly understood. These 3 paths are likely the traces of venerables. They are filled with luck path, soul path, and earth path Dao marks. They should correspond to giant sun immortal, spectral soul demon venerable, and paradise earth immortal venerable. These 3 venerables had been here before. The demonic sounds were vast and mighty. The Tao marks were chaotic, forming a terrifying chaotic scene with terrifying might that could wipe out almost all Gu immortals. Not even a trace of them would be left behind. But the Tao marks on these three paths were extremely firm. Even though the surrounding Tao marks were rubbing, rolling, and colliding with each other, the Tao marks on these three paths were unshakable. Only occasionally at the edges, there would be some Tao marks peeling off, like fragments. Feng Yuan squinted slightly. He knew that he had the sovereign immortal body and his Tao marks did not conflict. Thus, he was able to come here through trickery. But venerables were different. The Tao marks on a venerable's body conflicted. They were able to come here because they had forcefully made their way here. This was the supreme style of the three venerables. Characters like the three crazed demon eccentrics had talent and attainment levels that were rare in this world, but they still needed to find their own path. Venerables did not need it. Just by stepping on it, they would be able to find a supreme path. Feng Yuan was not surprised that a venerable had come here before. In fact, he had already made some predictions. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable was a person of the olden antiquity era. He was the third venerable in history, second only to Primordial Origin and Star Constellation. The crazed demon cave that he created had existed until now, although it was hidden. If the three crazed demon eccentrics could discover this secret, why couldn't others? As venerables among Gu immortals, these venerables were all world-shaking. It was normal for them to discover this place, hoping for unparalleled inheritances and inheritances to be left for themselves without anyone discovering them. That was the naive and arrogant thinking of an inexperienced youngster. Humans were ordinary, but every person was unique. If they had such a fortuitous encounter, why couldn't others have it? But why are there only traces of these three venerables? The paths left behind by these three venerables, why did they only appear near the entrance of the 8th layer? There were some doubts in his mind, but Feng Yuan did not stop moving. He directly jumped into the entrance of the 8th layer. Darkness flashed in front of him. At the next moment, Feng Yuan landed on the ground. How can this be? Feng Yuan was stunned. Chapter 1879. This was a vast grassland. The grass was green, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. There was no sun in the sky, but it was very bright. There were many wildflowers. They were in full bloom. It was a dazzling sight. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The wind was gentle, caressing Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan was stunned. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer? He was surprised. According to the three Crazed Demon Eccentrics deductions, the last 3 layers of Crazed Demon Cave should be the same as the 7th layer. There were Tao marks everywhere. The 8th layer's Tao marks were definitely larger than the 7th layers. And in the 9th layer, there was an immortal formation set up by Limitless Demon Venerable. The core of this immortal formation was the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu derivation. But after Feng Yuan entered the 8th layer, he found that this was a small world. Don't tell me, I entered a blessed land? Feng Yuan had a thought. But right after that, he rejected this conjecture. He used investigative methods. A subtle expression appeared on his face. This world seems to be different. It is not a normal blessed land or grotto heaven. This world is a bit thin. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, he heard a loud crack. A huge crack pierced down from the sky. It was like a bolt of lightning. It traversed the entire land. At that instant, Feng Yuan's hair stood on end. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This huge crack gave him an extremely strong sense of threat. He was certain that if he were to be affected by it, he would most likely die and his Tao would disappear. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal in time, he would not last for more than a few breaths of time. Thankfully, even though the crack was fast, it was not aimed at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan dodged it smoothly, but he heard cracking sounds in his ears. This is the cry of this small world. It is collapsing. It is about to be destroyed. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as he assessed everything. That huge crack continued to expand. The small world seemed to have been cut into 2. It soon separated completely. The blue sky, the white clouds, the grass, and the flowers were all devoured by the crack. However, there was nothing in the crack. It was like an extremely ferocious beast that was eternally hungry. Feng Yuan's pupils contracted. This is the power of the void Tao, a crack in the void. Realizing this, he hurriedly used his means to conceal himself. The rift closed in on him, but Feng Yuan didn't dodge. Instead, he threw himself into it. He successfully entered the crevice and did not suffer any destructive blows. The crack in the void at the beginning was very dangerous, but after its power spread out, it was just enough for Feng Yuan to shelter. There were fewer and fewer small worlds, and the crack in the void in the middle was getting bigger and bigger. Feng Yuan flew up through the crack and soon left the boundary of the small world, arriving in the outside world. What he saw shocked him both physically and mentally. He was like a water worm that had suddenly arrived in a vast ocean. This ocean was nothingness. The void was vast and boundless, its boundaries unknown. Feng Yuan felt extremely insignificant when he was in the middle of it all. But he was not alone. Accompanying him were thousands of worlds. These worlds were like colorful bubbles, some were forming, some were growing, and some were being destroyed. The small world that Feng Yuan was in earlier was being destroyed. In a short while it was only left with 2 crescent-shaped fragments. The shock in his heart made Feng Yuan gape slightly, unable to say anything. He suddenly realized that this was the true appearance of the 8th level. The 7th level was a sea of Tao marks, while the 8th level was boundless nothingness. In this nothingness, there were thousands of worlds being born and destroyed at every moment. Feng Yuan caught a strange movement in his eyes. The small world that he was in just now was completely destroyed, but only a long white thread was left. This thread could not be destroyed even by the nothingness. It was very tough. It was a Tao mark. Even though it was just a Tao mark, it was extraordinary, shining with the light of a Tao mark. What kind of Tao mark is this? Feng Yuan had never seen such a Tao mark before. He couldn't help but look at it with rapt attention. Clearly, this Tao mark was not ordinary. Because in the small world before, if there was heaven and earth, there would be space Tao. If there was movement, there would be time Tao. If there were flowers and grass, there would be wood Tao. If there were grass, there would be earth Tao. If there were clouds, there would be cloud Tao. But these Tao marks no longer existed. They were all destroyed by the nothingness, leaving only this translucent white thread-like Tao mark. From this Tao mark, Feng Yuan could see space path, he could sense time path, he could sense wood path, and he could sense cloud path. What path is this Tao mark? It has a kind of all-encompassing tolerance? Feng Yuan was shocked. He suddenly thought of an answer. I understand, this is Heaven Tao. Heaven Tao 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 mark. When he was running around in the 7th level, he was feeling strange. He had seen all kinds of Tao marks, including Dream Tao and other new Tao marks. But he was missing 2 types of Tao marks. One was Human Tao, the other was Heaven Tao. Feng Yuan had seen Human Tao mark before, but this was the first time he had seen Heaven Tao Tao mark. All the other Tao marks have been destroyed, leaving only Heaven Tao Tao mark. What does this mean? Feng Yuan stared at this Heaven Tao Tao mark. The thread-like Heaven Tao mark seemed to be floating in the wind, flickering with white light. Its posture deeply attracted Feng Yuan's gaze. Feng Yuan was cautious. He did not try to attack this Tao mark. He followed the Tao mark. After flying for a while, the void in front of him suddenly changed. Undercurrents surged. A whirlpool suddenly formed and swallowed this Heaven Tao mark. The Tao mark lasted for a while in the whirlpool of nothingness, then suddenly collapsed. In an instant, the whirlpool of nothingness seemed to be dyed with all kinds of colors, becoming a crazy wheel of 7 colors. Not long after the whirlpool rotated, it suddenly exploded with a soft sound. The nothingness of this place returned to normal. But there was a blue and white bubble that appeared out of thin air. This bubble was very small at first, only the size of Feng Yuan's pinky, but very quickly, it continued to expand, its volume rapidly increasing. Feng Yuan used his investigative method to look. He was shocked to find that this blue and white bubble was a newly formed small world. And this immortal formation was clearly rank 9. It was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the immortal formation. Feng Yuan fell into a dilemma again, because he did not know where to go to the 9th layer. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had a clear path, but in the 8th layer, Feng Yuan was in a vast void. there were no signs or clues. How should he enter the 9th layer? Feng Yuan did not know which direction to choose. He could only wander aimlessly. After an unknown period of time, he unexpectedly found a world. This is the biggest world I have seen so far. But clearly, it is about to be destroyed. Let's go in and take a look. Feng Yuan entered this world. Greetings, sage. There were living beings in this world. After seeing Feng Yuan, they immediately kowtowed in extreme excitement. Sage, are you trying to save this world and build a Dao field? Sage, please take me in as your disciple. Take me in as your disciple. These living beings had misty bodies. They looked like humans. They had noses and eyes. They shouted endlessly. Sage. Feng Yuan frowned. He immediately realized the huge significance of this. That means there are other sages like me? Yes. There was a sage who wore a green robe and a white belt. He created Green Lotus Dao field with every step he took. There was a sage who wore a yellow robe. He was kind and benevolent. He protected Yellow Earth Great World. And there was a sage who had a fierce appearance. He was tall and muscular. Every movement of his could cause the roars of countless beasts. He created Savage Wilderness Great World. Chapter 1880. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Feng Yuan's heart jumped. According to the descriptions of these humanoid mist natives, Feng Yuan quickly compared these 3 sages with the 3 venerables in history. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. These 3 venerables have been here before? Then in the 7th layer, I saw the Dao mark paths left behind by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. This means that at least 5 venerables have been here before. Feng Yuan was somewhat surprised, but also confused. When he saw the 3 venerables' paths in the 7th layer, he had a doubt. Were these really the only 3 venerables who had been here before? If other venerables had been here before, why did they not leave behind their paths? Now that I think about it, even though other venerables have been here before, like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths, they were probably destroyed because of the passage of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was from the Olden Antiquity era. 1,000,000 years ago, Reckless Savage and Red Lotus appeared after him. Then came the Medieval Antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared one after another. In this era, Long Hair Ancestor appeared. Because he was a hairy man, he had lived for a long time. He had cooperated with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sunday. After the Medieval Antiquity era was the Recent Antiquity era. 100,000 years ago, there were 2 venerables, Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. And now, according to the prophecy of the 3 venerables, a great dream immortal venerable would appear. She was an unprecedented venerable. She would surpass the 10 venerables of history. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the 7th layer. They were actually the traces of their journey here. They were the 3 venerables closest to the current era. That was why their Dao marks were left behind. As for the previous venerables, even if they left behind Dao mark paths, they were destroyed because of the passage of time. Feng Yuan's doubt was resolved, but more questions arose. Why did these venerables come here one after another? Crazed Demon Cave is too attractive. Did these venerables go to the 9th level after arriving here? The 9th layer's formation should still be working. Then if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation goo inside? If they didn't succeed and stopped at the 8th level, why would they establish a dojo or a world? Feng Yuan pondered for a while and decided to take a look at the world of these venerable ones. He couldn't find the way to the 9th floor at all. When he was on the 7th floor, he had never expected that the 8th floor would actually be so magnificent. Perhaps he could find the corresponding clues in the dojos and worlds of these venerable ones? Even if there were no corresponding clues, even if these venerable ones didn't enter the 9th level, it was very likely that they had left their legacies in these worlds. Even if there was no true inheritance or something left behind, the venerable one's scales and claws would still be very beneficial to Feng Yuan. That's interesting. Do you know where these dojos and worlds are? Feng Yuan asked. These human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know. They had only heard of it before. "Oh sage, we are living in this world. We don't have the ability to leave. The outside world is too dangerous and fatal. It is not a place we can enter." Feng Yuan frowned. "Then how did you obtain this information?" The human-shaped mist answered. "Every once in a while, the disciples of the sage will travel through the void, entering and exiting worlds to trade or plunder. We got all this information from them." Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. "These disciples are venerables of different generations. How is their battle strength? To be able to travel through the void and different worlds, they should be quite strong." But soon, Feng Yuan sensed something amiss. He asked again. "Since there are so many of these disciples, why did you call me a sage the first time you saw me?" The human-shaped mists answered. "That's because all the sages look like you, but their disciples have different forms." Feng Yuan instantly understood. "It seems like there are no humans living here. The so-called disciples of the sages are probably some mutants? Like these human-shaped mists in front of me?" Speaking of which, it was his first time seeing these human-shaped mists. They were not beasts, plants, or mutants, but they had blurry human forms. "Sage, please save me. Sage, please preach and save this world." The humanoid clouds kowtowed once more. Well said, well said." Feng Yuan smiled and attacked brazenly. "Sage, what are you doing?" "Ah." Cries of surprise and screams rang in Feng Yuan's ears. In just 2 breaths, Feng Yuan captured these human-shaped mists. He looked at them with a frightening cold glint in his eyes. Just by asking, how could this kind of information be reliable? If the human-shaped mists wanted to deceive Feng Yuan, it would be too easy. As Feng Yuan spoke, he had already investigated the surroundings and the other party secretly. Now that he attacked, he immediately captured them. Then he used his soul-searching method to check for himself. The result was a little awkward. These human-shaped mists did not have souls. Could they still be considered living beings without souls? Even plants had their own souls. Feng Yuan was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. It seems like there are no soul Dao marks in this small world, so the living beings here do not have souls. This was quite a novel discovery. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, because there were soul Dao marks, all living beings had their own souls. However, these human-shaped mists did not have souls. It would be a little troublesome to search their memories. But these troubles were quickly overcome by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan obtained all the information that the other party had. From this information, it could be seen that the human-shaped mists did not deceive Feng Yuan at all. Their lives were very simple. Ever since they gained sentience, they had been staying here until this world was about to be destroyed. Even if there were sage disciples who came here to trade, they would only do so once and for a short period of time. Thus, these human-shaped mists were quite pure in nature. Feng Yuan also found that these human-shaped mists were not individuals, they were still a part of this world. They could not leave this world and go to the outside world. These human-shaped mists are actually very similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. A flash of inspiration flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the Gu immortal's obsession and heavenly power. They did not have souls but had sentience and could be communicated with. In fact, not just land spirits and heavenly spirits, Feng Yuan also had formation spirit and dragon spirit. Formation spirit was created from formation spirit Gu, while dragon spirit was a secret method of the dragon man race. That is to say, these human-shaped mists are the embryonic forms of land spirits and heavenly spirits? If I can understand their profundity, wouldn't I be able to mass-produce land spirits and heavenly spirits? Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He immediately saw the most valuable thing. However, half a day later, he looked at the destruction of this world with a regretful expression. He really wanted to comprehend the profundity of these human-shaped mists, but he did not have enough worlds. Just when he had made some progress in his research, this world was destroyed. No problem, I can continue searching. Although such worlds are rare, they still exist. If I can find the Dao fields of those venerables, that would be even better. Thus, Feng Yuan continued to travel in the void, searching for valuable targets. Puff. Pang Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. His body was huge, When he took a step back, there was a loud sound when he stepped on the ground. If it were normal ground, a deep hole would have formed, but in this 7th layer, every inch of ground was a quasi-ranked 9 immortal material. It was very sturdy. I didn't find any traces of Feng Yuan. Pang Shan wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and said, "Not immortal," was silent. Secret Schemer heaved a sigh. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had gathered at this time. Earlier, they were guarding against Feng Yuan, but now that the demonic sounds had ended, they immediately came down together. Firstly, they felt that even if Feng Yuan survived, he would be struggling at death's door and would not be able to pose any threat to the 3 eccentrics. Secondly, they wanted to do their best to save Feng Yuan. When Gu immortals were injured, it was often more troublesome and not so easy to heal. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer were injured, only Pang Shan was unharmed, but he was also injured now. Using an investigative killer move in this 7th layer was not a good idea. Because the Dao marks here were too concentrated, it was almost like a battlefield killer move. Conflicting Dao marks made it unfriendly to all paths here. Pang Shan's investigative range was very limited because the Dao marks of his path were only a small portion compared to the entire number of Dao marks. I know what the 7th layer looks like when the demonic sounds are activated. In my opinion, let's just leave it like this. The hope of Feng Yuan's survival. Pang Shan shook his head. I didn't expect Feng Yuan to die like this. Not Immortal raised his head and sighed. Secret Schemer was also extremely regretful. They did not have any thoughts of getting rid of a threat for the people. Their life goal was very simple. They wanted to explore the 9th layer and grasp the derivation formation to find a certain possibility of eternal life. Feng Yuan's main body did not come out of the 8th layer for a long time, while his clones were nervous. Feng Clan's headquarters. Divine Bean Palace floated in the air, emitting jade light that soared to the sky. Outside the palace, Feng Clan's first Supreme Elder Feng Gong, 3rd Supreme Elder Feng Huasheng, as well as Feng Lung and Feng Yun, were watching from afar. The jade light suddenly changed, turning into countless lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings. Rumble. A series of explosions resounded. Rocks were sent flying and air currents were raging. After the bombardment, the uneven ground was suddenly filled with green grass. At the same time, small saplings drilled out of the soil at a visible speed and grew into towering trees. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move could be used freely. It proved that Feng Dichong had basically controlled Divine Bean Palace. The palace opened and Feng Yuan's clone Feng Dichong walked out with a smile. Good. Feng Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a great contribution. Although he was still somewhat worried about the faction balance in Feng Clan, this was undoubtedly great news for Feng Clan as a whole. With this house, our Feng Clan can break through our predicament and truly rise up. Feng Yun cheered excitedly. Feng Dichong smiled. With this house, we are already in an invincible position. But there is no rush to act. Divine Bean Palace still has areas that can be improved. The most important move, Divine Bean Soldier, needs to be prepared in advance. No problem, if you need any Woodpath Immortal materials, just take them from our Feng Clan's treasury. Feng Gong laughed heartily. He was truly happy. Chapter 1881. In front of him was a barren and gray land. The land was dry and cracked, forming many ravines. There was no fertility at all, not even a blade of grass grew. Feng Dichong looked at this vast land and waved his hand to sprinkle yellow jade bean seeds. There were many bean seeds sealed in Divine Bean Palace, mainly yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds, and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for, after some time, they would grow into all kinds of Divine Bean Soldiers. Thus, Divine Bean Palace's signature method, Divine Bean Soldiers, was not a killer move that could be formed in one go. It needed to be accumulated over a long period of time before it could reach a certain scale and be effective. Precisely because of this, when Chun-Yi suppressed Ching Cho and used Karma Divine Tree to influence the battle between Divine Bean Palace and Feng Clan, he could not use this move. Chun-Yi could only use Soul Beasts to temporarily replace it. What Feng Dichong was planting now was yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of bean seeds. After being planted, they could grow into yellow bean soldiers. At this moment, the yellow jade bean seeds were already sprinkled. Fong Dichang activated Divine Bean Palace. Strong winds blew. The formless wind condensed into light green hose in the air. The hose aimed at the ground and started to plow. After a while, Fong Dichang waved his hand again. Rain started to fall from the sky. The amount of rain needed to be paid attention to. It could not be too much or too little. It was mainly used to moisten the dry soil. When the soil became wet, the yellow jade bean seeds started to undergo a mystical change. But this change was very slow. Fong Yuan's clone activated another killer move. This time, when the killer move was used, this piece of land flickered with emerald green light. Wave after wave, it was like a tide, like a wave, continuously washing the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground. The yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these jade green light waves and their growth speed rose sharply. They sprouted and grew at a visible speed. At this rate, after a day and a night, yellow bean soldiers will be born. Fong Yuan's clone nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he suddenly left and returned to the main hall of Divine Bean Palace. He turned around and saw that the mural on the wall of Divine Bean Palace had changed. Originally, the mural depicted a piece of dry land. But now, there was a small piece of land that was densely packed with bean sprouts. This is the method of the painting Dao. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path immortal goo. The land inside is not fake. This method is truly amazing. Plant bean sprouts in these murals. Grow divine bean soldiers. Continuously cultivate them. After they grow, these divine bean soldiers will leave the murals and come to the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it doesn't matter. Planting beans doesn't require a lot of soil fertility. In fact, if you plant more beans in the future, you can even increase the fertility of the soil in the mural, and even turn it into an immortal material. The first is water path immortal material, and the second is wood path immortal material. The former was used to moisten the soil, while the latter was used to speed up the growth of the yellow jade bean seeds. The immortal materials were stored in Divine Bean Palace. The two killer moves that Fong Yuan used earlier used up the stored immortal materials to form the killer moves. The effect is good, but the price is not cheap. Thankfully, I don't need to worry, Fong clan will pay for it. Fong Dichang smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fong Yuan's. Fong clan was kept in the dark. They were helping Fong Yuan raise the Divine Bean soldiers. Deep in Eastern Sea. In Gu tribe's headquarters. It's done. Fong Yuan's clone Wu Shuai slowly stopped his killer move. His forehead was already covered in sweat. In front of him, a new batch of dragon men had been born. However, the identities of these new dragonians were not all beastmen. There was also a group of merfolk. Thank you, Lord Wu Shuai, for your help. This is my tribe's gift, please accept it. A merman Gu immortal waved his tail as he floated towards Wu Shuai, handing over an immortal material with both hands. This immortal material was a pool of clear water. It gave off a pungent smell. It was restrained by the merman Gu immortal's killer move. Even though the merman's hands moved, this pool of water did not move. It was like it was frozen. So it is immovable rotten water. I can use it to nurture my army ants. I will accept it. Thank you. Wu Shuai accepted it without hesitation. He needed to nurture arrow ants. He needed immovable rotten water. Speaking of which, ever since he started nurturing his army ants, they had been growing at a shocking speed. Other than Fong Yuan's own resources, Gu tribe and the mermen also helped him greatly. Of course, Fong Yuan's clone did not extort them. He obtained them through transactions. Wu Shuai used his killer move to turn the beastmen and mermen into new dragon men. Every day, my strength is growing rapidly. I'm simply changing with each passing day. My negotiation with Gu tribe was very effective. I even have a relationship with the merman tribe now. Together with Qi Si ancestors' influence, my control over Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is getting deeper. Eastern Sea's merman imperial court was a superforce with immense strength. This was the only variant human superforce in the world. It had obtained Paradise Earth immortal venerables helped to develop and survive until now. Even so, the mermen were facing immense pressure from all directions. Earlier, they were already trembling in fear when they were surrounded by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that the Five Regions' chaotic war was about to descend, the merman race's knowledgeable people started to look for a way out. Once the Five Regions' chaotic war broke out, the fragile balance of the past would be broken. The merman race's future was bleak. As variant humans, they would definitely become the main target of the human forces. A portion of the mermen saw the Dragonman's future development. They did not hesitate to change their identity. This was because the Merman Imperial Court's higher-ups had been secretly helping Gu tribe to conceal their traces. They also learned about the Dragonman's secrets from Gu tribe. After knowing that Fate Gu had the revelation of Dragonmen reigning supreme, a portion of the Merman higher-ups had this idea. Thus, the mermen turned into Dragonmen as well. The Merman Imperial Court has already started to diversify their investments to ensure the survival of their race. The human forces have also foreseen the future chaotic times. They are especially worried and wary of Central Continent's Celestial Court. I can make use of this. Maybe I can persuade the mermen to send troops. When the Celestial Court repairs Fate Gu, some Merman Gu immortals can participate in the battle. Wu Shui had a devious thought. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The situation was extremely dangerous. There was no time to waste. Little Du, are you really going to do this? Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Feng Yuan's clone, Jean Budu, worriedly. Jean Budu raised his head. His eyes were shining brightly. His tone was firm and unwavering. Yes, master. You are already heavily injured. In this situation, we cannot defeat that monster. But if we let it wreak havoc, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk and break through. As long as I become a combat beast warrior, I will be able to display the Arrowtail Eagle's full strength and kill this despicable monster. Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Jean Budu for a long time. He knew that his beloved disciple had already made up his mind. There was no point in trying to persuade him. He waved his hand. Sai, you can go. Jean Budu did not hesitate. He turned around and left, starting his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest watched him closely. Countless commoners knelt on the ground and prayed silently, cheering for Jean Budu. There were even many combat beast envoys that fought the monster desperately. What was surprising was that the huge monster seemed to be tired. It slowed down its attacks. This was actually Jean Budu's secret manipulation. The current situation was also part of his original plan. I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is almost certain. But I need to pretend to be in danger, not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City, but also the heavenly spirit of this grotto heaven. The entire process was full of twists and turns, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest to be alarmed. But in the end, Jean Budu finally became an immortal, becoming a combat beast warrior. Next, Jean Budu displayed his prowess and defeated the monster. Yay! Little Du is mighty! Little Du, you saved the lives of everyone in our city. We really do not know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Du. Little Du, you are probably the youngest combat beast warrior in history. Everyone surrounded Jean Budu and tossed him high into the air, catching him in unison. Jean Budu became the hero of the entire city. He was in the limelight.